Audiobook title Unlimited Firepower in Ancient Times Chapter 01 to 60, Part 01 B.Y. Author Zephyr Audiobook. Chapter 1 Rice and Meat. A rooster's sharp, piercing crow shattered the morning quiet, jolting Zion awake. He opened his eyes, only to be struck dumb by what met his gaze. The room was damp, cramped, and shockingly primitive, its corners stacked high with crumbling parchment and ancient leather-bound manuscripts. Beside him lay a young woman with a sallow, emaciated face, her breathing faint as she slept fitfully under a threadbare blanket. Zion stared at his unfamiliar surroundings, his mind racing. He remembered dying, he was certain of it. So how on earth was he sitting here, inside a sound, unbroken body? Even if some miracle had pulled him back from the brink, shouldn't he be lying in a field hospital or a military triage tent? In his previous life, Zion had been a hardened mercenary. On that final day, his squad had been escorting a vital supply convoy through a hostile zone when an ambush tore the road to pieces. A mortar shell detonated near his position, showering him in red-hot shrapnel. Bathed in his own blood and fading fast, he had slipped into the dark, and then he had woken up here. He made to stand, but the moment he sat up, a blinding ache shattered his skull. A tidal wave of foreign memories surged into his mind, forcing him to clutch his temples as the truth crystallized. He had transmigrated into an ancient world omitted from every history book he had ever read. This land was known as the Shahi Empire, and it was currently unraveling. Warlords tore at the borders, bandit clans roamed the countryside with impunity, and the imperial court bled the peasantry white with extortionate taxes. Even as the populace starved, the emperor lived in decadent luxury, utterly blind to the misery of his subjects. A brutal drought the previous year had decimated the autumn grain, leaving households destitute. Now, barely past the New Year festival, thousands of families had nothing left to eat. This ruined settlement was Megburi village, tucked away in the remote hills of Dakshinpur Pargana. Because so many of its menfolk had perished in the wars, the locals grimly called it Rari Gram, the village of widows. The previous occupant of this broken body had also been named Zion, courtesy name Siraj. He was a scholar of 20 years who had spent his youth with his nose buried in holy codices and ancient classics, indifferent to the world beyond his desk. He had earned his scholar's credentials at 17, but his prospects had stalled there. High posts were reserved exclusively for the sons of wealthy landowners and court officials. When his parents were slaughtered by mountain bandits 2 years ago, the household plunged into grinding poverty. Bit by bit, his home was stripped bare, until even the mice abandoned the cupboards. Yesterday, desperation had forced the young scholar to trudge into the nearest market town to beg a loan from a former classmate. On his return journey through the scrubland, a gang of highwaymen set upon him. The small purse of copper coins was his household's last hope, so he fought back with everything he had. But a fragile scholar was no match for ruthless thugs. They beat him within an inch of his life and tossed his broken body into the roadside brambles. Had widow Sakina not ducked into the bushes to relieve herself on her way back from the communal well, he would have been torn apart by jackals before nightfall. She dragged him home, but he slipped into a deep coma and quietly passed away in the dark, leaving his shell behind for a soldier's soul to claim. Husband? You're awake. Beside him, Layla stirred and sat up. Spotting Zion conscious, her pale face lit up with overwhelming relief, tears welling in her large, bright eyes. She had genuinely feared the bookworm was gone for good, leaving her a teenage widow. Perhaps the curse of Rari Gram had claimed her too. Marry into this village, and you never grew old together. Looking at the fragile girl, Zion felt a sudden surge of protective warmth. He reached out and gently pulled her into his arms. You've suffered enough, Layla, he murmured softly. I swear to you, things are going to change. Layla stiffened in surprise. This scholar of hers had never shown such tenderness. In the past, he had cared for nothing but his inkstones and scrolls, barely looking at her, let alone holding her close. Though they had been wed for 2 years, he had never initiated the intimacy of marriage. To this day, she remained a maiden. I don't mind the hardship, she whispered, her voice thick with emotion, so long as you are whole. Her stomach betrayed her a second later with a loud, hollow rumble. Embarrassed, Layla pulled back and wiped her eyes. You've been out for days, husband, you must be starving. I'll pop over to Bobby Camelli's cottage to see if I can borrow a handful of grain for porridge. She smoothed down her patched tunic, slipped out of bed, and hurried out the door. Zion watched her retreating figure with quiet respect. In his old world, few would stick by a partner in such dire straits. The feudal era had its horrors, but loyalty like hers was a rare treasure. Still, surveying the cracked mud walls and empty shelves, Zion grimaced. In a chaotic age like this, famine was quickly followed by violence. A man needed strength to protect what was his. If only my squad's gear had crossed over with me, he thought wistfully. A single modern rifle would change everything. The moment the thought formed, a stark visual space flickered in his mind's eye. With a disorienting shift, his consciousness was yanked inward. When he blinked, he was standing on a dust road bordered by dense woodland under a sky of brilliant blue. Right before him sat the military convoy from his final mission. Zion stepped forward and yanked open the door of a tactical off-roader. It was completely empty, no drivers, no squad mates, no sign of the ambush that had ended his life. Beyond the convoy, a thick, impenetrable gray fog sealed off the rest of the landscape. Yet the vehicles were packed to the brims. 3 armored personnel carriers, 5 tactical off-roaders, and 15 heavy transport trucks stood pristine and untouched. The lorries were laden with military hardware, assault rifles, crates of ammunition, fuel drums, alongside massive stores of grain, tinned rations, medical kits, and dry goods. Is this my personal pocket space? Zion muttered, a slow grin spreading across his face. He climbed into the cab of his old rig, pulled a pack of cigarettes and a lighter from his tactical vest, and lit up. He took a deep drag, let the smoke curl into the air, and then tossed the stub aside. My girl is out there starving, he said to the quiet air. No time to lounge about. He vaulted into the back of a supply truck, swung a heavy sack of polished white rice onto his shoulder, and grabbed a dressed chicken along with a thick, marbled slab of fresh meat. Finally, he unholstered a sleek, heavy-duty semi-automatic pistol, checking the magazine before tucking it securely into his waistband. In an era of swords and bows, this little iron piece was absolute authority. Focusing his mind, Zion willed himself back. With a soft rush, the gray fog dissolved, and he was back in his dimly lit wooden cottage, holding the heavy haul of supplies. He smiled as he carried the food into the small, soot-stained kitchen. He could already imagine the look on Layla's face, though coming up with a plausible explanation for a dressed chicken and refined white rice in the middle of a famine was going to take some clever storytelling. Just as he set the meat and grain onto the low wooden table, the door creaked open. Layla stepped inside carrying a cracked earthen bowl containing barely 2 spoonfuls of coarse, yellowed rice husks. Seeing Zion standing by the hearth, she offered a sad, apologetic smile. Husband, this was all Bobby Camelli could spare. Her voice trailed off. Her gaze fell upon the kitchen table, and her frail body froze instantly. The clay bowl slipped from her fingers, shattering on the dirt floor as her eyes locked onto the mound of white grain and fresh meat. Is that chicken? She gasped, her voice trembling in absolute disbelief. Chapter 2, The Raid on Rory Graham. Layla stared at the table, her eyes wide with shock, her jaw practically on the floor. Forget eating meat, she had not even set eyes on a fresh slice in months. After a breathless silence, she finally stammered, husband, where on earth did this meat come from? Zion lied smoothly, while I was unconscious, a holy saint, appeared to me in a vision and bestowed it upon us. He pointed to the heavy sack resting by the doorway. Look, there's a whole sack of rice as well. Layla followed his finger. The novel weave of the sack looked strangely unfamiliar. Could a holy master truly have visited him? Where else could fine grain and fresh meat have come from in the middle of a famine? Seeing her bewildered look, Zion grabbed a kitchen knife and sliced the sack open, revealing gleaming, pearlescent white grains. Merciful heavens! Layla gasped, clapping a hand over her mouth. It's polished royal rice. In these dark times, common folk were lucky to chew on coarse chaff. Fine white rice was a luxury reserved strictly for wealthy zamindars and imperial lords. You must be famished, Layla, Zion said with a warm smile. I'll whip up a meal for us. The rich, savory aroma wafting from the meat made Layla's mouth water. Yet Zion's soft words touched something deep inside her. Her cold, bookish husband had truly changed. Still, the man had never set foot in a kitchen in his life. Letting him loose on such precious ingredients would be a criminal waste. "No, husband," she protested gently. "Your body is still weak. Go back and rest. I'll call you the moment it's ready." Zion's inherited body was indeed feeble, a scholar's frail frame that grew tired just standing up. "Fair enough," Zion chuckled. "But don't hold back. Cook a proper feast for us both." Layla nodded, her heart lighter than it had been in years as she set to work. Zion retreated to the bedroom and pulled the semi-automatic pistol from his belt. "Can I stash this back into the sanctuary?" he wondered. The moment the thought crossed his mind, the gun vanished from his palm. Zion blinked, then focused his thoughts again, willing the weapon back into his grip. Whoosh! The cool iron grip materialized in his hand instantly. A sly smirk spread across his lips. Pocket dimension storage combined with modern firepower was an absolute game-changer. Once he recovered his full strength, those local thugs who had beaten the scholar to a pulp were going to learn what high-velocity lead tasted like. And then there was Layla. Zion still found it baffling how cold the former scholar had been to such a sweet, loyal wife. In his memories, the idiot had vowed to avoid intimacy until he passed the Imperial Civil Service examinations and secured a magistrate's post. His logic? One more mouth meant one more bowl to fill. Trying to climb the imperial ladder in a collapsing empire was like buying a first-class ticket on a sinking ship. An hour later, Layla gently woke him. The rickety wooden dining table was laid out with a steaming pot of rich chicken broth, a platter of tender, slow-cooked meat, and bowls heaped with fragrant white rice. Simple, perhaps, by modern standards, but in the middle of a district-wide famine, it was a banquet fit for a king. They ate until they were stuffed. Halfway through, Layla licked a stray drop of gravy from her lip and looked up tentatively. "Husband, we have so much meat left over. Should I take a small portion over to Bobby Camelli?" Bobby Camelli was the widow who had dragged Zion out of the roadside brambles. Zion owed her his life, so he did not hesitate. "Of course. But if she asks where it came from, just tell her your family sent a care package from the market town." "I will," Layla agreed obediently. After finishing his meal, Zion collapsed back onto the mattress and fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. He woke as the sun dipped beneath the horizon. After another hearty meal, Zion felt his energy returning in full force. While Layla cleaned up in the kitchen, Zion quietly retrieved a tin of imported tea leaves and a pack of cigarettes from his pocket dimension. He leaned back against the porch railing, sipping hot tea and puffing away peacefully. It was quiet, but surprisingly pleasant. Then, the ground began to vibrate. A low, rhythmic thudding rolled through the quiet dusk, growing louder by the second, the sound of dozens of iron-shod hooves pounding against dirt. Zion straightened up, the cigarette dangling from his lips. Torches flared through the trees at the edge of the hamlet. A mounted warband, at least 20 or 30 men, was galloping straight into the village square. "Bandits," Zion thought, frowning. "Why raid Megbury? This place is dirt poor. What could they possibly want?" Then it hit him. Rory Graham. The village of widows. "Dirty bastards," Zion muttered. He dashed back inside the cottage. "Layla. Bandits are in the village. Barricade the front door and stay inside. I'm going out to check." Layla's face went chalk white, panic seizing her chest. "Husband, no. They're ruthless killers. We need to run." "Run where?" Zion said calmly. As a former mercenary, he had faced heavily armed warlords in active conflict zones. A dozen illiterate brigands on horseback did not even make his pulse spike. Besides, the original scholar's parents had been slaughtered by bandits. Dead or alive, these raiders were paying a debt tonight. "The pier taught me a few tricks while I was asleep," Zion said, placing a steady hand on her shoulder. "I can handle it. Just promise me, no matter what you hear out there, do not open that door." Once Layla bolted the heavy wooden latch behind him, Zion stepped into the dark shadows beside the cottage and vanished into his sanctuary. Seconds later, he reappeared holding an M16 assault rifle, a sidearm tucked in his waistband, and a 100-round drum magazine clipped into the receiver. One burst would shred them to ribbons. By now, the raiders had taken the central square. Doors were barred and shutters banged shut across the village as terrified families huddled inside. "Listen up, you miserable worms!" A burly bandit leader bellowed from atop his horse, brandishing a notched saber. "Bring out every scrap of food and coin you've got. And all the young women step outside right now. If you don't," he roared, "we'll burn this pit to the ground and slaughter every last one of you." Inside their thatched huts, the villagers trembled in terror. They knew there would be no mercy tonight. It was not that they lacked the will to fight, but the village was stripped of young men. Wars and forced labor drafts had taken every able-bodied youth, leaving behind only the elderly, women, and children. Widow Sakina's husband had fallen on the northern front. Half the women in Megbury had lost theirs to imperial conscription. Zion had only escaped because scholars were exempt from military service. When no one emerged, the bandit leader's patience wore thin. "I'll count to 3. His voice boomed through the quiet night. "If those doors don't open, we break them down and slaughter the lot of you. 1. 2. Inside their homes, villagers held their breath, tears streaming down their faces. Going out meant dishonor and death. Staying inside meant burning alive. Meanwhile, Zion slipped through the shadow of a low mud wall, circling around to the rear of the mounted gang. Listening to the leader's arrogant shouts, a cold smile curled his lips. "The louder you shout, mate," Zion whispered into the darkness, "the more lead you're going to swallow." Click-clack. Zion racked the bolt, stepped up onto the low wall, and raised the assault rifle to his shoulder. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Chapter 3, Night of Lead and Steel. The deafening roar of automatic fire shattered the quiet night, the sharp cracks echoing off the mud brick huts. 4 or 5 brigands shrieked in horror as heavy lead tore through bone and iron-bound leather, knocking them clean out of their saddles. They hit the dry dirt with sickening thuds, agonizing pain ripping through them before they could even comprehend what had happened. It was like being hit by a volley of heavy crossbow bolts, but with a terrifying, unnatural speed that defied reason. One raider turned, his eyes wide with horror as he caught sight of the orange tongue of muzzle flash spitting fire in the dark. "Bastard!" Someone screamed, but before the words could fully form, 3 more horsemen were ripped to shreds, tumbling into the dirt in a chorus of frantic wails. The surviving bandits hauled on their reins in a rage, swinging their mounts around. "Hack him to pieces!" Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. As another burst tore through the darkness, the raiders' fury dissolved into sheer, unadulterated terror. This was no man, it was a demon. Their own ruthless reputation was nothing more than child's play compared to the cold, thunderous slaughter unfolding before them. They scrambled to turn their horses and flee into the scrubland, but it was far too late. Within seconds, the thunder ceased. Not a single bandit remained mounted. Zion lowered the smoking barrel, a faint smirk tugging at his lips. He had not even burned through half of the 100-round drum, and the whole bloody lot of them were down. Over the mud walls, a handful of the bolder villagers had peered out into the square. What they had just witnessed left them entirely stunned. In the span of a dozen breaths, a single man had wiped out a ruthless warband that had terrorized the Pergana for years. It defied belief. To their eyes, he was not human at all. He was a divine force delivered by the heavens. Zion smoothly stashed the M16 back into his pocket dimension, stepped over the squirming bodies, and casually plucked a heavy, curved tulwar from the dust. He moved down the line, silently putting an end to any raider still drawing breath. Finally, he stopped beside the last survivor, who lay clutching a bleeding chest wound, his eyes wild with terror. "Which stronghold are you from?" Zion asked coolly, resting the bloody tip of the blade near the man's throat. Who, what are you?" The bandit gasped, coughing up red froth. Zion took a step closer, his eyes cold as ice. "Speak, or I'll carve you into fish bait." The raider scrambled backward in panic, dragging his legs through the dirt. "Don't come any closer. You can't kill me. If you do, our leader will bring the whole mountain down on this place. Your whole village will burn." "I asked for a name, not a sermon," Zion interrupted, his voice dropping an octave. The bandit shuddered, swallowing hard against the iron taste in his throat. Kala Pahar, we're from Kala Pahar stronghold. You don't know what you've done. Before he could finish, Zion brought the heavy blade down in a swift, clean arc, opening the man's neck. A moment later, torchlight flickered down the village path. Village elder Matabar Sunahar arrived at the scene, flanked by a handful of breathless villagers wielding pitchforks and heavy staves. The harsh red glow illuminated the carnage, painting the dirt red. When the light caught the figure standing among the corpses, the old leader froze. It was the young scholar. Zion. How in the world could it be him? A sickly, book-obsessed youth who spent his life shivering over parchment had just annihilated an entire bandit raiding party in the blink of an eye. The bandits had not even had the chance to draw their weapons. Matabar Sunahar stared, his jaw dropping so low it looked as if it might unhinge entirely. Zion? Is that really you? The surrounding villagers were struck mute, their eyes darting between the dead raiders and the pale scholar standing over them. Zion tossed the heavy saber into the dirt and wiped his hands on his trousers, offering a calm, reassuring smile. It's me, Matabar Sahib. The old elder looked from Zion to the corpses lying in pools of blood, his weathered face pale with shock. You were in a coma only this morning. In the name of the Almighty, how did you do this? Zion knew explaining modern firearms and spatial dimensions to medieval peasants would take until dawn, so he smoothly steered the conversation away. Matabar Sahib, do you know the way to Kala Pahar stronghold? The old man gasped, his face draining of what little color remained. Kala Pahar? You're saying, these men were from Kala Pahar? Zion nodded. God preserve us. The Matabar slapped his thigh in sheer panic, trembling where he stood. If these scum were Kala Pahar men, the main warband will come back for blood. They'll burn Megbury to ashes. Not a single soul will be left alive. What are we going to do? The surrounding villagers began to panic, murmuring in terrified tones. Matabar Sahib, we must ride to the district magistrate. We need to report this to the imperial garrison. One man urged. Yes. Report it to the garrison. Elder Sunahar shook his head, placing his hands behind his back as he let out a heavy, defeated sigh. Reporting it won't save us. Supposing the soldiers come tomorrow, what happens when they march back to town? The Imperial Guard won't protect a village of widows forever. Besides, if the garrison had the stomach to wipe out Kala Pahar, would those bastards still be ruling the hills today? He trailed off, his eyes dark with helplessness. Deep down, he knew the cruel truth. If Zion had not slaughtered these raiders tonight, half the women in Megbury would already be dead or dragged off into the mountains. Zion agreed with the old man's logic. Leaving a nest of hornets alive was suicide. If you wanted to sleep peacefully, you had to burn the hive to the ground. He caught the Matabar by the elbow and pulled him slightly aside. Elder, just tell me how to find Kala Pahar fort. I'll take care of the rest. Matabar Sunahar's brow furrowed into deep, troubled lines. Zion, what on earth are you talking about? Just give me the directions, Matabar Sahib. I have my ways. The old man stared at him as if he had lost his sanity entirely. You aren't suggesting you mean to march up Kala Pahar yourself, are you? Zion chuckled softly, gesturing toward the dozen corpses scattered across the square. Look around, elder. I handled this lot well enough, didn't I? Seeing the scholar's calm confidence, Matabar Sunahar felt entirely out of his depth. Logical or not, the dead men lying at his feet were cold, hard proof. Once he had extracted the general route through the southern foothills, Zion turned to face the old man with a sharp, commanding look. Elder, make sure the villagers keep their mouths shut about tonight. Not a word to anyone outside Megbury. Zion had no desire to draw the attention of the imperial magistrate or rival warlords just yet. Quiet efficiency was far safer. Matabar Sunahar nodded solemnly. Naturally. Not a word leaves this village. I'll have the men drag these bodies up to the high ridge, dig a pit, and bury them before sunrise. Zion selected a sturdy, well-bred white stallion from the bandits' mounts, took the reins, and headed back toward his cottage. Inside, Layla was beside herself with anxiety, pacing the small room. Seeing Zion walk through the door unhurt, the heavy knot in her chest finally unraveled. Yet her eyes were full of bewildered wonder. "Husband." "I heard terrible cracks out there, like sharp bursts of thunder." "What happened?" "Have the bandits fled?" "I killed them all," Zion replied simply. Layla gasped, her hands flying to her mouth, her eyes wide under the flickering oil lamp. Could it really be true? Had a holy peer truly blessed him with power? When Zion picked up his cloak and announced he was heading out again, panic seized her once more. "Husband, you can't go. You're a scholar, not a warrior. How can you face a mountain of bandits alone? The night roads are crawling with wild beasts, you're walking straight into your own grave." Zion knew he had no choice. In his line of work, you did not wait for the enemy to gather their strength. It was always better to strike first and strike hard. "Rest easy, Layla," Zion said, stepping close and cupping her face in his hands. "Your husband will be back before you know it." "I'm frightened to stay here alone," she whimpered softly, tears glistening in her eyes. Zion smiled gently. He slid his hands down to her slender waist, pulled her close, and pressed a firm, tender kiss onto her lips. Layla's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant, her breath hitching in her throat. "Just, please be careful," she whispered softly, her resistance melting away. Zion nodded, turned on his heel, and stepped out into the crisp night air. Truth be told, he would have loved nothing more than to stay behind and test the durability of the ancient wooden bed, but business came first. Once clear of the village outskirts, Zion tied the white stallion to a roadside tamarind tree. Layla's warning about wild beasts had not been idle chatter. The mountain passes were notorious for wolves and leopards. He needed proper gear. With a shift of his mind, he slipped into his pocket dimension. He stripped off his scholar's robes and donned full tactical military apparel, a Kevlar bulletproof vest, heavy combat boots, and a tactical helmet fitted with a high-lumen night vision lamp. You could gamble on many things in life, but never on your own survival. Being over-prepared was the only way to stay alive. Suitably geared up, Zion stepped back out into the real world, untied the stallion, and mounted up. Modern military gear made a world of difference. The bright beam from his helmet light illuminated the path ahead, giving his horse clear sight of the rocky trail. Still, after an hour of trotting along the uneven terrain, his backside was raw and aching from the primitive saddle. A whoa! A blood-curdling howl cut through the silence of the hills. Zion reined in the horse as dark, sleek shapes emerged from the tree-line along the ridge. Rustling leaves and low, guttural snarls echoed from the bushes surrounding the trail. Bloody hell, Zion thought, unholstering his sidearm. Wolves. Chapter 4, The Raid on Kala Pahar. Zion shook his head, thoroughly unimpressed. Engaging a pack of wild animals in the dead of night was the absolute last thing he wanted to do. Ammunition was a finite resource in this era. Every bullet expended was a round he could never replace. His stockpiles were worth more than gold, and spraying lead at mangy wolves felt like burning cash to keep warm. A whoa! Another piercing howl echoed down the ridge, sending a cold chill through the darkness. The shadows along the hillside moved with frightening speed, closing the distance between the trees and the narrow dirt trail. Without warning, a massive gray wolf burst from the thicket, its jaws snapped wide as it leaped straight for the stallion's throat. Zion's brow furrowed. His hand flashed to his hip, drawing the sidearm and pulling the trigger in one fluid motion. Bang! The sharp crack shattered the quiet night. The beast dropped mid-air, its skull shattered as it hit the earth with a limp thud. Seeing their pack mate collapse in a pool of blood, the remaining wolves bared their dripping fangs and charged in a frantic gray wave. "Barmy bastards," Zion spat. He drew his rifle, thumbed the selector switch to full auto, and opened fire. Bang! 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 Wolves tumbled onto the dirt trail, their whimpers cut short by lead, yet the pack refused to break. Driven mad by hunger, more shadows surged down the hill to join the fray. In less than 2 minutes, Zion felt the heavy weight of his first drum magazine empty out. The loss made his chest ache. Bloody hell! What a complete waste of ammo! Reaching into his tactical vest, he unclipped 2 frag grenades, pulled the pins with his teeth, and tossed them, one ahead, one behind. He slapped a fresh 100-round drum into the receiver with a heavy clack. Boom! Boom! Twin plumes of orange flame tore through the brush, the deafening concussive blasts rattling the surrounding trees. The pack had never experienced anything resembling high explosives. Terrified by the fire and thunder, the surviving wolves skidded to a halt, whining and snarling as dirt showered down around them. Through the clearing smoke, a beast nearly the size of a calf stepped forward. Its eyes glowed an eerie yellow in the darkness, its coarse fur matted with dried blood. It let out a low, terrifying growl before springing straight at Zion. The alpha, Zion thought. Rat-tat-tat-tat. A short burst caught the giant beast squarely in mid-flight. It hit the ground with a wet thump, letting out a pitiful, dog-like whine before going stiff. Seeing their leader cut down so effortlessly, the remaining pack tucked their tails between their legs and vanished back into the scrubland, their terrified yelps fading into the distance. Zion let out a slow, heavy breath. He reached into his vest, pulled out a cigarette, flicked his lighter, and inhaled deeply. Smoke curled from his lips as he surveyed the trail. Looking down at the scattered carcasses, a thought struck him. Wolf meat was notoriously tough and stringy, but in the middle of a district-wide famine, protein was protein. Besides, his pocket dimension had infinite capacity and froze time completely. Spoilage would never be an issue. He dismounted, walked along the path, and swept 40-odd wolf carcasses into his storage space with a single thought. An hour later, Zion reached the base of Kala Pahar, the infamous Black Mountain. As he prepared to tether his horse in a dense thicket, he hesitated. Leaving a fine warhorse tied to a tree in a forest crawling with predators was asking for trouble. A good horse in this province was worth 30 silver takas, more than an average peasant family earned in 2 full years. Can I store living creatures inside the pocket dimension? It was worth a test. Zion slapped the stallion's flank gently and willed it into the sanctuary. Whoosh! The horse vanished from the trail instantly. Proper brilliant, Zion muttered, a wide grin breaking across his face. He checked his mental inventory. Inside the gray void, the stallion stood completely frozen, its hooves suspended mid-step, its mane static in the air. The dimension was stuck in absolute stasis. Time simply did not pass inside. Pleased with the discovery, Zion clicked off his helmet light, adjusted his vest, and began his ascent on foot. 10 minutes of quiet climbing brought him to the perimeter of Kala Pahar Fort. The stronghold was impressive. Its main wall towered 6 meters high, constructed from heavy timber and rough-hewn stone. Steeps, jagged cliffs flanked both sides, creating a natural choke point that made a direct frontal assault suicidal. Blowing the main gate open with explosives was an option, but the racket would alert the entire warband. If the leaders escaped into the surrounding mountain passes, Zion would be spending the next 6 months looking over his shoulder. He paused, observing the gatehouse through the gloom. Only 3 guards were posted along the upper walkway, leaning lazily against their spears. Slipping back into his spatial dimension, Zion retrieved a length of high-strength tactical rope and a heavy steel grappling hook. He attached a suppressor to his pistol, screwed another onto the barrel of his rifle, and strapped the gear tight. He crept up to the blind spot below the timber wall, swung the hook, and tossed it upward. Thwack! The padded hook caught firmly on the wooden parapet. Though his new body was far frailier than his old mercenary frame, Zion gritted his teeth and hauled himself up foot by foot until he rolled silently over the timber ledge. Before the 3 guards could even turn their heads, Zion raised his suppressed pistol. Puffed. 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 3 quick rounds to the head sent the sentries straight to the afterlife without a sound. Zion caught the last body before it hit the floorboards, lowered it softly, and glided into the inner compound. Meanwhile, deep inside the fort's main hall, Chief Kala Kadir and his top lieutenants were sitting around a low table, drinking rice wine and tearing into roasted mutton. "Fourth brother has been gone a long time," Kadir muttered, wiping grease from his thick beard. "What's keeping them in Megbury?" His second-in-command chuckled, taking a deep gulp from his clay cup. "Relax, Chief. It's just a village of helpless widows and decrepit old men. Fourth brother is probably picking out the prettiest girls right now. They'll be riding back loaded with loot any minute." "Aye. Another lieutenant laughed. Chief gets first pick, as always. A junior captain looked up nervously. Chief, raiding so close to the main road, won't the imperial magistrate send the garrison after us? Kala Kadir scoffed, spitting a fragment of bone onto the stone floor. The magistrate? That corrupt fool wouldn't leave his harem if his own court caught fire. The empire is crumbling, boys. Grain is scarce, gold is scarcer, and women are the finest currency left. Stockpile all three, and we'll rule this entire Pargana. The lieutenants cheered, banging their wooden mugs against the table. Chief speaks the truth. Boss knows best. Chief. The heavy oak doors of the hall slammed open, shattering the festive mood. A panicked bandit stumbled inside, his face pale as chalk, blood dripping from a gash on his arm. Chief. It's disaster. Someone's inside the fort. Half the courtyard guards are dead. Kala Kadir leaped to his feet, his hand flying to the heavy broadsword resting beside his chair. What nonsense are you spewing? Kala Pahar is an iron fortress. How could anyone slip past the gates without making a sound? I didn't hear a thing, boss. The bandit stammered, his knees shaking violently. Whoever it is, he's using black magic. He points a short metal tube, a tiny flash appears, and the lads just drop dead. Kadir's brow knitted into a fierce scowl. How many men did the magistrate send? The bandit swallowed hard, his eyes wide with sheer horror. It's not an army, Chief. It's just one man. The hall went dead silent. A single man storming Kala Pahar Fort? Was he a warlord? A demon? Before anyone could answer, a chaotic wave of screams tore through the outer courtyard. Run! Run for your lives. He's a monster. Kala Kadir's blood ran cold. He yanked his broadsword from its scabbard and marched toward the entrance, his lieutenants falling in behind him with drawn blades. As he kicked open the main doors, a horrific scene met his eyes. Dozens of his hardened raiders were sprinting toward the hall in absolute blind panic, dropping like felled timber with every step. Behind them stood a solitary figure dressed in strange, dark garments, holding an iron weapon that spat suppressed tongues of flame into the night. The rhythmic, muffled cracks were eerie, cutting down hardened killers as if they were nothing more than straw targets. Kala Kadir stood frozen, his mind refusing to process the horror unfolding before him. One man was chasing down an entire warband, slaughtering them with terrifying, effortless speed. Useless scum! Kadir roared, his veins bulging with fury as he raised his sword. All of you, attack! Cut him to ribbons. Chapter 5. The Spoils of War. Kala Kadir had barely taken 3 steps out of the hall before he stumbled over a bandit lying in a pool of dark blood. Though the hole in the man's chest was small, the sight of his torn flesh made the chief wince. Curse it! Kadir spat, his blood running cold. We can't even get within arm's reach of him. Puffed. 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 A whisper-quiet volley shattered the air, and Kadir's second-in-command, standing right beside him, let out a wet, gargling gasp. Brother, ugh. The man clutched his chest in disbelief, staggered 2 steps, and collapsed into the dirt, his eyes wide in sudden death. Kadir's pupils dilated in absolute terror. Forgetting the men behind him, he scrambled backward into the hall, slammed the thick timber doors shut, and threw the iron bar into place. Zion strode across the courtyard, his boots crunching on loose gravel, and stopped a few paces from the heavy entrance. He glanced at the solid wood doors and smiled grimly. Expecting me to burst through so you can pin me with arrows, are you? He unclipped an explosive grenade from his vest, pulled the pin, and tossed it against the base of the doors. Boom! A cloud of dark smoke erupted into the air as the wooden doors shattered into splinters. Inside, the surviving lieutenants panicked, shrieking as wood fragments showered over them. Hold fast! Hold fast! Kadir roared, his voice cracking with fear. The moment his head comes through that gap, loose your arrows. Standing safely behind the doorframe, Zion unclipped 2 more grenades, pulled the pins, and rolled them across the stone floor. Clack, clack. The bandits stared down at the two dark metal cylinders resting at their feet. For a second, no one moved. Then sheer instinct kicked in, and they scrambled backward in a mad panic. They were far too slow. Boom. Boom. Twin explosions tore through the hall, filling the enclosed space with concussive shockwaves and shrapnel. Shrieks of agony echoed off the stone walls. My eyes. Merciful heavens, my eyes, my stomach. I'm hit. Zion stepped through the smoking doorway, raising his assault rifle. He moved through the hall with cold, methodical precision, putting a round into every target that moved, whether lieutenant or lackey. Within 2 minutes, the stronghold was dead silent. Zion lowered his rifle, wiping sweat from his brow. A sudden thought struck him, and he sighed with mild regret. Daft of me not to leave one alive to show me where they hid the loot. While he had unlimited modern provisions in his pocket dimension, his cottage was still bare. Gold and silver were essential for moving freely in the Empire. A man needed proper coin to live well. He spent the next half hour searching the compound, finally uncovering a hidden cellar beneath the chief's quarters. Inside sat a small iron chest containing several pure gold ingots and over 1,000 silver takas. Beside it rested 3 large wooden trunks packed to the brim with heavy copper coins, along with a velvet pouch filled with stolen jewelry, jade trinkets, and uncut stones. For an ordinary villager, it was a staggering fortune. Zion swept the entire treasure hoard into his spatial dimension with a single thought. Then he cleared out the storerooms, taking dozens of sacks of grain, bundles of horse feed, and 20 fine mounts from the stables. He leaned against a stone pillar, lit a cigarette, and took a long, deep drag, his lungs burning pleasantly. Bloody hell, I'm knackered. As his gaze swept over the bloody courtyard, he remembered one final detail: the weapons. Leaving 200 steel swords, spears, and longbows behind meant another band of raiders could simply walk in and rearm themselves. Stashing them in his dimension cost him nothing, and they might prove useful later. Setting his fatigue aside, he went into full salvage mode, sweeping every weapon into his void space. It was the first time Zion had ever found looting exhausting. If not for the instantaneous storage of his pocket dimension, he would have abandoned the iron halfway through. Before descending the mountain, he tossed a lit torch onto the thatch roof of the main hall, watching the stronghold burn behind him. Once past the perimeter gate, he summoned his white stallion from the void. The horse materialized in mid-stride, lively and unbothered. By the time Zion trotted back into Megbury village, the horizon was glowing with the soft hues of dawn. Inside the small cottage, Layla had spent the entire night pacing and waiting, eventually collapsing asleep on a wooden chair in the front room. The soft knock at the door startled her awake. She blinked against the morning light, her heart leaping into her throat. Husband? She scrambled to her feet and yanked the heavy door open. Seeing Zion standing on the porch completely unscathed, a wave of overwhelming relief washed over her. Husband. I was terrified you wouldn't come back. She burst into tears, sobbing uncontrollably as she buried her face in his chest. Dry your tears, love, Zion chuckled gently, stroking her hair. Look at me. I'm right here, completely sound. Layla wiped her eyes, hurried to fetch a basin of warm water to wash his face and feet, and fussed over him until he climbed into bed. Exhausted from a night of continuous warfare, Zion fell into a deep, dreamless sleep. He slept straight through to noon, waking with a roaring appetite. He was halfway through a massive bowl of rice and stew when Mataber Sunahar knocked on the doorframe. The old man stepped inside, his eyes darting nervously around the kitchen before settling on Zion. Zion, did you truly ride up to Kala Pahar last night? Zion swallowed his food and nodded casually. I paid them a visit. And Mataber Sunahar's breath caught in his throat, his brow furrowed as he waited for the verdict. You can rest easy, elder, Zion said smoothly, taking a sip of water. Kala Pahar won't be bothering Megbury ever again. Not now, not ever. The old leader stared at him, unable to fully wrap his mind around the claim. How could a lone, frail scholar dismantle an entire warband of hardened killers in a single night? Yet after the slaughter in the village square, he knew the young man was no ordinary scholar. Deciding it was best not to pry into supernatural matters, Matabar Sunahar cleared his throat and shifted the subject. Zion. I dropped by earlier this morning, but your wife mentioned you were resting. There's another matter we need to discuss. Seeing the hesitation on the old man's face, Zion set his bowl down. Speak your mind, Matabar Sahib. Well, it's like this, the elder began, fidgeting with his sleeves. Those 20 horses the bandits left behind last night. The villagers are completely destitute, Zion. Some families haven't seen a scrap of meat or a proper handful of grain in months. So, we took the mounts into the market town and sold them. He unclipped a small cloth pouch from his waist and placed it gently on the table. I distributed half the silver among the village households, and this half belongs to you. Please, take it. In the old man's mind, since they had already incurred the wrath of Kala Pahar, he wanted his people to die with full bellies. Who knew how many peaceful days were left in this wretched world? Zion frowned slightly, though not because of the money. As a modern soldier with a pocket dimension stocked with high-grade supplies, a handful of silver coins meant very little to him. Besides, the villagers had taken care of his frail body before his soul arrived, so he did not begrudge them a share. What concerned him was the risk. Selling 20 warhorses all at once in a rural district was bound to attract unwanted attention. He was not yet ready to deal with regional warlords or imperial tax collectors. He looked at the Matabar. When you sold the horses, did you sell them all to one trader? Matabar Sunahar shook his head quickly. No. I'm not that foolish, lad. We split them up, 2 here, 3 there, across 4 different livestock merchants in the town. Good, Zion nodded, relieved. That was sensible. Right then, the old man said, standing up. I've delivered your share, so I'll leave you to your meal. Once the Matabar had departed, Layla stepped out from the kitchen. Zion looked at her faded, rough-woven tunic, patched dozens of times over the years, and felt a quiet pang of sympathy. He offered her a warm smile. Come along, Layla. Pack a small basket. We're going to Dakshinpur city. Layla's eyes went wide. She had lived her entire life in the countryside. The furthest she had ever traveled was the local weekly market. The regional capital? Husband, whatever for, to stretch our legs, Zion laughed. And to buy you some proper clothes. The excitement in her eyes flickered out, replaced by immediate worry. Buy clothes? But husband, we haven't a single copper coin to our name. How can we afford fine cloth? Zion chuckled, scooped up the cloth pouch left by the Matabar, and tossed it gently in his palm. We have money now, my sweet. From today on, we're not going hungry, and we're certainly not dressing in rags. Go on, get ready. As he spoke, Zion slipped the pouch into his broad sleeve, letting it drop straight into his spatial dimension. A handful of silver was small change to him now. Layla stared at the pouch, her mind spinning at the sheer luxury of having silver in the house. But then another thought struck her, and her face fell. Husband, the highway isn't safe, she whispered anxiously. There are bandits and deserters everywhere. Perhaps we shouldn't go. Nonsense, Zion said, patting his chest with a confident smirk. The holy saint who blessed me didn't just give me rice, he gave me the means to keep us safe. Trust me, Layla. No one is touching a hair on your head. Chapter 6, The Twin Sisters. Before long, the two of them set off together on the white stallion. Husband, this is my first time riding a horse, Layla murmured softly, her cheeks flushing deep crimson as she held tight to him. Get used to it, love, Zion chuckled, holding the reins securely around her waist. In the future, you'll be riding every single day. Riding through the daytime, and, well, riding through the night as well. Through the night? Layla frowned in innocent confusion. Zion smiled cheekily without explaining further. A scholar was entitled to his secrets. Once they cleared the village perimeter, Zion's hands began to wander slightly. In his past life, driving a fast tactical rig left both hands glued to the wheel, but riding double on a fine mount had its own distinct perks. Besides, there were no ditches to crash into out here on the open trail. Husband, please, stop it, Layla whispered, squirming shyly against his chest. What if someone sees us? I'd die of shame. Right, Zion agreed with a dry laugh, pulling his hands back to the reins. She was his wedded wife anyway. There would be plenty of time for intimacy once they were safely behind closed doors. They trotted into the nearby market town first. Zion dropped by a small tea stall run by his old acquaintance, Tariq, handing over 200 copper poishes to clear the debt the previous scholar had taken out just before his beating. From there, they pushed on to Dakshinpur city. Stepping through the grand stone gates of the regional capital, Layla's jaw dropped. She had never seen such bustling crowds or towering archways. Her eyes darted everywhere, unable to take it all in. Yet beneath the city's vibrant surface lay the harsh reality of the times. Dirty, ragged refugees huddled against the stone walls of the main thoroughfare, begging for scraps. Looking at them, Layla felt a sudden, profound wave of gratitude. She had survived the worst of her own ordeal, and with Zion by her side, life was finally looking up. Husband, she whispered curiously, are there always so many beggars in the city? Famine and corruption go hand in hand, Zion replied quietly. If things keep going the way they are, there'll be twice as many by summer. He led her away from the crowded main drag and into an upscale clothing merchant's shop. Surrounded by racks of vibrant silks and embroidered fabrics, Layla stood frozen, terrified to touch anything. When she leaned over to ask the shopkeeper about the prices, she recoiled in horror. 3 silver takas for a single robe. 2 takas for a shawl. Even the simplest cotton tunic cost a whole silver piece. Having spent years counting copper poishes, the idea of spending such sums on clothes felt positively sinful. Pick whichever ones you like, Layla, Zion said softly, resting a warm hand on her shoulder. If you fancy it, we're taking it. Husband, let's just go, Layla pleaded in a hushed whisper. It's far too dear. Don't worry about the silver, Zion laughed gently. Buy whatever catches your eye. When it comes to dressing my wife properly, money is no object. A tender warmth bloomed in Layla's chest. In the end, she picked out 2 exquisite outfits for herself, as well as 2 sturdy cotton tunics for Bobby Camelli back in the village. They used the tailor's private fitting room to change out of their worn, dusty rags on the spot. Zion stepped out dressed in a crisp, dark silk robe, looking every inch a wealthy gentleman of leisure. His sharp posture and clean trim completely transformed his image. But when Layla emerged, Zion's breath caught in his throat. She looked completely unrecognizable, not a trace of the frail village girl remained. She wore a delicate, light pink long dress with a crossed collar, fashioned from smooth, flowing silk that draped gracefully over her frame. She looked like a fairy straight out of a classic painting, the tailored cut outlining her slender, delicate waist. Fine clothes really did make all the difference. While she was still a bit petite around the chest, Zion knew a few months of heavy meals and proper nutrition would sort that out easily enough. Satisfied, Zion led her to a nearby jeweler's stall and bought a set of silver hairpins and carved wooden combs to complete the look. She now possessed the quiet elegance of a young noblewoman. Husband, we ought to head back soon, Layla said anxiously as they walked down the stone street. If dusk falls and we run into those market thugs again, Zion smiled. Truth be told, he was almost hoping those thugs would show their faces so he could test his sidearm on them. We've only just arrived, love, he replied pleasantly. Let's enjoy ourselves. If it gets too late, we'll simply check into an inn for the night. Stay at an inn? But that will cost extra silver. Relax. Your husband can afford a room, Layla sighed softly, giving up the argument. As they strolled further along the avenue, they noticed a dense circle of townsfolk gathered by the roadside, pointing and whispering among themselves. Curious, Zion led the white stallion over to investigate. In the middle of the pavement kneeled 2 young girls, heads bowed, holding a crude wooden placard that read, "Selling ourselves into service to bury our father." Behind them lay a body shrouded in a frayed reed mat. 2 blackened, stiff feet protruded from beneath the cover, surrounded by a swarm of buzzing flies. A faint, sickening stench was already drifting into the air. Zion raised an eyebrow. It was a scene straight out of an old historical drama. In times of chaos and famine, proper burials were a luxury few could afford. The two girls were thin, pale, and clearly malnourished, yet their facial features were striking and delicately formed. Zion stroked his chin thoughtfully. Feeding 2 more mouths was a trivial matter for him now, and having extra hands around the cottage would take the heavy burden of daily chores off Layla's shoulders. Beside him, Layla caught the look in his eyes and seemed to read his thoughts instantly. She parted her lips softly. "Husband, if we can spare the silver, perhaps we should help them? The spare room at the back of our cottage can easily be cleared out for them." Zion coughed lightly, caught off guard. "Blimey, does she read minds now? Well, I was merely thinking that a pair of housemaids would leave you with far less work to worry about. Don't you think?" Layla nodded with a knowing smile. "Of course, husband." Noticing someone stepping closer, the 2 kneeling girls looked up, their large, watery eyes filled with quiet desperation. Up close, Zion realized their faces were virtually identical. "Twins, young master," one of the sisters whimpered, her voice trembling as tears welled in her eyes. "Please show mercy. Help us bury our father, and my sister and I will serve as your bound maidservants for life. We will do any work you ask of us." Zion looked at the pair and offered a reassuring nod. "Get up. I'll take care of it." "Thank you, young master." "Thank you, lady." The twin sisters burst into tears of overwhelming gratitude, bowing their heads repeatedly to the stone cobbles. Not only could they give their father a proper burial, but they had also found a master who looked kind, handsome, and well-to-do. Seeing the deal struck, the surrounding crowd began to disperse, though a few cynical onlookers muttered under their breath, "Taking in 2 more mouths during a drought? He's asking for ruin. Look at how skinny they are, they won't last a month of heavy labor. Come on, move along, nothing left to see." Chapter 7, Reckoning on the Highway. Zion sneered under his breath, paying no heed to the snide remarks drifting past like dust on the wind. Bitter men always cried sour grapes when another man succeeded. He immediately set about making proper funeral arrangements for the sisters' deceased father. He engaged a team of grave diggers, purchased a burial plot in a quiet maqbara on the city outskirts, brought in a respected maulana to oversee the funerary rites, and bought a sturdy wooden casket and shroud. He paid for ritual washing and hired local pallbearers to ensure the old man was laid to rest with full dignity. The thorough, respectful handling of the whole affair moved the twin sisters to tears. They had expected a quick, nameless pit, not a formal, honorable burial. By the time the last prayers were spoken, dusk was settling over Dakshinpur city. Zion led the 3 women to a grand sarai near the market square. The innkeeper, spotting Zion's fine silk robes, scurried forward with a beaming smile. "Welcome, Sahib. Are you seeking a warm meal or lodgings for the night?" "A private dining room for 4, and 2 of your finest guest rooms," Zion instructed smoothly. The twins exchanged surprised glances. Their new master was not a local city gentleman, then. The host bowed low and escorted them up a polished wooden staircase into an elegantly furnished private room. Once the food was ordered, Zion noticed Farhana and Samira standing stiffly by the doorway, hands clasped nervously in front of their tunics. "Sit down, both of you," Zion said, gesturing to the cushioned chairs. Farhana bit her lower lip, bowing her head. "Young master, we are bound maidservants. It is not fitting for us to sit at the same table." Zion couldn't help but chuckle. Though he occupied a scholar's body, his mind belonged to a modern age where such feudal nonsense held no weight. "Silly girls, how do you expect to eat standing up? Sit down, quickly." Hesitantly, the sisters pulled out 2 chairs and sat on the edge of their seats. Though terribly shy, their eyes shone with deep warmth and gratitude. "I realized I haven't properly learned your names yet," Zion said, pouring himself a cup of spiced tea. "Introduce yourselves." The older twin bowed slightly. Replying to young master, "My name is Farhana. I am 18. And I am Samira, young master," the younger one added softly. Zion looked at them closely under the lantern light. Up close, subtle differences emerged. Samira was slightly fuller in the bust, while Farhana possessed fuller, more expressive lips. What did your family do before all this? Zion asked curiously. Farhana's eyes grew misty. Our father was a caravan guard, Sahib. Over a year ago, his escort was ambushed by bandits from Pagla Pahar stronghold. He was severely wounded and left bedridden. We sold our house and every scrap of copper we owned to pay the cabbage for medicine, but, in the end, we had nothing left. Tears spilled down her cheeks, soaking her collar. Beside her, Samira sniffled softly, wiping her eyes with her sleeve. No more tears, Zion said gently, his voice firm and steady. So long as I have a roof over my head and food on my plate, neither of you will ever go hungry again. Beside him, Layla nodded solemnly in agreement. The twin sisters looked at him as if he were a saint descended from the heavens. Thank you, young master. Thank you, lady. Retiring to his guest room, Zion collapsed onto the soft mattress and was asleep within minutes. The next morning, noticing the sisters were still dressed in threadbare, dusty clothes, Zion took them straight to a merchant's shop and bought them 2 sets of fine cotton dresses. Farhana's hands trembled as she stroked the smooth fabric. She had never dreamed she would wear the same quality of cloth as a gentleman's wife. Do either of you know how to ride a horse? Zion asked as they stepped back into the street. Yes, young master, Farhana replied softly. Our father trained us in martial arts and horse riding from the time we were children. Zion paused, staring at them in pleasant surprise. You know martial arts? Farhana looked down modestly. Only the basics, Sahib. Simple staff work and defensive maneuvers, nothing remarkable. Zion's smile widened. Whether they were master duelists or not, having housemaids who could swing a staff and defend the cottage was an absolute jackpot. Right. Wait for me here. Zion strolled down the avenue until he found a quiet, deserted alleyway behind a row of warehouses. Ensuring no one was watching, he wheeled a mount out from his spatial dimension. Whoosh! A sleek black stallion materialized in the alley. Zion inspected the beast. Despite spending over 30 hours suspended in spatial stasis, it was completely unharmed and energetic, snorting softly as it adjusted to the sudden change in light. When Zion returned leading the black stallion by the reins, Layla stared in complete disbelief, shaking her head. She assumed he had just squandered another small mountain of silver to buy a second horse. Here, Zion said, handing the reins to Farhana. This mount is for you too. Farhana blinked in shock. Why, young master, for us. Go on, take it, Zion smiled. Thank you, young master. Farhana took the leather straps, her heart swelling with gratitude once more. And so, with 2 fine horses and 4 riders, they departed Dakshinpur city and took the dusty highway toward Meghbury village. Zion rode as before, sitting behind Layla with his hand resting comfortably on her thigh. Layla flushed, completely exasperated by his persistent wandering hands, wondering where he got all his energy after complaining of exhaustion the previous night. Truth was, Zion had been genuinely worn out by 2 back-to-back night raids. Otherwise, the inn's sturdy wooden bed would have been tested thoroughly. As they cleared the market town and entered a wooded bend along the dirt highway, 4 men suddenly stepped out from the thicket, barring the road with heavy wooden cudgels. Husband! Layla gasped, her body going tense. Are those highwaymen? Relax, love, Zion replied calmly. I've got it handled. As they drew closer, Zion's eyes narrowed, a cold smirk spreading across his face. He recognized them instantly. These were the exact same market hooligans who had beaten the previous scholar half to death and stolen his life-saving money. Well, Zion thought. What a delightful coincidence. The thugs were grinning like hyenas, their eyes roving greedily over the 2 fine horses and 3 young women. Well, look here. One of the thugs barked, bursting into loud laughter. I knew that mug looked familiar. It's the little scholar fool from 2 days ago. Ha ha ha. Look at you now, lad, fine silk robes, 2 horses, and 3 absolute beauties. You've brought your grandfathers a proper feast. The others joined in, chuckling menacingly. Listen here, scholar, the bearded leader sneered, resting his heavy iron-bound cudgel against his shoulder. Your grandfathers are feeling merciful today. Leave the horses and the 3 girls behind, and we might let you crawl home with your skin intact. Zion's lips curled into a dry grin. He swung his leg over the saddle and dismounted calmly. Husband, no. Layla cried, her face draining of color. Farhana and Samira had expected Zion to turn the stallion around and flee, but seeing him step down, they immediately vaulted off their mount and stepped in front of him, raising their fists in a martial guard. Young master, take the lady and ride. Farhana declared sharply, her eyes locked on the thugs. We'll hold them off. Zion felt a warm pang in his chest. Proper brave lasses. The silver was definitely well spent. Still, he was a man armed with modern gunpowder. He hardly needed two teenage girls to fight his battles. He patted both sisters gently on the shoulder, stepping past them with a reassuring smirk. At the same time, he slid his right hand into his broad, flowing silk sleeve and summoned his semi-automatic pistol from his spatial dimension. Click-clack. Inside the dark cloth, his fingers racked the slide smoothly. Zion raised his arm, pointing the hidden barrel straight at the bearded leader's forehead. Bang! Chapter 8, A Scholar's Fortune. The surviving three thugs stood frozen, staring in sheer disbelief at their bearded leader sprawling on the dirt with wide, lifeless eyes. Just like that? Dead? Before the thought could fully form, Zion squeezed the trigger 3 more times in rapid succession. Bang! 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 3 muffled cracks, 3 more bodies dropping limp onto the dusty track. Layla and the twin sisters stood rooted to the spot, jaws dropped in absolute shock. It felt utterly surreal. For dangerous, club-wielding thugs had been cut down in the blink of an eye. Layla was the first to recover. It must be the peer's blessing, she thought to herself. How else could a feeble scholar slay 4 men without even drawing a blade? The bandits who attacked the village 2 nights ago must have met the exact same fate. Farhana plucked up her courage and approached the scene, eyeing the corpses before glancing back at Zion's hands. She saw nothing. No bow, no blade, no throwing stars. It was terrifyingly strange. Young master. She whispered, her voice trembling slightly. What manner of weapon was that? Zion offered a casual smile. Just a specialized hidden weapon. Quite swift, wouldn't you say? Farhana nodded fervently. Young master is truly formidable. Right, time to head home, Zion said, then paused as a thought struck him. Ah, hold on, strip their pockets for any silver, then drag the carcasses off into the trees. Waste not, want not. Even a small copper piece was worth salvaging. Farhana complied immediately, searching the pockets. She noted a neat, bloody hole in each man's forehead, though she couldn't fathom what kind of projectile had caused it. Could it truly be some unknown form of iron needle? She wondered. When the 4 of them trotted back into Megbury village, the local gossips spotted them almost immediately. Within half an hour, word spread like wildfire through Rory Graham. The young scholar had returned from the city with 2 concubines in tow. Since the founding of Megbury, no man had ever brought home a secondary wife, let alone 2 at once. It was the absolute scandal of the season. The village women wagged their tongues, whispering behind their palms. How on earth could a destitute scholar feed 2 extra mouths when most families were chewing on tree bark? More to the point, they questioned his physical stamina. After 2 years of marriage, Layla's belly remained as flat as a board. Still, the villagers remained secretly grateful to Zion. The silver from the horses he had killed for them had put food on their tables for the first time in months. In a famine, a hot meal of stewed meat was worth a king's ransom. Stepping inside Zion's cottage, Farhana and Samira were inwardly baffled. Their master spent silver like water in the city, buying fine silks and paying for grand funerals, yet his home was a modest, run-down mud-brick dwelling. Still, they harbored no complaints. Having a safe roof and daily meals in times like these was a blessing beyond measure. Layla led them into the main room and pointed to her late parents' old bedroom. Farhana, Samira, you can clean out that room. It'll be yours from now on. Yes, madam, both sisters replied in unison, bowing respectfully. The title madam made Layla squirm. They weren't wealthy nobility, it felt entirely unnatural. She shook her head gently. Don't call me madam. Just call me Bobby Layla or Sister Layla. The sisters nodded obediently and set to work tidying the room. Watching the three women chatter away in the front room, Zion quietly lit a cigarette, leaning back against a rickety wooden chair as smoke curled around his head. Surveying the cottage, he had to admit it was looking rather shabby. The chairs were wobbly, the earthen floor was uneven, and with two new additions, the place felt cramped. Perhaps it's time to build a proper house. Husband, what is that smoke coming from your mouth? Layla asked, catching sight of the gray wisps. She looked at him with concern, wondering if it was some strange herbal medicine. This? Zion grinned, blowing a gentle ring of smoke toward her. It's a spiritual leaf bestowed by the peer. Look at that, pure heavenly aura, isn't it? Layla coughed slightly, waving the pungent air away with her hand. Ugh, why does the pier's heavenly aura smell so foul? Zion chuckled, tapping the ash onto the hearth. How about we build ourselves a new house, love? Build a house? Layla's eyes went wide. That would cost a fortune in silver. Zion placed a hand on her small shoulder, winking reassuringly. Silver is no object. I'll pop over to see Matabar Sunahar right now and get the land sorted. Husband. Layla asked, her curiosity getting the better of her. Did the holy peer give you a whole mountain of silver as well? Something like that, Zion laughed, stepping out into the yard. Enough to build us a grand homestead, at any rate. Halfway down the dirt path, he bumped into Widow Camelli carrying a woven bamboo basket. Bobby Camelli. Zion greeted her warmly. Up close, she was even more striking than in his memories. She possessed an elegant, oval face with captivating, fox-like eyes, and a supple, curvaceous figure. Judging by her looks, he pegged her at around 22 or 23. Spotting Zion clad in refined silk robes, Bobby Camelli stood frozen in surprise. The slab of pork Layla had delivered yesterday had already shocked her. It was the finest meat she had tasted in years, and now here was the scholar looking like a city merchant. Has the lad struck gold? She wondered. A playful smirk touched her lips. Well, scholar. Word around the well is you've taken yourself 2 young concubines? Zion rubbed his temples with a sigh. The village gossip mill moved faster than a galloping horse. In a dead-end village with no entertainment, the locals pounced on any rumor and chewed it to bone. Don't listen to those old biddies, Bobby Camelli, Zion laughed sheepishly. The poor lasses were starving in the city, so I brought them back to help Layla with the house, that's all. Camelli's eyes glinted with mischief as she teased him. Is that so? Well, your Bobby Camelli is quite pitiful too, you know. Will you give me something good to eat as well? Zion raised an eyebrow, wondering if there was a double meaning hidden in her words. You saved my life, Bobby, he replied smoothly. It's only right I keep your pantry full every day. Camelli burst into a soft, musical laugh. Listen to you, talker. I was only teasing. Run along and do your business. As Zion walked off toward the Matabar's cottage, Camelli continued down the lane, only to bump into Layla coming the other way. Spotting Layla dressed in a stunning, light pink silk gown, Camelli's breath caught in her throat. Goodness gracious, she thought, her eyes wide with amazement. The scholar really has struck it rich. Chapter 9, The Man-Eater of the Hills. Bobby Camelli, I was just on my way over to your cottage. Layla's soft voice called out as she stepped into the narrow lane. Widow Camelli looked down at the soft bundle resting in Layla's arms, her fox-like eyes twinkling with curiosity. Sister Layla, what's all this then? Layla held out the parcel with a bright smile. My husband bought 2 sets of fine cotton dresses for you in the city, Bobby. Take them and try them on. Camelli's heart warmed, though she waved her hands in mock protest. Merciful heavens, Layla. How could a rough village widow like me deserve such fine cloth? It's a complete waste on me. Besides, times are hard and grain is scarce. Why is the scholar flinging silver around on dresses? Layla pressed the bundle firmly into her arms. You pulled my husband out of the ditch, Bobby. You saved his life. This is the very least our family can do. Kameli stroked the smooth fabric, a genuine smile breaking across her face. Well, thank you both, truly. Meanwhile, Zion had arrived at the village head's homestead. Rabia, fetch our guest some spiced tea. Mitaber Sunahar called out into the courtyard, gesturing warmly toward a carved wooden bench. Sit down, Zion, sit down. What brings you by today? Zion took a seat and got straight to the point. Mitaber Sahib, I'm looking to buy the vacant plot directly behind my cottage to build a proper home. Elder Sunahar's brow furrowed. He had heard the wild rumors floating around the well, that the young scholar had brought 2 city concubines home. But where was a destitute youth getting the coin for real estate? Buying land takes hard silver, lad. Sunahar trailed off, staring intently at Zion as if silently asking, have you actually got the coin? Zion's lips curled into a dry grin. I wouldn't waste your time if my pockets were empty, elder. Name your price. Seeing his calm, unbothered demeanor, Mitaber Sunahar was taken aback. He stroked his gray beard thoughtfully. Well, the overgrown plot behind your cottage is about a biga in size. That will be 4 silver takas. In truth, the abandoned patch was worth barely 2 or 3, but Sunahar naturally added a small processing cut for himself. Registering land deeds with the regional court in town took effort, and the highway was far from safe. Fair enough, Zion agreed without hesitation. Reaching into his broad sleeve, he smoothly summoned a 5 taka silver ingot from his spatial dimension and placed it onto the wooden table. The heavy silver gleamed under the sunlight. Mitaber Sunahar stared at the ingot, his eyes widening before he let out a chuckle. Right then. Next time I ride into the city, I'll have the magistrate's clerk stamp the deed for you. My thanks, Mitaber Sahib. We're neighbors, lad, think nothing of it. Sunahar paused, curiosity getting the better of him. If you don't mind me asking, how large a house are you planning to put up? Zion rubbed his chin. Nothing too grand. A 2-courtyard haveli should do nicely. Just enough room for the family. Mitaber Sunahar nearly choked on his own breath. A 2-courtyard haveli? Building a walled brick compound of that scale would cost hundreds of silver takas. In a famine year when families were eating boiled leaves, where on earth had a broke scholar unearthed such wealth? Yet as he thought it through, the old man felt a wave of relief wash over him. If Zion was willing to sink serious capital into building a brick compound in Megbury, it meant he was entirely unconcerned about Kala Pahar taking revenge. A learned scholar wouldn't build a fortress just to let bandits burn it down. Still, the mystery of how Zion had neutralized the warband in a single night nagged at the back of his mind. Clearing his throat, the elder shifted the topic. Word around the village is you've taken 2 concubines? Zion sighed softly, exasperated by the village gossip network. Don't pay attention to those old biddies, elder. The 2 sisters were starving in the city after their father passed away. I brought them back to help Layla with the chores. They're part of the household now, nothing more. At that moment, the Mitaber's daughter, Rabia, stepped into the courtyard carrying 2 clay cups of steaming tea. She glanced at Zion shyly, her cheeks flushing pink. Brother Zion, please, have some tea. Zion glanced up, noting that the young woman looked remarkably healthy. She had a pleasant, round face, clear skin, and bright, expressive eyes. Since her father was the village elder, her family had fared far better during the drought than the rest of the hamlet. Thank you, Rabia, Zion nodded politely. Rabia offered a timid smile, set the cups down, and scurried back inside. Zion had barely taken a single sip when the front gate burst open. Old Kashim, one of the elder villagers, scrambled into the yard, gasping for air, his face pale as a sheet. Mitaber Sahib. Kashim wheezed, clutching his chest. Disaster. The bog has taken another one. Zion's eyes narrowed. In the rural Parganas, the local word for tiger was spoken in hushed, fearful tones. Elder Sunahar leaped to his feet, his chair scraping loudly against the floorboards. Where? Up near the high ridge behind the mountain, where we buried those dead bandits. Kashim stammered, swallowing hard. Old Kalumia was working the tree line when the beast lunged out of the scrub. He's dead, Sahib, torn to bits. Zion, come with me, Sunahar barked, gesturing for Kashim to raise the alarm across the hamlet. To prevent wild beasts from unearthing the buried raiders, the elder had dispatched a few men to plant thorny brush over the mass grave. No one had expected the apex predator to be lurking in the shadow of the ridge. By the time Zion and the villagers reached the mountain clearing, a gruesome scene awaited them. The dirt was drenched in dark, thick blood. Old Kalumia had been mauled beyond all recognition. Several faint-hearted villagers squatted in the bushes, retching violently at the sight and stench of the carnage. Having witnessed heavy artillery strikes and combat dismemberment in his past life, Zion remained completely unmoved, inspecting the scene with a cold, analytical eye. That bloody man-eater! Elder Sunahar roared, slapping his thigh in grief and rage. It's claimed 4 lives this winter. How much more must Megbury suffer? Another household destroyed. Another widow added to Rari Graham. Zion made up his mind then and there. He caught the elder by the elbow, drawing him away from the weeping crowd. Elder, see to Kalumia's family and burial. Leave the beast to me. What? Sunahar stared at him in utter disbelief. You? Alone? Zion, you're a scholar. You're the sharpest mind in this village. I can't let you march into the high forest to be eaten. Zion patted the old man's shoulder, offering a cool, reassuring look. Old Kalu died helping protect this village. I'll collect his debt from the beast. Rest easy, Matabar Sahib, I have no intention of letting Layla become a widow. Sunahar didn't know whether to laugh or cry. You daft lad, how can you joke at a time like this? The last time you went out alone, thugs beat you into a coma. Yet looking into the young man's eyes, Sunahar caught a flash of absolute, unwavering authority, the same cold confidence he had seen on the night the raiders fell. Are you truly certain of this, Zion? The elder asked gravely. Completely, Zion replied. Then may the Almighty watch over you, Sunahar said solemnly. If you lose the trail, pull back immediately. Do not throw your life away. Zion nodded, turned on his heel, and followed the bloodied paw prints leading into the dense jungle. Once he was well out of sight of the villagers, he ducked behind a massive banyan tree and slipped into his pocket dimension. He stripped off his bulky silk robes and donned full military fatigues, heavy combat boots, and a tactical vest. He selected a high-powered tactical sniper rifle fitted with a thermal scope and attached a high-lumen spotlight to his helmet. Rolling around in mountain brush in expensive silk was a waste of good fabric. Fully geared, Zion stepped back into the real world and pushed deeper into the mountain wilderness. As the sun dipped behind the western peaks, the forest grew dark and quiet. The heavy foliage swallowed the tiger's tracks, making visual tracking impossible. Zion trekked through the dense brush for hours, but as night fell completely, the woods came alive with unseen rustling. Hunting an apex predator in pitch darkness was dangerous work. Even with modern gear, staying out all night would drive Layla out of her mind with worry. Zion decided to turn back and resume the hunt at first light. He had been trekking back toward the trail for half an hour when a shadow shifted in the thicket 30 paces ahead. Zion froze, flicking the high-lumen helmet light straight toward the movement while bringing his rifle to his shoulder. The beam cut through the gloom, illuminating 2 glowing, pearl-white eyes reflecting the light with chilling brilliance. A massive Royal Bengal tiger stood crouched in the brush, its jaw wide open, exposing yellow, razor-sharp fangs drenched in dried blood. The beast, startled by the blinding light, remained frozen for a fraction of a second. Bang! The sharp crack of the sniper rifle shattered the nighttime quiet. Flocks of roosting birds burst from the canopy, screeching in panic. The heavy bullet struck the monster squarely between the eyes. The massive tiger collapsed onto the damp leaf litter without making a sound, its heavy legs twitching once before going completely limp. Zion lowered his rifle, letting out a long, slow breath. Got you, you bastard. He stepped forward cautiously to inspect his kill. But he had barely taken 10 paces when a blood-curdling roar ripped through the dark trees directly behind him. Roar! The ground trembled as heavy paws tore through the underbrush, closing the distance at terrifying speed. Bloody hell, Zion cursed, spinning around, his rifle coming up fast. There's two of them. Chapter 10, Trophies of the Ridge. As the massive beast lunged from the gloom, Zion raised his sidearm and fired. The shot snapped through the dark, but the tiger moved with uncanny speed, the bullet failing to catch a vital spot. Realizing its prey was armed with something dangerous, the beast abandoned its direct charge, melting into the dense undergrowth to circle him, hunting for a blind spot. Zion pivoted smoothly, keeping his rifle raised, but within seconds the shadow vanished entirely into the thicket. "Where'd you go then, puss?" Zion muttered under his breath. Its mate lay dead nearby, so he knew the beast would not stray far. It was lurking in the shadows, waiting for him to lower his guard. Nodding to the quiet darkness, Zion eased his breath and refined his tactic. He clicked off his helmet light, sank into a low crouch behind a mossy boulder, and kept his rifle trained on the carcass of the first tiger. The forest fell deathly still. Minutes ticked past, marked only by the gentle rustle of leaves in the night breeze. Swish, swish, swish. Soft, heavy footfalls approached the clearing. A massive silhouette emerged slowly from the treeline, padding toward the fallen tiger. Zion's lips curled. He lined up his sights on the shadow's midsection and squeezed the trigger. Bang! In the poor light, he couldn't tell how deep the round had struck. He fired a second shot and flicked on his high-lumen helmet beam. The bright light caught the beast tucking its tail and bolting into the brush at full speed, both rounds having missed its heart. "Not so fast, mate." Zion tracked the fleeing shadow, aimed straight for the beast's muscular hindquarters, and pulled the trigger again. Bang! Roar! The tiger let out an agonizing shriek, yet its momentum carried it forward through the thicket. Refusing to lose his quarry, Zion gave chase. He summoned his M16 assault rifle from his spatial dimension, raised the barrel, and unleashed a full auto volley into the trees. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Under the dense hail of lead, the massive man-eater finally collapsed into the mud, its heavy legs kicking once before going still in a pool of dark blood. Zion lowered the smoking barrel, a satisfied smirk on his face. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 went up the mountain to keep a tiger alive. Or not. He stepped forward, swept both massive tiger carcasses into his spatial void, and pulled out an ice-cold tin of cola. He popped the tab, gulped it down, and lit a cigarette, letting the soothing smoke fill his lungs. After taking 5 minutes to catch his breath, he began his trek back toward Megbury village. He had been walking along the mountain trail for nearly half an hour when a wide flickering patch of orange light appeared through the trees ahead. Zion smiled quietly. The villagers had formed a search party to come looking for him. Slipping behind a cluster of bamboo, he stepped into his pocket dimension, swapped his military combat uniform back for his refined silk robes, and pulled both tiger carcasses out of spatial storage, laying them across the path. Shouts echoed down the trail. "Scholar Zion! Where are you? Zion, lad! Give us a shout. Young master! Where are you?" Amid the rough voices of the villagers, Zion caught the clear, anxious calls of Farhana. "Over here!" Zion bellowed at the top of his lungs. A collective cheer went up from the search party. Moments later, torchlight spilled into the clearing as Matabar Sunahar and a dozen villagers rushed forward, brandishing staves and pitchforks. When the light illuminated the scene, every single man froze dead in his tracks. Lying in the dirt were two enormous, full-grown royal tigers. Standing beside them was Zion, looking entirely unbothered, without a speck of dirt or a single scratch on his fine silk robes. It defied all human logic. Two massive man-eaters lay dead, killed by a frail scholar who looked as clean as if he had just stepped out of a tea-house. "You absolute madman!" Elder Sunahar gasped, clutching his chest as emotional relief washed over his weathered face. "You worried us half to death, Zion. Thank heavens you're whole." Deep down, the old leader had feared he would be burying another young man tonight, cementing Megbury's cursed reputation as Rari Graham forever. Zion offered a cheerful, easy grin. "Matabar Sahib, let's get these beasts back to the village. Fire up the cauldrons and heat the oil, we're having tiger stew." The villagers erupted into laughter, the heavy dread hanging over the hamlet lifting instantly. "Right you are, lad." Sunahar chuckled heartily. "Fire up the cauldrons." We'll feast on the wretched beasts that terrorized our hills. While the men bound the heavy carcasses to wooden carrying poles, Farhana stepped closer, holding her torch low to inspect the fallen predators. Her sharp eyes caught the neat, bloody holes punctured clean through their hides, wounds identical to those on the market thugs back on the highway. One clean hole in the forehead, and a cluster of them across the flank, she noted silently, her heart fluttering with awe. Young Master's hidden iron weapon is terrifyingly precise. The villagers hoisted the heavy load with triumphant shouts and began the march back down the mountain. Zion walked at the rear of the procession, Farhana stepping beside him. She quietly explained how Layla had been beside herself with worry, unable to touch a bite of dinner before running to the Mataber's house the moment darkness fell. "Young Master?" Farhana asked in a hushed whisper, her eyes shining with curiosity. "What manner of hidden weapon did you use to slay such monsters?" Zion glided a glance over at her, chuckling softly. "Curious, are we?" Farhana gave a modest nod. She thought to herself that if she could ever master such an extraordinary art, she could protect her sister and avenge her father's crippling. "We'll discuss it another time," Zion murmured smoothly. He reached out and rested his arm comfortably over Farhana's slender shoulder as they walked. Farhana's body went stiff, a deep crimson blush spreading across her cheeks all the way to her neck. Such casual physical contact was unheard of among refined folk, yet coming from her handsome master, her heart skipped a beat. "Why, young master?" she stammered, her voice dropping to a tiny whisper. "Are you tired?" "Not in the slightest, love," Zion smiled casually. By the time the search party trotted back into Megbury, it was well past midnight. The butchering was postponed until first light, and the carcasses were secured in the communal storehouse. Zion returned to his cottage, enjoyed a piping hot meal prepared by Samira, washed off the dust of the road in a warm basin, and climbed into bed. Layla immediately wrapped her arms around him, scolding him in a soft, tearful whisper. "You are never doing that again, husband." "Do you have any idea how terrified I was?" Zion offered a wicked smirk, sliding a warm hand beneath her silk tunic. "Is that so? And how should I make it up to you, husband?" Layla gasped, her face flushing crimson under the dim oil lamp. I'm frightened. "You've been undernourished for far too long, my sweet," Zion whispered, pulling her close. "Time to give you a proper dose of medicine to build your strength." Long before dawn, the village square was buzzing with activity as Kasham and the local men sharpened their butcher knives. "Vicious beast," Kasham growled, plunging a heavy blade into the tiger's belly and slicing it open in one smooth motion. "You thought you could eat our people forever, did you? Look at you now." By sunrise, two magnificent, intact tiger pelts were hanging from bamboo drying racks in the square. Scattered in the dirt below lay dozens of spent brass bullet casings. The villagers picked them up, marvels of shiny metal, completely unaware of what they were, only knowing they possessed the power to fell monsters. Mitaber Sunahar stood admiring the prime pelts, his eyes full of respect. "Elder, how should we divide the skins?" Kasham asked, wiping grease from his hands. Sunahar waved his hand dismissively. Zion hunted these beasts alone at the risk of his own life. Everything belongs to him. He gathered the heavy, dried pelts over his shoulder and marched straight over to Zion's cottage. Inside, Zion and the three young women were sitting down to breakfast. Bowls of steaming white rice porridge sat on the table alongside a platter of braised pork belly and fresh green vegetables. Stepping through the doorway, Mataber Sunahar froze, swallowing hard at the sight. White rice, fresh meat, and greens for a casual breakfast? The sheer luxury of the household left him utterly dumbfounded. Clearing his throat, he set the pelts down on a bench. "Zion, lad, these pelts belong to you." Zion set his chopsticks down and stood up. "Mataber Sahib, there are 2 prime pelts here. I want you to take one back for yourself." "What?" No, I couldn't possibly. If you hadn't brought the villagers up the mountain to find me, I'd still be dragging those carcasses through the brush," Zion said with an easy laugh. "Take it, elder." "I insist." Sunahar stroked his grey beard, unable to conceal his delight. "Well, if you insist, lad, I won't turn down such a fine gift." He hoisted one pelt onto his shoulder and headed home with a broad smile. Once the elder had departed, Zion sat back down and looked across at his wife. Layla, your eldest brother is a master mason, isn't he? Layla looked up, her rosebud lips parting in surprise. Husband, are you thinking of hiring my brother to build our new house? Precisely, Zion nodded. You haven't visited your family in months. Pack a few things, we're riding over to Kazibari today. Really? Layla's face lit up with overwhelming joy. In the past, the bookish scholar had never shown the slightest interest in visiting his in-laws, particularly when they had no food to share. But everything had changed. They set off mid-morning, stopping in the market town along the way. Zion purchased sacks of fine flour, tins of sweetmeats, a heavy side of fresh mutton, and several bolts of colorful cloth. By noon, the four riders trotted into Kazibari. When the villagers and Layla's family saw the couple arriving on fine, spirited warhorses, dressed in glittering silks and laden with luxurious gifts, their jaws dropped in absolute astonishment. Had the broke scholar somehow passed the imperial examinations and secured a magistrate's post? Chapter 11, The Gossip Mill. The moment the couple dismounted in the dusty courtyard of Kazibari, the entire family rushed out, surrounding the white stallion in sheer awe. They circled the mount, stroking its groomed hide with the wide-eyed wonder of small-town folk gawking at a royal carriage. Layla's eldest brother, Jahangir, could not contain his curiosity. Brother-in-law, is this magnificent beast truly yours? In this day and age, owning a warhorse was no small matter for common folk. Beyond the steep purchase price, the cost of grain, grooming, and stable space was prohibitive, not to mention the strict imperial registration regulations. Zion offered an easy smile. I, Jahangir. He's ours. Jahangir stared at Zion, his eyes green with envy. Goodness me, Zion, you've struck it filthy rich. Not rich, exactly, Zion lied smoothly, chuckling. I simply happened to earn the favor of a wealthy patron in the city. He could hardly admit he had slaughtered an entire bandit warband and looted their stronghold to buy his way into luxury. Layla's mother, Rabia, stepped forward, looking at the young couple with a mix of awe and maternal anxiety. These are perilous times, children. Unless you have urgent business, you shouldn't be riding along the high roads. Only last week, the brigands from Kala Pahar extorted another tax from our village. Kala Pahar again, Zion thought dryly. Well, they won't be collecting another copper piece. Don't worry yourself, Amma, Zion said smoothly. I'm more than capable of keeping Layla safe. Layla's father, the family patriarch Qasim, waved his hand to clear the gloom. They've come a long way to visit us, wife, don't start filling the yard with dark talk. He took Zion warmly by the forearm, leading him toward the house. Come inside, my good son-in-law. Let us sit in the main room and talk properly. While the men stepped inside, Rabia caught Layla by the sleeve and pulled her behind the kitchen wall, her eyes narrowed in urgent concern. Layla, why is there still no sign of a child? Rabia whispered, her voice tight. Has your belly shown no life at all? Rabia had lost sleep over this for 2 full years. If her daughter turned out to be barren, it would be an absolute catastrophe. A scholar's son-in-law, broke or not, was a far better match than a rough farmhand. One day, if he passed the civil service exams and earned a magistrate's post, the family would rise with him. But a wife who couldn't bear an heir would inevitably be set aside. Layla's cheeks flushed crimson, her chin sinking almost to her chest. Amma, we. Seeing her daughter stammering, Rabia grew even more panicked. Well? What is it? Speak up, girl. Layla's voice dropped to an embarrassed whisper. We only consummated the marriage 2 nights ago, Amma. It's far too early to tell. What? Rabia's eyes nearly popped out of her head, her jaw dropping clean open. You've been wed for 2 years, and he only bedded you 2 nights ago? Was that even humanly possible? If Layla had not just confessed it, Rabia would have assumed the young scholar suffered from a complete lack of male vigor. Good grief, Layla. Rabia scolded, throwing her hands up in utter disbelief. Did I teach you nothing before your wedding day? Layla wished the earth would open and swallow her whole. Amma, please. Husband was entirely focused on his holy codices and studies. He simply didn't have the time. Rabia shook her head, letting out a long, defeated sigh. It's bad enough I'm not a grandmother yet, but must you make it this difficult for me to even become a maternal one? Shaking off her disbelief, Rabia began prying into how the household had suddenly come into such obvious wealth. Layla, unable to explain modern pocket dimensions or suppressed automatic weapons, offered only vague, blushing evasions about city patrons. Inside the main room, once the pleasantries were finished, Zion explained the true purpose of his visit. Jahangir, who had been sitting idle for weeks with no masonry work in the surrounding villages, jumped at the offer before Zion could even finish the sentence. Daily wages plus 3 hearty meals a day? A man would have to be mad to turn down work like that in the middle of a district-wide famine. After a hearty lunch of stewed mutton, Zion handed his father-in-law 10 silver takas for household expenses and prepared to head back to Megbury with his new head builder. Because they had only brought 2 horses, Jahangir had to make the journey on foot. It was not that Zion begrudged his brother-in-law a mount, but pulling a 3rd warhorse out of thin air in front of the whole village would raise far too many awkward questions. Husband, Layla whispered softly, settling into Zion's arms as they trotted down the dirt track. My eldest brother is getting on in years, yet he still hasn't found a wife. If you see an opportunity, could you perhaps help him? Qasim had 2 sons, Jahangir, the eldest, who worked as a mason, and Alamgir, the younger brother, who had been conscripted into the provincial garrison 2 years back. With no grandchildren in the family, the old man worried constantly about his lineage. Zion nodded smoothly. Consider it done. Our village has a fair few young widows, doesn't it? When the construction is underway, if Jahangir takes a fancy to any of them, I'll happily stand as his sponsor. Layla's face lit up with a radiant smile. Thank you, husband. What are you thanking me for? We're family now. Zion smiled dryly, leaning closer to her ear. Though I must admit, you seem to think I've changed quite a bit. Layla giggled softly, her cheeks dimpling. You're certainly not the cold bookworm I married. You've become terribly cheeky. Cheeky? Zion laughed, his hand sliding casually down to rest on her thigh. Not cheeky, love. Just appreciative. Husband, stop it. Layla gasped, blushing as she looked back over her shoulder. My brother is walking right behind us. Zion chuckled, flicking the reins. Easy fix then. Trot. Trot. Behind them, Jahangir wiped sweat from his brow, jogging to keep up with the horses. Zion. Layla. Wait up, for heaven's sake. I've only got 2 legs. When they reached the market town to purchase timber, stone, and lime, Jahangir proved his worth immediately. As an experienced master mason, he knew every supplier in the bazaar, haggling ruthlessly over prices and inspecting the quality of the timber, saving Zion a substantial pile of silver. By the time the trio returned to Megbury village, the sun was dipping beneath the western horizon. Inside the cottage, Farhana and Samira had already prepared a hot meal and were waiting by the hearth. Jahangir stood frozen in the doorway, staring in absolute disbelief at the 2 striking twin sisters setting the table. He pulled Zion aside, whispering urgently, Brother-in-law, who on earth are these 2 beauties? That's Farhana and Samira, Zion introduced simply. They're part of the household now. Hearing those words, the twin sisters felt a wave of quiet warmth bloom in their chests. Their master truly considered them part of his family. Jahangir, however, took part of the household to mean one thing: secondary wives. He swallowed hard, feeling a sudden pang of jealousy. He was nearly 25 and had never so much as held a woman's hand, while his scholar brother-in-law was living like a provincial magistrate with 3 wives under one roof. Still, Jahangir kept his mouth shut and sat down at the table. I'm starved, to be honest. On the low dining table sat 2 platters of rich, dark meat, a bowl of fresh greens, and steaming mounds of fragrant, white royal rice. Jahangir stared at the spread, his mouth watering. Farhana gestured to the main platter. This is fresh tiger meat, Jahangir Sahib. Please, help yourself. What? Tiger meat? Jahangir nearly bolted out of his chair, his eyes wide as saucers. In this famine year, common folk were lucky to chew on boiled roots, and here they were casually serving apex predators for supper. It really is tiger meat, brother, Layla smiled, picking up a choice tender piece and placing it in his bowl. Husband hunted 2 man-eaters up on the high ridge last night. Jahangir stared at the meat in his bowl, then looked at Zayan as if he were looking at a ghost. He hunted tigers? Alone? Zayan smiled casually, chewing on a piece. The meat was rich and lean, though the local spices left a bit to be desired. What he wouldn't give for a tub of garlic chili paste or proper soy sauce. I need to take time to thoroughly audit the supply trucks in my dimension, Zayan thought to himself. There must be crates of condiments and seasonings hidden among the field rations. After dinner, Layla led Farhana and Samira to clean out the small storeroom at the back of the cottage. With no extra bedrooms available, Jahangir would have to sleep there on a temporary cot. Meanwhile, Zayan sat at his desk under the flickering oil lamp, drafting detailed architectural sketches for a modern 2-courtyard compound. Early the next morning, Zayan and Jahangir marked out the perimeter behind the cottage, laying wooden stakes to prepare the ground. Once the measurements were set, Zayan pondered how best to recruit local labor. The build required significant physical effort, and while the scope was manageable, he needed at least 15 or 20 strong hands to move stone and mix mortar quickly. There were over 50 households in Megbury. Walking door to door to offer work would take all morning. As he strolled down the village lane, he spotted a cluster of local women gossiping near the communal well. A sharp smirk touched Zayan's lips. Perfect, Auntie Meher, Auntie Fatima. Zayan called out cheerfully, stepping toward the well. What are you two busy discussing this morning? Auntie Meher let out a shrill laugh. Heh. In this village, scholar, who else is there to talk about besides you? Zayan chuckled, shaking his head. What did I ever do to become the main topic of the local news? Auntie Fatima eyed his fine silk robes with deep respect. You're a proper marvel, Zayan. You look so frail and scholarly, yet you go up the mountain and slay 2 man-eating tigers single-handed. You're a hero. Frail and scholarly? Zayan thought dryly. If I unholstered my semi-automatic right now, you'd jump into the well. Speaking of the tigers, Zayan smiled. I take it you both enjoyed the meat distributed this morning? Auntie Meher licked her lips instinctively. Oh, we ate it, lad. Delicious, it was. You ought to go up the mountain more often. The whole village would gladly eat tiger stew every week. You old fox, Zayan laughed under his breath. Well, Auntie, I might just do that. But right now, I need a small favor from you both. Both women leaned in, instantly intrigued. I'm building a new 2-courtyard compound behind my cottage, Zayan announced clearly. I need men to help with the digging, stone carrying, and masonry. If you could spread the word to the villagers, anyone who comes to work will be paid 30 copper poishes a day, cash in hand every evening, plus full meals. Auntie Meher and Auntie Fatima gasped in unison, their eyes wide with sheer disbelief. 30 poishes a day? Cash every evening? Is this true, scholar? You're not pulling our leg? Go look behind my cottage, Zayan smiled calmly. The stakes are already in the ground. Chapter 12, An Unending Vault. Auntie Meher and Auntie Fatima wasted no time, darting off down the dirt lane like town criers. Scholar Zayan is building a compound and paying 30 poishes a day. Hurry, everyone, back behind his cottage. Zayan returned to his front room, pulling a heavy wooden chest of copper coins out of his spatial dimension. Just as he set it down on the floorboards, Layla walked in, startling him slightly. Husband, where did this big chest come from? Wages for the workers, love, Zayan replied smoothly. I'm handing the purse over to you from now on. Layla tilted her head, her brow furrowing slightly. Is this another gift from the pier? Zayan offered a faint smile. His clever little wife was learning fast. Spot on, love. You're a sharp one. Layla beamed, dimples showing. My husband is a learned scholar, I can't be falling behind, can I? An energetic murmur rose from the patch of land behind the cottage. Zion stepped outside to find a dozen villagers, men and women alike, already assembled with spades and baskets. In a small rural hamlet, word moved faster than a telegraph wire. Scholar Zion. Young and prosperous. Mabruk, lad, congratulations on the new compound, Sahib. The villagers offered eager congratulations, their eyes filled with envy. The young scholar had 2 beautiful wives, a fine warhorse, and was now laying foundations for a grand homestead. He was living like a city merchant. Thank you, everyone. Zion called out, cupping his hands politely before clapping a hand on Jahangir's shoulder. This is my brother-in-law, Jahangir. He's the master mason, so follow his orders on sight. With plenty of eager hands, work got underway immediately, Jahangir directing the men to mark out and dig the foundation trenches. After an hour of hauling earth, widow Salma wiped sweat from her brow and ambled over to Zion, clutching her wooden spade. Scholar, are the wages truly 30 poishes a day? Of course, Bobby Salma. We're neighbors, I wouldn't lie to you. Ah. Salma nodded, lingering awkwardly as if she had something more on her mind. Zion smiled gently. Something else on your mind, Bobby? Salma's face flushed a soft pink. I was just wondering, who is that Jahangir fellow? He looks a fair bit like Layla. He's my brother-in-law, Zion replied. Salma parted her lips in a little O of understanding. Ah, no wonder. Zion's lips curled into a teasing smirk. Taken a shine to him, have you? Here's a quiet tip for you, Bobby. He's completely single and unattached. Having her secret exposed so easily made Salma's face flush redder than a ripe chile. She feigned outrage, rolling her eyes. Listen to you. I'm a poor widow, why would a master builder look at me? Right, back to work. The moment Zion turned away, Salma ladled a cool bowl of water from the clay pitcher and hurried over to Jahangir as if under a spell. Brother Jahangir, have some water. Jahangir looked up, startled. Thank you, Bobby. He took the bowl and gulped it down greedily. My name is Salma, she offered hastily, taking the empty bowl back and practically flying back to her trench. Jahangir scratched his head in bewilderment. Salma? I didn't even ask. Leaving the workers to it, Zion slipped away toward a quiet, secluded thicket at the edge of the village. He needed to conduct a thorough audit of his spatial inventory without Layla or the twins walking in on him. Ensuring no one was around, he vanished into his pocket dimension. Stepping onto the grassy plain, he checked the wolf carcasses first. The blood pooling beneath them was still fresh and wet. So time really is frozen in here, he muttered to himself. Nothing spoils. He walked over to the warhorses. They stood motionless like carved statues, suspended mid-breath. Proper brilliant. No need to waste feed or muck out stalls. Pleased, Zion climbed into the back of a heavy military supply lorry. A cardboard crate labeled garlic chile paste caught his eye. Aha! Just what I needed for the roast meat. He grinned, lifting the heavy crate. But the instant he pulled it off the stack, his eyes widened. In the exact spot where the crate had just rested, a completely identical crate materialized out of thin air. Zion froze. Hold on, am I seeing things? He set the first crate down and lifted a box of tinned fish. Whoosh! An identical box of tinned fish spawned instantly in its place. Bloody hell! Zion gasped, his jaw dropping. An infinite duplication glitch. His heart pounded in his chest like a drum. He rushed over to a munitions truck, grabbing a wooden crate of fragmentation grenades and pulling it off the pile. Whoosh! Another crate appeared instantly beneath his hands. Filled with frantic excitement, Zion began hauling crates off the truck, shifting box after box until a mountain of ordnance sat stacked on the truck bed, leaving him breathless and drenched in sweat. Can I duplicate entire vehicles? He wondered aloud. He stepped out of the spatial dimension into the secluded grove, focusing his mind to summon an off-road tactical vehicle into the real world. Nothing happened. He tried summoning a full military lorry, still nothing. Right, so heavy vehicles can't be pulled into the real world, Zion muttered, returning to the sanctuary. Fair enough. He explored the produce trucks next, discovering crates of sweet potatoes, maize, potato tubers, tomatoes, and various vegetable seeds. He duplicated over 200 cartons of cigarettes in quick succession before pausing to catch his breath. A sudden thought struck him, and he sprinted over to the iron chest where he had stored the silver takas and gold ingots looted from Kalapahar. He lifted a heavy silver ingot. Nothing happened. No second ingot appeared. He tried a jade pendant from another box, no duplication. Zion stroked his chin, realization dawning. Only the original supplies brought over in the convoy replenished themselves. Foreign loot doesn't duplicate. Why had the replenishment started now? He recalled his recent actions. Could it be because Layla and I finally consummated our marriage 2 nights ago? He let out a dry laugh at the absurdity of the thought. Regardless of the trigger, he was now sitting on an inexhaustible mountain of modern resources. Whoosh! Zion stepped back out of the spatial dimension into the quiet grove, only to find a woman with swaying, voluptuous hips walking directly past his position. Bloody hell! Zion held his breath, stepping back behind a banyan trunk. Fortunately, she hadn't noticed his sudden appearance. Looking closely, he recognized Bobby Camelli, a woven bamboo basket slung over her arm. Her figure was exceptionally striking, her slender waist tapering into full, shapely hips. Sensing eyes on her, Camelli spun around abruptly and gasped in alarm. Ah! Recognizing Zion, she patted her chest, letting out a soft sigh of relief. Merciful heavens, Zion! You didn't make a single sound. Scared me half to death. I thought I'd bumped into a forest ghost in broad daylight. Zion scratched his head with an awkward grin. Saw you walking into the grove alone, Bobby Camelli. Just wondered what you were up to. Camelli let out a soft laugh. I'm digging for wild greens, silly boy. Zion watched her walk toward the brush, a faint frown touching his lips. It was only early spring, yet the villagers were already foraging for bitter wild greens to keep hunger at bay. By winter, they would be chewing on tree bark. He couldn't simply dump tons of modern food onto the village without raising dangerous suspicions, but he could distribute high-yield crops like potatoes, maize, and sweet potatoes for them to plant. Still, he could certainly give Camelli something sweet right now. With a shift of his mind, Zion stepped back into the sanctuary. Chapter 13, The Mataver's Invitation. Zion stepped out of his spatial sanctuary holding a dark, crinkly plastic carrier bag. It took him only a few minutes to spot Bobby Camelli farther up the grassy ridge, crouched low over a patch of wild greens. Bobby Camelli. Camelli jumped, clutching her chest as she spun round to glare at him, rolling her eyes. Merciful heavens, you mischievous boy. Why aren't you back at the cottage helping Layla lay an egg? Why do you keep stalking me through the woods? Zion blinked, thoroughly amused. Where on earth did that come from? I brought you some fresh vegetables, Bobby, Zion said with an awkward laugh, holding up the parcel. Camelli glanced dubiously at the strange dark bag in his grip, her brow furrowing. Vegetables? In the middle of a drought? Where did you get fresh greens from? Zion pressed the bag into her hands. Camelli pulled open the top, peering inside. Her jaw nearly dropped. Crisp, vibrant green produce filled the bag to the brim, alongside several long, plump cucumbers resting at the bottom. She stroked the strange material of the bag. It felt impossibly thin, neither woven cloth nor stiff paper. What manner of material is this? She asked, rubbing the smooth, crinkly surface between her thumb and forefinger. Just an ordinary sack, Bobby, Zion chuckled, turning on his heel. Enjoy the greens. He didn't linger. Gossiping tongues around a young widow moved fast. If a village busybody caught them alone in the woods, it would be all over the hamlet by tea time. Returning to his cottage, Zion called Farhana and Samira out into the front yard, grabbing a spade to turn the dirt in the small garden plot. Layla watched him from the porch, growing increasingly bewildered. In the space of a week, her bookish husband had abandoned his codices entirely, picked up farm tools and was turning soil like a seasoned peasant. Husband, she said gently, stepping down into the yard. You ought to stick to your holy studies. I can manage the garden. Zion wiped a bead of sweat from his forehead, grinning broadly. There's an old saying, love, it's far easier to march an army into Jahangirnagar than to pass the Imperial Civil Service exams. All three women froze, their faces turning pale. Jahangirnagar was the high capital of the Shahi Empire. To speak of marching an army into the emperor's seat was treason of the highest order. Layla rushed forward, clapping her hand firmly over his mouth. Husband, hush. If someone hears such talk, the Imperial Guards will have us all executed. Her voice was low, but trembling with absolute gravity. Zion chuckled, gently pulling her hand from his lips. Right then, let's turn this patch together. He ducked inside the house, stepping into his spatial dimension, and emerged holding 4 compact, folding entrenching shovels, sturdy, steel tactical entrenching tools. Layla, Farhana, and Samira examined the strange short implements with fascination. The dark, cold steel looked entirely unlike any blacksmith's hoe they had ever seen. Layla smiled quietly to herself, knowing without asking that these were yet another blessing from the pier. An hour later, the 4 of them had dug up neat rows of raised soil beds. Zion retrieved a large woven basket from the cottage, packed with produce from his sanctuary, plump sweet potatoes, ears of golden maize, and bright red tomatoes. Sweet potatoes were his top priority, high yield, calorie-dense, and practically foolproof to grow in local soil. The 3 women gathered round the basket, marveling at the produce. Husband, what is this golden thing? Layla asked, holding up an ear of maize. Young master, what is this rough brown root? Farhana inquired, picking up a sweet potato. Samira picked up a bright red tomato, pressing its soft skin gently. She squeezed a fraction too hard, and the ripe fruit burst, squirting sweet red juice all over her fingers. That's maize, Zion explained, pointing to each in turn. That root is sweet potato. And Samira, that's a tomato. It's sweet and tangy, go on, lick your fingers. Samira obediently licked her juice-covered hand, her eyes lighting up at the burst of rich, sweet flavor. Young master. Can we eat these raw? Aye, they're wonderful raw, Zion smiled. I'll have Samira cook some up for supper tonight, too. Samira immediately took a big bite of another tomato, letting out a happy sigh. Seeing her enjoy it so much, Layla and Farhana picked up tomatoes of their own and took delicate bites. Merciful heavens, it's delicious. So sweet, Zion chuckled, using the sharp edge of an entrenching shovel to slice a sweet potato into smaller chunks with sprouting eyes. Finishing their snacks, the 3 women picked up their shovels and joined in, chopping the roots under his direction. Zion knelt by a raised ridge, pressing a chunk into the soil. Watch closely. Don't bury it too deep, just a couple of inches of soil over the top. Layla knelt beside him, burying her piece. Husband, if we plant these root chunks, what comes out of the ground? Farhana and Samira watched intently. Neither had ever seen crops cultivated from root cuttings rather than seeds. As you sow, so shall you reap, love, Zion grinned. Plant a small piece, and by summer you'll dig up a basket full. Ah, I see. Layla nodded, her eyes shining with understanding. Truth be told, Zion was planting these initial beds primarily to cultivate a massive batch of sweet potato vines, which could then be cut and distributed to the entire village for large-scale planting. Once the sweet potatoes were in, he planted the tomato seeds and maize kernels along the adjacent rows. Over the next few days, the foundation trenches for the 2-courtyard compound were filled with heavy stone, and the brick walls began rising rapidly. Jahangir moved across the site, inspecting the masonry with an expert eye. As he passed a heap of bricks, Bobby Salma suddenly stepped out from behind the wall. Without a word, she pressed a small, hand-embroidered spice sachet into Jahangir's rough palm, her cheeks burning crimson, before turning and sprinting away like a frightened rabbit. Zion, leaning against a timber stack nearby, witnessed the entire exchange with a smirk. Aha, Zion thought. Match made in heaven. He waved Jahangir over. What is it, brother-in-law? Jahangir asked, wiping sweat from his forehead as he approached. Jahangir, how would you feel about taking a wife? Zion asked casually. Jahangir let out a foolish grin. Well, what man wouldn't want a wife? Not as if one drops from the sky, though. She just dropped into your palm, Zayan chuckled, gesturing with his chin toward Bobby Salma, who was busily carrying bricks across the yard. What do you think of Salma? Jahangir's weathered face turned beet red in an instant. Well, she's a lovely woman, but would she ever look at a rough mason like me? If you like her, I'll take care of the match, Zayan said smoothly. Jahangir's eyes lit up with sudden hope. Are you serious, Zayan? Dead serious. You're nearly 25, Jahangir. You don't plan on spending your whole life single and working with your hands, do you? Zayan patted his shoulder with a wink and walked off. Jahangir stood there scratching his head, thoroughly confused. Single or not, if I don't work with my hands, how else am I supposed to earn a living? Zayan headed down the village lane to find Mitaber Sunahar, only to bump into the old man coming the other way. Zayan. I was just coming to see you, lad, Sunahar called out, pulling an official parchment deed stamped with red ink from his tunic. I took a trip to the regional court in town today. Here is your land deed, properly registered. Zayan accepted the deed with a polite bow. My thanks, Mitaber Sahib. He immediately brought up Jahangir and Bobby Salma, asking the old man to act as formal matchmaker for the courtship. Elder Sunahar beamed with delight. Splendid. A match between your brother-in-law and widow Salma? That's wonderful news. Every widow in Megbury who remarried was one step closer to shedding the hamlet's embarrassing label of Rari Graham. As village head, nothing made Sunahar happier. While chatting, Mitaber Sunahar leaned in closer, his tone dropping to a low whisper. By the way, lad, while I was at the court in town today, I heard incredible news. Kala Pahar stronghold has been completely wiped out. Zayan feigned wide-eyed surprise, raising an eyebrow. Is that so? Did you hear who brought down such notorious bandits? The court heralds say District Magistrate Yaqub personally led 300 Imperial garrison troops up the mountain in a surprise assault, Sunahar reported. Word is the Emperor even awarded Magistrate Yaqub 1,000 silver takas for clearing the trade routes. At first, Elder Sunahar had swallowed the official story whole. But as he pondered it on his ride home, the pieces simply didn't fit. Magistrate Yaqub was notoriously corrupt and cowardly, refusing to leave his city court for years. If the garrison possessed the stomach to assault Kala Pahar fort, they would have done so years ago. Then he thought of Zayan, the quiet scholar who had slaughtered a dozen raiders in the village square without a scratch, and felled 2 man-eating tigers in a single night. A chilling thought struck the old man's heart. It wasn't the garrison at all. It was Zayan. If a single young man had marched up Kala Pahar and annihilated a whole warband alone, the sheer power he possessed was utterly terrifying. Zayan was thoroughly amused. He hadn't expected the corrupt magistrate to claim credit for his bloody night raid. Stealing military glory without firing a single shot was shameless beyond belief. Ah, Magistrate Yaqub, Zayan said with a dry, mocking smile. A truly devoted servant of the crown, risking his life for the people. Mitaber Sunahar noted the sharp sarcasm in the scholar's voice. It confirmed his suspicion. Zayan had done the deed, and was content to let the foolish magistrate collect the imperial reward while he kept his own head down. At any rate, the mountain is safe now, Sunahar smiled, clapping Zayan on the shoulder. Come over to my cottage tonight, lad. I've pulled out a jug of fine palm wine. Let's have a drink together. I'd be honored, Mitaber Sahib, Zayan agreed with a bow. Chapter 14, The Wedding Vintage. As dusk fell, Zayan retrieved a basket of fresh fruit and a tin of tea leaves from his pocket dimension and strolled over to Mitaber Sunahar's homestead. Stepping into Uncle Sun's cottage is just like stepping into your own home, lad. Sunahar called out cheerfully, ushering him inside. No need to carry gifts, Uncle Sun. My own home? Zayan thought, slightly caught off guard. The old village leader was treating him with uncanny warmth tonight. It's nothing, Elder, Zayan smiled. Just a few fresh fruits from the market. Elder Sunahar pulled Zayan down onto a wooden bench, beaming as he reported that the courtship between Jahangir and Bobby Salma was officially agreed upon. The formal match was settled, and the wedding could be held whenever Jahangir pleased. My thanks for your trouble, Matabar Sahib, Ba. A simple matter, not worth mentioning. Sunahar waved his hand dismissively. He reached under a low side table and pulled out a heavy, dust-covered earthen jug sealed with red wax. He popped the stopper and poured a rich, dark amber spirit into 2 wide clay bowls with a deep gurgling sound. This is my prized wedding vintage, buried the very day my Rabia was born and aged 18 long years. Tonight, lad, we drink till the jug is dry. Zion frowned slightly. Though he occupied a scholar's body, his mind retained all of his predecessor's cultural knowledge. In these rural parganas, a father buried a jug of fine palm spirit when a daughter was born, unearthing it only on her wedding day to serve to honored guests or present as part of her dowry. Yet Rabia was not getting married today. If she were, the village gossip mill would have trumpeted the news across the parish days ago. It was a simple evening meal, yet Elder Sunahar was pulling out his absolute rarest stash. Matabar Sahib, you're far too generous, Zion said carefully. Nonsense. Drink as much as you like, lad, your uncle's son has plenty to spare. Zion offered a dry smile. Given the relatively low alcohol proof of aged palm spirit, he could easily drink the old man under the table if he chose to. They downed bowl after bowl, chatting pleasantly until the 3rd jug stood empty on the table. Come on then, let's finish this one. Sunahar raised his bowl with boisterous cheer. Cheers! Zion clinked his bowl against the elder's and gulped down the spirit. Elder Sunahar set his empty bowl down, hesitated for a moment, and looked intently at Zion, his expression growing serious. Zion, lad, you've been wed to Layla for 2 full years now, yet she hasn't borne you a son or a daughter. A man of your standing cannot leave his family line without an heir. Zion nearly choked on his drink. Bloody hell, what is this about? Does he think I'm incapable? Before he could speak, Sunahar pressed on, leaning across the table. My Rabia is 18 years of age, a fine, healthy girl. I would be honored to give her to you as a second wife. What do you say? Zion stared at him in quiet astonishment. So that was what the wedding vintage was for. The old man was acting as matchmaker for his own daughter, Matabar Sahib. I already have a wedded wife. You know this. Of course I know. I've thought this through carefully, lad. Besides, Rabia has admired you for a long time. Admired me for a long time? Zion thought, thoroughly baffled. His sudden rise to fame for slaying bandits and man-eating tigers had only happened a few days ago. Seeing Zion hesitate, Sunahar grew visibly anxious. Offering one's daughter as a secondary wife and getting turned down would be a devastating blow to his pride if word leaked out. Is Rabia not to your liking, Zion? You misunderstand, elder. That isn't what I meant at all. Sunahar's brow furrowed tightly. Is it because of Layla then? Bah, that's easily sorted. I'll speak to her myself. I guarantee she won't object. The old leader clapped his chest with supreme confidence. Zion was rendered speechless. The old man was practically forcing his daughter into his arms. Since she was being offered on a silver platter, playing coy would only make him appear ungrateful and arrogant. There's no need to disturb Layla, elder, Zion said smoothly. I accept the marriage. Sunahar's eyes lit up instantly, a booming laugh echoing off the wooden rafters. Ha! Wonderful. Let us pick an auspicious day and hold the wedding feast at once. Zion felt a mild headache coming on. Bringing a second wife into his current cottage meant squeezing 4 people into 2 tiny rooms. My current cottage is far too cramped, Matabar Sahib. Why don't we wait until the new 2-courtyard compound is finished? What do you think? Sunahar pondered the suggestion for a moment and nodded in agreement. Aye, that makes good sense. There's no rush. We can host the housewarming banquet and the wedding feast on the very same day, double the blessings. The old leader was genuinely delighted. Entrusting his daughter to a powerful, wealthy man like Zion guaranteed her safety and comfort in an increasingly chaotic world. After polishing off another bowl of palm spirit, Zion bade the elder farewell and made his way back through the quiet village lanes. Entering his cottage, he undressed and slipped under the warm quilt beside Layla. Layla stirred, resting a cool hand against his cheek. "Husband, your face is so flushed. Did you drink too much at the Matabers?" Zion smiled, shaking his head gently. "I have grand news for you, love. Jahangir's marriage to Bobby Salma is officially settled." "Truly?" Layla sat up excitedly, her large eyes sparkling in the dim lamplight. "Thank you, husband." Zion reached out, a cheeky grin spreading across his lips. "Come here then, time for your nightly dose of medicine." To his surprise, Layla shrank back shyly, shaking her head timidly. "Husband, I can't tonight. My monthly bleeding has arrived." Her voice trailed off, turning quiet and wistful. Another month without conceiving meant she was still failing in her primary duty to him. Zion paused, a sudden realization striking him. He sat up. "Hold on a moment, love. I'll be right back." Leaving a bewildered Layla in bed, Zion stepped into the dark front room, slipped into his spatial dimension, and rummaged through his tactical backpack. He recalled packing several boxes of modern sanitary towels among his gear. In a world where women relied on rough, unhygienic cotton rags, this would be a massive relief for her. He returned to the bedroom holding a sleek, sealed package, pulling out a soft sanitary pad and handing it to her. Layla examined the strange, sterile white item in complete confusion. "Husband, what is this?" "A miracle pad," Zion chuckled softly. "Absorbs everything cleanly." Layla touched the soft cotton lining, her eyes widening as she caught on. "Is it a sanitary cloth?" Her cheeks flushed beet red in an instant. She looked at him with wide, embarrassed eyes. "Husband, you're a gentleman. How on earth do you have such things?" "A gift from the pier, love," Zion lied smoothly. "It's far cleaner and more comfortable than rough cloth. Just remember to change it regularly." Under Zion's quiet instructions, Layla finally fitted the pad. "How does it feel?" Zion asked with a smile. Terribly soft and comfortable," Layla whispered shyly. She paused, looking at him with a strange, secretive glint in her eyes. "Wait for me, husband. I'll be back in a moment." She slipped out of bed and stepped quietly out of the room. Zion lay back against the pillows, mildly bewildered. What was she up to? Did she have her own secret stash in the kitchen? A minute later, soft, hesitant footsteps approached the doorway. The curtain lifted, and a slender figure stepped into the soft lamplight. It was Farhana. Zion stared at her in complete astonishment. "Farhana? What are you doing here?" Farhana kept her head bowed, her face burning so deep crimson that the flush reached all the way down her neck. Her hands clutched the hem of her night tunic nervously. "Young master," Farhana whispered, her voice barely louder than a mosquito's hum. "Sister Layla asked me to come, in her place." Zion smirked softly, sitting up against the headboard and extending a hand toward her. "I see. Tell me, Farhana, are you afraid of taking your medicine?" Farhana looked up timidly, her large, watery eyes wide with quiet surrender. "Young master, what manner of medicine is it?" "Come here, love," Zion chuckled warmly, pulling her under the quilt. "Let me teach you." Chapter 15, A Very Curious Brew. Zion settled into his new life alongside his 3 young women, living comfortably and without a trace of shame. 3 months passed in a flash. A splendid new homestead now stood upon the soil of Megbury village, green-fired bricks, dark slate tiles, and high courtyard walls rising proudly against the backdrop of thatched huts. It was the first 2-courtyard haveli ever constructed in Megbury, easily the grandest and most beautiful house for miles around. Out in front of the old cottage, the sweet potato patch had flourished under months of careful tending, spreading into a lush, vibrant carpet of green vines. The tomatoes and maize had also flowered and set fruit. Though only a handful of maize stalks survived, it was more than enough to harvest for seeds. The day arrived for Zion's wedding to Rabia, the Metaber's daughter. A grand wedding feast was held in the village square. Every man, woman, and child in Megbury gathered to eat, drink, and celebrate long into the night. Once again, Zion's sheer wealth astonished the villagers. Plump cuts of meat were served in endless supply, more than they could possibly finish, a single feast surpassing what most families ate in years. Alongside the meat sat platters of strange, delicious vegetables and sweet fruits they had never seen before. It was an eye-opening affair for the entire parish. None was happier than Mataber Sunahar. Though Rabia was technically taking her place as a secondary wife, it did not dampen his spirits in the slightest. In these dark, famine-ridden times, finding such a prosperous and capable son-in-law was a blessing beyond measure. Sitting beside his new father-in-law, Zion leaned in. Mataber Sahib, drop by the compound tomorrow morning. I have something extraordinary to show you. Sunahar looked up, pleasantly surprised. Is that so, good son-in-law? What sort of thing? Something that will keep our fellow villagers from starving this winter. The old leader slapped his thigh in excitement. Splendid. I'll be at your gate first thing in the morning. By nightfall, as the guests drifted home, the noisy celebration died down. Zion sat in the main courtyard, puffing on a cigarette as he pondered his finances. Building the two-courtyard Haveli, hosting the feast, and funding Jahangir's wedding to Babi Salma had completely drained his pouch of silver takas. Though his pocket dimension contained an inexhaustible supply of modern goods, hard coin was still essential for navigating the local markets. Layla finished clearing the dishes and walked into the hall. Spotting Zion sitting there with smoke curling from his lips, she smiled gently. Husband, why are you still sitting out here? Don't keep Rabia waiting in the bridal chamber. Zion teased her with a cheeky grin. What, love? Are you not the least bit jealous? Layla gave him a playful, affectionate scoff. Jealous? If you keep bringing wives home, I'll end up bursting from jealousy. Go on with you. Having lived with him for months, Layla had picked up much of his relaxed, dry humor. Zion winked at her, stood up, and strolled toward Rabia's bedroom. Inside, Rabia sat on the edge of the bed, a traditional red embroidered veil draped over her head. Hearing footsteps approach, she grew nervous, her slender fingers twisting her silk scarf tight. Zion picked up a carved wooden rod from the side table, stepped forward, and gently lifted the red veil. Rabia's cheeks flushed crimson. She stole a shy glance at him before lowering her eyes. Husband, you've come, she murmured softly, her voice sweet as honey. An 18-year-old beauty, Zion murmured warmly. Bold with wine and affection, he blew out the lamp. Early the next morning, Mataber Sunahar hurried over to the compound. Zion led him out to the garden plot behind the old cottage, picked up a spade, and began turning the soil around a sweet potato vine. Good son-in-law, what is that tall crop over there? Sunahar asked, pointing at the yellowing stalks of maize. Zion paused, looking over. That is called maize. It's the golden corn we served at the feast yesterday. But that's for later. Zion's original plan was to let the maize mature for seeds. Sunahar nodded in understanding. The roasted corn at the feast had been sweet and delicious. Zion had intentionally served the new crops at the wedding so the villagers would develop a taste for them, making the coming distribution natural and welcome. Zion plunged the spade deeper, overturning a mound of dark earth. Nestled in the soil sat a cluster of smooth, brownish-red sweet potato tubers, plump and well-formed. Sunahar recognized them instantly from the feast. Aha! The sweet roots. Good, good, these are wonderful. Zion weighed one in his hand. If we give them another fortnight in the ground, they'll grow even larger. So why did you call me out here, lad? To introduce them to the whole village. Zion paused, adding, if we distribute the vine cuttings and plant them across the village plots now, we can harvest a massive crop by autumn. When winter sets in, no one in Megbury will go hungry. Sunahar's brow furrowed slightly. But we've barely seen a drop of rain in months, lad. Zion smiled. Do not worry, Mataber Sahib. Sweet potatoes are remarkably drought-tolerant. A modest watering now and then is all they need. They yield heavily, store for months without spoiling, and can be eaten raw, boiled, steamed, or roasted. Even the young leaves make fine greens. It is no exaggeration to call this a miracle crop. Sunahar's face lit up with joyful awe. You are a godsend, Zion. With you in Megbury, I can finally sleep at night. I'll go gather the villagers at once. After breakfast, Zion decided to ride into Dakshinpur city to find a way to earn hard silver. He took Samira along with him, 2 riders on a single warhorse, a dashing sight. As they trotted down the road, Zion's hands casually rested on Samira's waist and thigh, making the shy twin blush crimson all the way to the market gates. Upon entering the city, Zion trotted down the main avenue, observing the shops. Passing a grand establishment named the Khushbu Tea Emporium, an idea struck him. Modern tea processing methods produced far superior flavor than the primitive sun-drying techniques of this era, and he had several tins of top-tier specialty tea in his spatial storage. Though he only had a few tins, they duplicated endlessly. Samira, hold the horse here for a moment, Zion said. He dismounted, summoning a sleek metal tin of high-grade Dansung Oolong, famously known as duck shit tea, into his broad sleeve. Zion stepped inside. Spotting a new customer dressed in fine silk, the tea shopkeeper bustled forward with a polite bow. Welcome, master. What manner of tea may I fetch for you today? Zion got straight to the point. Shopkeeper, I have a rare tea here. Would you be interested in a tasting? The shopkeeper realized the young gentleman was a merchant looking to sell stock. What tea do you carry, master, and what is your asking price? Zion retrieved the sleek metal tin, popped the outer lid, and peeled back the inner foil seal, setting it onto the wooden counter. The shopkeeper was intrigued by the airtight metal tin, but when his eyes fell on the bold label translated as duck shit fragrance, his expression instantly turned to one of utter disgust and contempt. Are you here to sell duck droppings? With such a foul, vulgar name, who in their right mind would drink it? Yet before he could scoff, a rich, floral aroma drifted out of the tin, captivating his senses. Sniff, sniff. A deep, sweet, honey-like orchid fragrance filled the shopkeeper's nostrils. He leaned over the counter and took a deep breath. The intense, refreshing bouquet cleared his mind instantly. Good heavens! What incredible aroma! I've traded tea for 30 years, yet I've never smelled a leaf so fragrant. Unable to resist, the shopkeeper carried the tin over to his tasting table, boiled a kettle of spring water, and carefully steeped a pinch of the dark, twisted leaves in a clay teapot. As the boiling water hit the leaves, an intoxicating, heavenly perfume exploded through the room. The liquid poured out a clear, radiant golden amber. Ignoring the heat, the shopkeeper took a small clay cup and took a swift sip. He narrowed his eyes, leaning back in sheer bliss. Magnificent, absolutely magnificent. Rich, smooth, deeply floral, with a lingering sweetness that coats the throat. I have never tasted a tea so refined in all my life. He opened his eyes, looking at Zion with beaming respect. May I inquire as to your honorable name, young master? My surname is Zion. Ah, Master Zion. I am shopkeeper Haroon. Tell me, Master Zion, what is your asking price for this extraordinary tea? Zion paused. Setting a price on modern artisanal tea in an ancient market was tricky. He smiled casually. Shopkeeper Haroon, why don't you make me an offer? This tin holds a full seer. Consider this opened container a gift from me for the tasting. Shopkeeper Haroon took another slow, appreciative sip, pondering deeply. After a moment, he raised his head. It is indeed a rare treasure. How about this? I offer 500 copper poishes for a seer. Chapter 16, The Price of Tea. 500 poishes was barely half a silver taka. Zion calculated quickly in his head. A supply of 1,000 tins at that rate would yield a paltry 500 silver takas, far too low for a tea of such extraordinary quality. Shopkeeper Haroon, Zion said coolly, setting the tin down on the wooden counter. Offering such a pittance for leaves of this caliber isn't how proper merchants do business. Shopkeeper Haroon winced, putting on a show of intense distress. Master Zion, have mercy. Times are hard. I'll add another 100 poishes, 600 in total. That is my absolute limit. I cannot go a single copper higher. Zion's eyes narrowed. A tea as refined as Dansung Oolong was worth at least 3 times that sum on the open market. 2 silver takas per tin, Zion stated firmly. That is my price. 2 takas? Haroon gasped, clutching his chest as if mortally wounded. Master Zion, 600 poishes is a fortune in these desperate times. If I buy at 2 takas, I'll never find a buyer in the regional capital. Then we have nothing further to discuss, Zion replied smoothly. He picked up his tea tin, turned, and made for the door. Fine tea was a luxury reserved exclusively for high officials, wealthy landowning zamindars, and regional lords. Whether the common folk were starving outside the city walls made no difference to the aristocracy. While the destitute froze along the dusty highways, the elite still drank from silver cups behind walled compounds. Seeing Zion walking out without a second glance, shopkeeper Haroon panicked. The tea was divine, handled correctly. He could sell it to the district magistrate's court for 3 times the cost. Master Zion. Wait, please. Haroon called out, scurrying around the counter. Let us not be hasty. How about this, we meet halfway? 1 silver taka per tin. Zion paused near the threshold, turning his head. 1.5. Haroon winced, wringing his hands. 1.2 takas. I swear by the Almighty, Master Zion, that is every copper I can spare, or I'll be selling at a loss. 1.2 silver takas per tin was a solid rate for a bulk wholesale transaction. Zion nodded slowly. How many tins are you taking? I'll take 100 tins. 100 is hardly worth my transport costs, Zion replied, shaking his head. 500 tins minimum. Haroon stared at him, caught between greed and caution. 500 tins meant an investment of 600 silver takas, a massive gamble. Yet tasting the exquisite brew lingering on his palate, he knew the city nobility would pay handsomely for it. Very well, 500 tins it is. Haroon agreed, holding up a finger. On one condition, Master Zion, you must grant my emporium exclusive distribution rights within Dakshinpur city. Zion couldn't help but admire the man's sharp commercial instincts. Agreed. I'll have the crate delivered within the hour, and this open tin is yours as a gift. He set the sample tin on the counter and stepped out into the bustling street. Leaving Samira waiting safely near the town square with the white stallion, Zion ducked into a quiet alleyway. Ensuring he was completely unobserved, he summoned 500 sealed tins of Dansong Oolong from his spatial dimension, loaded them onto a hired bullock cart, and delivered them directly to the Emporium's back storehouse. Within an hour, Zion was holding a heavy leather pouch packed with 600 gleaming silver takas. With more than enough coin to satisfy his household needs for months, Zion bought Samira a warm spiced pastry, remounted the stallion, and set off on the return journey toward Megbury village. Young master, Samira asked softly as they trotted along the open track, holding tight to his waist, where did you manage to secure so much fine tea? I keep a private storehouse hidden in the city. Love, Zion lied smoothly, reaching down to pinch her soft cheek. Samira flushed, resting her head against his shoulder. You are truly amazing, young master. You earned 600 silver takas in less than half a day. Well, if I don't earn proper coin, how am I going to feed my lasses? Zion laughed softly. Samira's face burned with happiness. Since joining his household, proper meals had transformed her. Her once sallow cheeks were now plump, rosy, and smooth. I will serve you faithfully for the rest of my days, young master. As they rounded a wooded bend along the highway, 4 burly men came into view ahead, driving a heavy wooden ox cart at a slow pace. Bound tightly to the bed of the cart sat a woman, a rough cloth gag stuffed into her mouth. As the stallion approached, the bound woman began squirming frantically, letting out desperate, muffled cries. Zion's brow furrowed. Looking closely, his eyes widened. It was Bobby Camelli. Hold it right there. Zion barked, pulling up the reins. The lead thug crossed his thick arms, a cruel, mocking sneer on his weathered face. What's this, scholar? Taken a fancy to the wench, have you? Tell you what, hand over 100 silver takas, and you can take her off our hands. Untie her first, Zion commanded, swinging his leg over the saddle and dismounting calmly. Samira slid down right behind him. Not a chance, lad, the leader scoffed. What's to stop you riding off? Camelli shook her head wildly, tears streaming down her face as she made muffled sounds against the rag. Zion kept his voice level. Why have you bound her? Her idiot brother owes 10 silver takas to our gambling house in town, the leader barked impatiently. She's been taken to clear his debt. Now, are you paying for her or getting out of our way? 100 silver takas was a small price to pay to save the woman who had pulled his body from the ditch. Zion gestured to Samira. Samira, open the silver pouch. Samira set her travel bundle on the grass and untied the leather cord, exposing a mountain of pure, gleaming white silver takas. Spotting the fortune in silver, the 4 thugs froze, their eyes lighting up with unbridled greed. The leader let out a low, predatory chuckle. Hold on, scholar. I've changed my mind. I want 500 silver takas now. Zion's gaze turned ice-cold. Inside his wide silk sleeve, his fingers quietly unholstered his semi-automatic pistol, racking the slide without a sound. Are you certain you want 500? Zion asked softly. The leader tapped the notched short sword resting at his hip, stepping closer with a threatening scowl. Dead certain, lad. Keep running your mouth, and I'll slit your throat and take the whole pouch. Pft. A whisper-quiet crack echoed through the trees. A neat, red hole appeared squarely between the thug leader's eyes. His expression froze, and he collapsed backward into the dirt like a felled log. The remaining 3 thugs gasped in shock, pulling their short swords from their belts. You little bastard. Pft. 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 3 rapid muffled cracks cut through the quiet air. All 3 men crumpled onto the dusty road before their blades could even clear their scabbards. Kameli and Samira stood rooted to the spot, utterly stunned. For dangerous, armed thugs had been slaughtered in the span of 3 seconds. Samira swallowed hard, looking at Zion's calm face with renewed awe. She realized instantly that this mysterious, lightning-fast magic was the exact same force that had slain the 2 man-eating tigers up on the ridge. Zion smoothly stashed his pistol back into his spatial dimension, stepped up to the ox cart, pulled the gag from Kameli's mouth, and sliced through the hemp ropes binding her wrists. The moment she was free, Kameli collapsed into Zion's arms, weeping uncontrollably. Zion. Oh, merciful heavens, Zion. They slaughtered my in-laws. They butchered them in cold blood. Take a deep breath, Bobby, Zion murmured softly, holding her steady. Tell me what happened. My foolish brother lost 10 silver takas at the gambling hall in town, Kameli sobbed, her body shaking violently. These monsters broke into our cottage to drag me off to a brothel. My poor mother-in-law and father-in-law tried to stop them at the door, but those bastards drew their blades and murdered them on the spot. Oh God, there was blood everywhere. Zion's eyes darkened with quiet fury. He patted her back gently, reassuring her that the killers had met their rightful end. Turning to Samira, he handed her the reins of the white stallion. Samira, ride double with Bobby Kameli and head straight back to Megbury. Keep quiet about what happened here. Young master, what about you? Samira asked anxiously. Zion gestured to the heavy wooden ox cart and the placid yellow bull standing in the harness. I've got an ox and cart to bring home, haven't I? Once the 2 women had ridden out of sight down the dusty highway, Zion looked around the empty road. With a single focus of his mind, he swept the 4 bloody corpses, the wooden cart, and the yellow bull into his spatial sanctuary. He strolled 1/4 of a mile deep into the dense woodland, away from any established trails, and released the 4 corpses into a dark, overgrown ravine. Enjoy the feast, wolves, Zion muttered coolly, turning back toward the highway to retrieve his new ox and cart. Chapter 17, Seeds and Skincare. When Zion drove the ox cart into Bobby Kameli's yard, the villagers had already hastily interred her murdered in-laws. Learning that Zion had killed 4 men on the highway, Mataber Sunahar's heart sank. Trouble followed trouble in these dark days. Seeing Zion step down from the cart, the old man pulled him aside. My good son-in-law, Samira tells me you've taken lives again? Men steeped in evil deserve nothing less, Mataber Sahib, Zion replied, his voice calm but unyielding. But Zamir Seth, who runs the gambling house in town, is a ruthless devil. He won't let this lie. Zion smiled dryly. A gambling house boss? Even if the crown prince himself came looking for blood, he would swallow lead just the same. So long as I'm breathing, elder, you can sleep soundly. Seeing his absolute composure, Sunahar dropped the matter. But with her in-laws dead, leaving Bobby Camelli alone in her cottage was far too dangerous. What about Camelli then? Sunahar added. It isn't right for a young widow to live alone in these times. Perhaps. Zion pondered. Why doesn't she move into the compound with us? She can help with the cooking and household chores, and I'll pay her a fair monthly wage. Matabar Sunahar felt a quiet twinge of regret. You greedy lad. You've already got 4 wives under your roof, couldn't you leave one for the rest of the village? He kept the thought to himself, of course. That's sensible enough. In Megbury, only your household has the strength and room to protect her. Sunahar went over to speak with Camelli. After the horror on the road, Camelli was terrified of staying alone. What if Zamir Seth's thugs returned in the dead of night to drag her off to a brothel? Moving into Zion's compound was a different story entirely. He possessed terrifying martial strength, and his 2-courtyard compound felt safer than a garrison fortress. So Zion handed the ox cart over to Matabar Sunahar to use for village business and walked back to his compound with Bobby Camelli. Zion, thank you, Camelli murmured softly as they walked down the lane. Zion looked at her with a warm smile. You pulled me out of the ditch, Bobby. There's no need for formal thanks between us, but you saved me from a fate worse than death today. I swear I'll work hard at your home. I won't be a useless mouth to feed. Nonsense, Bobby. Even if you rested all day, you'd be welcome. Camelli was deeply moved, silently vowing to keep his household in perfect order. When they reached the compound gates, Layla and Rabia stepped into the courtyard to greet them. Husband. Are you all right? Both women called out in unison. Zion chuckled, opening his arms and pulling both Layla and Rabia into a warm embrace. Look at you two, you didn't tear each other's hair out while I was away, did you? Bobby Camelli watched the scene with a slightly awkward smile, though a subtle warmth fluttered in her chest. It had been years since a man had shown her such easy affection. Husband, really? Layla gave him a light, playful scold before turning to Camelli with gentle curiosity. Bobby Camelli, what brings you here? Zion released his wives. Bobby Camelli has no family left to lean on. From today on, she'll be staying with us. The women were surprised for a moment, but quickly understood. Bobby Camelli, treat this compound as your own home, Layla said generously. She called Farhana over to carry Camelli's small bundle to a guest room in the west wing. With over a dozen spacious rooms, the compound had plenty of space, and managing a large house required extra hands anyway. Tears welling in her eyes, Camelli sniffled. I'll go straight to the kitchen and prepare supper for everyone. Bobby, you ought to rest today. No, Sister Layla, Camelli interrupted gently. I'm already more grateful than words can say that you've taken me in. From now on, the kitchen is my domain. She headed straight for the cookhouse. Zion retired to his study, locked the wooden door, and stepped into his pocket dimension. He searched his weapons pile, selecting 2 high-grade steel sabers and 2 compound bow sets with quivers. Stepping back into the real world, he handed the weapons to Farhana and Samira. He had considered giving them tactical firearms, but decided the timing was not right just yet. Farhana and Samira examined the exquisite steel blades in confusion. Where had these weapons come from? Get used to the balance, Zion smiled. Show me what you can do with them tonight. Tonight? The twins raised their delicate eyebrows, looking even more perplexed. When night fell, Zion retired to their wing. A very comfortable night's rest followed. Early the next morning, Matabar Sunahar arrived at the compound gate to gather the villagers. Nothing was more vital than securing a harvest. Zion took a pair of shears, cut several long sweet potato vines from his garden plot, and accompanied the elder to the fields behind the village. A crowd of villagers was already waiting. Seeing Zion, they called out respectfully, "Scholar Zion." Zion inspected the freshly raised soil ridges. Whose field is this? Old Kashim stepped forward proudly. Scholar, it's mine. Zion nodded. The spacing between these ridges is excellent, Kasham. Proper depth, too. Thank you, scholar. Kasham beamed. Everyone pay close attention, Zion announced to the crowd. Proper spacing directly affects the size of your yield. Using his shears, Zion snipped a vine section into a hand-length cutting and pressed it horizontally into the damp soil. Remember, each cutting should be about the length of your palm. Bury it horizontally, leaving 1/3 exposed above the ridge, just like this. Every villager present had tasted the sweet potato dishes at the wedding feast. Hungry for a real harvest, they strained their necks, watching his every move so as not to miss a single step. This was a matter of life and death for their families. Zion planted several more cuttings to demonstrate proper spacing, then straightened up and pointed to a sturdy young villager. Jalal, give it a go. Me, scholar? Jalal pointed to his own chest, looking nervous. It's simple enough. Jalal bit his lip, stepped up to the ridge, snipped a vine cutting under Zion's eye, and planted it carefully. Spot on, Zion approved. Just like that. He called up several more villagers to practice until the crowd grasped the technique of taking cuttings and setting them in the ridges. Zion did not leave immediately. He spent the morning walking the fields, correcting errors, and assigning specific individuals to manage and water the vine beds so no precious cuttings were wasted. It was near noon when Zion returned to the compound for lunch. The household gathered around the large wooden dining table in the main hall. Bobby Kameli, this spread is wonderful, Zion praised, taking a mouthful of stewed vegetables. Kameli was truly an adept cook. Is it really to your liking, Zion? Kameli smiled, relieved. I was worried you'd find my cooking rough. Layla placed a tender slice of pork into Kameli's bowl. Don't be modest, Bobby. Eat up. Thank you, Sister Layla, you're all so generous. Kameli marveled inwardly, 3 rich meals a day, with meat at every sit-down. What kind of fairy tale household was this? Remembering something, Kameli looked at Zion with a bright smile. Zion, do you happen to have any more of those long cucumbers? She had not been able to forget the crisp, sweet taste of the cucumber he had given her in the woods. Cucumbers? Zion looked up. Do you want them for eating, or for beauty? Kameli blinked her large, expressive eyes in confusion. Besides eating, what else would one use a cucumber for? For skin care, of course, Zion chuckled. Slice them thin and lay them on your face. It makes the skin delicate, smooth, and supple. The women around the table stared at him in fascination. The desire for beauty was universal. None of them noticed the playful, cheeky glint in Zion's eyes. He certainly was not about to mention what else cucumbers were sometimes used for in the modern world. Kameli nodded, bewildered. I see, though using good food on one's face seems terribly wasteful in times like these. Layla smiled gently. The pier provided their home with an endless supply, so waste was hardly an issue. Husband, can cucumbers truly make one's skin smoother? Of course, love. When has your husband ever lied to you? Before anyone could respond, an anxious, breathless voice shouted from the outer courtyard gates. Scholar. Disaster. Something terrible has happened. Chapter 18, tempting, but not enough. Scholar. Disaster. Disaster. Jalal burst through the compound gate, panting heavily, his face flushed and dripping with sweat as if he had run all the way from the market town. Zion set his cup down calmly. Take a breath, Jalal. What's happened? The gambling den men have come. Jalal wheezed, clutching his knees. A whole gang of them, armed to the teeth. Zamir Seth's son, Zahid, is leading them. He says we have to hand over Bobby Kameli and 4 of our men right now. Hearing those words, Bobby Kameli went deathly pale, the clay rice bowl slipping from her fingers and shattering on the floorboards. Zion stood up without a trace of hurry. Whether these city thugs were formidable or not made no difference to him. They had simply walked straight into their own graves. Lead the way, Zion said smoothly. Farhana and Samira immediately stepped out from the side hall, unsheathing their steel sabers, and fell in behind him. In the central village square, a young man of about 20 stood atop the well platform, flanked by a dozen burly, scarred enforcers carrying heavy curved blades. He wore a sneering, arrogant expression, his nose turned up as if the rural air offended him. This was Zahid, the spoiled, ruthless son of Zamir Seth, owner of the most notorious gambling hall in Dakshinpur. Matabar Sunahar stood before the gang, backed by a crowd of anxious villagers armed with pitchforks and heavy staves, trying his best to stall them. "Hand over the wench and the men who killed our guards," Zahid bellowed, gesturing aggressively with his leather riding crop. "Or by the Almighty, Megburi burns to the ground today. Young Master Zahid, please, listen to reason," Elder Sunahar urged, keeping his voice placid despite the dread knotting his stomach. "We truly don't know what you're talking about. Widow Kameli isn't here, and we have no idea where she's fled to." Sunahar's heart pounded against his ribs. He knew the ox cart from yesterday was parked right behind his own barn. "You senile old fool," Zahid spat, stepping down off the well platform. "Start telling the truth, or I'll break both your legs before I burn your cottage." "Young Master Zahid, I swear to you." "Shut your trap, old man," Zahid roared, reaching out to grab the Matabar by his silk collar. "I know where they are." A cool, clear voice cut through the tension. The crowd parted, and the villagers gasped in collective relief as Zion strolled into the square, his posture relaxed, his hands tucked loosely into his broad silk sleeves. In recent weeks, the young scholar had become the undisputed pillar of strength for the entire hamlet. On his way over, Zion had already weighed his options. Opening fire in the middle of a packed village square would cause unnecessary panic, so leading the gang out of town was the sensible play. Zahid released the old man's collar, turning his fierce, bloodshot gaze onto the newcomer. He blinked, momentarily caught off guard. In a dead-end, dirt-poor hamlet like this, he had not expected to find a young man clad in aristocratic silk, trailed by two striking maidservants. "So you're the arrogant little bastard who snatched my property?" Zahid sneered, crossing his arms. "You're courting death, lad." "Steady on, young man," Zion replied smoothly, offering a pleasant smile. "There's no need to shout. Come along, I'll take you straight to them." Zahid's eyes narrowed suspiciously. "Where are they? What have you done to my father's men?" "They're perfectly fine," Zion spread his hands comfortably. "You'll see for yourself once we get there, won't you?" "Listen to me, scholar," Zahid growled, tapping his sword hilt threateningly. "Don't you try any clever tricks, or I'll carve you into fish bait." "Wouldn't dream of it," Zion chuckled softly. "Look at me, I'm just a fragile scholar. How could I possibly stand against a dozen of your finest men?" Zahid considered this for a moment. A soft city boy against 12 hardened enforcers? The logic was sound. Right then, Zahid barked. "Lead the way, and move your legs." Zion turned to Farhana and Samira. "You two stay here with Layla." The twin sisters nodded obediently. They were well aware of their master's terrifying, invisible iron weapons and felt not the slightest concern for his safety. Zion offered Elder Sunahara a subtle, reassuring nod before turning and walking casually toward the outer mountain trail. Sunahar watched him go with a tight, anxious frown, but held his tongue. "Follow him," Zahid ordered, mounting his stallion as his dozen enforcers fell into line behind him. Zion maintained a steady pace for half an hour, leading the group past the cultivated fields and deep into a dense, overgrown pine forest. As the trees thickened and the village vanished behind them, Zahid grew impatient. The trail ahead was wild and clearly uninhabited. "Hey, scholar," Zahid shouted, pulling up his reins. "Are you taking the piss? Where the hell are they?" Zion stopped, surveying the isolated clearing. Thick timber, no line of sight to the main road, completely deserted. "This will do nicely." He turned around slowly. With a flick of his wrist inside his spatial dimension, his M16 assault rifle materialized smoothly in his hands. The enforcers stared in bewilderment at the dark, metallic instrument resting against his shoulder. "Where are they, lad?" Zahid demanded, his face twisting into a vicious scowl. "Don't tell me you brought us out here for a walk." Zion looked up at Zahid atop his horse, a faint, playful smirk touching his lips. The feng shui in this grove is exceptional, wouldn't you say? Quiet. Peaceful. Perfect for an eternal rest. Zahid's face flushed with sudden, blinding fury. You little bastard. Do you have any idea who you're talking to? By God, I'm going to. Bang. A sharp, deafening report shattered the forest quiet. A heavy lead round tore straight through Zahid's chest plate. Zahid gasped, his eyes wide in absolute shock as blood erupted from his mouth. He slipped sideways out of his saddle, hitting the damp earth with a heavy thud. The 12 enforcers stood frozen for a second before chaos erupted. Young master. Young master. Kill the bastard. Drawing swords and daggers, the thugs surged forward. Zion's expression turned ice-cold. He thumbed the selector switch to full auto and squeezed the trigger, sweeping the barrel across the charging line. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A dense hail of high-velocity lead tore through leather, bone, and muscle. In the span of 4 seconds, all 12 enforcers crumpled onto the dirt track in a bloody heap, their groans cut short as silence reclaimed the woods. Zion stepped over the bodies, stopping beside Zahid. The young man was still twitching, blood bubbling from his mouth as he clutched his ruined chest. Zion racked the bolt with a sharp click, raising the barrel toward his forehead. Seeing the cold black cylinder pointed at his face, Zahid's arrogance evaporated into pure, unadulterated horror. Enduring agony, he dragged himself onto his knees, pressing his blood-stained palms together in desperate supplication. Spare me. Zahid wheezed, tears mixing with the grime on his face. Mercy, master, spare my life. Give me one good reason why I shouldn't put a bullet through your skull, Zion said coolly. My father has silver. Zahid sobbed, gasping for air as blood soaked his tunic. Chests of silver in the gambling house. He'll give you everything, gold, silver, land deeds. Just let me live. Zion stared down at him, his mouth curling into a dry, mirthless smile. That's slightly tempting, I suppose, but not enough. Pfft. Zion pulled the trigger, putting a clean round through the young man's skull. He lowered the rifle, stepping back to let the quiet settle over the grove. Good and evil always settled their accounts in the end. The wheel of fate turned for everyone. He caught the reins of Zahid's fine stallion, the only innocent creature in the clearing, and began leading it back toward the main trail. As he walked, Zion's brow furrowed in thought. Zamir Seth won't stay quiet once his son fails to return. When he realizes Zahid is dead, he'll hire every thug in the Pargana to burn Megbury. If you want to pull a weed, you have to dig up the roots. Furthermore, Megbury needs a proper perimeter wall and defensive gates. As things stand, any passing gang of thugs can stroll right into the square. Nodding to himself, Zion finalized his plan. The scholar is back. Look. It's Zion. As Zion emerged from the treeline leading the horse, the villagers waiting at the edge of the hamlet erupted into relieved cheers. Yet as he drew closer, the Mataber's eyes widened in sudden realization. Zion was leading Zahid's personal warhorse, alone. A collective gasp rippled through the gathered crowd. If Zahid was dead, Zamir Seth would bring war to Megbury. Farhana stepped forward quickly, taking the reins from Zion's hand. Elder Sunahar pulled Zion aside, his hands trembling slightly. My good son-in-law. Zahid. Zion offered a calm, steady nod. I'll clear up the rest of the mess, Mataber Sahib. Tell the villagers to rest easy. Sunahar's pupils dilated in horror, a cold shiver running down his spine as he realized what the young man intended. You mean, you're going after Zamir Seth himself? Zion replied calmly. Tonight. He turned to Farhana. Farhana, go home and saddle my white stallion. Chapter 19, Luring the Snake. Upon reaching the market town, Zion trotted his stallion directly over to Tariq's tea shop, pulling the young man aside into a quiet corner. Tariq, do you know Zamir Seth? Zamir Seth? Tariq looked bewildered, eyeing him cautiously. Why are you asking after him, Zion? You haven't gone and crossed him, have you? Crossing him is out of the question, Zion thought with a cold inner chuckle. It's him who crossed me. The man's as good as dead. Aloud, Zion offered a casual laugh. Nothing like that. I just want to know what he looks like. Well, of course I know him. Everyone in town knows the devil, Tarek whispered, leaning closer. Blimey, he walked right past my shop with his bodyguards not 10 minutes ago. You must have crossed paths with him on your way in. Zion searched his memory. A broad, heavily built man with a thick, untamed beard and the fierce expression of an executioner had indeed brushed past him on the avenue, flanked by 4 burly thugs. Are you talking about that giant brute with the bearded jaw who looks like an executioner? Tarek instantly raised his index finger to his lips, shushing him frantically. Keep your voice down, for heaven's sake. Don't let anyone hear you. The man's a cold-blooded killer. Do you know where he was heading? Tarek pondered for a moment. That way, down toward the alleyways. He was likely heading to his gambling hall. Zion nodded smoothly, offered a brief word of thanks, and stepped back out onto the street. He strolled along the main thoroughfare, scanning the shopfronts, but saw no sign of a gaming house. After asking a local street vendor, he learned the hall was tucked away inside a narrow, covered alleyway. Stepping into the mouth of the alley, the chaotic noise of the gambling hall hit his ears, shouted bets, clattering dice, and foul curses echoing off the brick walls. Zion meandered through the crowded main room, searching for the bearded brute, but the owner was nowhere to be seen. As he neared the back of the hall, his sharp eyes caught a reinforced wooden door leading toward a private courtyard. Before he could step closer, a rough voice barked at him from behind. Oi! You there? What are you sneaking about for, lad? Are you placing a bet or not? If not, push off. 6 or 7 burly bouncers lounging against a wooden pillar straightened up, glaring at him with heavy cudgels in hand. I'll place a bet, Zion said smoothly. Reaching into his broad sleeve, he summoned a 5-taka silver ingot from his spatial dimension, stepped up to a table running a game of passa, and casually tossed the silver onto the high numbers. Place your wagers. The croupier called out. Seeing no other bets on the table, the croupier lifted the carved wooden cup with a sharp rattle. 16 points. High wins, Zion let out a dry laugh. He had thrown the coin down purely as a distraction, yet he had just doubled his silver. Sweeping the coin back into his pouch, a tactical plan took shape in his mind. Since Zamir Seth was hiding behind closed doors in the back courtyard, Zion would simply smoke the snake out of its hole, then take him down in the resulting panic. Reaching into his sleeve, Zion unclipped an explosive fragmentation grenade, pulled the pin with his thumb, and tossed it casually into a dark corner of the crowded room. Clatter, clatter. Boom. A concussive explosion shattered the air, blowing stone and timber fragments across the floor. As thick gray smoke billowed through the hall, a jagged hole gaped in the brick wall. Merciful heavens! What was that? Did a lightning bolt hit the building? God preserve us, my ears. A moment later, the heavy wooden door to the rear courtyard burst open. The giant, bearded brute rushed into the main hall, flanked by 4 armed lieutenants. Seeing the owner arrive, the panicked gamblers scrambled aside to make a wide path. What in the blimey hell happened here? The brute roared, staring at the destroyed wall in utter bewilderment. A bouncer scurried forward, trembling as he explained, Boss. I don't know. A sudden clap of thunder just erupted out of nowhere and blew a hole clean through the brick. Zamir Seth's brow furrowed tightly. Could it be divine retribution for all the blood on my hands? But it was broad daylight, and the sky outside was clear. He strode forward unhurriedly, wanting to inspect the rubble himself. Watching him approach, Zion nodded quietly. There was no doubt about it, this was Zamir Seth. Slipping his right hand into his broad sleeve, Zion drew his suppressed semi-automatic pistol, raised his arm slightly, and squeezed the trigger straight at the man's exposed back. Pfft. The quiet, muffled crack went unnoticed amid the chaotic murmurs, but the heavy lead round slammed straight into the giant's chest. The massive man gasped, his legs buckling as he collapsed heavily onto the floorboards. The surrounding gamblers gasped, their eyes wide with horror as blood pooled beneath his body. Boss! Boss! His lieutenants rushed forward, wailing in panic as they crowded around his body. Zion glided quietly behind the gathering crowd, unclipped a second grenade from his vest, pulled the pin, and tossed it directly into the middle of the lieutenants. A man as thick-skinned and heavily built as Zamir Seth might survive a single handgun round. A concussive fragmentation blast would ensure the job was finished. Boom! A second, far louder explosion tore through the hall, showering the rear walls in shrapnel and red mist. Panic erupted. The remaining gamblers lost their senses entirely, screaming and trampling over one another as they bolted for the street exit. Taking advantage of the total chaos, Zion slipped through the inner doorway into the quiet rear courtyard. If he remembered correctly, the gambling house's treasury was housed in the back. Since he was already here, he had no intention of leaving empty-handed. In the inner courtyard, four heavy-set guards wielding broad tulwars stood posted before a reinforced door. Seeing an intruder step into the yard, they raised their blades with fierce snarls. "Who the hell are you? Get out, or we'll chop you into firewood." "Firewood?" Zion sneered softly. "You're the ones going up in smoke." Puffed. 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 Four quick suppressed shots dropped the guards where they stood. Zion stepped over their bodies, fired a single round through the heavy iron padlock, and kicked the door open. Inside sat the gambling hall's treasury. Two iron-bound chests sat stacked in the corner, overflowing with pure silver takas, alongside a box of cut silver fragments and two massive wooden crates packed with heavy copper coins. Without wasting time counting the hall, Zion swept every single chest into his spatial dimension with a thought. The front entrance was likely swarming with local town watchmen by now, making a front exit foolish. Zion pulled a third grenade from his vest, tossed it against the thin back wall of the treasury, and stepped clear. Boom! The brick wall collapsed outward into a deserted back alleyway. Zion stepped through the smoking gap, adjusted his silk robes, and casually strolled out into the main street. It was a bit ruthless, perhaps, but in a brutal feudal world, securing a quiet, prosperous life for his family required cold efficiency. Reaching the tea emporium, Zion dropped off a fresh sample tin of duck shit tea for shopkeeper Haroon, mounted his white stallion, and trotted out through the city gates toward Megbury village. Back at the compound, Layla, Rabia, and Bobby Kameli sat waiting nervously in the main courtyard, while Mataber Sunahar paced back and forth near the gates. Kameli was by far the most distraught, sitting on the edge of her wooden chair, clutching her hands tight. She had no desire to be sold into a brothel, and even less desire to see her savior come to harm on her account. Mataber Sahib. Zion has been gone for hours, Kameli whimpered, looking up at the old leader. What if something terrible has happened? Elder Sunahar paused, offering a firm, confident look. Rest easy, Kameli. Zion is a man of extraordinary capability. He'll be fine. Hearing the old man's absolute confidence, Kameli eased her posture slightly. Just then, Samira came running through the inner archway, her face lit with excitement. Master is back. He's at the gate. The household erupted into relieved smiles. Before they could even step out to meet him, Zion walked into the main courtyard, looking completely unbothered, his silk robes clean and untorn. Zion, lad. How did it go? Mataber Sunahar asked urgently, searching his eyes. Zion offered an easy, reassuring smile. You can rest easy, Mataber Sahib. Zamir Seth won't be bothering Megbury ever again. However, our village must keep a low profile regarding today's events. We act as though nothing happened. Elder Sunahar understood instantly. It was the exact same instruction Zion had given after the Kala Pahar raid. Zamir Seth was dead. The old leader nodded repeatedly, a heavy weight lifting from his chest. Good, good. I'll instruct the villagers at once. Not a single word will leave Megbury. Zion stroked his chin, a thoughtful look crossing his face. Mataber Sahib, for the long-term safety of our people, I believe Megbury needs a proper perimeter wall. A perimeter wall? Sunahar blinked in surprise. Our hamlet isn't large, but building a stone and brick wall around the entire perimeter would take a fortune in silver. Zion patted the old man's shoulder with a chuckle. Times are hard, elder, so I won't ask the villagers for a single copper piece. I'll cover the cost of the materials and silver wages myself. Mataber Sunahar stared at him, feeling a sudden pang of sympathy for his son-in-law's purse. The sheer amount of silver Zion spent on the village was mind-boggling. If an ordinary man had such wealth, he would hoard it for 10 lifetimes. Good son-in-law, that's exceptionally generous of you. This chaotic age is only going to get worse, elder, Zion said gravely. A proper wall and watchtowers are the only way to keep our families safe. Sunahar nodded solemnly, agreeing completely. Money was useless if a band of deserters came through and cut your throat in the dark. Right then, Sunahar said. Let us walk the perimeter and mark out where the boundary wall should stand. Agreed, Zion smiled. Though first, we must make sure the sweet potato crop is properly set in the fields. Chapter 20, The Bandits of Pagla Pahar. Under Zion's supervision and guidance, the sweet potato planting in Megbury village was completed in record time. Next came the monumental task of constructing the perimeter wall. Zion sat down with his head builder and brother-in-law, Jahangir, to calculate the necessary materials, timber scaffolding, and masonry tools. Zion's design was ambitious, a reinforced brick and rammed earth rampart 4 meters high, complete with defensive crenellations and a 1.5 meter wide upper walkway wide enough for patrols and archers. Constructing a fortified perimeter around an entire hamlet was a massive undertaking, requiring foundation digging, clay mixing, bricklaying, and heavy timber transport. Relying solely on the depleted population of Megbury was impossible. On Zion's advice, Matabar Sunahar sent word across the Pargana to recruit laborers from neighboring hamlets. Zion offered 20 copper poishes a day plus a hearty hot lunch, an extraordinary wage in a famine-stricken district where men were starving for work. When word spread that the daily lunch included generous portions of fresh meat and white rice, cash in hand every evening, workers flooded in by the dozens. Soon, the perimeter of Megbury was a hive of activity. Men dug foundation trenches, hauled field stones, and mixed mortar with fierce enthusiasm, their cheerful shouts echoing across the fields from sunrise to dusk. 2 weeks passed smoothly. With the construction running like clockwork under Jahangir's watchful eye, Zion decided it was time to ride into Dakshinpur city to check on his tea sales. Building a fortified compound and a village rampart was burning through silver takas at a frightening pace, and securing a fresh influx of coin was essential. Standing in the central courtyard of his compound, Zion looked at his household. Who fancies a trip to Dakshinpur city today? Me. I do. Rabia, Farhana, and Samira stepped forward simultaneously. As the eldest wife, Layla offered a gentle smile, content to let the younger women vie for his attention. Farther across the yard, Bobby Kameli wiped her hands on her apron, watching wistfully, though as a widowed housekeeper she held her tongue. Zion scratched his head, looking at the 3 eager young women. Each had her own charm, and choosing among them was no easy task. Still, riding double on a long trip was far more enjoyable with a sharp companion. His eyes settled on Farhana. Farhana, come along with me. Rabia, Samira, I'll take you too on the next run. Farhana's face lit up like a festival lantern. She darted off like a startled hare, grabbing her leather-wrapped steel saber from the side hall before trotting out to saddle the stallion. The two set off along the dusty highway, the stallion's hooves clicking rhythmically against the dry earth, and rode straight into Dakshinpur city, stopping before the Khushbu Tea Emporium. The moment Zion stepped through the entrance, shopkeeper Haroon rushed out from behind the counter, beaming from ear to ear. Master Zion. Merciful heavens, I've been praying for your return. Catching the desperation in the merchant's tone, Zion offered a dry, knowing smirk. How go the sales of our duck shit tea, shopkeeper Haroon? If you hadn't walked through that door today, Sahib, my shelves would be completely bare. The city nobility are going mad for it. You've arrived just in time. Zion raised an eyebrow in pleasant surprise. Modern artisanal tea was evidently a goldmine among the bored, wealthy elite of the regional capital. How many tins are you after this time? Zion asked, cutting straight to business. Haroon raised his index finger with a smug, conspiratorial grin. I want this many, Sahib. Can you supply it? 1,000? Zion chuckled softly. He could easily supply 10,000 or 1,000,000 with a single thought from his spatial dimension. It was merely a matter of hauling the crates out. Since it's selling so rapidly, Haroon, we ought to make it 2,000 tins. 2,000? Haroon gasped, waving his hands in horror. No, no, no. That's far too many. Tea isn't grain, Master Zion. I can't tie up all my working capital in inventory at once. Zion smiled, offering a casual shrug. Suit yourself. Though I might not ride back into the capital for quite some time, and there's no guarantee I'll have stock when I return. Haroon winced, his merchant instincts wrestling with his caution. Well, how about 1,500 tins? Zion flashed him a crisp OK sign with his fingers. Done. That was 1,000 tins more than the initial order, a substantial leap in profit. Half an hour later, after a brief trip down a quiet alleyway to summon the crates from his spatial dimension, Zion delivered 1,500 sealed tins of Dansung Oolong to the Emporium's storehouse. Just like that, 1,800 silver tacos were handed over in heavy leather pouches. Learning from his previous encounter with highway thugs, Zion claimed he was heading to the city money changer to deposit the coin, ducked into an empty alley, and swept the heavy pouches straight into his spatial sanctuary. Farhana was thoroughly intrigued by where her master kept sourcing massive shipments of luxury goods, but remembering Samira's advice, she kept her questions to herself. Master Zion operated on a plane far beyond ordinary men, and his secrets were his own. Where are we heading now, young master? Farhana asked as they stepped back out onto the avenue. We're riding north, Zion replied, adjusting his silk cloak. To Uttarpur City. Uttarpur City was the grand provincial capital of Uttarpur district, situated well to the north of Dakshinpur. It was twice the size of Dakshinpur, packed with wealthy landowning families, imperial court officials, and bustling trade guilds. Luxury tea would command an even higher premium there, and so, with Farhana riding double behind him, they turned the white stallion north along the highway. They traveled at a relaxed pace, galloping along open stretches, trotting through shady groves, and letting the mount graze beside clear mountain streams, enjoying the crisp air, the breathtaking mountain views, and the quiet warmth of Farhana holding tight to his waist. Zion found the journey thoroughly pleasant. Still, the provincial capital was a considerable distance away, and reaching it would take at least 2 full days in the saddle. Young master, Farhana said, pointing toward a grand, jagged peak in the distance that resembled a crouching predator. Once we clear Bog Pahar, we'll reach Kadamganj town. We can secure a room at an inn there for the night. Zion looked over his shoulder with a smile. You know these northern roads well, Farhana. I've never traveled them myself, Sahib, she replied softly, her voice tinged with quiet nostalgia. But my late father was a caravan guard. He spoke often of these mountain passes when my sister and I were children. Zion surveyed the dense, pine-covered ridges flanking the narrow mountain pass. Heavy woods and isolated trails, prime territory for highwaymen, wouldn't you say? Farhana nodded grimly. Aye. Father always warned us that the brigands of Pagla Pahar stronghold rule these hills. But, riding beside you, young master, I don't feel a single drop of fear. Rustle, rustle, rustle. Before her words could fully settle, the dense underbrush beside the trail exploded. 4 masked figures leaped out from the thicket ahead, brandishing notched iron sabers, while 3 more scrambled onto the trail behind them, sealing off their retreat. Zion reined in the stallion, his eyes narrowing as a dry smirk touched his lips. Speak of the devil. Bandits. Young master, what should we do? Farhana whispered, her hand dropping instinctively to the hilt of her steel blade, her body going tense. Dismount, Zion instructed calmly. They swung out of the saddle, Farhana unsheathing her saber with a sharp swing as she stepped in front of Zion in a martial guard. Well, look what the mountain brought us. The bandit leader barked, eyeing Farhana's figure with a filthy, lingering grin. A proper little bird. Ha ha ha. He turned his blade toward Zion, sneering arrogantly. Listen here, scholar. Hand over your silver, the horses, and the pretty wench, and I might just let you crawl away with your skin intact. Zion smiled casually, sliding his right hand into his broad silk sleeve to summon his semi-automatic pistol from his spatial dimension. Generous offer, mate. Mind telling me which mountain stronghold you lads hail from? The bandits burst into loud, mocking laughter. In these remote passes, even the local magistrate's guards gave them a wide berth. What could a frail scholar in silk robes possibly do? Listen well, you little fool. The leader boasted, chest puffed out. We are the feared raiders of Pagla Pahar. Scared out of your mind yet, scholar? Ha 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 ha. Zion and Farhana both froze. Pagla Pahar. This was the very same warband that had ambushed Farhana's father's caravan, leaving him crippled and plunging her family into ruin. Farhana's knuckles turned white around the grip of her saber, her eyes burning with pure, unadulterated fury. The bandit leader stepped closer, eyeing Zion's refined dark silk tunic with greedy eyes. That's a fine robe you're wearing too, lad. Strip it off, hand it over, and get lost. Zion's smile vanished instantly, his eyes turning to shards of ice. Strip my clothes? Zion whispered, his voice dropping an octave as his hand raised inside his sleeve. I'll strip your bloody hide first, you bastard. Chapter 21, The Rider in Black. Before the raiders could charge, 3 sharp, whistling sounds cut through the pine trees. The 3 bandits holding the rear trail dropped instantly, cross-headed iron arrows sprouting from their chests as they collapsed into the dirt, writhing in agony. An instant later, a second swift volley whizzed past Zion's ear, striking the 4 bandits in front of him before they could even draw their sabers. Bloody hell, Zion thought, his pulse spiking as he ducked low. If one of those strayed 2 inches to the left, I'd have a steel head through my skull. His fingers twitched over the grip of his hidden sidearm, ready to pivot and open fire on the unseen archers. But noticing the arrows were strictly targeted at the raiders, he held his fire. 6 riders trotted out from the high brush into the clearing, 5 grim-faced men and a young woman riding at their center. From their rough leather tunics and mounted gear, they looked like highwaymen themselves. Zion glanced at the raiders writhing on the dirt. The archery had been terrifyingly precise. Every single arrow had found a throat or a heart. Young master, stay sharp, Farhana whispered, her hand tightened on her sword hilt. These folk carry themselves like mountain raiders as well. Relax, Zion murmured softly. If they wanted us dead, those arrows would have hit us first. The mounted group reined in 10 paces away. The woman at their center was striking. She looked to be in her mid-20s, her dark hair bound tightly above her neck, dressed in a form-fitting, jet-black tunic cinched at her slender waist with a crimson cloth sash. Her skin was a rich, sun-kissed copper, framing an oval face with sharp, commanding features and clear, piercing eyes. With an unstrung composite bow slung across her back and a heavy tulwar resting at her hip, she possessed the fierce, proud aura of a mountain chieftain. Zion offered a polite, casual bow, cupping his hands. My thanks to you and your companions, sister. We are in your debt. Beside him, Farhana offered a slight bow as well, though she felt a mild pang of regret that the archers had interrupted before her master could unleash his mysterious, thunderous iron weapons. The woman in black glided her sharp eyes over the pair, the handsome gentleman clad in refined dark silk and the striking, martial young woman beside him. Clearly no ordinary travelers, she thought. You had best turn your mount around and leave these hills, she said, her voice cool and clipped. Before I change my mind, Zion raised an eyebrow. A bandit with a sense of territorial pride, then. Sister, you just pulled us out of an ambush, Zion smiled casually. Why the cold shoulder now? A sharp, disdainful smirk touched her lips. If my eyes don't deceive me, you're some pampered young master from the city, aren't you? My warband has a simple rule: we rob the wealthy to feed the destitute, and we cut down scum who prey on the weak. She emphasized the words with a cold, piercing glare. Zion chuckled under his breath. A Robin Hood type in a black tunic. Sister, you can turn my pockets inside out right now, Zion lied smoothly, spreading his hands with an innocent smile. You won't find a single copper poisha on me. The woman in black offered a cold scoff. Don't say I didn't warn you. Kadamganj town ahead is crawling with cutthroats and deserters. Turn back to wherever you came from if you value your skin. I appreciate the warning, Zion grinned. Hostile towns are right up my street. She gave him a dismissive glance, turning her mount. Suit yourself. Far be it from me to stop a fool from leaping into his own grave. Without another word, she flicked her reins and galloped off into the pine forest, her 5 men falling in behind her. By the time the sun dipped beneath the western peaks, Zion and Farhana trotted their stallion through the wooden gates of Katamganj town. They checked into a 2-story wooden sarai near the market square, ordering a platter of spiced mutton and hot flatbread in the main dining hall. Halfway through their meal, four rough, heavy-set men stomped through the front doors, shouting loudly for service. The leader had a deep, jagged scar running across his left cheek, his hand resting casually on the pommel of a notched broadsword. Zion glanced up, took a slow sip of hot tea, and went back to his meal. Master Luckman. Right this way, Sahib. The innkeeper scurried forward, bowing nervously as he ushered the 4 men to a vacant corner table. The scarred leader, Luckman, scoffed, tossing a heavy copper coin onto the wood. The usual. Prime roast mutton and your strongest palm wine. Be quick about it. Right away, Sahib. The innkeeper snatched the coin and scurried off into the kitchen. Luckman's gaze swept across the hall, settling on the far corner where Zion and Farhana sat. His eyes locked onto Farhana, his lips curling into a filthy, lingering grin. In a rough frontier border town, a girl with such smooth skin and delicate features was a rare prize. Finishing their meal, Zion and Farhana stood up and headed up the wooden stairs toward their guest room. Behind them, 4 pairs of greedy eyes tracked Farhana's every step. One of the henchmen leaned in toward Luckman, chuckling coarsely. Master Luckman, that little beauty just went up to the second-floor guest rooms, he. Luckman smirked, flicking his underling's shoulder. Do you take me for a blind fool? He lowered his voice to a lewd whisper. Once I'm done enjoying her tonight, I'll pass her down to you lads. Thank you, Master Luckman. The henchmen grinned, rubbing their hands in anticipation. Keep working faithfully for me, and you'll always have gold in your pockets and women in your beds, Luckman boasted, leaning back in his chair. In Katamganj town, my father's name carries total authority. After finishing their jug of wine, one of the henchmen cornered a young servant boy, pressing a copper coin into his hand to extract the exact room number of the newly arrived guests. Returning to the table, the henchman offered a greasy grin. Room 4 at the end of the hall, master. Luckman stood up, adjusting his belt with a cruel smirk. Lead the way. Upstairs in room 4, Farhana was sitting in a large wooden tub filled with steaming water, washing off the dust of the trail, while Zion lay back against the pillows on the bed. Knock, knock, knock. A heavy, aggressive pounding rattled the wooden doorframe. Zion sat up, frowning. Farhana paused in the tub, pulling the water up to her collarbone. Zion stepped off the bed, walked to the door, and unlatched it. The moment the wooden latch slid back, the heavy door was kicked open. Luckman and his 3 thugs barged inside before Zion could even speak, the last henchman slamming the door shut behind them and throwing the bolt. Zion stepped back casually, his hand sliding smoothly into his broad sleeve to unholster his suppressed pistol. One of the thugs pointed a heavy iron blade at Zion's face, sneering threateningly. Listen here, softskin. If you want to keep breathing, get down on your knees right now. And who might you be? Zion asked coolly, his eyes scanning the 4 men. Inside the bathing screen, Farhana froze, submerging herself up to her neck in the warm water, her hand reaching quietly for her steel saber resting beside the tub. Luckman stepped forward, a filthy, triumphant grin spreading across his scarred face. Who am I? Ha ha ha. I'm the man who's going to enjoy your sweet little wife right in front of your eyes, lad. Enjoy my wife? Zion's eyes narrowed into slit-like embers. You're going straight to hell, mate. Pfft. A quiet, muffled crack echoed through the enclosed room. A neat red hole appeared squarely in Luckman's chest. Luckman gasped, his eyes widening in pure shock as he clutched his chest, blood spurting between his thick fingers. Before the 3 henchmen could even draw their weapons, Zion raised his arm, squeezing the trigger 3 times in rapid succession. Pfft. 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 3 muffled cracks. 3 heavy thuds as the henchman crumpled to the floorboards, stone dead. Zion stepped forward, planted his heavy combat boot squarely onto Luckman's bleeding chest wound, and pressed down hard. Arg. Mercy, let me go. Mercy. Luckman shrieked in agony, thrashing on the floor. Who's your father? Zion asked coldly, applying more weight. My father is Commander Lockman. The scarred thug wheezed, blood foaming from his mouth. Head of Pagla Pahar stronghold. Mercy, Sahib, spare me, or my father will burn you alive. Pagla Pahar again, Zion thought dryly. What a small world. He raised the pistol, lining up the barrel with Luckman's forehead. Behind the bathing screen, Farhana heard the name. She wrapped a dry cotton sheet tightly around her wet body, stepped out from behind the divider, and grabbed her steel saber. Young master, wait. Farhana called out, her voice trembling with intense emotion. Leave him to me. Seeing the fierce, unyielding fury in her eyes, Zion understood. This was the son of the warlord who had crippled her father and ruined her family. He stepped back, lowering his sidearm. Farhana drew her steel blade with a sharp swing, her face set like stone. She stepped up to the squirming thug, raised her arm, and brought the heavy steel edge down across Luckman's neck in one swift, vengeful arc. Swish. Chapter 22, The Broken Stasis. Luckman clutched his neck, his legs kicking weakly against the floorboards for an agonizing second before going limp, his eyes glazing over in final death. Farhana stood frozen, staring at the bloody blade in her hands. Her fingers trembled uncontrollably as a cold shiver ran through her frame. For all her martial training and bravado, it was her very first time taking a human life. Young master, what do we do with the bodies now? She asked, her voice shaking slightly. Zion stroked his chin thoughtfully. Stashing 4 bloodied corpses into his spatial dimension right in front of her would raise far too many awkward questions. Pop downstairs and fetch us a small jug of palm wine, will you, love? Zion suggested smoothly. Farhana nodded numbly. She peeked through a crack in the doorframe to ensure the corridor was empty, then stepped out. As she walked down the wooden hallway, she scratched the back of her neck in mild bewilderment, wondering why on earth her master wanted a drink at a time like this. A few minutes later, Farhana returned carrying a small clay jug of palm spirit. She stepped into room 4, looked around, and froze. The 4 corpses were gone. She checked behind the screen and looked into the bathing tub. Nothing. Young master, where are the bodies? All sorted and taken care of, Zion smiled, waving her over. Come sit down. Let's have a quiet drink. Farhana's brow furrowed as her eyes drifted nervously toward the large wooden bed. Are they tucked under the mattress? If 4 bloody corpses were stuffed beneath the frame, she wouldn't dare sleep in the room tonight. Of course not, Zion laughed softly. You might not mind sleeping over a pile of dead thugs, but I certainly find it revolting. Relieved, Farhana set the jug down and filled 2 clay bowls. After drinking a few rounds of the warm spirit, she helped Zion unbutton his silk tunic. Taking the opportunity, her hands lingering over his robes, feeling along his sash, yet finding nothing hard or metallic. She had just watched him cut down 4 men in seconds, yet there was no trace of iron anywhere on his person. Young master. She whispered, curiosity getting the better of her. Where do you keep your hidden iron weapons? Zion paused, amused by the question. A hidden weapon wouldn't be much of a secret if everyone could spot it, would it? Can I see it? Farhana blinked her large, dark eyes, shining with quiet anticipation. You've already seen it, love, Zion chuckled wickedly. Farhana frowned slightly, her cheeks flushed from the wine. You must be misremembering, Sahib. I'm certain I've never laid eyes on your weapon. Nonsense. You've definitely seen it. I really haven't. Zion raised an eyebrow, a cheeky grin spreading across his face. Hey. It's tucked right below my belly button, love, Farhana. The next morning, the innkeeper and his young waiter stared in absolute bewilderment as Zion and Farhana strolled down the wooden stairs, looking radiant and completely unbothered. Baffling. How on earth are they still breathing? The moment the couple paid their bill and trotted out through the town gates, the innkeeper barked at his waiter to run upstairs and check room 4. The waiter knocked timidly on the doorframe. Master Luckman? Sahib? Hearing no response, he pushed the heavy door open and stepped inside. The room was empty. Where on earth did they go? He scratched his head, completely stumped. He hurried back down to the innkeeper. Sahib. There's no one in the room. All 4 of them have vanished. What? The innkeeper's brow furrowed tightly. That's impossible. I was at the desk all night, they didn't come down the stairs. Did you see them leave? Not a soul, Sahib. Did they jump out the window then? But Master Luckman rules this town, why would he slip out a window like a thief in the night? Meanwhile, Zayan and Farhana pushed further north toward Udaipur city. The further north they rode, the worse the drought became. The earth along the highway was parched and deeply fissured, wide enough for a man to sink his hand into the dry cracks. Seeing the scorched fields, Zayan felt an even stronger conviction about completing Megburi's perimeter wall. When the drought forced thousands into total starvation, regional chaos would erupt, and every hamlet would be targeted by desperate mobs. By late afternoon, the towering stone gates of Udaipur city came into view. The imperial garrison guards stationed at the south gate eyed Zayan's refined silk robes and fine mount, their eyes lighting up with corrupt greed. A wealthy gentleman, that's tonight's tavern money sorted. 2 guards stepped out, barring the gate with crossed iron spears. Hold it there, traveler, 1 guard barked, making a sharp hand gesture. City entry tax. 2 people and a warhorse, that'll be 1 silver taka. Zayan was utterly speechless. Rather than clearing the mountain passes of bandits, these imperial soldiers were running an official extortion racket at the city gates. I hold scholar credentials, Zayan stated calmly. Scholars are exempt from regional gate tolls. The guard scoffed, spitting onto the cobbles. Scholar, is it? I don't care if you're the High Court magistrate himself. In Udaipur, everyone pays their respects to the garrison. Proper hopeless, Zayan thought. Arguing with a corrupt soldier is like talking to a brick wall. Rather than causing a scene, Zayan tossed a silver taka onto the guard's palm, and they were allowed through the archway. Although Udaipur city was vast and bustling, the streets were choked with an alarming number of ragged beggars and destitute refugees fleeing the northern famine. Asking around the commercial district, Zayan located the grandest establishment in the city, the Taj Tea House. He walked straight up to the owner, shopkeeper Subhan, and presented a sleek metal tin of duck shit tea. Fascinated by the strange metal tin and the incredible floral aroma, Subhan Sahib immediately brewed a pot at his tasting counter. Magnificent, truly magnificent. Shopkeeper Subhan gasped, taking a slow sip and closing his eyes in sheer bliss. This is without doubt the finest, most exquisite tea I have ever tasted in all my years. Absolute top tier. Seeing the merchant's delight, Zayan knew he had a deal. Subhan Sahib, each tin holds a full seer, Zayan said smoothly. My price is 3 silver takas per tin. 3 takas? Subhan set his clay cup down, pondering for a moment before shaking his head. Master Zayan, 3 takas is far too steep. I can offer 1.5 silver takas per tin at most. 1.5 silver takas was slightly higher than Haroon's price in Dakshinpur, but Zayan still tried to push his luck. Subhan Sahib, a tea of this extraordinary quality is worth at least 2 takas anywhere in the province. Master Zayan, Subhan paused, catching his accent. Judging by your speech, you hail from Dakshinpur Pargana in the south. Subhan leaned in, lowering his voice. You may not be aware, but war has broken out in the northern provinces. Rebel warlords have raised banners against the emperor, and imperial troops are being mobilized across the district. A siege could reach us any week now. 1.5 takas per tin is a generous offer given the market uncertainty. War. Zayan frowned. Who's rebelling? Regional warlords in the northern hills, Subhan whispered cautiously. The court is levying heavy taxes to crush the insurgency. Zayan nodded silently. The Shahi Empire had lasted over 200 years, and like all decaying feudal dynasties, it was crumbling from corruption, drought, and rebellion. Very well, Zayan agreed. 1.5 silver takas per tin, but you must take a minimum order of 1,000 tins. 1,000 tins. Subhan stroked his grey beard, hesitated briefly, then nodded. Agreed. 1,000 tins. Wait here, Subhan Sahib. I'll have the delivery brought to your storehouse within the hour. Leaving Farhana waiting comfortably at the tea house, Zayan ducked into a secluded, quiet alleyway. Ensuring no one was watching, he slipped into his pocket dimension. He lit a cigarette, stepped up to the supply lorry, and began lifting crates of Dansung Oolong to trigger the infinite duplication glitch. Whoosh. 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 He shifted dozens of crates, his arms growing slightly tired. He paused, took a deep drag from his cigarette, and reached down to lift another crate off the stack. Nothing happened. The space beneath the crate remained completely empty. Bloody hell, what's going on? Zion tried lifting another box, nothing. He tried moving a crate of tinned rations, no duplication. The infinite duplication glitch had completely stopped working. Why? Zion stood frozen, his mind racing. If duplication relies on physical intimacy, didn't I just bed Farhana last night? He leaned against the side of the truck, thoroughly bewildered. Could there be a different rule at play? He turned and walked through the sanctuary, inspecting his stored items to see if something had changed. As he approached the area where the warhorses were kept, his eyes widened in shock. The horses, which had previously been frozen in crisp, lifelike stasis, now looked thin, gaunt, and lifeless, their eyes dull, as if they were actively dying. He rushed over to the pile of wolf carcasses. The thick, wet bloodstains that had previously stayed fresh and moist on their wounds were completely dried up and gone. What on earth? Where did the fresh blood go? Zion gasped. Time stasis inside the spatial dimension had broken down. Chapter 23, The Vanished Heir. Zion stood in the quiet alleyway, thoroughly bewildered. He stepped back into his spatial sanctuary to examine the area where he had stashed the dead thugs, noticing that the open wounds on the corpses had completely stopped bleeding. Not a single fresh drop remained. Does the sanctuary require blood to trigger its duplication glitch? Zion muttered, his brow furrowing tightly. What other logical explanation could there be? He drew a tactical knife and made a deep incision across the belly of one of the stored wolf carcasses. The flesh was pink and fresh, yet completely drained of liquid. Bloody hell, Zion gasped, stepping back in shock. The bloody place drinks blood like a vampire. Terrified that his own body might be drained if he lingered too long, he willed himself out of the spatial dimension in a flash. Dying of severe anemia inside his own pocket dimension would be an embarrassingly tragic end. Still, as he calmed his nerves, he realized he was likely overthinking the personal danger. If the dimension drained living hosts directly, he would have felt its effects months ago. It needs fresh blood to fuel the stasis and duplication, Zion mused, lighting a cigarette and exhaling a stream of gray smoke as he pondered the problem. A sudden idea struck him, and he turned on his heel, heading briskly toward the city's central meat market. The bazaar was alive with the chaotic clamor of shouting merchants and hawkers. Steaming hot naans, fresh jalabis, turtle eggs, sheep. Before long, Zion spotted a busy butcher's stall where sheep were being slaughtered. Butcher, Zion called out, stepping up to the wooden counter. Do you sell fresh sheep's blood? If slaughterhouse blood did not work, he would have to buy live livestock at extortionate prices to keep his supply duplication running. The butcher's assistant, wiping grease from his cleaver, looked up at Zion's fine silk robes. Welcome, master. How much blood do you require? Every drop you've got, Zion replied smoothly. Right away, Sahib. The assistant scurried to the back, returning with 10 large clay jars filled with freshly harvested sheep's blood. Sensing a wealthy customer, the assistant smiled obsequiously. Master, if you take the whole lot, it's 500 copper poishas. Zion reached into his sleeve, pulling out 2 silver takas and tossing them onto the butcher's block. Will this cover it? More than enough, master. Blessings upon you. The assistant bowed repeatedly, delighted by the handsome tip. Zion hired a cart hand to carry the heavy clay jars into a secluded, empty alleyway. Once the worker departed, Zion swept the jars into his spatial dimension and stepped inside. The result was instantaneous. The moment the sheep's blood entered the sanctuary, the time stasis stabilized, and the infinite duplication glitch reactivated. Within half an hour, Zion had duplicated a full 1,000 tins of duck shit tea, loaded them onto a hired bullock cart, and delivered the shipment directly to shopkeeper Subhan's storehouse at the Taj Tea House. Farhana had been waiting outside the tea house for over an hour, her heart filled with worry and wonder. When Zion emerged holding his heavy leather pouch of 1,500 silver takas, a radiant smile broke across her face. Young master, do you maintain a private storehouse here in Uttarpur city as well? she asked curiously as they trotted down the avenue. Naturally, Zion grinned playfully. Where else would I keep 1,000 tins of luxury tea? I can hardly carry a portable dimension in my pocket, can I? Farhana nodded softly, though in her heart, her handsome master seemed more magical and mysterious with every passing day. Where shall we go now, young master? Zion glanced up at the afternoon sun. It's getting late, love. Let me find us a fine inn so we can rest for the night. Hearing those words, Farhana's heart fluttered with joy. Another night alone with her master, where she could serve him without distraction. The following afternoon, after a hearty lunch, Zion and Farhana began their easy journey back south toward Megbury. Meanwhile, back in Kadamganj town, a dozen grim, heavily armed bandits stormed into the local sarai. The innkeeper's stomach dropped, a cold wave of dread washing over him. The innkeeper scurried out from behind his wooden desk, bowing low before the lead intruder. Sub-Commander Torab. What an honor, please forgive me for not greeting you at the gate. The man leading the gang was Sub-Commander Torab Khan of Pagla Pahar's stronghold, a fierce, bearded giant carrying twin iron warhammers across his shoulders. Old fool! Torab growled, his deep voice shaking the rafters. Did young Luckman dine in your hall 2 nights ago? Why yes, Sahib. He did. The innkeeper trembled violently. Had the young master gone missing? Was the warband coming to blame him? Then go fetch him down right now. Torab roared. The innkeeper turned deathly pale, his knees shaking. Master Luckman, after he went up to room 4 2 nights ago with his men, none of them ever came back down, Sahib. Torab's eyes narrowed dangerously. Are you taking the piss, old man? Torab raised one of his heavy iron hammers and slammed it down onto a solid oak dining table. Crash! The heavy table shattered into splinters, scattering wooden debris across the floor. The innkeeper collapsed onto his knees, sobbing in terror. Sub-Commander Torab. I swear by the Almighty, I'm telling the absolute truth. I wouldn't dare lie to Pagla Pahar. Torab frowned, realizing the old fool was too terrified to fabricate a lie. What happened in that room? The innkeeper swallowed hard. Master Luckman took a fancy to a young lady staying in room 4. He took his 3 guards upstairs to enjoy her. But after they entered the room, all 4 of them vanished. Take me up there now. Torab barked. The innkeeper scrambled up the stairs, leading the bandits to room 4. Inspecting the floorboards near the doorway, Torab's sharp eyes caught faint, dark dried bloodstains. They tore the room and the inn apart, searching every closet, floorboard, and roof tile, but found not a single hair of the missing men. Torab was utterly baffled. 4 armed men couldn't simply vanish into thin air. He turned back to the innkeeper. Tell me every detail about the gentleman staying in that room. The innkeeper stammered through a description of Zion's silk robes, his fine white stallion, and Farhana's striking looks. Then his eyes lit up. Sub-Commander Torab. I just remembered, they left behind no heavy luggage. They were traveling light, heading north. They'll almost certainly pass back through Kadamganj on their return journey. Meanwhile, in a small tea house across the square, the woman in black was sipping hot tea with her archers. A chubby young scout burst into the shop, running up to her table. Appa! I've found out why Torab Khan and his warband stormed the sarai. Young Luckman has vanished. The woman in black set her clay cup down, her dark brows knitting together. Luckman vanished? When? 2 nights ago, Appa. 2 nights ago? The woman in black stroked her chin thoughtfully. Wasn't 2 nights ago the very evening I saved that handsome scholar and his girl from the mountain pass? Chapter 24, Felling the Geese. Young master, are we staying at the sarai in Kadamganj town again tonight? Farhana's soft voice broke the quiet rhythm of their trotting stallion as they rode south along the mountain pass. She was sharp enough to realize that with the warlord's son missing, the garrison in town would be scouring every street for suspects. While Zion possessed terrifying iron weapons, defending against an ambush in a cramped wooden inn was far from ideal. Zion smiled, casting a playful glance over his shoulder. How about we pitch camp under the stars in the high woods tonight, love? Experience a spot of outdoor exercise. Outdoor exercise? Farhana blinked, her delicate brow knitting together in confusion. Zion spouted nonsense with a perfectly straight face. A private duel in the wilderness. No steel blades, no gunpowder, just a bit of proper back-and-forth grappling. Farhana listened intently, taking his words with complete seriousness. Who are we fighting, young master? Silly girl, Zion chuckled, a cheeky smirk tugging at his lips. You and me, of course. Just like we did at the inn last night. Farhana's cheeks flushed a furious crimson. Merciful heavens, he's absolute trouble. Yet deep down, she adored every bit of his shameless teasing. Before she could respond, a group of mounted riders emerged from a wooded bend along the trail ahead. Farhana squinted against the late afternoon sun, her hand dropping instinctively to her sword hilt. Young master, she whispered, it's those mountain archers from yesterday. Should we turn the horse back? Zion shook his head. No need. Turning around only makes us look skittish. Besides, they're no friends of Pagla Pahar. The enemy of my enemy is my companion. He flicked the reins, riding the stallion directly up to the mounted group and pulling up a few paces away. How fares the lady of the mountain? Zion called out with an easy smile. The woman in black reined in her mount, her dark eyes widening in genuine astonishment as she took in the sight of Zion and Farhana completely unharmed. You two again? How in the world are you still breathing? Zion let out a dry laugh. The roads don't belong exclusively to cutthroats, sister. Though tell me. I take it you've just come from Kadamganj town? Nusrat Appa replied, her tone cool and sharp. What of it? Are there many Pagla Pahar raiders lurking in the market square today? Nusrat's brow furrowed into deep lines. How could a traveling gentleman know about the Warband's movements unless he was involved? Don't say I didn't warn you, gentlemen. Stay far away from Kadamganj if you value your neck. Sub-Commander Torab Khan has stormed the town with dozens of heavily armed enforcers, and his methods are ruthless beyond belief. Zion nodded thoughtfully. So Torab Khan is sitting in town waiting for us, is he? Like a patient toad on a rock. Unfortunately for Torab, Zion was not a helpless fly, he was a hawk that raided hornet nests for sport. Sister, Zion asked calmly, do you happen to know the exact path to Pagla Pahar stronghold? What if I do? Nusrat scoffed, finding his question absurd. Was the soft city scholar looking for a quick way to commit suicide? Zion handed the reins to Farhana, swung his leg over the saddle, and stepped down onto the dusty trail. He looked up at the woman in black. If you lead me to the fortress gates, I'll take Commander Lockman's head for you. Farhana's heart leaped with joy. Her master intended to wipe out the entire nest of raiders in one fell swoop, granting her the ultimate vengeance for her father's crippling. To Nusrat Appa, however, the claim sounded like the ramblings of a madman. You? Nusrat burst into a sharp, incredulous laugh. You think you can breach an iron fortress with your bare hands, scholar? Zion sighed softly under his breath. It seemed that in this rough world, a man had to demonstrate cold lead before anyone took him seriously. Before he could speak, a lean, wiry archer beside Nusrat grinned broadly, shouting, Listen here, young master. If you truly take Lockman's head, our Appa here will take you as her wedded husband. Lighten, shut your filthy mouth. Nusrat snapped, glaring at the young scout, her cheeks burning pink beneath her tan skin. Lighten Mia scratched his head with an awkward chuckle. Well, Appa, didn't you make that exact vow after your father was killed? You foolish boy. Nusrat growled. Do you actually believe this soft-skinned gentleman can defeat an army? Zion found the exchange thoroughly entertaining. Wiping out Pagla Pahar was already on his agenda, but picking up a fierce, attractive mountain warrior as a bonus was a rather splendid prospect. Besides, their fierce hatred for Commander Lockman proved these hill archers had deep scores to settle with the warband. To tell you the truth, sister, Zion said, his voice turning dead serious, I executed Lockman's son 2 nights ago in the town inn. Nusrat stared at him, utter disbelief written across her sharp features. Her archers exchanged shocked glances. He speaks the absolute truth, sister, Farhana added, vaulting down from the stallion and stepping beside Zion. Her dark eyes burned with righteous fury. My sister and I have an unpayable debt of blood against Pagla Pahar. It was my master who brought down the chief's son, and it was my blade that cut his throat. Nusrat looked down at Farhana. A young woman's eyes did not lie, and the pure, raw hatred burning in Farhana's gaze was undeniable. Nusrat turned her gaze back to Zion, her voice dropping to a cautious whisper. Supposing you did kill Luckman, how do you intend to breach a mountain fortress? A flock of wild geese honked loudly overhead, flying in a V formation high above the pine canopy. Zion looked up, weighing his options. These archers were not cold-blooded killers, they were local rebels fighting for survival. Building his own influence in this chaotic province required loyal allies, and showing them his power was the first step. With a fluid motion of his hand inside his broad sleeve, his semi-automatic sidearm materialized in his grip. Click-clack. He raised his arm toward the sky, pointed the barrel at the leading birds, and pulled the trigger 3 times in rapid succession. Bang! 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 The thunderous cracks shattered the mountain quiet, echoing off the jagged cliffs. Before anyone could even blink, 2 large wild geese crumpled mid-flight, plummeting out of the sky and crashing heavily into the brush beside the trail. Light and Mia gasped, scrambling through the bushes to retrieve the fallen birds. He ran back holding them high, his eyes wide as saucers. Appa! Look! There's no arrows in them. Nusrat leaned down from her saddle to inspect the carcasses. Neat, bloody entry holes punctured the upper body, with torn exit wounds on the underside. The iron projectiles had punched clean through bone and muscle at blinding speed. She looked up at Zion, her face pale with shock. What manner of iron weapon is that? Zion offered a dry smirk. Accurate enough, wouldn't you say? He raised the pistol again, pointing the barrel toward a massive banyan tree 30 paces down the trail, and fired 3 rapid shots. Bang! 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 Splinters exploded from the thick trunk as 3 heavy lead rounds buried themselves deep into the solid wood, dead center. The archers stood mute, their jaws practically on the dirt. Not even the finest imperial longbowmen could match that rate of fire or raw, bone-shattering power. At that speed, armor meant nothing. Nusrat realized with a sudden, chilling clarity that even if she had not intervened yesterday, Zion could have annihilated those highwaymen in seconds. She had completely misjudged the man, yet her caution remained. Your weapon is terrifyingly swift, gentlemen, but Pagla Pahar is an iron stronghold guarded by over 200 hardened raiders. It sits atop a sheer cliff with a single narrow approach. How can a handful of people hope to conquer it? I don't need an army, Zion replied smoothly, resting his sidearm against his hip. Just lead me to the mountain gates, and I'll handle the rest. Nusrat stared at him for a long moment. And what of Torab Khan and his men waiting in Kadamganj town? Hit the main fortress first, Zion explained with a cold, tactical grin. Decapitate the leadership on the mountain, and the thugs in town will scatter like rats. If we hit the town first, the main stronghold will lock their gates and prepare for a siege. Nusrat weighed his words, a fierce, resolute smile slowly spreading across her face. Very well, gentlemen, she declared, raising her bow. If you have the stomach to ride into the dragon's den, I'll show you the way. Chapter 25, The Assault on Pagla Pahar. Having spoken her piece, Nusrat turned on her heel and strode up the mountain trail without another word. Zion smiled quietly at her aloof demeanor, falling in behind her alongside Farhana. The small warband pushed on without stopping until the sun dipped behind the western peaks. Lighten, Nusrat barked without ceremony, gesturing toward the wild fowl. Pluck those geese and get them roasted. Right away, Appa. Lighten Mia nodded cheerfully, drawing his hunting knife to gather dry branches and green twigs for roasting spits. The rest of the archers cleared a circle in the grass and set up a campfire to ward off the crisp mountain chill. But when Lighten struck his flint against the steel striker, no spark would catch. The damp tinder refused to ignite. Anyone thought of working flint and steel? Lighten called out, rubbing his cold hands together in frustration. Hearing his trouble, Zion casually reached into his tunic pocket, pulled out a sleek metal lighter, and stepped over. With 2 sharp flicks of his thumb, a bright orange flame popped into existence. Lighten stared at the steady flame in wide-eyed wonder. "Young master, what manner of firestone is that?" Zion chuckled, tossing the small gadget into the boy's hands. "Holding it is better than staring. Go on, give it a press." Lighten caught the lighter as if it were solid gold, pressing the spark lever a couple of times. A neat flame burst forth instantly without any blowing or shaking. "Merciful heavens!" he gasped. No tinder, no blowing, just press and it fires. The other archers leaned in with envious eyes, queuing up to take turns trying the miraculous little device. When Zion turned back toward the horses, he caught Nusrat watching him quietly from the edge of the clearing. Realizing he had yet to learn her name, he walked over. "I am Nusrat," she said softly before he could speak, her commanding tone softening slightly. "And how should I address you, gentlemen?" Zion's lips curled into a faint smile. Beneath her sharp, aloof exterior, the mountain woman possessed a straightforward grace. "I am Zion," he replied, before adding curiously, "Tell me, Nusrat Appa, what score do you have to settle with Commander Lockman?" Nusrat looked away into the darkening trees, a heavy shadow crossing her sharp features as she recounted her past. Her family had been hunters in the high crags of Pagla Pahar. 3 years ago, she and her elder brother had led the village youths into the high wilderness for an autumn hunt. When they returned, they found their hamlet reduced to smoldering ash. Every man, woman, and child had been butchered, their parents and younger siblings among the slain. The slaughter had been carried out by Commander Lockman's raiders. With their homes destroyed, her brother had gathered the surviving hunters into a band of outlaws, taking to the ridges to strike at wealthy caravans, feed the destitute, and wage a relentless blood feud against Pagla Pahar. Finishing her tale, Nusrat reached into her tunic, pulled out a thick, dry rice cake, and thrust it toward Zion. "Here. Eat." Zion accepted the flatbread with a nod of thanks, noting the rich, sweet aroma of condensed milk baked into the flour. He snapped it in two, handing the larger half to Farhana, who sat quietly beside the fire. Once they had eaten, the warband remounted and rode under the pale light of the moon. An hour of steep climbing brought them to the foot of Pagla Pahar, the Mad Mountain. High above, nestled against the jagged mountain peak, the torchlights of the main fortress flickered against the dark night sky. Nusrat leaned over her saddle, speaking in a low whisper. "Pagla Pahar is flanked by sheer, vertical cliffs on 3 sides. The only approach is the narrow dirt trail leading up the eastern slope. It makes the fortress nearly impossible to storm, but it also means the raiders have nowhere to run if the gates fall." Zion surveyed the dark ridge, a thoughtful frown touching his face. "Is there any hidden rear escape route? If we attack the front, I don't want the chief slipping through a back door." Nusrat nodded sharply. "There is a narrow goat trail along the northern cliff face. If the fortress falls, Lockman might attempt to break out that way." "Good," Zion said. "Send 3 of your archers to hold that pass. If anyone tries to flee down the rocks, put an arrow through them. But if Sub-Commander Torab Khan returns from town with his warband, don't engage him, let him pass up the trail. Once I signal from the fortress walls with a flare, the rest of you ascend." Nusrat instructed Lighten and 2 archers to slip around to the northern ridge. Watching Zion adjust his sleeves, Nusrat couldn't help but feel a lingering flicker of doubt. How could one gentleman storm a mountain fortress single-handed? She turned to Farhana. "Sister Farhana, are you truly not afraid for your master?" Farhana offered a serene, proud smile. "My young master is no ordinary man, Nusrat Appa. I have no cause for fear. Can you tell me more about him?" Nusrat asked, her curiosity burning. Farhana spoke in hushed, reverent tones of how Zion had slain man-eating tigers on the high ridge, annihilated whole gangs of highwaymen in seconds, and protected their village from every threat. Nusrat listened in wide-eyed awe, realizing the strange iron cylinder he carried possessed unimaginable power. She bit her lip, asking softly, "Is your master wedded?" Farhana glanced at her, noting the subtle glint in her eyes, and smiled gently. "My master already has 3 wedded wives at home." Meanwhile, Zion ducked behind a massive banyan tree halfway up the ascent and stepped into his spatial dimension. He stripped off his silk robes and donned full military combat gear, Kevlar vest, tactical helmet, and heavy boots. He gathered a heavy arsenal, assault rifles, drum magazines, fragmentation grenades, and a stack of shoulder-fired anti-structure rocket launchers. With his infinite duplication glitch active, he could expend heavy ordnance without a second thought. Slipping back onto the dirt path, Zion glided silently up the eastern slope until the grand timber gates of Pagla Pahar stronghold towered 50 paces ahead. The wall was heavily manned, timber watchtowers extending all the way to the cliff edges. A silent climb was impossible. Any attempt to scale the palisade would invite a hail of boulders and arrows. Zion chose absolute, overwhelming force. Shouldering a single-use rocket launcher, he lined up the crosshairs on the massive iron-bound wooden gates and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The rocket tore through the night sky, leaving a brilliant trail of white smoke, and detonated against the timber gates with a deafening, concussive roar. The blast shattered the heavy doors into splinters, sending shockwaves through the stone ramparts. Atop the wall, bandits stumbled and fell, crying out in terror. Is the mountain collapsing? Merciful heavens! The earth has burst open. Before the smoke could clear, Zion hoisted a second rocket launcher, aiming directly at the crowded upper parapets, and fired. Boom! Stone, splintered timber, and severed limbs erupted into the air as screaming raiders were blasted off the ramparts. Stashing the spent launcher back into his dimension, Zion sprinted toward the breached entrance under cover of the smoke. As he neared the wall, he pulled 2 fragmentation grenades from his vest, pulled the pins, and lobbed them up onto the wooden walkways. Boom! Boom! Drawing his M16 assault rifle, Zion charged through the shattered gates. Rather than rushing blindly into the central courtyard, he mounted the stone staircase leading up to the perimeter wall. Even with Kevlar and a tactical helmet, getting shot in the back with arrows was an amateur mistake. Reaching the upper walkway, he encountered a dozen dazed guards crawling out from the rubble. Zion raised his rifle and systematically cleared the walkway with suppressed, burst fire, ensuring no archers remained to threaten his rear. Down in the central courtyard, the thunderous explosions had alerted the entire warband. Dozens of raiders came pouring out of the barracks, brandishing sabers and spears as they rushed toward the ruined main entrance. In the flickering torchlight, they could see only shattered timber and torn corpses cluttering the gateway. What in the Almighty's name happened? Get up to the wall. Check the gates. As the dense mass of raiders converged below the staircase, Zion stepped to the edge of the parapet, brought his M16 to his shoulder, and pulled the trigger. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A roaring stream of high-velocity lead poured down from the ramparts like a spitting tongue of dragon fire. Caught completely in the open, the raiders fell in bloody heaps, cut down before they could even locate their attacker. The surviving bandits in the rear froze in sheer, unadulterated horror as their comrades were mowed down like dry wheat. Seeing a fresh wave of raiders milling in panic in the courtyard below, Zion unslung another shoulder-fired rocket launcher, aimed straight into the center of the crowd, and squeezed the trigger. Chapter 26, Suspended over the Abyss. Zion charged down the stone stairs, clearing the courtyard and pushing straight up the inner slope toward the second gatehouse. Up on the timber battlements, surviving raiders were frantically knocking cross-headed arrows to their bowstrings. Damn it! A bald, heavily scarred bandit bellowed, striding along the parapet with a drawn saber. Who dares mess with Pagla Pahar? You're asking for death. He grabbed a dazed sentry by the collar, roaring, How many of them are out there? Is it the Imperial garrison? Third Master. The sentry stammered, his eyes wide in absolute terror. It's just one man. What? The bald warlord nearly jumped out of his boots, his face twisting in rage. Pagla Pahar is an iron fortress. A whole garrison couldn't breach the outer gate. How could a single man break through? I'm not mistaken, Third Master. It's the same fellow. Bastard. The bald leader spat, his eyes scanning the smoke below. Who does the little bastard think he is? A dark, tactical silhouette emerged through the settling dust of the lower courtyard. Shoot him! The bald leader screamed, pointing his saber. Shoot him dead. A volley of iron-tipped arrows rained down from the wall. Swish, swish, swish. Zion had anticipated the volley, diving smoothly behind a massive pine trunk as arrows splintered the bark beside his ear. He chuckled under his breath. Primitive archery against modern military hardware was a joke. Reaching into his spatial storage, Zion unslung a fresh, single-use anti-structure rocket launcher. Kneeling behind the pine trunk, he lined up the crosshairs with the center of the wooden gatehouse and squeezed the trigger. Whoosh! The rocket tore through the air, detonating against the timber wall with a deafening concussive blast. Shrieks of agony erupted from the ramparts above. My eyes! Merciful heavens, my eyes! God preserve me, I'm hit. The bald warlord was caught squarely in the blast radius, blown off the wall in a cloud of splinters and red mist. The surviving archers panicked, dropping their bows and scrambling down the wooden steps like spineless cowards. Before they could regroup in the courtyard, Zion shouldered a second launcher and fired straight at the reinforced inner gate. Boom! The heavy oak doors shattered into flying debris. Racking the bolt on his assault rifle, Zion charged through the smoking breach, clearing the upper walkways with controlled, burst fire. Within minutes, the second perimeter was completely secured. Meanwhile, deep inside the chief's compound, Commander Lockman was rushing toward the front lines when a dazed lieutenant ran up, gasping for air. Chief! The second gate has fallen. Third master is dead. Lockman froze, staring in sheer disbelief. What nonsense are you spewing? The outer ramparts are impregnable. How could both gates fall in 20 minutes? Boss, he's not human. A sharp-featured, rat-faced lieutenant stammered, trembling uncontrollably. He wields black thunder. We have to retreat down the northern pass before he reaches the inner court. Retreat? Lockman roared, his thick veins bulging on his neck. I've built this warband over 20 years. You expect me to abandon Pagla Pahar to a single demon? Even as he spoke, the sharp, rhythmic cracks of automatic fire and concussive grenade blasts echoed from the adjacent courtyard, drawing rapidly closer. Boss, Sub-Commander Torab Khan still has 50 men down in Kadamganj town. The rat-faced lieutenant pleaded desperately. So long as you're alive, we can gather the men and retake the mountain. If we stay here, we're dead. Lockman gritted his teeth, fury battling survival instinct. Finally, he spat on the flagstones. Quickly. Empty the treasury. Take the gold and silver ingots and run for the northern cliff. The rat-faced thug grinned, barked at 4 guards, and rushed into the inner chambers to grab the heavy iron coin chests. They vastly underestimated modern military speed. Before they could even haul the chests out of the doorway, Zion burst into the inner courtyard like a hunting leopard, his headlamp cutting through the gloom. Seeing their comrades cut down in the outer court, the remaining guards abandoned the heavy chests and bolted toward the northern ridge, completely ignoring their chief. Halt, you cowards! Halt! Lockman screamed, swinging his broadsword and butchering a fleeing guard to restore order. Stand your ground. We outnumber him. Charge him together. The fleeing guards halted, looking between the chief's bloody blade and the dark figure stepping through the archway. If anyone takes another step back, I'll carve him myself. Lockman bellowed. The men hesitated, preparing to surge forward, when the dark dragon spouted fire once more. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Zion swept the courtyard with automatic fire, thumbing a fresh 100-round drum magazine into his receiver. Reaching into his vest, he pulled a fragmentation grenade, yanked the pin with his teeth, and tossed it into the center of the group. Boom! Plumes of fire and shrapnel tore through the courtyard, blasting a dozen men off their feet. Commander Lockman's pupils dilated in absolute terror. Black magic. Realizing the battle was lost, Lockman dropped his bloody sword, turned on his heel, and sprinted frantically toward the northern cliff face. The rat-faced lieutenant grabbed 2 small velvet pouches of cut jewels, stuffed them into his tunic, and scrambled after his chief. Zion clicked on his high-lumen helmet beam, stepping over the fallen bodies as he gave chase. Lockman ran blindly through the dark pine grove, discarding his heavy armor to gain speed, until he reached the sheer edge of the northern cliff. Below lay a dark, bottomless abyss. Among the rocks at the cliff edge sat two heavy hemp rope ladders, anchored securely to the trunk of an ancient banyan tree, their prearranged emergency escape route. They threw the ladders over the edge, but before they could climb down, the sharp, rhythmic cracks of suppressed rifle fire echoed through the trees behind them. Lockman hesitated, staring down into the pitch-black void. If the pursuer severed the ropes while they were climbing, they would fall hundreds of feet to be smashed against the jagged rocks below. "Boss. What are you waiting for?" The rat-faced thug whimpered in panic. "He's right behind us. You go first." Lockman barked, shoving him toward the edge. The rat-faced lieutenant scrambled over the rocky lip, clambering down the rope ladder with hands and feet. Lockman immediately swung over the ledge right behind him, reasoning that if the pursuer cut the rope, the lieutenant would break his fall. A second later, Zion stepped out of the tree-line, quickly dropping the remaining guards stationed at the cliff edge. Inspecting the area, Zion noticed two heavy hemp ropes drawn taut around the base of the ancient banyan tree, descending over the precipice. He smirked softly. "The big fish are dangling on a line." Zion walked to the rocky edge, leaned over, and flicked his helmet spotlight straight down the cliff face. The blinding beam cut through the dark, illuminating two men clinging desperately to the hemp ladder 50 feet below. Commander Lockman squinted up into the brilliant white light, blinded and terrified. He couldn't see the man's face, only the dazzling sun-like beam shining down from the ledge. "Boss, what do we do?" The rat-faced thug whimpered, his hands shaking as he clutched the rope. Lockman's mind went completely blank. How had one man dismantled an entire fortress in less than an hour? Zion leaned over the edge, resting his rifle against his hip. "All right, down there. Do you prefer climbing back up, or should I slice these ropes and let you test the depth of the ravine?" To demonstrate his point, he fired two quick rounds into the empty air over the abyss. Bang! Bang! Lockman shuddered in sheer horror. Falling down the cliff meant guaranteed death. Climbing up offered at least a slim chance of bartering for his life. "Don't shoot, master. Don't shoot." Lockman bellowed up the cliff face. "We're climbing back up. We're coming up." Down at the base of the northern ravine, Lighten Mia and his two archers were crouched in the dark brush, keeping watch on the cliff. Lighten squinted upward, spotting the bright spotlight beam hovering over the rocks. "Appa. Look." Lighten whispered excitedly, pointing up the cliff. There are two men hanging on the rope ladders. Chapter 27, The God of War. Panting heavily, Commander Lockman and his rat-faced lieutenant dragged themselves over the rocky ledge, collapsing onto their knees on the damp dirt. "State your names, lads," Zion's voice rang out, dripping with dry mockery. I am Lockman, and I am his lieutenant." The two men raised their heads cautiously, squinting into the blinding glare of Zion's helmet light. They couldn't see his face, only a dark, intimidating silhouette haloed by white fire. Zion looked down at Lockman, his eyes turning cold. "Commander Lockman. You've stacked up quite a body count over the years, haven't you?" He raised his sidearm, pointing the dark muzzle squarely at Lockman's forehead. Lockman stared at the small iron hole, his heart dropping into his stomach. He knew with dreadful certainty that this was the tube that spat thunder. He swallowed hard, trembling violently as he pressed his blood-stained palms together in desperate supplication. "Master. Please, spare my life. Leave me breathing, and every chest of silver in the fortress is yours. I'll serve you like a dog. Command me, and I'll do whatever you ask." Zion chuckled dryly. "Even if you're dead, the silver is still mine, mate." Puffed. Puffed. Two quick suppressed rounds put an end to Commander Lockman before he could utter another word. He crumpled forward, his face hitting the dirt. Beside him, the rat-faced lieutenant wet himself on the spot, his entire body shaking like a leaf. "Mercy, Sahib. Mercy." Zion pointed the barrel at the lieutenant, then paused as a sudden thought struck him. He brought the heavy iron grip of the pistol down sharply against the side of the man's temple. Thwack! The lieutenant went limp, collapsing unconscious onto his side. Zion focused his mind, attempting to sweep the unconscious man into his spatial dimension. Nothing happened. Aha, Zion thought, scratching his chin. So living humans can't be stored in the sanctuary. A second later, he pressed the barrel to the unconscious lieutenant's head and pulled the trigger, finishing the job. Reaching into his spatial storage, Zion unclipped a tactical signal pistol, loaded a flare cartridge, and aimed it straight up into the night sky. Bang! A brilliant, blood-red flare erupted into the dark canopy, bathing the mountain peaks in crimson light. Zion smiled dryly, shaking his head. Pity there won't be a supply drop following that. Focusing his mind, he vanished into his pocket dimension. Down at the base of the mountain, Nusrat and her archers stared up at the miraculous crimson glow illuminating the night sky. When the red light finally faded into the dark, Nusrat knew he had succeeded. She turned to a chubby boy beside her. Sohel, ride around to the northern ridge and inform Lighten and the others. Without waiting, Nusrat led the remaining archers up the main eastern trail at a breakneck pace, Farhana riding double beside her. Half an hour later, the group reached the outer gates of Pagla Pahar and froze. The massive timber gate was utterly obliterated, shattered brickwork, splintered oak, and scorched earth scattered for 30 paces around the entrance. What manner of weapon could do such a thing? Lighten whispered in awe. They recalled the distant thunder rolling off the peak earlier, realization dawning upon them. Nusrat stared at the destruction, deep admiration shining in her sharp eyes. Master Zion's capability is beyond human comprehension. Farhana offered a proud, radiant smile, her chest swelling with excitement. Stepping through the shattered gateway into the central courtyard, the scene left them breathless once more. Dozens of raiders lay dead across the stone paving, the density of the corpses staggering, as if an entire company had been struck down in the exact same second. I told you my master was extraordinary, Nusrat Appa. Farhana beamed, unable to hide her pride. Nusrat's heart pounded against her ribs. This scholar was not merely a capable warrior, he was an absolute force of nature, a god of war walking the earth. Come! Nusrat declared, drawing her blade. Let us find Lockman's corpse and tear him to pieces. Inside his spatial dimension, Zion stripped off his heavy military tactical vest, washed the soot from his face, and donned a clean set of dark silk robes. He dragged Commander Lockman's corpse out into the main courtyard, leaving a few hundred silver takas scattered near the treasury doors while sweeping the remaining 3,000 silver takas into his spatial storage. Combined with the revenue from his tea sales, he had more than enough coin to build Megbury's perimeter rampart. Zion strolled into the grand hall of Pagla Pahar, sat down on the chief's carved tiger-skin throne, popped open a cold tin of cola, and lit a cigarette. A long, satisfying drag of grey smoke curled into the rafters. Moments later, Nusrat and Farhana burst into the hall. Spotting Commander Lockman's body lying near the threshold, Farhana's eyes flared with vengeance. She unsheathed her steel saber and brought it down across the corpse, severing the chief's head in one clean arc. She stepped up to Zion's throne, tears of profound gratitude glistening in her eyes. Young master, thank you for avenging my family. Zion smiled gently, waving his hand. Silly girl. There's no need for formal thanks between us. Nusrat stared at Zion sitting calmly on the tiger-skin throne, smoke curling from his lips. Suddenly, she sank to her knees on the stone floor, tears spilling down her cheeks. Master Zion, on behalf of all the innocent souls butchered by these mountain raiders, I thank you. Her archers dropped to their knees behind her in unison. Zion was caught off guard by the gesture. The cool, fierce mountain woman had been completely won over. He stood up, walked down the dais, and gently took Nusrat by her elbows, pulling her to her feet. Nusrat Appa, brothers, please, stand up. Nusrat wiped her tears, looking up into his eyes with a glint of absolute respect. Master Zion, what are your instructions now? What of Kadamganj town and Sub-Commander Torab Khan? Zion pondered for a moment. It's late. We'll rest here tonight and set our trap at first light. As you command, Sahib. Nusrat agreed instantly, without the slightest hesitation. Zion smiled dryly. The proud mountain chieftain was now obeying his every word. The next morning, Zion met Nusrat and her archers in the courtyard after breakfast. Nusrat Appa, Zion instructed, send one of your men down to Kadamganj town disguised as a mountain raider. Have him find Torab Khan and report that Luckman has returned safely to the stronghold. Nusrat nodded, turning her sharp eyes onto her men before settling on Light and Mia. Lighten, you take this run. Keep your wits about you. Rest easy, Appa. I won't fail. Lighten grinned. As he turned to leave, Zion called out, Lighten, once you guide Torab Khan's warband up the mountain pass, find a way to slip away from them before the shooting starts. Understood, young master. Lighten gave a knowing wink, mounted a fine stallion from the stronghold stables, and galloped down the trail. Zion surveyed the massive fortress. Pagla Pahar was a formidable defensive stronghold. Leaving it abandoned would be a waste. He turned to Nusrat. Nusrat Appa, how many men does your brother command, and how far is his camp from here? Nusrat looked at Zion, her cheeks suddenly flushing pink as she lowered her eyes nervously. We have about 40 men in total, Master Zion. His camp is roughly half a day's ride north. Her voice carried a sudden, unprecedented softness. Send a messenger to fetch your brother, Humayun, Zion said smoothly. I'd like to meet him. Nusrat blinked in confusion, her cheeks burning redder. Master Zion, why do you wish to see my brother? He. To offer him something good, of course. Seeing his confident, handsome smile, Nusrat pressed her lips together and immediately instructed Sohul to ride north and fetch her brother. Once the boy galloped off, Nusrat asked, Master Zion, when Torab Khan brings his warband up the mountain, how shall we engage them? Zion offered a cold, easy grin. I will stand alone in the central courtyard. You and your archers will position yourselves along the high rocks overlooking the eastern pass. If any of Torab's men try to break and run, pick them off. Nusrat and her archers nodded in firm agreement. Light and Mia galloped at full speed, reaching Kadamganj town within the hour. He located Sub-Commander Torab Khan at the town Sarai, reporting breathlessly that Luckman had returned to the mountain fortress. Torab Khan's brow furrowed in mild confusion, but eager to return to the stronghold, he barked at his 50 men, gather extra wine, meat, and grain from the market before we ride. The raiders launched an immediate extortion spree across the market square, seizing goods without paying a single copper poisha. Sahib, please. A local butcher wept as bandits filled baskets with fresh mutton. I paid my protection fee only 3 days ago. Shut your mouth, old worm. A thug spat, kicking the butcher to the dirt. Be glad we don't take your skin. Light and Mia watched the extortion with disgust, thinking to himself, steal all you want, scum, you won't live to digest a single bite. Before long, Torab Khan marched his 50-man warband out through the town gates toward Pagla Pahar. Meanwhile, miles to the north, Sohul arrived breathless at the hidden rebel camp. Brother Humayun. Brother Humayun. A tall, broad-shouldered man with commanding features stepped out of a thatched hut, frowning at the boy. Sohul? Where did you get that fine warhorse? Sohul dismounted, gasping for air, his face glowing with excitement. Brother Humayun. Pagla Pahar stronghold has been conquered. Second sister wants you to bring the men over at once. What? Humayun stared at the boy in absolute, utter astonishment. Are you out of your mind, boy? Conquered Pagla Pahar? Chapter 28, The Fool with the Fire Stick. Listen to me, big brother. Light and Mia sputtered, gesturing frantically as he reined in his horse. Last night, Sohul and I, along with a foreign gentleman, stormed Pagla Pahar and took the entire stronghold. Chief Lockman has already been put to the sword. Wang Huchen stared at him as if he had lost his mind. What in the name of the Almighty is he babbling about? Pagla Pahar is an iron-walled fortress that could hold off an imperial battalion. How could a handful of teenagers and a stranger possibly conquer it? It was completely impossible. Sohul, Humayun said, his voice tightening with dark suspicion. Has your second sister been captured by the raiders? Is that why you've spun this ridiculous tale? Lighten shook his head, throwing his hands up in sheer exasperation. Brother Humayun, I swear on our parents' graves, every word is the absolute truth. How could it possibly be true? Do you take me for a fool? Big brother. Humayun felt a cold knot of dread tighten in his stomach. To him, the boy's story sounded like pure fantasy. But regardless of the wild claims, his sister was up on that mountain, and he would march through hell itself to rescue her. Ignoring Leighton's protests, Humayun turned to his men, drawing his broadsword. Lads, grab your weapons. We're riding up to Pagla Pahar to bring your second sister home. A fierce, unified roar rose from the rebel camp as 40 armed men vaulted into their saddles. Leighton buried his face in his hands. He's talking to a brick wall. No one believes a word I'm saying. Still, the mission was accomplished. Whether his commander believed him or not, they were riding straight into the trap. Meanwhile, down at the foot of the mountain pass, Leighton's fellow scout, Farouk, ducked into the dense underbrush to answer a sudden call of nature. Oof, my belly. I need to squat. Farouk muttered, pulling down his trousers behind a mossy thicket. Sensing the timing was right, he suddenly slapped his thighs, adopted a dramatic expression, and let out a loud, theatrical shriek before sprinting back toward the trail. As Farouk tumbled out of the bushes, a familiar voice called out from behind. Farouk. Well executed, lad. Farouk spun around to see Nusrat stepping out from the tree line. He grinned broadly. Second sister. Did I play the part well? Nusrat raised a finger to her lips, hushing him. Quietly, now. We're taking up positions along the rocky flanks. We're going to catch Sub-Commander Torab Khan in a proper crossfire and wipe them out in one go. While Nusrat positioned her archers among the crags, Zion sat comfortably on a fallen log near the shattered outer gate of the stronghold, sipping a cold tin of cola and smoking a cigarette. Resting against his knees was a single-use rocket launcher. Half an hour later, the heavy thud of iron-shod hooves rolled up the mountain trail. Sub-Commander Torab Khan and his 50-man warband came charging around the bend. Torab reined in his stallion at the sight of the ruined gatehouse, his brow furrowing deeply. What on earth happened here? Who smashed the timber gates? And why are there no sentries on the wall? Hold up! Torab bellowed, raising a gauntlet fist. His eyes widened as the realization struck him. By the Almighty, the mountain stronghold has been attacked. At his command, the raiders swarmed forward, peering into the shattered courtyard in utter disbelief. Zion stood up slowly, picking up the rocket launcher. He stepped out onto the path directly in front of the advancing horsemen. Looking for your friends, Torab? Zion called out, a dry, mocking smile playing on his lips. I'm afraid they've gone on ahead. But don't worry, I'm here to send you to join them. Torab Khan stared at the young man standing before him in fine silk robes, holding what looked like a bizarre, painted iron tube. The warlord's face twisted with arrogant fury. Who the hell are you, you little lunatic? Torab roared, pointing his war hammer. Did you dare touch Pagla Pahar? I, Zion replied calmly. And now I'm giving you a free ticket to the afterlife. Rip him to pieces. Torab screamed to his men. Cut the bastard down. With blood-curdling war cries, the 50 raiders spurred their horses and charged forward like a pack of wolves. Zion raised the launcher, lined up the crosshairs on the lead riders, and pulled the trigger. Whoosh! The rocket shrieked through the air, detonating dead center among the charging horsemen. The concussive blast sent a dozen riders and horses flying off the edge of the cliff into the rocky ravine below. Torab Khan was hurled 30 feet through the air, crashing hard against a boulder. His limbs twisted at unnatural angles, his fingers still twitching around the handle of his iron hammer. What manner of fire stick is this? Torab gasped, spitting blood before his head lolled sideways and he stopped breathing. The surviving raiders froze, dropping their weapons as pure, unadulterated terror gripped their souls. Sub-Commander is dead. Run for your lives. A panic-stricken raider screamed, turning his horse and bolting down the mountain pass. Zion dropped the empty launcher tube, unclipped his M16 assault rifle, thumbed the selector, and opened fire. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. High-velocity lead chewed up the fleeing horsemen. Two legs could never outrun bullets. Very few made it past the bend. Perched along the crags above, Nusrat, Farhana, and their archers watched the slaughter unfold with bated breath. Why are there a few of them running this way? Nusrat asked, lowering her bow in mild disappointment as half a dozen panicked raiders bolted up the trail toward their rocks. Leftovers, second sister, Farhana giggled softly. My young master must have spared them on purpose for target practice. Nusrat smiled. Drawing her composite bow, she notched an arrow and loosed it. Thwack! The arrow caught a fleeing raider squarely in the chest, dropping him instantly. Right. Let's clear the rest. Nusrat shouted. Her archers unleashed a synchronized volley of arrows. In less than a minute, the remaining thugs were pinned to the earth. As the dust settled, the thunder of approaching hooves echoed up the trail once more. A second group of riders came charging around the bend, Humayun and his 40 rebel reinforcements, leading their warhorses at a gallop. Big brother. It's Big Brother. Lighten shouted, waving his arms. When Humayun crested the ridge, his eyes locked onto his sister Nusrat standing safely beside a shattered stone gateway. The massive weight crushing his chest vanished instantly, yet as his eyes drifted across the blood-soaked trail and the dozens of dead raiders scattered across the earth, his jaw dropped clean open. Humayun reined in his stallion so hard the beast reared up, kicking its front hooves into the air. He vaulted out of the saddle, rushed over to Nusrat, and grabbed her shoulders with wild excitement. Little sister. Are you completely unharmed? The 40 rebel horsemen sat stunned in their saddles, staring at the carnage. They had expected a desperate rescue mission against an army of entrenched bandits. Instead, they had arrived to find the warband completely annihilated. Nusrat brushed her brother's hands off, a proud, radiant smile lighting up her face. Brother, what could possibly happen to me? Didn't Lighten tell you the truth? Humayun turned his bewildered gaze toward Lighten, who looked back with an expression that clearly said, I told you so. Sister, this is madness. I know how vicious Pagla Pahar is. How could this happen? Brother, the warband is finished, and the stronghold belongs to us now. Nusrat declared, gesturing proudly toward the ruined fortress gates. Come with me. Master Zion is waiting inside to see you. Before Humayun could process a single word, his sister grabbed him by the sleeve and dragged him up the rocky path toward the stronghold. Chapter 29, The New Master of Pagla Pahar. On the ride up the mountain, Nusrat related the entire sequence of events to her brother. Humayun kept his brow deeply furrowed, finding the tale almost impossible to credit. How could any single man break through Pagla Pahar, an iron-walled fortress flanked by sheer cliffs, all on his own? It defied human reason. Yet when he reached the summit and laid eyes on the shattered gates, Sub-Commander Torab Khan's mangled corpse, and the dozens of raiders scattered across the stone courtyard, he stood rooted to the spot, utterly speechless. Every word his sister had spoken was true. There really was a warrior of such godlike capability in this world. Burning with impatience, Humayun pushed through the ruined archway, eager to meet the man who possessed such terrifying power. Inside the grand hall, Zion sat on the chief's carved tiger-skin seat, puffing quietly on a cigarette. Hearing footsteps outside, he looked up as Nusrat and Farhana led a tall, broad-shouldered man into the room. Zion guessed his identity instantly. The man carried himself with a stern, commanding presence that suited his martial reputation. Brother, this is Master Zion, Nusrat introduced, pointing toward the throne with a proud smile. Humayun offered a crisp nod, his eyes fixed on Zion as he strode forward. Up close, he found the young scholar possessed an extraordinary posture and an undeniable aura of authority. How else could a single man bring a fortress of 200 raiders to its knees? A wave of profound, genuine respect washed over Humayun. Zion stood up, stepping down from the tiger-skin seat. Humayun halted 3 paces away, dropped onto one knee, and cupped his hands in a formal salute, his voice ringing strong and clear through the hall. My lord. You have avenged my family and rid these mountains of a terrible plague. Please accept my deepest bow. Zion paused, surprised by the sudden display. These mountain siblings certainly did not hesitate to show gratitude. He stepped forward quickly and took Humayun by the arms, pulling him up. Brother Humayun, there is no need for such formality. Please, stand. Humayun shook his head solemnly. His parents, wife, children, and kin had all been slaughtered by Pagla Pahar's raiders. Not a single day had passed without him dreaming of vengeance. The debt he owed this man was beyond calculation. Standing tall, he bowed deeply once more. If you will have me, Master Zion, I, Humayun, am prepared to offer you my total allegiance from this day forward. Command me as you see fit. Zion's lips curled into a satisfied smile. This was precisely the outcome he had hoped for. Brother Humayun, Zion said warmly, I asked you here because I want you to take charge of Pagla Pahar. Humayun blinked, caught off guard. Rebuild the gates, garrison the fortress with your men, and recruit trustworthy fighters, Zion continued. Maintain our influence over these passes and build up our strength. What do you say? Humayun's face lit up with overwhelming joy. Entrusting a strategic stronghold of this magnitude to him was an act of immense faith. Moreover, in an empire dissolving into war and famine, aligning his men with a leader of Zion's godlike power was an opportunity beyond his wildest dreams. Your humble servant accepts your command, Sahib. Humayun declared passionately. I will march through fire and water for you. Drop the Sahib, Zion chuckled softly, clapping him on the shoulder. You're older than me, Humayun. Just call me Zion. Humayun stood frozen for a second. A man wielding such destructive magic was completely devoid of arrogance. His respect for Zion deepened even further. Suddenly, Humayun remembered something, a broad, mischievous grin spreading across his face. He turned to look at Nusrat standing behind them. Little sister, didn't you make a solemn vow that whoever brought down Lockman, you would take as your wedded husband? Nusrat's heart pounded against her ribs, a burning blush flooding her cheeks all the way to her ears. Brother. Master Zion is already wedded, why bring that up now? Mumbling a hasty excuse about checking the horses, she turned on her heel and fled the hall. Humayun let out an awkward laugh, watching her go. Judging by her intense shyness, his fierce sister was already thoroughly enamored with the young scholar. Turning back to Zion, Humayun asked, Brother Zion, how old are you this year? I am 20, Zion replied. Humayun nodded thoughtfully. Nusrat was 23, 3 years older. As the old proverb goes, a wife 3 years older brings a house full of silver. Brother Zion, Humayun said sincerely, if you find my sister acceptable, I gladly entrust her lifelong happiness to your care. Zion was mildly surprised by the sudden proposal, but since it permanently bound these mountain rebels to his cause while adding a striking, capable warrior to his household, he offered a firm nod. Humayun beamed, exchanged a few more words, and went outside to find his sister. Nusrat was sitting on a mossy boulder overlooking the cliff edge, her mind entirely consumed by thoughts of Zion. Humayun walked up with a warm smile. Little sister, Brother Zion has agreed to take you as his wife. Are you willing? Nusrat bit her lower lip, dropping her head. Her hands twisted her crimson sash nervously, her face flushed redder than a ripe pomegranate. Seeing her reaction, Humayun chuckled. You're 23, girl, what are you acting shy for? Speak your mind so we can settle the match properly. Nusrat looked up timidly, her dark eyes shining. Brother, since it was a vow I made before the Almighty, I will honor it. Humayun roared with laughter, clapping her shoulder. Wonderful. I can rest easy knowing you're in his hands. A week passed in a flash. Under Humayun's leadership, Pagla Pahar was thoroughly cleaned and repaired, its shattered timber gates replaced with reinforced iron-bound oak, restoring it to an impregnable mountain fortress. The raider corpses were cast off the northern precipice into the deep ravine to feed the wild beasts. Zion and Nusrat held a simple, intimate wedding ceremony within the stronghold, consummating their marriage that very night. Zion was thoroughly delighted with his new wife. Nusrat's mature, supple figure and fierce, passionate nature were thoroughly captivating. Spending several days enjoying her company left him feeling noticeably lighter on his feet. Yet having been away from Megbury village for over a week, Zion knew it was time to return home to see to his family and the perimeter construction. Zion, Humayun suggested as they prepared the horses in the courtyard, take a few of our fighters back with you as a personal guard to secure your compound and the village. Having extra trained men to defend Megbury was a sound tactical move. Agreed, Zion accepted smoothly. Humayun turned to Lighten Mia and Sohel. Lighten, Sohel, you two have always been Nusrat's shadow. Ride with them to Megbury, and obey Brother Zion's every instruction without question. Rest easy, Commander. Lighten Mia grinned broadly, adjusting his composite bow. If Master Zion commands us to jump into a lake, we won't even ask how deep. And so, Zion, Nusrat, Farhana, and 5 loyal mountain archers, 8 riders mounted on 8 fine warhorses, set off down the mountain trail, riding south toward Dakshinpur in Megbury village. Chapter 30, The Embroidered Sachet. By the time the party trotted through the stone gates of Dakshinpur city the following morning, the sun was bright over the market square. Zion pulled a heavy leather pouch containing 100 silver takas from his sleeve and passed it to Farhana. Take Nusrat and the lads to the tailor's quarter, Zion instructed. Buy new tunics for everyone, and pick up a few bolts of light cotton fabric for the family back in Megbury. Right away, young master, Farhana nodded obediently, accepting the silver with a sweet smile. Nusrat reined in her horse, looking over at Zion with sharp curiosity. Where are you heading, husband? Checking on our tea sales and collecting a bit of coin, Zion replied with a grin. I'll meet you all at the main bazaar once I'm through. Nusrat asked no further questions. So long as he wasn't slipping into a city courtesan house, she was content to let him mind his business. Parting ways with the group, Zion rode his white stallion down the commercial avenue, pulling up outside the Khushbu Tea Emporium. The moment Zion crossed the threshold, shopkeeper Haroon rushed out from behind the wooden counter, his face pale with anxiety. Merciful heavens, Master Zion. You finally arrived, Zion smiled, dismounting by the door. What's the matter, Haroon Sahib? So overjoyed to see me because you've sold out of duck shit tea again? Haroon shook his head frantically, distress written across his eyes. No. Far worse than that, Sahib. He ushered Zion into a private side room, lowering his voice to an urgent whisper. Tell me, Master Zion, do you know Zamindar Kabir Chowdhury? Zion's brow furrowed as memories from his predecessor's scholar days surfaced. You mean Kabir Chowdhury? The wealthiest landowning merchant in Dakshinpur? The very same. Haroon nodded grimly. Zamindar Kabir has taken a keen interest in your duck shit tea. He's been sending his personal enforcers here every blessed day demanding to know where you live. They've practically worn down my doorstep. Before Haroon could elaborate, the heavy front curtain was shoved aside. A middle-aged man with a thin, pointed mustache and a sleek silk tunic strode into the room. Spotting the newcomer, shopkeeper Haroon jumped to his feet, a nervously obsequious smile plastered across his face. Dewan Farrak. You've arrived at the perfect moment. This gentleman here is Master Zion. The manager, Dewan Farrak, wore an expression of supreme arrogance. He dropped heavily into a carved wooden armchair opposite Zion, crossing his legs casually without offering the slightest greeting. He glided a condescending gaze over Zion's robes before speaking in a cold, clipped tone. So you're the scholar behind the tea. I am Dewan Farrak, chief manager of the Chowdhury estate. He paused, adjusting his ringed fingers. My master has taken a liking to your duck shit tea and wishes to enter into an exclusive arrangement with you. We expect you to appreciate the honor of this opportunity. The words were wrapped in polite phrasing, but the underlying threat was unmistakable. Zion was hardly an impressionable farm boy to be intimidated by a landlord's clerk. He leaned back against his chair, offering a cool, unbothered smile. And how, pray tell, does Zamindar Kabir wish to collaborate? Simple enough, Farrak sneered softly. Chowdhury estate will purchase your entire inventory exclusively. Naturally, the price offered will be fair. Let us speak in concrete numbers, Zion said smoothly. What price is Zamindar Kabir offering per tin? Dewan Farrak held up 2 fingers, a greasy smile touching his thin lips. 200 copper poishes per tin. Zion stared at him, momentarily wondering if his ears were playing tricks on him. 200 copper poishes? That was barely a fifth of a silver taka. On the open market, Haroon was paying him over a full silver taka per tin. 200 poishes? Zion thought with a cold inner laugh. Why not just pull a blade and rob me on the highway? Zion's expression turned into a dry, mocking smirk. My apologies, Dewan Sahib. At 200 poishes, you might afford an empty metal tin. You certainly won't be buying any tea. Dewan Farrak's face fell, turning an unsightly shade of grey. What did you say? Master Zion, do you realize who you're speaking to? You heard me perfectly, Zion replied, standing up. We have no business to discuss. Shopkeeper Haroon stood frozen in the corner, breaking into a cold sweat as he watched the young scholar casually dismiss the most powerful estate manager in the city. Dewan Farek's face turned from gray to deep crimson, his lips twitching with rage as his voice rose an octave. Doing business with you is a personal favor from my master. You had best think carefully before refusing us, boy, Zion scoffed openly, looking down at the man with utter disdain. Are you off your bloody rocker? Do I look like an illiterate fool to you? Why don't I just hand the crates over for free while I'm at it? Farek slammed his fist onto the side table, trembling with fury. No one in the entire district dared speak to the Chowdhury family's agent with such blatant contempt. You ungrateful, arrogant little worm. Zion let out a cold, mirthless laugh. So what if I am? What are you going to do about it, mate? His tone was quiet, yet carried a bone-chilling weight that left no room for argument. Dewan Farek stood rooted to the spot, his face darker than a coffin lid. Accustomed to bossing merchants around, being thoroughly humiliated by a young scholar left him speechless with rage. He stood up abruptly, glaring venom at Zion. Fine. Mark my words, scholar, let us see how long you manage to trade in Dakshinpur city. Spitting on the threshold, Farek turned on his heel and stormed out of the emporium. Once the manager was out of earshot, shopkeeper Haroon collapsed into a chair, letting out a long, defeated sigh. You've done it now, lad. You've thoroughly offended the Chowdhury family. Master Zion, the Chowdhury family are not to be crossed. Haroon whimpered, wringing his hands. They hold vast lands, and Zamindar Kabir's daughter is wedded to the district magistrate's brother. They control the city garrison. Zion adjusted his silk sleeves, entirely unbothered. Armed with modern firepower and an endless supply of military hardware, local political connections meant nothing to him. So that's why the manager carried on like a lord, Zion smiled dryly. Connections at court. Makes no difference to me, alas. Haroon groaned, shaking his head. Fearing severe retaliation from the Chowdhury estate, Haroon dared not place a fresh order for tea. Zion understood the merchant's predicament and bade him a polite farewell without pushing the matter. In truth, Zion was unconcerned. With thousands of silver takas stored in his spatial dimension, his immediate construction budget for Megbury was fully secured. Stepping out into the afternoon sun, Zion led his stallion down a quiet, residential alleyway, intending to pull a few silver coins from his sanctuary for personal expenses. As he reached a deserted bend flanked by high mud brick walls, a sharp, terrified cry echoed from around the corner. Help! Someone help me. Curious, Zion paused, leading his horse quietly toward the sound. In a narrow, dead-end alleyway, a spoiled, richly dressed youth was cornering a young woman against a wall, his hands tearing at her silk shawl. Two heavy-set servants stood nearby, pinning a weeping maidservant against the brickwork. Hold it right there. Zion's voice boomed through the narrow passage. Let her go. The spoiled youth paused, turning around with a scowl of pure irritation. He glared at Zion, pointing a jewel-encrusted finger at his face. Mind your own bloody business, lad. Piss off and cool your heels elsewhere. Zion did not move a muscle, continuing his steady march down the alley, leading the white stallion by the reins. Seeing his command ignored, the youth's face flushed with fury. He raised a fist, charging straight at Zion. You son of a bitch, you're asking for it. Expecting to strike the soft scholar squarely in the face, the youth swung wide. Zion's eyes narrowed. As a former tactical mercenary, dealing with an untrained, arrogant street bully required zero effort. Without even letting go of his horse's reins, Zion pivoted and delivered a swift, devastating kick straight between the youth's legs into his groin. Thwack! A blood-curdling, pig-like shriek tore through the quiet alleyway. The youth collapsed onto the cobbles, tears pouring down his face as he clutched his crotch, rolling in the dirt and howling in absolute agony. Arg! My balls. Merciful heavens, my balls. Seeing their master struck down, the two servants released the maidservant, raised their heavy wooden cudgels, and lunged at Zion. Zion stepped forward, throwing two lightning-fast tactical strikes. A hard left hook to the first servant's jaw sent the man spinning, followed by a heavy right jab to the second man's solar plexus that knocked the wind clean out of him. Both servants hit the dirt with heavy thuds, groaning in pain. "Aya! Help, save me!" The spoiled youth wept on the floorboards, thrashing helplessly. Realizing they were vastly outmatched, the two dazed servants scrambled to their feet, hoisted their whimpering, crotch-clutching master between them, and fled down the alleyway in sheer panic. The youth's pitiful wails echoed off the stone walls all the way down the street. The two young women stepped forward timidly, bowing deeply to Zion. "Thank you for saving us, master." Zion looked at them closely. The lead woman possessed a refined, oval face with soft features, dressed in exquisite silk robes that carried the quiet dignity of a highborn lady. Her maid was petite, pale-skinned, and remarkably pretty. The young lady bit her lip, looking at Zion with deep concern in her dark eyes. "Master, you must leave the city at once." That wretched man was Tanvir Kabir, the son of Zamindar Kabir Chowdhury. "His family controls the city guards, they'll send armed men after you." Zion raised an eyebrow, a dry chuckle escaping his lips. "Tanvir Kabir? The landowning bully's spoiled son? I should have kicked him twice as hard." "I appreciate the warning, sister," Zion said smoothly. "You two had best hurry home as well." "Please take care, master." The lady bowed once more, turning to walk down the main street alongside her maid. Once they vanished around the corner, Zion prepared to step into a recessed doorway to access his spatial dimension. But before he could focus his mind, rapid, pattering footsteps echoed down the alleyway. A petite figure darted out from around the corner, startling him slightly. It was the young lady's maid. Panting softly, her cheeks flushed pink, the maid rushed up to Zion and thrust a small object firmly into his hand. "Young master, my lady asked me to give this to you." Before Zion could ask a single question, the maid turned on her heel and sprinted back down the alleyway without looking back, her dark braids bouncing against her back. Zion looked down at his palm. Resting in his hand was a delicate, light pink silk sachet, filled with fragrant dried blossoms that wafted a sweet, refreshing perfume into the air. Turning the sachet over, Zion noticed 3 elegant characters embroidered cleanly onto the fine silk: Gulshan Era. Zion stroked his chin, a playful, amused smirk spreading across his face. "Well, well," he muttered under his breath, tossing the fragrant sachet gently in his hand. "Taken a fancy to me already, has she?" Chapter 31, A Ruined Lineage. After meeting up with Farhana, Nusrat, and the others at the tailor's shop in Dakshinpur city, Zion led the group at an easy ride back toward Meghburi village. Meanwhile, back at the Chowdhury estate, Dewan Farrakh arrived nursing his wounded pride, rushing straight to Zamindar Kabir Chowdhury to report the scholar's refusal. Naturally, he conveniently omitted one crucial detail. Zamindar Kabir had authorized him to offer 400 copper poishes per tin, but Farrakh had pocketed half for himself, offering a paltry 200. Hearing the report, Zamindar Kabir slammed his heavy fist onto the wooden table in a fit of rage. "Ungrateful, arrogant little cur. I offer him 400 poishes a tin, and the insolent bastard treats it like dirt. Acting so brazenly in Dakshinpur is like holding a match to a powder keg. The boy is begging for a grave." "Sahib, what are your orders?" Dewan Farrakh asked with a greasy smirk, awaiting his master's command. Zamindar Kabir sneered, a sinister glint in his aging eyes as he wagged a thick finger at his manager. "Go straight to the garrison commander. Tell him that any merchant attempting to bring duck shit tea into Dakshinpur is to have his entire shipment seized on the spot. If the boy resists, throw him into the dungeons. Let us see how he conducts trade in my city." "Right away, Sahib." Farrakh bowed low. As the manager turned to leave, Kabir called out again. "And one more thing, have our men investigate this scholar. Find out where he sources those tea tins." "Consider it done, Sahib." Once Farrakh departed, Zamindar Kabir picked up a clay cup of freshly steeped duck shit tea, bringing it up to his nose. Inhaling the intoxicating, honeyed orchid aroma, he closed his eyes in sheer contentment. Ah, exquisite tea, truly divine. His moment of bliss lasted all of 3 seconds. A servant burst into the hall as if the devil were at his heels, gasping for air. Master. Sahib. Disaster. Young Master Tanvir has been attacked. Zamindar Kabir's eyes widened in sudden shock. What? Who is the blind fool that dares lay a hand on my son? Does no one in this city respect the Chowdhury name anymore? Reporting, Sahib. I don't know who the attacker was, the servant stammered, his jaw working helplessly. Young master, his. Watching the boy stutter like an idiot, Kabir's temper flared. Stop stammering like a bloody fool, you useless dog. Speak properly. Swallowing his rage, Kabir demanded, tell me quickly, how is Tanvir? How badly is he hurt? His jewels, Sahib. The servant squeaked, turning bright red. Down there. It's swollen bigger than an ostrich egg. What? Zamindar Kabir gasped, his face twisting in horror. Tanvir was his only son, his sole male heir. If the boy was ruined down there, the Chowdhury bloodline would be extinguished. Where is he? Kabir roared at the top of his lungs. The servant shook like a leaf, stumbling backward. At the apothecary's clinic, Sahib. Within minutes, Zamindar Kabir arrived at the town apothecary flanked by 4 burly guards. Before he even crossed the threshold, heart-wrenching shrieks and pitiful wails echoed out into the street. My boy! Kabir felt as though a knife had been plunged into his chest. Father! Father, it hurts. Arg! Tanvir lay flat on an examination bench with his knees drawn up and legs spread wide, weeping hysterically. The local apothecary was dabbing a thick, pungent green herbal salve onto the groin area, his own expression one of quiet disbelief at the sheer savagery of the impact. Stepping closer, Zamindar Kabir looked down, and his blood ran cold. The servant had not exaggerated, the boy's groin was a purple, swollen mass the size of a melon. Monstrous! Kabir hissed through clenched teeth, his eyes burning with murderous fury. Whoever did this to my son, I shall flay them alive and grind their bones to powder. Father! I can't bear it. Kill me, father! Tanvir wailed. Hush, my boy. Father will have vengeance. Kabir reassured him, before grabbing the apothecary by the shoulder and dragging him into the corner. Tell me the absolute truth, how severe is the damage? The apothecary shook his head grimly, a heavy sigh escaping his lips. Zamindar Sahib, the tissue beneath is utterly crushed. The situation is dire, it would be best to. He trailed off. Seeing the physician's grim hesitation, Kabir's heart sank into his stomach. He seized the man's lapels, shaking him. Best to what? Speak, damn you. The apothecary gently pried the landlord's fingers from his robes, whispering gravely, it would be best to perform a complete excision, Sahib. The wound is rotting internally. If we do not cut it away, blood poisoning will take his life within 2 days. What? Kabir staggered backward, his head spinning as his knees nearly buckled beneath him. Excision? A complete removal? The Chowdhury bloodline, his family lineage, would end right here. Panicking, Kabir clutched the apothecary's arm, his voice trembling. Physician, I beg of you, save his manhood. I will pay you 100 silver takas, 1,000. The apothecary sighed softly, shaking his head. Zamindar Sahib, the inner mechanics are thoroughly destroyed. Even the celestial doctors could not restore what is crushed to pulp. Decide quickly, Sahib, or you will be burying a son before nightfall. Quack. You useless, incompetent charlatan. Kabir roared in despairing fury. If you cannot cure my son, I'll have your entire family thrown into the city dungeons." The apothecary remained stoic, bowing his head. "Shout as you wish, Sahib. My diagnosis remains unchanged. If you doubt my words, carry him to another physician." Kabir's face turned deathly pale, an instinctive, sympathetic ache throbbing in his own loins. Looking at his screaming son, despair crushed his heart. "He's finished. My heir is ruined. I'll have to take a young second wife and sire a new son from scratch." Letting out a long, defeated sigh, Kabir muttered weakly, "Do what must be done, then." "Very well, Sahib," the apothecary replied crisply. "Excision is my specialty." Kabir stared at the physician's prompt efficiency, feeling a sudden, murderous urge to strangle the man. Gathering his instruments, the apothecary stuffed a thick wad of cotton cloth into Tanvir's mouth, ordering 2 heavy guards to pin the boy's arms and shoulders to the bench. "Hold tight now, lad. This will be over in a trice." Reaching for a gleaming curved scalpel, the apothecary set to work with swift, practiced precision. MMPH. MMPH. Tanvir thrashed wildly for a brief second before the excruciating pain overwhelmed his senses, and his eyes rolled back as he fainted dead away. Standing by the window, Kabir clenched his fists so tightly his fingernails drew blood. This outrage cannot go unpunished. Leaving 2 guards to tend to his unconscious son, Kabir took the 2 servants who had witnessed the assault and hurried straight to the district court. In the private courtyard behind the court, District Magistrate Yaqub and his wife, Kulsum, Kabir's eldest daughter, were enjoying a lazy afternoon watching fighting crickets in a clay bowl, chuckling together. "Son-in-law, you must grant us justice." A ragged, tearful voice shattered the quiet afternoon. Magistrate Yaqub and Kulsum both looked up in shock. In all of Dakshinpur city, who possessed the audacity to bring the wealthy Zamindar to tears? "Father?" Magistrate Yaqub asked, setting his clay bowl aside. "What has happened?" Kulsum added, rushing to her father's side with a worried frown. "Father, why are you weeping?" "Tanvir, my poor Tanvir has been gelded." Kabir wept. "What?" Magistrate Yaqub and Kulsum gasped, their eyes widening in utter disbelief. Zamindar Kabir related the full story through bitter sobs. Hearing that a local scholar had crushed his brother-in-law's manhood, Magistrate Yaqub's face turned stern. He immediately dispatched court constables to fetch the Lady Gulshan Ara and her maid, ushering them directly into the private rear courtyard. Gulshan Ara looked around in mild surprise, wondering why she had been brought to the magistrate's private residence rather than the public courtroom. Magistrate Yaqub stepped forward, his eyes sharp. "My lady, tell me truthfully, who was the gentleman who committed this assault in the alleyway today?" Chapter 32, The Gathering Storm. Hearing the magistrate's sharp demand, Gulshan Ara saw through his game instantly. He doesn't care about justice at all, he's only looking to protect his in-laws. Aloud, she kept her posture straight. Magistrate Sahib, it was Tanvir Kabir who set upon us." District Magistrate Yaqub rolled his eyes in irritation, slamming a hand against his desk. "The court is asking you about the scoundrel who crippled young Master Tanvir." "Magistrate Sahib, I am telling you the truth of what transpired." Gulshan Ara replied, her voice trembling with righteous indignation. "That spoiled bully trapped my maid and me in the alleyway and attempted to force himself upon us. An honorable gentleman stepped in to protect us, but Tanvir attacked him first. The gentleman acted in self-defense and saved our honor. I beg you, Sahib, grant us proper justice." District Magistrate Yaqub sneered, waving his hand with extreme impatience. "I did not ask for a sermon, my lady. This court asks you once more, who is the perpetrator?" Gulshan Ara stood in dismay. It was blatantly obvious the magistrate was looking to hunt down her savior to appease Zamindar Kabir. In truth, she did not even know the handsome scholar's name, and even if she did, wild horses would not drag it from her lips. She raised her chin coldly. "I do not know who he was, Magistrate Sahib." Magistrate Yaqub scoffed, flicking his wrist toward the court constables standing at the archway. "Escort her out. Escort both of them out." Magistrate Sahib, I entreat you to hold Tanvir Kabir accountable. Gulshan Era called back over her shoulder as the constables ushered her away. If such a predator goes unpunished, no woman in Dakshinpur will be safe. Magistrate Yaqub ignored her completely. He knew full well his brother-in-law was a degenerate bully, but what did that matter? Dakshinpur city was his personal domain, and the law was whatever he declared it to be. Once the constables escorted the two women out of the courtyard, Zamindar Kabir Chowdhury and his daughter Kulsum stepped out from behind the carved silk screen. Son-in-law. Kabir spat, his lips trembling with rage. Are you simply going to let the girl walk away after what happened to Tanvir? Magistrate Yaqub raised a hand, shaking his head calmly. The House of Era is an established merchant family in the city, father-in-law. We cannot simply throw their daughter into torture racks without cause, especially when she likely genuinely doesn't know the attacker's identity. He paused, a dark, predatory smirk touching his lips. However, so long as I hold court in Dakshinpur, crushing the Era family is as easy as snapping my fingers. We need only fabricate a suitable pretext. Once we do, their estate and commercial assets will belong to us. Even as he spoke the words, Yaqub's mind wandered, vividly imagining the proud, beautiful Gulshan Era helpless beneath him in his bedchambers. Son-in-law, you know Tanvir was my only son. Kabir pressed, his eyes bloodshot with grief and fury. I care nothing for their wealth, I want the bastard who did this dead. Kulsum added her own bitter curses, but Magistrate Yaqub merely offered a cool, relaxed smile. If my garrison could annihilate the fierce warband of Kalapahar stronghold, a single rogue commoner is hardly worth fretting over. How do you propose we find him, son-in-law? Kabir asked eagerly, leaning forward. Magistrate Yaqub summoned the two servants who had accompanied Tanvir to the alleyway, questioning them closely. When they finished their stammering account, Yaqub's eyes narrowed. You say the attacker was riding a fine white warhorse? Aye, Magistrate Sahib. The two servants affirmed in unison. A magnificent white stallion. Magistrate Yaqub's lips curled into a subtle, knowing smirk. The thread was in his hand. Turning to Kabir, he asked pleasantly, Tell me, father-in-law, do you wish him dead, or brought to you alive? Kabir gritted his teeth so hard they clicked, his eyes blazing with pure malice. Dead. Fill him with arrows. Slaughter his entire household and leave not a soul breathing. Meanwhile, in Megburi village, the construction project was progressing at an incredible pace. Busy workers swarmed along the boundary line. After weeks of tireless effort, the heavy stone foundations were fully set, and the build had entered the earth ramming and bricklaying phase. Before his departure, Zion had given strict orders to Jahangir to spare no expense, so long as structural integrity was maintained. Speed was the absolute priority. Consequently, the workforce had expanded massively over the past week, drawing virtually every able-bodied, unemployed villager from the surrounding hamlets. No fewer than 200 men were now working on the ramparts, with daily wages and food costs alone swallowing 8 or 9 silver takas every sunset. Combined with the heavy expenditure for fired bricks, lime mortar, and timber scaffolding, the household silver reserve Zion had left behind was nearly exhausted. Near the village entrance, Jahangir and Matabar Sunahar stood watching the bricklayers. Matabar Sahib, Jahangir murmured anxiously, Zion has been gone for over a week now. You don't suppose he's run into trouble on the road? Elder Sunahar glinted a fierce glare at him, spitting on the ground. Tui. Wash your foul mouth, Jahangir. You jinxing fool, talking such drivel, what on earth could happen to my son-in-law? Jahangir scratched the back of his neck, offering an awkward, embarrassed laugh. Layla told me this morning that the silver chest in the cottage is almost empty, Sahib. If Zion doesn't return soon with fresh coin, how are we to pay the workers tomorrow? Rest easy, Sunahar replied firmly. Zion is as sharp as a razor. He never makes promises he can't keep. Before the old man could finish his sentence, the rhythmic, heavy thud of approaching hooves echoed along the southern highway, growing louder by the second. Bloody hell! Jahangir gasped, his face draining of color. Could it be a band of raiders? Aye, it's possible. Elder Sunahar barked, his eyes widening. Quick, Jahangir, raise the alarm among the workers. Right away, Sahib. Jahangir sprinted toward the construction site, waving his arms and bellowing at the top of his lungs. Drop your tools, lads. Grab your staves and iron spades. Bandits are coming. Word spread through the ranks like wildfire. Though startled at first, 200 men working together felt a surge of collective courage. Armed with spades, iron crowbars, and heavy timber posts, the workers surged toward the village gates in a solid wave. Just as the mob of workers assembled near the perimeter, the mounted group rounded the bend. Elder Sunahar squinted against the sun, his tension melting away in an instant. Riding at the head of the party on a fine white stallion was Zion. Jahangir caught sight of him too, sheepishly waving his hands at the crowd. Stand down, lads. False alarm. It's only Zion back from his journey. Back to work. Reining in his mount, Zion looked at the 200 men brandishing iron spades and crowbars with amused surprise. They had clearly taken his mounted party for a raiding party. Still, seeing the village's rapid defensive response pleased him immensely. Zion vaulted down from his saddle, Nusrat, Farhana, and the 5 archers dismounting right behind him. Jahangir hurried forward, offering a sheepish grin. Brother-in-law. The Matabar and I heard horse hooves and thought a warband was upon us, haha. Just a misunderstanding. You acted properly, Jahangir, Zion approved, clapping his shoulder. Raising the alarm at the first sign of riders is exactly what you ought to do. Jahangir beamed with pride, relieved he had earned his brother-in-law's praise rather than a scolding. Elder Sunahar, meanwhile, glided his gaze over the group behind Zion, his eyes locking onto Nusrat. A striking, mature woman with a fierce martial air, riding double alongside Farhana, backed by 5 grim archers. The old man's brow furrowed into deep lines. Merciful heavens, another woman. The lad is absolute trouble. He shook his head inwardly. He gathers wives like a dragon hoards gold, yet my Rabia hasn't reported a single swollen belly yet. Son-in-law. Sunahar asked, pointing a trembling finger at the newcomers. Who might these folks be? They're part of our household now, Matabar Sahib, Zion replied smoothly. Nusrat Appa is my new wedded wife, and these men are her finest marksmen. They'll be guarding our compound and patrolling the perimeter from now on. Sunahar inspected the 5 archers closely, noting their composite bows, heavy broadswords, and sharp, veteran gazes. These were clearly hardened fighters, not simple farmhands. His initial annoyance melted into quiet satisfaction. Ah, splendid. Splendid indeed. Zion instructed Farhana to lead Nusrat, Lighten, and the archers back to the main compound to settle in, while he accompanied Jahangir and Elder Sunahar to inspect the perimeter construction. Stepping up to a newly rammed section of the lower rampart, Zion delivered 2 solid kicks against the compacted earth and lime face. The wall stood rock-solid without shedding a grain of dust. Without corrupt contractors skimming off the top, the masonry work was exceptionally solid. A weathered mason in his 50s, hailing from a neighboring hamlet, paused in his work and offered a respectful bow. Master Zion, you pay us 20 copper poishes in hand every evening and feed us fresh meat for lunch. In these starving times, not a soul among us would dare slacken for a second. We'll build you a rampart that can withstand a siege. For men who had gone months without tasting proper food, Zion's generosity was a blessing beyond measure. Every worker, local or outsider, poured their heart into the labor. Under Jahangir's expert technical eye and Elder Sunahar's strict supervision, there was zero chance of cutting corners. Top-notch work, Uncle, Zion praised the mason with a warm smile. Blessings upon you, Master. The old mason beamed, bowing low. Zion nodded, then gestured for Jahangir and Matabar Sunahar to step aside into a quiet spot near the timber stack. While I was in Udaipur city, I learned that rebel warlords have raised banners against the emperor in the northern provinces, Zion said in a low, serious tone. Combined with the worsening drought across the Pargana, total chaos is only a matter of weeks away. We must double our efforts and finish this perimeter wall as fast as humanly possible. Rebellion. Elder Sunahar and Jahangir gasped, their faces turning pale. As men who had lived through regional uprisings in their youth, they knew precisely what lay ahead: deserters, roving bandit armies, and total lawlessness. Jahangir looked down at his boots, a deeply anxious frown on his face. Brother-in-law, doubling the workforce means doubling our daily expenses. Truth be told, the silver chest in your cottage is nearly empty. Elder Sunahar nodded solemnly in agreement. Aye, lad. We have the men, but without silver to buy lime and pay daily wages, the work halts. Chapter 33, Midnight Raiders. Do not worry about the silver, Zion said, turning to Mitaber Sunahar. Father-in-law, hire as many hands as you can find. We must get this perimeter wall finished as quickly as humanly possible. Aye, lad, right away, Elder Sunahar nodded firmly. After inspecting the rising foundation, Zion walked down to the lower fields to check on the sweet potato crop. The vibrant green vines along the raised earthen ridges stood healthy and strong, already pushing out tender new shoots. With a survival rate well over 90%, Zion was thoroughly pleased. Father-in-law, the heat is severe, Zion noted, looking over the lush plot. Remind the villagers to keep watering the ridges and applying manure. Once the vines spread into a dense canopy, the roots will retain moisture, and the work will grow much easier. Elder Sunahar nodded in agreement. Aye, this crop is the parish's lifeline come winter. We'll tend it like gold. With the inspections complete, Zion bade them farewell and walked back toward his compound. Near the outer gates, Leighton, Soval, and the mountain archers were squatting against the wall. Seeing Zion approach, they scrambled to their feet, bowing respectfully. Young master. Master Zion. Spotting their lingering hesitation, Zion smiled warmly. Why are you lads crouching in the dirt out here? Come inside the hall and sit down. We're plenty comfortable out here, master, Leighton grinned, though he rubbed his neck with a touch of bashfulness. The others nodded in agreement. Zion chuckled, pulled a crisp pack of cigarettes from his broad sleeve, and passed one out to each of the lasses and lads. He pulled out his lighter, lit his own, and took a slow, satisfying drag. Give it a go, lads. Though they had ridden with him from Pagla Pahar, this was the first time they had seen him smoke. The young mountain archers watched in sheer fascination, the effortless, cool way he exhaled gray plumes, even letting smoke curl from his nostrils, looked impossibly stylish. Leighton pulled out the metal lighter Zion had gifted him, clicked the spark lever, and lit his tip. The other archers copied him excitedly, and within moments, blue smoke billowed through the archway. Puff, puff. Cough. 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 Zion laughed, briefly explaining how to draw the smoke into the mouth without choking, before tossing a full pack to each of them. Blessings upon you, young master. The young archers beamed, pocketing the cartons like prized treasures. Think nothing of it, Zion smiled. Right then, he thought, looks like I've just recruited a few more chain smokers. Stepping into the central courtyard, Zion entered the main hall, where his wives and maidservants were gathered together. Husband. You've grown noticeably thinner. Layla exclaimed, stepping forward with genuine worry in her large eyes. Beside her, Nusrat's cheeks flushed crimson in an instant. Thinner? She thought nervously, biting her lip. Well, spending every night in my bed after climbing mountain ridges would tire any man out. Nonsense, love, Zion teased Layla with a mischievous grin. I haven't lost a single pound. Have you missed me so terribly that your eyes are playing tricks on you? Listen to you spouting drivel. Layla scoffed playfully, blushing as she stole a glance at the others. Have you no shame, teasing me in front of the whole household? This is Nusrat, Zion introduced, turning to the women with a mild, bashful chuckle. I take it you've all met? Rabia offered a sweet, gentle bow, devoid of any jealousy, while Layla smiled warmly. Farhana has already shared everything with us, husband. Don't worry, I'm not the least bit angry. Beneath her calm exterior, however, Layla was quietly vexed with herself. 2 full years, and my womb remains barren, she lamented inwardly. If I don't catch tonight, he'll be spending all his evenings with the new bride. Determined, she took Zion by the sleeve and pulled him straight toward her bedchambers. Husband. I have important matters to discuss with you tonight, Layla whispered, lowering her head bashfully. Zion found her delicate pretext thoroughly amusing. Important matters in the dark, love? Mind telling me what kind of discussion requires pulling the quilt up? Oh, stop teasing me. Layla's face burned beet red. Teasing is my specialty, love, Zion chuckled warmly, gathering her into his arms. As dusk settled over the hills, work along the perimeter rampart drew to a close. The hired hands from neighboring hamlets gathered their tools and departed Megbury village in small, cheerful groups. Near the outer crossroads, 3 mounted men reined in their horses, barring the path of a few returning workers. Hold a moment, brother, called out a middle-aged rider with a thin mustache, one of Dewan Farrick's scouts. Tell me, have you spotted a party of 8 riders passing this way today? There was a fine white stallion among them. Who's asking? A village worker frowned, eyeing the suspicious outsiders warily. They left a parcel behind in the city, the mustache rider lied smoothly. We've ridden out to restore it to them. Ah. Then you've come to the right place. The scout's eyes lit up with joy. Is the rider from your hamlet, brother? The worker pointed back over his shoulder toward the rising brick ramparts. Not our hamlet, but Megbury just over the ridge, the wealthy scholar who owns the grand compound at the eastern end. Our thanks, brother. The scout beamed. Once the workers walked off into the dusk, one of the 3 scouts trotted his horse over the ridge toward Megbury to investigate, returning 20 minutes later. Chief. Megbury village is utterly strange. The returning scout reported in a low whisper. Would you believe it? The locals are constructing a massive stone and brick rampart around the entire hamlet. Is that so? The mustache leader raised an eyebrow in surprise. And did you spot the scholar's compound? Aye. Right at the eastern boundary. I spotted a dozen warhorses grazing in the courtyard paddock, including that very white stallion. Then our work here is done, the leader smirked. Back to Dakshinpur city to inform the Zamindar. As midnight settled over the quiet hamlet, dark shadows crept through the trees. In the bedchamber, Zion had spent an exceptionally energetic night fulfilling his duties to Layla. Husband. Layla murmured shyly, resting her head against his chest. Do you think I've conceived tonight? When the heavens decree it, love, it will happen, Zion replied, a subtle, dry smirk playing on his lips. As a modern man, he knew full well that elevating the hips post-battle improved the odds, though explaining human biology to a feudal wife was a lost cause. Husband, if I truly cannot bear you a son or daughter, will you grow to despise me? Layla whispered, her voice tinged with quiet vulnerability. Realizing how deeply the issue weighed on her heart, Zion's expression softened. He pulled her close, kissing her forehead gently. You will always be my beloved Layla. Cease worrying your sweet head over it, we've plenty of time, and you will bear my children soon enough. Reassured, Layla nestled deeper into his chest, her eyes shining with warmth and devotion. Before the tender moment could linger, the quiet night air outside was shattered by the sharp clashing of steel and frantic shouts. Assassins! Intruder at the gates. Husband! Someone has broken into the compound. Layla sat up, panic written across her face. Stay inside, Zion instructed calmly. He pulled on his silk trousers, grabbed his suppressed semi-automatic pistol, racked the slide, and stepped out into the courtyard. In the central courtyard, Farhana and Samira were locked in fierce combat, their sabers flashing against the blades of 4 masked assailants clad in black night gear. Elsewhere in the compound, other black-clad intruders were kicking open bedchamber doors. In the west wing, Bobby Camelli huddled under her quilt, trembling violently as the sounds of clashing steel echoed outside her door. Out near the front archway, Lighten Mia and his mountain archers were exchanging fierce blows with a dozen night raiders, their steel blades ringing loudly through the dark. Stepping onto the veranda, Zion spotted 6 masked assassins charging straight toward the main hall with raised daggers. Raising his sidearm, Zion squeezed the trigger in rapid succession. Puffed. 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 Suppressed cracks echoed through the courtyard. 3 assassins dropped instantly, blood spurting from clean holes in their foreheads. The remaining 3 intruders froze in absolute horror, their eyes dilating as their comrades collapsed without a sound. Zion gave them zero time to process the terror. Puffed. 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 3 more shots cut through the dark, dropping the remaining assassins dead onto the flagstones. Chapter 34, The Daroga at the Gate. Just then, Nusrat, who had been resting in the side chamber, burst into the courtyard with her steel saber unsheathed. She and Zion exchanged a swift, knowing glance before diving straight into the fray. Seeing Zion step into the open, Farhana and Samira felt a surge of relief. In their eyes, nothing on earth matched the terrifying, lightning-fast precision of their master's iron weapon. Within moments, the remaining black-clad intruders in the inner courtyard dropped onto the flagstones, cut down by Zion's suppressed sidearm. The 2 surviving assassins, pinned against the wall, were paralyzed with horror. The small black cylinder in the scholar's hand spouted muffled thunder, tearing through flesh and bone before a blade could even swing. Leaving Nusrat and the twin sisters to secure the inner wing, Zion glided toward the outer courtyard. Puffed. 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 3 rapid muffled cracks cut through the dark. The remaining raiders in the outer yard crumpled into the dirt, either stone dead or howling in agony. Light and Mia and the mountain archers immediately pounced on the 2 wounded survivors, binding their arms securely behind their backs. "Young master, what shall we do with these 2? Light and Mia asked, wiping sweat from his brow. Zion surveyed his men, pleased to see that only 1 archer had sustained a minor graze. Turning his eyes onto the bleeding captives, he commanded, "Find out who sent them." Zion turned on his heel and strolled back into the inner courtyard. Stepping over a corpse, he brought his heavy boot down firmly onto the open wound of a fallen assassin, pressing hard. "Arg! Mercy, mercy, Sahib!" The assassin shrieked, thrashing on the stones. "Who sent you?" Zion demanded, his voice dropping to an icy register. It was Zamindar Kabir Chowdhury." The man sobbed, blood bubbling from his mouth. "Mercy, Sahib. We were only following orders." Zion's brow furrowed. A city landlord wouldn't keep dozens of trained cutthroats on his domestic payroll. These men were hired mercenaries. "And who do you answer to?" We belong to Chit Leopard's gang." Zion had never heard of this Chit Leopard, but he knew the type, old Dhaka mob bosses who ran protection rackets and hit squads for local landlords. Zion lifted his boot. "Spill everything you know." The assassin stammered out every detail of the contract. Moments later, Light and Mia came jogging into the inner yard. "Young master," the captives outside sang the exact same tune. "Zamindar Kabir hired them through Chit Leopard." Zion's gaze turned colder than a winter frost. "Execute the lot. Send them straight to Israel." "Right away, Sahib." Light and Mia replied. A swift flash of steel followed, putting an end to the remaining assassins. Zion shook his head dryly. He had merely delivered a well-earned kick to the landlord's spoiled son, yet the old man had hired a squad of mobsters to slaughter his entire household. The kick to Tanvir's groin must have rendered the boy completely gelded. Returning to the main hall, Zion sat in his armchair and lit a cigarette. As blue smoke curled into the rafters, his mind worked through the tactical picture. Since Zamindar Kabir held influence over the district magistrate court, the midnight raid failing meant the authorities would move openly next. Layla, Rabia, and Bobby Kameli stepped out from the inner rooms, their faces pale with shock. The metallic stench of fresh blood hung heavy in the midnight air. Zion looked up at Layla. "Love, for safety's sake, have Jahangir fetch your parents and Bobby Salma to live inside the compound tomorrow." Layla paused, then nodded gently. "As you say, husband." The following morning, Layla's father, Yasin uncle, her mother, Farida Begum, and her pregnant sister-in-law, Bobby Salma, were moved into the compound. With Bobby Salma expecting Jahangir's first child, the older couple walked around with bright smiles every day. Yet seeing Layla's flat, unswollen belly after months of marriage filled Farida Begum with quiet anxiety. In rural society, a prosperous man taking secondary wives was common enough, but Layla was his primary wife. If she failed to produce an heir, her standing in the household would inevitably suffer. Once the family settled into their new quarters, Farida Begum pulled Layla into her private bedchamber, bolting the wooden door behind them. Layla, my girl, Farida began, her brow creased with worry. It's been months now. Why is there still no sign of a child in your belly? Layla lowered her head, fidgeting with her silk scarf. Mother. I want a child as much as you do. Tell me truthfully, Farida whispered, leaning in close. Has Zion stopped visiting your bed since he brought those other lasses home? Oh, mother. What nonsense are you talking about? Layla blushed, flustered. Husband has always treated me with absolute devotion. Farida frowned, thoroughly stumped. Then something isn't right. Tell your mother, how exactly do you two share a bed? Layla's face burned bright crimson. Mother. How can you ask such an embarrassing thing? Good heavens, girl. I've birthed 3 children, there's no need for shame with your own mother. Speak up, or you'll be left behind while the younger wives fill the compound with babes. Unable to withstand her mother's relentless grilling, Layla bit her lip, flushed to her ears, and stammered out a hesitant description of their nightly routine. Farida Begum's jaw dropped so wide it nearly hit the floorboards. Merciful heavens! Farida gasped, staring at her daughter as if she had lost her mind. Not up there, you silly girl. How on earth did you expect to catch a babe positioning yourself like that? Good Lord, you two are absolute nitwits. Layla blinked in complete bewilderment, her face burning. Is that not how it's done? Meanwhile, Zion slipped into his private study, locked the door, and accessed his spatial dimension, pulling out 3 semi-automatic handguns and several boxes of ammunition. With regional chaos looming, relying solely on his own sidearm was insufficient. It was time to train his wives to handle modern firearms. Placing the weapons into a canvas travel bag, Zion called Nusrat, Farhana, and Samira, leading them out through the rear compound gates toward the secluded woods behind the ridge. Farhana followed behind with a flustered, coy smile, assuming her master was taking them out for another round of outdoor exercise. Reaching a clearing beneath a grove of ancient banyan trees, Zion stopped and turned to the 3 women. I know you've all been curious about my iron weapons, Zion said smoothly, unzipping the canvas bag. Today, I am giving each of you one of your own. The 3 women gasped, their faces lighting up with pure delight. Thank you, husband. Nusrat beamed. Thank you, young master. The twins echoed. Receiving the sleek, dark handguns, they held the steel frames delicately, turning them over in fascination. They had witnessed Zion cut down armies with these compact instruments, yet in hand, the weapons felt remarkably light and elegant. Remember rule number 1, Zion stated with absolute gravity, staring into their eyes. Never, under any circumstances, point the muzzle at your own people. The 3 women nodded solemnly. Zion demonstrated the mechanics, rack the slide, thumb the safety, align the sights. Soon, sharp, deafening reports shattered the quiet woodland. Bang! Bang! Their initial shots strayed wide, splintering branches high in the canopy. Zion stepped behind Samira, wrapping his broad hands over hers to guide her stance. Align the front sight with the rear notch, fix your target, exhale slowly, and squeeze. Bang! A heavy lead round slammed squarely into the center of a banyan trunk 7 paces away, blasting off a thick chunk of bark. Young master. It hit dead center. Samira cheered, her eyes shining with admiration. Keep practicing, Zion smiled. We have endless ammunition. Before she could pull the trigger again, frantic footsteps crunched through the dry leaves. Sohul came sprinting through the trees, gasping for air. Master. Disaster. Sohul wheezed, clutching his knees. A whole squad of court constables and sepoys have surrounded the compound gates. Their leader says he has a warrant from the magistrate to drag you to the city dungeons. Zion's eyes narrowed into slit-like embers. When assassins fail, they send corrupt lawmen. The old landlord certainly moves fast, Zion muttered coldly. Returning to the compound, Zion found a large crowd of anxious villagers gathered outside the outer wall. Layla, Rabia, and the family stood near the threshold, distress written across their faces, while Matabar Sunahar paced back and forth near the archway, sweating profusely. Over 20 armed court constables and sepoys clad in official red sashes had formed a tight perimeter around the gates. As Zion emerged from the treeline flanked by Nusrat and the twins, the constables turned, their eyes widening in surprise. They had not expected a rural hamlet to harbor a gentleman of such striking posture, backed by 3 exceptionally beautiful, armed women. A middle-aged man with a thin, curled mustache and an official leather badge pinned to his chest stepped forward, stroking his chin arrogantly. "Are you Zion the scholar?" Zion stepped up, his hands tucked loosely into his broad silk sleeves, his posture relaxed. "I am." "And what brings the magistrate's men to my humble gate?" Chapter 35, Changing Sizes. With a cold smirk, the mustached chief constable sneered, "You assaulted a man in town yesterday, scholar. Have you forgotten so quickly?" "Men, shackle him." 2 court sepoys stepped forward with heavy iron manacles. Zion's mouth twitched. Only a complete idiot lets himself be chained up by corrupt lawmen. The moment we hit an isolated trail, they'd slit my throat, and who would I complain to then? "Azrael? Allow me to correct you, Daroga Sahib," Zion said smoothly, stepping back a pace. "I was preventing an attempted rape yesterday." "Tell me, has the perpetrator been arrested?" The chief constable's face turned thunderous. "Save your clever speech. Assault is assault. Even if a scuffle took place, it hardly warrants iron shackles," Zion replied coolly. "I will accompany you to court of my own free will." The Daroga glanced around at the 200 village workers clutching iron spades and heavy staves. Forcibly manacling the scholar here might trigger a riot. Besides, the squad of hired assassins sent last night had vanished without a trace, proving this hamlet possessed serious teeth. Still, with 20 armed sepoys at his back, how could a soft city scholar hope to escape once they reached open ground? The Daroga waved his hand, signaling his men to hold the manacles. "Take him along, then. Move your legs." A sepoy barked, shoving Zion forward. Zion glanced at his family, offering a calm, reassuring look. As he passed Jahangir, he murmured quietly, "Don't worry about me, Jahangir. Keep the men working on the ramparts. Be brother-in-law." Jahangir stammered, his mind in total turmoil. He couldn't care less about the building work now. The mustached Daroga chuckled under his breath, thinking to himself that the scholar was worried about masonry work on the threshold of his own grave. Under the tense, watchful eyes of the entire hamlet, Zion was marched down the road flanked by court sepoys. "Matabar Sahib, what are we to do?" Yasin uncle rushed over to Elder Sunahar, wringing his hands. "Lord preserve us. I'm out of my mind with worry too. Zion is my own son-in-law." Matabar Sunahar paced back and forth like an ant on a hot griddle, yet he was merely a rural hamlet leader. What power did he hold against court constables? Led 200 villagers to attack the magistrate's guards? That would be open rebellion against the crown. Even if you gave the old man 10,000 silver takas, he wouldn't dare march on the city. "Father, don't lose your head." "Husband will be fine," Rabia said, supporting the old man's arm, though her own heart pounded like a war drum. Behind them, Bobby Kameli wiped tears from her eyes, her pulse racing. "Nusrat Appa." Lighten Mia strode up, his hand on his saber hilt, his face flushed with indignation. "I'll ride back to Pagla Pahar right now and fetch Commander Humayun. We'll butcher these corrupt bastards. Let's cut them down." Sohel and the mountain archers raised their blades in fierce agreement. Nusrat glided her sharp gaze over the men, speaking coolly. "Steady, lads. Husband instructed us to guard the compound. He has his own ways of handling such scum." Nusrat knew better than anyone what Zion was capable of. 20 court sepoys wouldn't last 5 seconds against his thunderous iron weapons. She was mildly concerned, but hardly panicking. Layla stepped forward, placing a gentle hand on Nusrat's sleeve. "Nusrat Appa, you possess martial skills and a steady mind. Follow them quietly along the highway and keep watch. That way, the household can rest easy." Layla was thoroughly distraught. She hadn't even had the chance to ask Zion about her bedroom technique before the constables hauled him away. Very well, Nusrat agreed after a moment's thought. She stepped into the compound, retrieved her steel saber and composite bow, and set off quietly down the trail. Zion walked along the highway surrounded by the court sepoys, heading toward Dakshinpur city. Halfway there, the mustached daroga riding at the head of the file suddenly veered off the main thoroughfare, leading the group down an overgrown, isolated woodland trail. Zion's eyes narrowed into slit-like embers. A textbook ambush in the woods. The corrupt lawman intended to execute him in secret and claim he tried to escape. He maintained a relaxed, leisurely stride. If these fools were practically begging for an early grave, far be it from him to disappoint them. Move your legs, scholar. The sepoys behind him urged, hands resting on their sword hilts. Zion chuckled softly under his breath. In a rush to see Israel, are we? Right then. Deep within the dense timber, away from any public eye, the mustached daroga reined in his horse, turning around with a filthy, triumphant sneer. Of all the lords in the province to cross, scholar, you had to offend Zamindar Kabir and the magistrate. But don't you worry your pretty head, I'll take exceptional care of those lovely wives of yours once you're in the ground. You can depart for the afterlife in peace. Zion let out a dry, effortless laugh. Before you order your men to draw steel, Daroga Sahib, allow me to show you something. The daroga laughed loudly, his sepoys joining in with coarse mockery. Aha! Realized your situation at last, have you? Trying to offer a bribe? It's useless, lad. Even if you brought chests of solid gold, you don't leave these woods alive today. Ha ha ha. Their cruel laughter echoed through the quiet pine trees. Doesn't hurt to take a look, does it? Zion smiled casually. With a subtle flick of his wrist inside his spatial dimension, an M16 assault rifle materialized smoothly in his hands, its dark, oiled receiver resting against his shoulder. The sepoys froze, their laughter dying in their throats. They stared in utter bewilderment at the strange metallic instrument that had materialized out of thin air. Several constables rubbed their eyes, convinced they were seeing illusions, yet the heavy black weapon remained firmly in the scholar's grip. The daroga's brow furrowed in irritation. What is that dark rod in your hands? Where did you pull it from? Can't guess? Zion grinned, thumbing the selector switch to full auto. It's the instrument of your execution, mate. Enraged by his unflinching posture, the daroga raised his saber, roaring, "You insolent bastard! Still mocking us? Hack the pretty boy into rat-tat-tat." Before the word pieces could leave his lips, a thunderous report shattered the silence of the woods. A burst of high-velocity lead punched straight through the daroga's chest. He gasped, blood erupting from his mouth as he tumbled backwards off his saddle, hitting the dirt with a heavy thud. "Chief! Daroga Sahib! Kill the bastard! Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat!" Zion swept the automatic rifle across the advancing line. Roaring bursts of lead tore through armor, leather, and bone. In less than 3 seconds, half the constables dropped dead onto the pine needles, blood soaking the grass. Horrified by the sudden, supernatural slaughter, the surviving sepoys threw down their swords, turned on their heels, and fled frantically through the brush. Yet 2 legs could never outrun lead. Zion systematically tracked the fleeing figures, cutting them down one by one. Just then, Nusrat came sprinting through the thicket, drawn by the thunderous reports. Spotting Zion standing amidst a dozen bloody corpses, her eyes locked onto the massive assault rifle in his arms. Her dark, expressive eyes widened in shock. Merciful heavens, it's bloody massive. Shaking off her astonishment, Nusrat unholstered her own compact handgun, pointed it toward 2 surviving constables scrambling through the rocks, and pulled the trigger 3 times. Bang! 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 All 3 rounds whistled harmlessly through the branches 30 feet above their heads, hitting nothing but pine leaves. Zion's spine went cold. Bloody hell, love, mind where you point that thing. A stray bullet from my own wife would be a bloody awkward way to die. Nusrat frowned, realizing her accuracy was atrocious. She reholstered her handgun, drew her steel saber with a fluid swing, and charged forward on foot like a hunting leopard. Seeing Nusrat leap into melee range, Zion immediately stashed the M16 back into his dimension and drew his suppressed pistol, afraid a stray automatic round might hit her in the close quarters. Working in a seamless pincer movement, Zion's precise shots and Nusrat's flashing blade accounted for the last remaining sepoys within a minute. "Silly girl," Zion said, lowering his sidearm as silence reclaimed the grove. "Didn't I tell you to guard the compound?" Nusrat stood panting softly, her eyes darting between Zion's hands and his belt. She pointed a trembling finger at his compact pistol, her sharp features filled with sheer bewilderment. "Husband, how on earth did it shrink? Hey. I control the size, of course, love," Zion winked shamelessly. Nusrat stared, caught between skepticism and fascination. "You can make it change size at will." "Show me how big it gets then." She had watched the constables march him out of the village with completely empty hands, yet out in the woods, he was wielding a massive black weapon. The idea that his weapon could grow and shrink on command seemed absurdly magical. Zion's mouth curled into a cheeky, wicked grin. "Haha. You've personally felt it grow bigger and smaller, haven't you, love?" Nusrat blinked, puzzled for a brief second before the realization hit her like a thunderbolt. Images from their wedding night on Pagla Pahar flashed through her mind, and a furious crimson blush flooded her cheeks. You shameless, filthy devil," she gasped, swatting his arm. Right, no more teasing." Zion laughed softly. Nusrat looked down at the dead sepoys scattered across the trail, her expression turning serious. "Husband, what is our next move? When these constables fail to return, the magistrate will realize what happened and send the city garrison against Megbury." Zion knew the logic well. A cold, ruthless light flashed in his dark eyes. "Then we ride straight into Dakshinpur city today and decapitate the magistrate in his own court." "Agreed," Nusrat declared without a second's hesitation. As a former mountain rebel, executing a corrupt imperial official held zero terror for her. She had already settled her family's blood feud. Riding into the dragon's den beside her husband was second nature. Zion looked at the scattered corpses and fallen horses, then turned to her smoothly. "Pop out to the main trail and keep watch for a minute, love. I need to relieve myself behind these bushes." Nusrat offered a cool, nonchalant shrug. "It's not as if I haven't seen your tackle before, husband. I'll just wait right here." Chapter 36, Dead End. "Off with you," Nusrat pouted, flicking her reins in mock annoyance before spurring her mount out onto the main highway. Once she vanished past the bend, Zion set about collecting the fallen sepoys, sweeping the corpses straight into his spatial sanctuary. The pocket dimension required fresh blood to maintain its stasis and duplication glitch, and letting 20 constable corpses go to waste would be a terrible shame. Rejoining Nusrat along the trail, they trotted their horses toward Dakshinpur city, slipping through the heavy stone archway just as the garrison guards were preparing to lock the city gates for the night. Ducking into a quiet alleyway near the market quarter, Zion changed into a set of fitted, jet-black night gear. By the second watch of the night, Zion reached the outer boundary wall of the district court. Moving like a shadow, he vaulted over the high brick wall into the private rear courtyard. The grounds were quiet, with only 2 sleepy sentries patrolling the perimeter, but the lamps in the central judicial hall burned brightly. Zion glided across the flagstones toward the open veranda. Inside the hall, District Magistrate Yaqub was pacing back and forth, his hands tucked nervously behind his back. Hearing soft footsteps on the threshold, he looked up sharply. Expecting a court sepoy returning with news from Megbury, his jaw dropped as he recognized the handsome face stepping out of the gloom. Yaqub's eyes snapped wide, his face flushing with sudden shock. "Zion. What in the Almighty's name are you doing here?" Zion recognized the magistrate from his predecessor's scholar days, though they had not spoken face to face in well over a year. Offering a cool, unbothered smile, Zion stepped into the hall. "Magistrate Sahib, why so restless tonight? Waiting for news from the highway, perhaps?" Magistrate Yaqub's pupils dilated, a cold wave of dread washing over him. He pointed a trembling finger at Zion. "What is the meaning of this?" Zion chuckled softly under his breath. "Allow me to point you toward the proper road, Sahib." "What road?" Yaqub demanded, his tone laced with irritation, completely oblivious to the lethal aura radiating from the young man before him. A dead end, Zion replied, a dry smirk touching his lips. Eliminating a corrupt imperial official in a feudal court was simpler than stepping on an insect. Yakub's face contorted in sudden, furious rage. A high-ranking imperial magistrate threatened inside his own court by a rural scholar? He pointed a finger, roaring, "You insolent, impoverished scholar! How dare you show such disrespect to the crown's court? Guards! Seize this!" Before the shout could leave his throat, a quiet suppressed round punched clean through Yakub's forehead. Yakub's eyes rolled back. He staggered 2 steps backward and collapsed heavily onto the rug, stone dead. The arrogant magistrate had died without ever realizing that the pitiable scholar standing before him was the same man who had wiped out his entire squad of sepoys. Hearing the heavy thud, Kulsum, Yakub's wife and Zamindar Kabir's daughter, rushed out from behind the silk curtain. Seeing her husband lying in a pool of blood, she gasped in pure horror. "Husband!" "Guard!" Zion's arm raised smoothly, a second suppressed round catching her cleanly between the eyes. She crumpled to the floorboards beside her husband. "Pity about the face," Zion murmured dryly. Sweeping both corpses into his spatial sanctuary to feed the dimension's stasis and clear all evidence, Zion searched the private chambers, pocketing several official documents before slipping out into the night. Over at the Chowdhury estate, Zamindar Kabir Chowdhury was pacing his lavish study, anxiously awaiting word from the court sepoys. Yet as midnight approached without a single runner returning, dread began to gnaw at his heart. "Curse it all!" Kabir roared, pacing the Persian rug. "It's past midnight, and not a single ghost has returned to report." Dewan Farrak, recalling the 12 mobsters who had vanished into thin air the night before, whispered hesitantly, "Sahib, could something have gone wrong on the highway? How dare a dirt-poor rural scholar defy the crown?" Kabir slammed his heavy fist onto the desk, rattling the porcelain teacups. "It's sheer insanity." Farrak swallowed hard, adding, "Sahib, we sent 20 armed court sepoys today. That's twice the force of Chit Leopard's men. If they haven't returned, this scholar is no ordinary commoner." Zamindar Kabir clenched his fists, his old face twisting with helpless, blinding fury. He was the wealthiest landowner in Dakshinpur, his son-in-law was the district magistrate, yet his only son had been turned into a gelded eunuch, and a rural scholar was mocking him from the countryside. "Insolent cur!" Kabir spat, veins bulging on his forehead. "I'll not rest until I've slaughtered his entire household. Nay, I'll burn his entire bloody village to cinders." Unbeknownst to the old landlord, the very man he swore to destroy had already breached the estate walls. The Chowdhury estate was vast, packed with courtyards and side wings. Searching every room individually would take hours, so Zion quietly intercepted a night patrol servant, delivering a swift tactical punch to the man's ribs that elicited the exact location of the master study and Tanvir's sick room. Zion glided down the quiet corridor, pushing open the heavy teak doors of the study. Inside sat Zamindar Kabir Chowdhury and his manager, Dewan Farrak. Farrak looked up, his jaw dropping in absolute horror as he recognized the intruder. "Master Zion?" Zion stepped inside, locking the door behind him with a quiet click. Kabir looked between his manager and the intruder, frowning. "Farrak, do you know this fellow?" Dewan Farrak stammered out, "Sahib, this is the scholar who sells the duck shit tea." Zamindar Kabir stared in shock. An intruder had glided into his private study, yet not a single courtyard guard had raised the alarm. Useless, incompetent dogs. Kabir cursed inwardly, before glaring at Farrak. "Dewan Farrak, how do you manage the estate security? How did a grown man stroll right into my private wing?" "Sahib." Don't blame your manager, Zamindar Sahib," Zion interrupted smoothly, adjusting his dark cuffs. "I scaled your outer wall in the dark." Kabir's face turned thunderous. "Scaling my walls in the dead of night? Are you begging for a grave, scholar?" "Fair's fair, Zamindar Sahib," Zion chuckled dryly. "You sent a dozen thugs over my compound walls last night. I'm merely returning the courtesy." "It was you." Kabir bellowed, realization dawning upon him as his old face twisted in rabid fury, veins bulging on his neck like thick cords. You're the bastard who ruined my son. Dewan Farrak. Call the guards. Tear him to pieces. Pft. Before Dewan Farrak could even draw his breath to shout, a suppressed bullet punched clean through his forehead. Farrak's eyes bulged as he hit the Persian rug, dead before he touched the floor. Zamindar Kabir shuddered in sheer, unadulterated terror, staring at the corpse in utter disbelief. Guards. Pft. Before Kabir could scream, a heavy lead round slammed into his left thigh. Arg. Kabir collapsed onto his knees, blood pouring onto his silk robes as he clutched his leg in agony. Mercy. My son-in-law is the district magistrate. Do you have any idea what will happen to you if you harm me? Zayan raised his sidearm, pointing the dark muzzle squarely between Kabir's eyes. Still barking, old man? Seeing the dark tube pointed at his head, the exact object that had just ended his manager's life in a fraction of a second, Kabir's bravado evaporated into pure panic. Don't shoot. Master Zayan, don't shoot. Kabir shrieked, pressing his trembling hands together. I'll give you gold. Silver. Everything in the estate treasury. Zayan's mouth curled into a dry smirk. This was precisely why he had kept the old goat breathing. A landowning landlord of Kabir's stature possessed vast hoards of coin and treasure. Where is the vault? Zayan asked coolly. If I take you there? Kabir wheezed, his face pale with agony. You must swear to spare my life. Zayan looked down at him with quiet disdain. You're in no position to negotiate terms, old man. Show me the treasury, and if you attempt a single trick, I'll put a bullet through your skull. Kabir nodded frantically. Dragging his bleeding leg across the floorboards, he crawled to the corner of the study, pulled back a heavy Persian rug, and lifted a concealed trapdoor in the oak flooring, revealing a narrow set of stone steps leading into a dark underground cellar. Kabir limped down first to light the wall oil lamps, Zayan following closely behind with his sidearm drawn. The underground vault was spacious, roughly 10 paces square, lined with heavy oak shelves packed with antique porcelain, jade carvings, and dozens of iron-bound chests. Zayan flipped open the lid of the nearest chest. It was packed to the brim with gleaming silver takas. Jackpot, Zayan thought, a grin touching his lips. Beside him, Kabir was mentally calculating his chances of survival. There were tons of silver down here. No single man could possibly haul away such a fortune alone without a wagon train. Give me the exact totals, Zayan demanded, cutting off the landlord's desperate thoughts. 30,000 silver takas. Kabir stammered, and 2,200 gold takas. Zayan glided a skeptical gaze over the chests. The wealthiest landlord in Dakshinpur, and you only have 30,000 silver takas in hard coin? Master Zayan, I swear on my life, every single copper of my liquid wealth is in this vault. Kabir whimpered, adopting a pitiful expression. Since my family line is already ruined, the old goat thought bitterly, I might as well lie through my teeth. Zayan scoffed openly. Don't play the fool with me, old man. Apart from hard coin, where are your land deeds and property titles? Chapter 37, Clearing the Board. Hearing the scholar's relentless demand for property titles, Zamindar Kabir Chowdhury's old brow creased into deep lines. I can't possibly hand over every land deed I possess, Kabir thought bitterly. If I give him everything, I'll be left with nothing but my undergarments. He limped over to the oak shelving and retrieved a small carved ebony box, opening the lid to reveal a thick parchment document and an intricate brass key. Master Zayan, Kabir whimpered, thrusting the box forward. This is the title deed and key to a private townhouse in the western quarter of the city. No one in Dakshinpur knows I own this property, not even my manager. You can reside there without fear of the authorities. Zayan let out a cold inner chuckle. The only way I'll reside anywhere without fear of the authorities is if you're 6 feet under, old man. Seeing the scholar remain silent, Kabir pressed on, his voice wobbly. You cannot possibly haul 30,000 silver takas away on your own. Shall I call a few trusted house servants down to help you carry the chests? The old landlord was no fool, he was hoping to alert the courtyard guards above. Haha. No need for servants, Zamindar Sahib, Zayan smiled casually. Without warning, Zayan raised his suppressed sidearm, aligning the barrel squarely with Kabir's forehead. Click. Kabir shuddered violently, his eyes bulging in pure, unadulterated terror. You promised. You gave your word. Don't shoot. Although he remained thoroughly baffled as to how one man intended to transport tons of silver coin out of an underground vault, he was given zero time to ponder the mystery. Before his panting breaths could settle, a quiet, suppressed crack echoed through the cellar. Pfft. Oops, Zion mocked softly, looking down at Kabir's lifeless body. My finger slipped. Within minutes, Zion swept every single chest of gold and silver into his spatial sanctuary, leaving the primary vault completely bare. Yet his tactical instincts told him an old landlord like Kabir would never keep his entire fortune in an obvious vault. Since he was already here, a thorough sweep was in order. Reaching into his sanctuary, Zion pulled out a high-lumen LED military flashlight. Clicking the powerful beam on, the stark white light cut through the gloom, illuminating every crevice of the stone walls. Sure enough, beneath the intense glare, a clean, razor-thin vertical seam became visible along the western stone wall, a hidden door. Zion pressed his hand against the masonry. With a low, grinding sound, the stone panel swung inward, revealing a second, hidden chamber. Inside sat dozens more iron-bound chests, matching the quantity of the outer room, overflowing with cut jewels, gold bars, and regional property deeds. Zion swept the entire hoard into his spatial dimension with a single thought. Leaving the cellar, Zion made his way to the private sick room in the side wing, where the spoiled, gelded Tanvir Kabir lay unconscious on a velvet couch. Zion raised his pistol and delivered a clean round through the boy's temple. The kick to his groin had turned the bully into a gelded eunuch. Now, Zion had turned him into a dead one. Slipping out through the estate gates into the quiet streets, Zion made his way straight toward the residence of Chit Leopard, the mob boss who had supplied the assassins. Chit Leopard's gang was essentially an organized crime syndicate running protection rackets, extortion, and contract killings across the city. Zion offered zero quarter, moving through their compound like a phantom and systematically executing over 20 mobsters with suppressed burst fire. By the time the third watch passed, the crime syndicate was entirely eradicated. The following morning, the sun rose high over Dakshinpur city. When Zion woke in his private room at a quiet suburban inn, he found himself wrapped in a soft, fragrant embrace. Nusrat lay beside him, her supple, bare shoulders exposed above the silk sheet, sleeping soundly and smacking her lips in her sleep as if dreaming of a feast. Wake up, you sleepy beast, Zion laughed, gently pinching her nose. Nusrat's eyes snapped open, her fist balling up instantly. Who are you calling a beast, husband? She grumbled, pulling the sheet over her face. Don't wake me. I want another hour's sleep. Stay in bed if you like, love, but I'm heading out. Where to? Nusrat rubbed her sleepy eyes, sitting up. To inspect our new city townhouse. After washing up and enjoying a breakfast of hot flatbread and spiced chickpeas, Zion and Nusrat mounted their horses and trotted toward the western quarter. Halfway down the avenue, a ragged, disheveled young beggar spotted them. Seeing their refined silk attire and fine mounts, the boy realized they were wealthy gentry. Thud. The young beggar dropped onto his knees directly in front of Zion's white stallion. Master. Lady. Have mercy on a poor soul. The boy wept, pressing his forehead to the cobbles. Spare a few copper poishes for a bite of bread. I haven't tasted food in 3 days. Zion reined in his horse, looking down at the youth. The boy looked to be around 18, with sharp, intelligent eyes beneath the dirt on his face. If he's sharp and loyal, Zion thought, bringing him to the western quarter townhouse as a caretaker wouldn't be a bad idea. Yet a broader tactical thought quickly superseded the idea. Dakshinpur city was choked with hundreds of young, desperate beggars fleeing the northern drought. If a man gathered these street youths, fed them, and organized them, they could form an extraordinary street-level intelligence network across every bazaar and alleyway. Magistrate Yaqub was dead, and while the imperial court would eventually send a replacement, building a personal network of eyes and ears across the capital was essential for long-term control. Nodding quietly to himself, Zion said, "Stand up, lad." The young beggar's face lit up with overwhelming joy. The wealthy gentleman was going to show mercy. Meanwhile, further down the avenue, Gulshan Era and her maidservant were strolling past the shop fronts. "My lady. Isn't it wonderful news?" The maid chirped, a triumphant grin on her face. Word around the bazaar is that Tanvir Kabir was gelded by an unknown warrior. That wretched bully will never harass another woman in Dakshinpur again. Tanvir Kabir had long been the scourge of the city, using his father's wealth and magistrate connections to ruin local merchants and prey on women. The Era family's trading house had suffered under his constant extortion. The news of his ruin had spread like wildfire through the bazaars, with merchants quietly celebrating in every tea house. Yet Gulshan Era's expressive dark eyes carried a linger of anxiety. She bit her lip, whispering softly, "It is a blessing for the city, but I worry for the gentleman who protected us. I wonder if he escaped the city safely." "My lady, good men are protected by the Almighty," the maid replied earnestly. "The gentleman was handsome, brave, and carried the air of a noble warrior. Heaven will surely preserve him." Gulshan Era smiled gently, comforted by her maid's optimism. I pray it is so." Just then, the maid looked toward a roadside food stall ahead, her eyes widening in sudden shock. "Eh?" She grabbed Gulshan Era's sleeve, pointing excitedly. "My lady, look! Is that not the very gentleman who saved us in the alleyway?" Gulshan Era's heart skipped a beat. She followed her maid's finger, and sure enough, sitting at a wooden bench by a tea stall was the handsome scholar clad in dark silk. "Is he mad?" Gulshan Era thought, her brow furrowing in deep confusion. "Does he not fear retaliation from the Chowdhury family and the magistrate?" Zion had led the young beggar to the stall, ordering 2 large bowls of warm rice pudding. It wasn't that he couldn't afford a meat feast, but feeding a starving man rich meat right away would cause severe stomach cramps. The beggar's eyes glowed like embers. He picked up the clay bowl and devoured the pudding in 4 massive gulps, licking the rim clean. Seeing his appetite, Zion motioned to the stall owner. 2 more large bowls. The beggar wept tears of gratitude, slurping down the second portion and smacking his lips cleanly. "What is your name, lad, and how old are you?" Zion asked smoothly. The beggar set his bowl down, bowing low. "Master, my name is Firaz Mia. I am 18 years of age." "Firaz Mia," Zion smiled. "A good name. Tell me, are you willing to work for me?" The young beggar's dirty face broke into a radiant grin. He dropped back onto his knees, knocking his head against the wood. "Master, I am willing. I will ride into fire for you so long as I have bread to eat." "Right then," Zion said, reaching into his broad sleeve and pulling out a heavy 5 taka silver ingot. He thrust the coin into Firaz's hand. "Take this silver. Go to the public baths, buy yourself a clean cotton tunic and leather sandals, and meet me at the private townhouse in the western quarter, East Lane, Green Alley." Firaz stared at the heavy silver ingot resting in his dirty palm, completely speechless. 5 whole silver takas. A fortune for a street beggar. He had never experienced such absolute trust in his entire life. Overwhelmed with emotion, Firaz kowtowed repeatedly against the cobbles. "Thank you, master. Thank you, lady. Firaz will not fail you." Once the boy sprinted off down the street, Nusrat turned to Zion, raising an eyebrow. "Husband, aren't you worried the boy will take 5 silver takas and run?" Zion offered a dry, easy smile. Testing the boy's character was precisely the point. If 5 takas filtered out an untrustworthy street rat, it was a bargain. "If he runs, consider it an act of charity," Zion chuckled. "If he returns, we've gained a loyal scout. Come, love, let us see our new house." From across the avenue, Gulshan Era and her maid watched the entire exchange. "My lady," the maid whispered, a hint of admiration in her eyes, "the gentleman is so exceptionally generous, yet he walks through the capital as if he owns the streets." Chapter 38, The Perennial Second. Gulshan Era pondered for a moment, then turned to her maidservant. "Huar, our family's tea emporium isn't far down the street. Run back and fetch a sealed tin of duck shit tea. Be quick about it." "Right away, my lady." The maid scampered off down the cobbled avenue as fast as her legs could carry her. Seeing Zion and Nusrat turning the corner onto the main thoroughfare, Gulshan Era gathered her silk skirts and broke into a gentle trot to catch up with them. Her full, supple bust bounced with every hurried step, drawing greedy, lingering stares from the passing merchants along the bazaar. "Young master!" Gulshan Era called out, her voice melodious and clear over the street noise. Walking ahead, Zion paused, catching the faint call. "Nusrat, did you hear someone calling out for young master behind us?" Nusrat glided a cool, dismissive glance over her shoulder. "Hey! You're hardly the only young gentleman strolling through Dakshinpur today, husband." "Fair point," Zion chuckled dryly. "The capital is overflowing with gentlemen. I'm likely just being full of myself." Before he could take another step, a second, softer call echoed from behind. "Young Master Zion." Zion's brow furrowed. That definitely sounded like my name. He turned around. Bloody hell, he thought, his eyes widening. What a magnificent view. The young lady was trotting toward them, her steps rapid yet remarkably graceful, her full chest rising and falling beneath her fine silk tunic. Every man along the street was staring with wide, lecherous eyes. Up close, Zion recognized her immediately. It was Gulshan Era, the highborn lady who had sent her maid to give him the embroidered sachet. Well, Zion mused with a quiet smirk, wealthy merchants' daughters certainly eat well. Proper, healthy development. Gulshan Era pulled up 2 paces away, panting softly, her cheeks flushed a delicate rose pink. Nusrat stood beside Zion, her sharp eyes scanning the highborn lady. She hadn't expected her handsome husband to draw wealthy city women so effortlessly. "Lady Gulshan Era," Zion said, curiosity glinting in his dark eyes. "What brings you running down the avenue, young master?" Gulshan Era parted her lips, her voice soft and melodious, though a shy tremor touched her words. I ran after you to offer my proper gratitude for your heroic rescue in the alleyway yesterday." "Think nothing of it, my lady," Zion replied smoothly, maintaining his polite, easy stance. Any decent man would have stepped in. Gulshan Era blushed deeper, biting her lip before asking timidly, I do not yet know your honorable name, master." "I am Zion," he smiled casually. "Zion the scholar." "Zion." Gulshan Era repeated the name mentally. A refined, scholarly name. It suited his elegant posture and scholarly air perfectly. Smiling brightly, she asked, "So it is Master Zion. May I ask where your household resides in the city?" Zion gave the address of his newly acquired Western Quarter property without hesitation. "In the Western Quarter, Green Alley, off East Lane." Gulshan Era nodded softly, then glided her gaze onto Nusrat standing beside him, pointing gently with a jade-like finger. "And who might this striking lady be, Master Zion?" "This is Nusrat," Zion introduced warmly. "My wedded wife." A complex, fleeting shadow crossed Gulshan Era's expressive eyes before she instantly recovered her polite smile. "Your lady possesses such a fierce, dashing beauty, Master Zion. I am quite envious." Zion raised an eyebrow, a dry, amused smirk touching his lips. "Envious of Nusrat's striking looks, or envious that she's my wife?" Hearing the highborn lady's praise, Nusrat's cool exterior melted into a genuine, radiant smile. "Lady Gulshan Era is far too modest. You are exceptionally fair and intelligent, clearly a daughter of a noble household." "Lady Nusrat flatters me," Gulshan Era bowed shyly. Zion found the exchange thoroughly entertaining. Women praising each other with subtle, underlying sharpness was an art form in itself. Yet neither was lying. Nusrat carried the fierce, martial grace of a mountain chieftain, while Gulshan Era possessed the soft, refined elegance of an old Dhaka merchant family. Just then, the maidservant came running back down the avenue, gasping for breath as she thrust a metal tin into Gulshan Era's hands. Zion looked at the tin and froze. Printed on the side was the exact metal container of his own duck shit tea. "Master Zion." Gulshan Era held the tin out with both hands, offering a graceful bow. "This is a token of my family's gratitude. Please accept it." Zion chuckled softly, waving his hand in polite refusal. "My lady, I appreciate the kind gesture, but I have plenty of tea at home. Please take it back to your father." "Nonsense, master," Gulshan Era insisted gently. This duck shit tea is a rare luxury exclusively sold at our family's tea emporium. It possesses an extraordinary floral aroma. Take it home and enjoy a pot with your lady. Zion's brow shot up in sudden realization. The Khushbu Tea Emporium belonged to her family. Shopkeeper Haroon was merely her father's chief manager, and Zion was their primary supplier. Fate certainly possessed a sense of humor. A dry, knowing smile spread across Zion's face as he looked at her. Tell me, my lady, is your family's shop called the Khushbu Tea Emporium? Gulshan Era blinked in surprise. It is. How did you know, Master Zion? To tell you the truth, my lady, I am the supplier who provides duck shit tea to your shopkeeper. Gulshan Era's dark eyes widened in absolute shock. What an extraordinary coincidence. After exchanging a few more light pleasantries, Zion offered a polite farewell and turned down the avenue alongside Nusrat. Gulshan Era remained standing near the stall, watching his dark silk robes vanish into the crowd. My lady, the maidservant giggled softly, teasing her. Stop staring, he's already far down the street. Hush, you chatterbox. Gulshan Era turned, pinching her maidservant's arm playfully like an elder sister disciplining a mischievous child, though her face burned beet red. Ouch. Mercy, my lady. The maid laughed, leaning in to whisper wickedly, admit it, my lady, you've fallen for the handsome scholar. You had best persuade master to arrange the match quickly, so I can attend to him as your maidservant. I told you to hold your tongue. Gulshan Era scolded, though a secret, longing smile touched her lips. Meanwhile, over at the district court, chaos had erupted. District Magistrate Yaqub and his wife Kulsum had vanished overnight, leaving the entire court administration in utter turmoil. The assistant magistrate, Subhan Ali, had summoned every court sepoy, clerk, and night guard who had been on duty the previous evening. Yet no matter how fiercely he interrogated them, no one had any answers. Not a single guard had seen the magistrate leave, nor had anyone spotted an intruder entering the private rear courtyard. Furthermore, no signs of a struggle or forced entry were found. It was as if the magistrate and his wife had simply dissolved into thin air. Assistant Magistrate Subhan Ali paced frantically across the marble floor of the central hall, wringing his hands as he racked his brain in vain. To make matters worse, the squad of 20 court constables led by the mustached daroga, dispatched yesterday on a private assignment, had failed to return. And apart from the late magistrate himself, no one knew where the squad had been sent. Assistant Sahib, a senior court clerk, came sprinting down the corridor, calling out frantically. Subhan Ali halted, turning sharply. What is it now? Speak. The clerk bowed low, gasping for breath. Assistant Sahib. Disaster at the Chowdhury estate. Zamindar Kabir Chowdhury, his chief manager Farrakh, young Master Tanvir, and a senior servant have all vanished. What? Subhan Ali's head throbbed, his knees turning weak. The situation was vastly more dangerous than a simple missing official. He seized the clerk by his collar. Did the constables find any clues at the estate? Reporting, Sahib, heavy bloodstains were found in the master study and the underground vault. The entire estate treasury, all the silver, gold, and jewels, has been completely emptied. The clerk added nervously. Furthermore, house servants confirmed that neither the Zamindar nor his son left the estate last night, yet no intruder was seen entering or leaving. Not a single trace remains. Subhan Ali stood frozen, his brow furrowed into deep lines. He dismissed the clerk with a wave of his hand. Once he was alone in the quiet court hall, the anxious frown on Subhan Ali's face slowly melted away, replaced by a wide, triumphant smirk. With war raging across the northern provinces, Subhan Ali muttered to himself, his eyes gleaming with dark ambition, the imperial court in Dhaka will have zero time to investigate a missing regional magistrate. For a provincial vacancy like this, the governor will simply appoint the senior local deputy to fill the post. He smoothed his official robes, a victorious laugh bubbling up from his chest. So, after 10 years as the perennial second in command, it is finally my turn to rule Dakshinpur as district magistrate. Ha ha ha. Ha 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 ha. Chapter 39, The Street Performers. Zion quickly secured a grand property in the western quarter, a 3-courtyard urban compound far larger than his rural residence in Megbury. Apart from a thick layer of dust over the marble tiles, the estate was fully furnished with heavy mahogany tables, carved wooden beds, and brass oil lamps. Zion was thoroughly pleased. He finally possessed a proper base of operations in the regional capital. Before long, Firaz Mia, washed clean, his hair neatly combed, and wearing a fresh cotton tunic, spotted the warhorses tethered outside and knocked timidly on the double oak doors. Stepping into the courtyard, Zion almost failed to recognize him. The boy stood roughly 5 feet 6 inches tall, carrying an honest, simple demeanor beneath his sharp, dark eyes. "Master, here is the remaining silver." Firaz reached into his pocket, presenting the leftover copper coins with both hands. "Keep it," Zion waved his hand casually. "Tell me, Firaz, do you have family or companions in the city?" "I have no family, master," Firaz replied softly. "But I have dozens of companions, street boys like myself who lost their parents to the northern famine. We are constantly beaten by the old Dhaka beggar guilds and frequently go days without a single crust of bread." Zion pondered for a moment, his eyes narrowing thoughtfully. "Gather every lad around your age and bring them here." Firaz blinked in surprise. "Master, why?" Zion smiled subtly. "I am taking you all in. From today, you work for me." "Right away, master." "Blessings upon you." Firaz beamed, bowing low before sprinting out through the gates like a startled hare. Once the boy vanished down the lane, Zion turned to Nusrat. "Love, ride back to Megbury first so the family doesn't worry. Tell Lighton to maintain a double watch along the highway. If the city sends troops, we need advance warning." Nusrat nodded sharply. "Understood. Take care in the city, husband." Once she departed, Zion locked the front gates, stepped into the courtyard, and accessed his spatial dimension. He pulled out 10 slabs of cured mutton, 10 fresh-dressed chickens, 20 sacks of fine white rice, green vegetables, and a mountain of captured iron broadswords and staves, stacking them neatly against the brick wall. Less than half an hour later, a group of ragged, disheveled street youths stood panting in the central courtyard before Zion. Spotting the piles of fresh meat and grain stacked against the wall, they unconsciously licked their dry lips, a collective murmur of swallowing echoing through the yard. Their hollow, hungry eyes looked as though they might tear the mutton apart with their bare teeth, yet no one dared move a muscle. They stood in awed silence, hardly daring to meet the calm, authoritative gaze of the gentleman in dark silk. "Master, there are 36 of us in total, including myself," Firaz reported, stepping forward. Zion nodded, tucking his hands behind his back as his gaze swept over the 36 youths. "I brought you here because I intend to take you into my household," Zion declared, his voice ringing crisp and clear through the courtyard. "Follow me, and you will not only eat fresh meat and white rice every single day, but you will also sleep under a solid roof." He paused, his voice turning cold and serious. "However, once you enter my service, my word is absolute law. If I command you to jump, you do not ask why. Are you willing?" To starving street boys who had spent years sleeping in muddy gutters, refusing such an offer was unthinkable. To fill their bellies and live in a grand mansion, they would gladly march into hell itself. The courtyard exploded into roaring shouts. "We are willing. We accept, master. We swear total allegiance to you, master. We swear total allegiance." Zion offered a satisfied smile, raising a hand to quiet the clamor. The courtyard fell instantly silent. "Do not celebrate prematurely," Zion warned sternly. "Anyone found to be lazy, deceitful, or betraying the household will be cast out into the gutters. If the offense is severe, my blades will show no mercy. Do you understand?" The boy's expressions turned deathly serious, nodding in firm agreement. Even street beggars understood that without strict discipline, no house could stand. "From today," Zion continued, "Firaz Mia is your head steward. You will obey his instructions implicitly." Turning to Firaz, Zion instructed, "Assign a few lads to the kitchen to cook a feast for everyone. Have the rest grab brooms and scrub this compound from front to back. Then take coin and buy 2 sets of clean cotton tunics for every man." Zion pulled a heavy leather pouch containing 50 silver takas from his sleeve and thrust it into Firaz's hands. This was no ragged beggar guild. His street network would be clean, well-fed, and disciplined. Firaz took 2 boys and hurried out to the market square. By nightfall, the entire three-courtyard compound was scrubbed spotless. The street youths had filled their bellies with hot mutton stew and white rice, changing into clean cotton tunics and leather sandals. Apart from their thin frames, they no longer bore the slightest resemblance to street beggars. Out in the city bazaars, news of the magistrates and Zamindar Kabir's sudden disappearances had become the sole topic of conversation across every tea house and street corner. As rumors fermented among the public, the story twisted into wild tales of imperial court purges and impending rebel invasions, causing widespread panic across Dakshinpur. Left with no choice, Assistant Magistrate Subhan Ali dispatched an urgent messenger to the governor's court in the provincial capital, officially reporting the local power vacuum. Meanwhile, Zion stationed 4 of his newly groomed street scouts near the district court gates to monitor every official movement. If the court dispatched sepoys toward Megbury village, Zion's scouts would intercept the news immediately, allowing him to eliminate the threat long before it reached his home. The following morning, Zion gathered the 36 youths in the main courtyard to teach them basic tactical movement and blade work. However, after a few demonstrations, Zion realized his mercenary close-quarters bayonet drills looked awkward when applied to traditional iron broadswords. Tactical firearms combat did not translate directly into formal Oriental swordsmanship. Professional work requires a professional master, Zion thought, calling a halt to the session. He instructed the boys to practice physical conditioning while he stepped out into the city to scout for a proper martial instructor. Wandering through the bustling bazaar quarter, Zion came across a large crowd gathered around a street performance ring. Next, good folks of Dakshinpur. A middle-aged, bearded man shouted, cupping his hands to salute the crowd. My family presents the legendary Iron Chest Stone Crusher. If you have copper to spare, we ask for your generous patronage. If your pockets are light, your applause is equally welcome. Blessings upon you all. The bearded performer laid flat on his back upon the dusty cobbles. Beside him stood a young man and a striking young woman, clearly brother and sister. The girl wore her hair bound in a sleek ponytail, possessing an oval face, large expressive eyes, and a supple, athletic figure cinched tight at her waist with a crimson sash. The 2 youths lifted a massive, 200-pound stone slab, pressing it down onto the middle-aged man's chest. The young man spat onto his palms, rubbed them together, and hoisted a heavy iron sledgehammer high over his head. Father. Ready? Bring it down. The middle-aged man grunted, bracing his torso. Crash. The heavy sledgehammer came down with terrifying force. The stone slab shattered into jagged fragments across his chest, drawing loud cheers and applause from the surrounding onlookers. Without pausing, the brother and sister drew their weapons, the young man brandishing a heavy curved broadsword, the girl wielding a red-tasseled iron spear. Clang! Clang! Swish! The 2 clashed in a flurry of lightning-fast strikes and dodges. While the fight carried elements of theatrical flair for the crowd, Zion's trained tactical eye instantly recognized the genuine, lethal martial foundation beneath their movements. Their footwork was precise, their weapon control exceptional, and of the 3, the middle-aged father clearly possessed the deepest, most formidable martial power. Perfect, Zion thought. He is more than qualified to train my scouts. As the martial display concluded, the bearded father picked up a small clay bowl, walking along the inner edge of the crowd to collect tips. Coppers for the performers, good folks. Spare a coin for the show. Yet as he approached, the spectators shuffled backward, turning their heads away without contributing a single copper poisha. He walked the entire circle, and only a single elderly spectator dropped a lonely copper coin into the bowl. The audience quickly dispersed, leaving the family standing in the dusty square. The young brother and sister lowered their weapons, deep disappointment etched across their faces. The bearded father looked down at the single copper coin in his clay bowl, letting out a long, defeated sigh. Alas, looks like we sleep on empty stomachs again tonight, children. Clink. Before the father could put the bowl away, a heavy, gleaming silver taka dropped into the clay dish with a sharp metallic ring. The father's eyes widened in absolute shock. Merciful heavens. He looked up to see a handsome young gentleman clad in dark silk standing before him. Master, this is far too generous. We cannot possibly accept a full silver taka for a simple street performance. Behind him, the dejected brother and sister perked up instantly, staring at Zion in wide-eyed wonder at such incredible generosity. Chapter 40, June on Danmandi Lake. Zion chuckled softly under his breath. He had met plenty of men who complained about being underpaid, but never a street performer who protested an overpayment. Still, it proved the man was honest, a quality essential in an instructor. Think nothing of it, uncle, Zion smiled. Your performance was well worth a silver taka. The middle-aged performer stared at the heavy silver coin resting in his clay bowl, feeling its solid weight with trembling fingers. A single silver taka represented roughly a full month's income for his family of 3. Yet to a newly minted wealthy man like Zion, who had just acquired over 50,000 silver takas and thousands of gold takas from the landlord's secret vault, a single taka was negligible. Zion shifted the topic. Uncle, how much do you typically earn running a street performance? Seeing that the young gentleman was polite and well-mannered, the performer replied truthfully, if I am being honest, Sahib, on a good day we gather 50 or 60 copper poishas. On poor days, only a handful. And if the weather turns bad or we are on the road, we earn nothing at all. Zion ran the numbers mentally. On average, that amounted to barely 1,000 coppers a month, roughly 300 coppers per person, hardly enough to buy grain and pay rent. How about this? Zion offered smoothly. I will pay each of you 1 silver taka a month to serve as martial instructors for my household. The young brother and sister stood frozen in absolute shock. 1 silver taka each meant 3 full silver takas a month for the household, more than double their best monthly earnings. The middle-aged performer calculated the offer quickly. Regular instruction was infinitely superior to begging for coppers on the cobblestones. Furthermore, his daughter could not perform on the streets forever. She needed a respectable environment to find a suitable husband, as did his son. Master, the father asked, his voice trembling slightly, by instructor, you mean teaching weapon work to your house guards? Precisely, Zion nodded. And alongside your monthly silver, I will provide full room and board for all 3 of you. Room and board on top of 3 silver takas. In a world where starving refugees fought over scraps, such an offer sounded too good to be true. The father's eyes gleamed with intense temptation, though a flicker of caution lingered. Is Master speaking truthfully? If you agree, you may follow me to my estate right now, Zion replied. The daughter, Rahana, pulled her father aside by the sleeve, whispering anxiously, Father, could this gentleman be a slave broker or a conman? There is no such thing as a free meal in this world. The father had spent decades wandering the province and possessed a sharp eye for reading men. We'll inspect his estate first, girl. If something seems amiss, we slip away. If he tries foul play, we fight our way out. Very well, Rahana murmured, stealing a glance at Zion. Taking in his handsome features, refined posture, and clear eyes, she decided to trust him for the moment. The 3 packed up their stone slab, sledgehammer, and weapons, following Zion down the avenue. Through easy conversation along the way, Zion learned their background. The father was named Farhad Hossein, his son was Tariq, and his daughter, Rahana, was Tariq's elder sister. Years ago, Farhad's wife had been abused and killed by a corrupt local landlord. After the 3 of them exacted blood vengeance, they were forced to flee their home district, wandering the province as street performers. When they reached the western quarter compound, Farhad Hossein looked around the central courtyard at the 36 disciplined youths practicing drills, his brow furrowing into deep lines. 36 young men armed with iron staves and broadswords. Farhad thought nervously. Is this gentleman raising a private rebel army? Yet looking closer at the skinny, earnest street youths, the idea of them mounting a rebellion seemed absurd. Still, Farhad kept his thoughts to himself. Zion introduced the 3 to Firaz and the street youths, giving brief instructions that Farhad Hossein was now their chief instructor whose orders were to be obeyed without question. He then led the family into the secluded second courtyard. From today, your family will reside in this wing, Zion said, gesturing to the clean, timbered rooms. Pick whichever chambers suit you. All 3 stood stunned once more. They had expected to sleep in a crowded barracks or a servant's shed, not a private, elegant courtyard. The generous treatment felt almost surreal. Master Zion, Farhad Hossein stammered, staring blankly at the clean rooms, allowing us to occupy such fine quarters. This is. Zion waved his hand dismissively. Think nothing of it. The rooms are empty anyway. Just then, Firaz Mia came running into the inner yard, gasping for air. Master. A highborn lady calling herself Gulshan Era is waiting at the front gates for you. Zion smiled dryly under his breath. Gulshan Era? She certainly knows how to track a house down. Reaching the outer gates, Zion found Gulshan Era standing beside her maidservant, Perveen. In the soft afternoon light, Gulshan Era looked breathtakingly radiant. Her oval face was lightly dusted with cosmetic powder, her lips ripe and crimson like cherry blossoms, her posture graceful. Her rich silk tunic accentuated her full, shapely bust. Master Zion, master and maid bowed in unison, their sweet, melodious voices ringing through the archway. There is no need for such formality, my lady, Zion smiled. Since you have come all this way, please step inside for a cup of tea. Gulshan Era blushed delicately, fidgeting with her silk scarf. There appear to be many young men inside, Master Zion. Perhaps we might converse outside? As you wish, Zion agreed. What brings Lady Gulshan Era to my gates today? Master Zion, have you heard the news? Gulshan Era asked, a joyful, relieved smile lighting up her features. District Magistrate Yaqub, his wife Kulsum, Zamindar Kabir Chowdhury, and his son Tanvir have all mysteriously vanished from the city overnight. To her mind, the disappearance of those corrupt tyrants was a divine blessing, and more importantly, it meant the gentleman who had saved her was entirely safe from prosecution. Zion feigned mild astonishment, playing along smoothly. Is that so? Such prominent figures vanishing in a single night? Aye. The entire city bazaar is abuzz with the news. After a brief, comfortable silence, Gulshan Era looked up at him timidly, a charming flush spreading across her cheeks. Master Zion, are you free this afternoon? Zion paused, amused by her obvious shyness. If my lady has something on her mind, please speak freely. I wondered if you might join me for a stroll along Danmondi Lake? She whispered, lowering her dark eyes. Danmondi Lake, situated at the edge of the western quarter, was the premier scenic spot in Dakshinpur city for gentry to promenade. Seeing as his affairs were settled for the day, Zion saw no reason to decline a walk with a captivating young lady. It would be my pleasure. And so, Zion and Gulshan Era walked side by side down the willow-lined paths, with the maidservant Perveen trailing behind at a discreet distance, her face glowing with romantic envy. A gentle summer breeze rippled across the vast expanse of the lake, causing the clear waters to shimmer under the afternoon sun. Along the banks, lush weeping willows swayed gracefully, while clusters of vibrant pink and white lotus blossoms floated atop the green water pads. Gulshan Era walked with an effortless grace, her sweet smile gracing her soft features as her silk skirts rustled softly with every step. Reaching an ornate wooden pavilion overlooking the lotus beds, Gulshan Era paused, gazing out over the water in quiet reflection. She decided to test his literary talent. In the eyes of a highborn merchant's daughter, an ideal suitor should possess not only courage and gallantry, but also literary elegance. Master Zion, Gulshan Era said softly, turning to him with a gentle smile, with such magnificent lotus blossoms before us, would you favor me with a poem? Reciting poetry. Zion almost laughed aloud. As an educated modern man who had memorized classical verses in his youth, reciting a timeless poem was child's play. Stepping to the pavilion railing, Zion rested one hand behind his back, gestured toward the shimmering lotus beds with the other, and recited in a clear, rhythmic cadence. After all, the scenery of Danmondi Lake in midsummer is unlike any other season. The green lotus leaves stretch endless to the horizon's edge, while the lotus blossoms, bathed in sunlight, glow an incomparably vibrant red. Gulshan Era's large, expressive eyes sparkled with profound astonishment. Midsummer, Danmondi Lake, lotus leaves, and vibrant blossoms, every single line matched the exact scene before them with breathtaking brilliance and effortless grandeur. She had never heard a verse of such vivid, elegant beauty in her life. Haha. What dripping, soggy nonsense! A harsh, mocking voice suddenly shattered the poetic silence from behind the pavilion. Chapter 41, Midsummer Midnights. Zion and Gulshan Era turned around to find three lavishly dressed young dandies standing at the pavilion entrance, all wearing greedy, lecherous sneers. Zion's brow furrowed. Searching the memories of the former body's owner, he recognized the ringleader immediately, Fakral, the scholar son of Assistant Magistrate Subhan Ali. He had a prominent, hairy black mole right beside his nose. In his scholar days, the original owner of Zion's body had been mocked and bullied by this arrogant magistrate's son on numerous occasions. Fakhrul squinted, a flash of recognition crossing his greasy face. He smirked mockingly, calling out in a loud, obnoxious tone, "Well, well. If it isn't the dirt-poor farm boy. Looking quite smart in silk, aren't we? I was certain you'd starved to death in the famine months ago, ha ha ha." Arrogant little worm, Zion thought, a cold, mocking smile touching his lips as he glided a sharp gaze over him. "You'll be the one starving, mate. You and your whole bloody family." Fakhrul's smirk vanished instantly. Stunned that the usually timid scholar dared to talk back, his face flushed red. "Zion. You insolent cur. How dare you speak to me like that? Do you have any idea who my father is?" Zion scoffed, his dry, mocking laugh ringing across the pavilion. "Your father isn't my son, mate, so what the hell does he have to do with me? You insolent bastard." Fakhrul stammered, trembling with rage as he pointed a trembling finger at Zion. "How dare you publicly insult a crown official's family? Mark my words, I'll have the court constables drag you to the city dungeons for the rest of your miserable life. I'll be waiting with bated breath, mate," Zion smirked. Refusing to waste another breath on the bully, he reached down, took Gulshan Era's delicate, soft hand into his own, and turned to walk away. Her skin was exquisitely soft and smooth as silk, an absolute delight to hold. Gulshan Era froze in pure shock, never dreaming that Zion would take her hand so naturally in public. A burning crimson blush flooded her face, her heart hammering against her ribs so fiercely her legs went completely numb. Fakhrul was already seething with humiliation. Seeing the fair, highborn Gulshan Era letting the country scholar hold her hand, pure envy, jealousy, and malice flared within him. He stepped forward, barring their path. "Lady Gulshan Era, why waste your time with a dirt-poor country bumpkin? Why not enter my household as a wedded wife?" Fakhrul puffed out his chest arrogantly. "Heh. I'll have you know my father is about to be appointed district magistrate of Dakshinpur. Once he takes court, I'll ensure your family's trading house becomes the wealthiest in the entire province. What do you say to that, eh?" Zion let out a cold, mirthless laugh. An assistant magistrate being promoted to district magistrate was plausible enough, but boasting about it before the official decree arrived from Dhaka was the height of arrogance. If Subhan Ali took office, he would be just another corrupt magistrate Yaku, like father, like son, corrupt to the core. Zion looked him dead in the eye. "Move along, mate. A good dog doesn't block the path. How dare you?" Before Fakhrul could finish his rant, Zion gave him a sharp shoulder shove, sending the dandy stumbling backward across the cobbles, nearly tumbling into the dirt. "You miserable country cur!" Fakhrul screamed, trembling with rage as he watched them walk away. "I'll break every bone in your body." One of his dandy companions chimed in, "Brother Fakhrul, that scholar is far too arrogant. We can't let him walk away after insulting you." The other added, "Shall I run to the court guards?" Fakhrul scoffed, looking at his companions with sheer disdain. "Shut your mouths. He's a single scholar. Are you telling me the three of us can't thrash one country bumpkin? Come on. We'll drown the bastard in the lake to feed the carp." Spurred by rage, the three dandies sprinted ahead, cutting off Zion and Gulshan Era. "You dirt-poor cur," Fakhrul sneered, raising his fists. "Today I'll teach you what real pain feels like." Seeing the three bullies closing in with malicious intent, a lethal, icy glint flared in Zion's eyes. Begging for a grave, Zion thought. Glancing around, he noticed the lake promenade was largely quiet, with a secluded pine grove 50 paces away. Zion chuckled dryly. "Looking for a brawl, are we? Come into the grove then, I'll give you three all the fight you can handle." Fakhrul smirked arrogantly, assuming the scholar was looking to save face. "Heh. Want to avoid getting thrashed in front of a lady, do you? Very sensible. Fine by me, I won't break your ribs in front of Lady Gulshan Era. Gulshan Era looked at Zion, shaking her head anxiously. Fakhrul was the assistant magistrate's son. In all of Dakshinpur, his family held near absolute authority. Zion offered her a comforting, playful wink, gently releasing her hand as he turned toward the trees. Moments later, the four stepped into the dense, quiet pine grove. Fakhrul and his two dandy friends cracked their knuckles, forming a triangle around Zion with cruel sneers. With a fluid motion inside his dark tunic sleeve, Zion's suppressed semi-automatic pistol materialized smoothly in his grip. He looked at Fakhrul with a pleasant smile. Master Fakhrul, I'm taking my turn now. Fakhrul burst into laughter. Ha ha ha. You country cur, you're about to. Pft. Before the sentence could leave his mouth, a quiet suppressed crack cut through the trees. A lead round punched clean through the center of Fakhrul's forehead, right between his eyes. His arrogant laugh froze on his face, his eyes rolling back as he pitched forward, hitting the dry pine needles with a heavy thud. Arg! The two dandy companions gasped, their eyes bulging in utter, paralyzed horror. The crotch of one dandy's silk trousers darkened instantly, a sharp stench of urine filling the air. The magistrate's son had been executed right before their eyes. You. Zion offered an icy smile, squeezing the trigger twice more. Pft. Pft. Two lead rounds dropped the surviving dandies dead beside Fakhrul. Sweeping all three corpses straight into his spatial sanctuary to dispose of the evidence and feed the dimension's stasis, Zion pulled out a cigarette, lit it, and took a few slow, satisfying drags. Once he finished the cigarette, he stepped out of the grove. My lady, the gentleman has returned. Perveen's excited voice chimed out. Gulshan Era looked up, the anxious gloom on her face instantly melting into a radiant smile. Zion stepped through the trees looking entirely unbothered, his dark silk robes pristine, as though he had merely taken a peaceful stroll. Master Zion, are you unharmed? Gulshan Era rushed forward, her soft voice tinged with relief. Zion smiled, shaking his head casually. Not a scratch, my lady. And, what of Master Fakhrul and his companions? Gulshan Era peered nervously toward the dark pine grove. Zion offered a smooth, relaxed shrug. I gave them a thorough talking to and sent them packing. That is a relief, Gulshan Era sighed softly. She bit her lip, asking curiously, Master Zion, you possess such literary brilliance and martial grace, yet why did Master Fakhrul call you a farm boy? Because I hail from a rural hamlet, Zion smiled easily. Ah, Gulshan Era nodded, her esteem for him undiminished. In her eyes, a man who possessed scholar credentials, martial prowess, and commercial success was exceptional regardless of his rural origins. Shall we continue our stroll, my lady? Zion said softly, reaching down to take her delicate hand into his once more. Having established mutual affection, he saw no reason for unnecessary hesitation. Gulshan Era did not pull away, her cheeks flushed crimson once more, her slender fingers gently intertwining with his. Zion knew he had won her heart. Yet as a modern, honest man, certain realities had to be made crystal clear before proceeding further. Gulshan Era, do you truly not mind that I already maintain a household? I do not mind, master, Gulshan Era whispered, lowering her dark eyes shyly. Zion smiled, adding playfully, aren't you curious how many wives reside in my compound? Gulshan Era's heart fluttered nervously. How many do you have, master? Zion raised his fingers, counting them off casually. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5 wedded wives. 5. Gulshan Era gasped, her jaw dropping as she stared at him in utter disbelief. She had assumed Nusrat was his sole wife, yet he maintained a household of 5. Zion rubbed his nose with a touch of sheepish embarrassment. Yet he noticed her slender fingers remained gently wrapped around his own. She was startled, but certainly not fleeing. Taking the initiative, Zion stopped under the willow shade, stepped close, and wrapped his arms around her supple waist, pulling her gently against his chest. He leaned down, pressing his lips firmly against her ripe, crimson lips. A surge of intoxicating warmth swept through Gulshan Era's frame. Her delicate body trembled violently at the sudden, passionate embrace, her eyes wide before fluttering shut as she melted against him. Behind them, Perveen gasped, spinning around with a bright red face and covering her eyes. Moments later, Zion released her, looking down at her flushed, radiant face with a warm grin. "Come, my lady. Let us visit your father and settle our marriage proposal properly." Chapter 42, The Name of Elegance. Gulshan Era hesitated briefly, a subtle flutter of nervous tension crossing her soft features, but she did not object. She led Zion down the winding cobbled streets toward her family's merchant residence. Inside the grand reception hall of the Era estate, the rich, earthy scent of steeping tea hung heavy in the warm air. Her father, Qudus Sahib, and her mother, Salia Begum, were sitting by the carved wooden screen, leisurely enjoying an afternoon pot. Through the steam curling from the spout of the brass teapot, their daughter suddenly stepped into the hall, accompanied by a handsome, unfamiliar young gentleman. The couple paused mid-sip, their teacups suspended in mid-air, their eyes locking onto the pair. As seasoned elders who had spent decades navigating the city's merchant quarters, they caught the subtle, telltale closeness between the two in a single glance. Zion's gaze briefly met Salia Begum's, and he felt an unspoken flash of appreciation. She had aged remarkably gracefully, her eyes carried a youthful warmth, her posture was poised and slender, and her cream-colored silk sari accentuated her refined, gentle dignity. It was hardly surprising that such a mother had birthed a daughter as striking as Gulshan Era. Gulshan Era stepped forward, blushing shyly. "Father, mother, this is Master Zion. He is the gentleman who saved me in the alleyway." "Greetings, uncle." Auntie Zion cupped his hands in a polite, respectful bow, his voice calm, confident, and entirely unbothered. Qudus Sahib rose from his mahogany armchair, inspecting Zion with sharp curiosity. "Zion. You are Master Zion, the scholar who supplies duck shit tea to our emporium?" Only the previous evening, Qudus Sahib had heard the full account from his daughter, realizing that the mysterious tea supplier and her heroic savior were one and the same man. "I am, Sahib," Zion replied smoothly. Qudus Sahib, possessing a trader's keen eye for character, sized the young man up. Zion stood tall and broad-shouldered, his dark eyes sharp and intelligent, his posture carrying an effortless authority. He was undeniably a man of striking appearance and formidable presence. Qudus Sahib found himself thoroughly impressed by this initial impression. He gestured toward a carved armchair. "Please, Master Zion, take a seat." "Master Zion," Qudus Sahib began, settling back into his chair, "for a tea of such exquisite quality and fragrant notes, why bestow upon it such a vulgar, inelegant name?" Qudus Sahib was genuinely perplexed. He felt that with a refined, poetic name, the retail price in the capital could be doubled again. Because the bushes grow in a peculiar yellowish clay that resembles duck droppings, Sahib, Zion lied smoothly with a straight face. He had no real interest in tea botany, nor did it matter where his spatial sanctuary pulled its duplicated tins from. "I see," Qudus Sahib nodded slowly. "Tell me, do you have fresh stock available at present?" With the Chowdhury estate collapsed and their monopoly broken, Qudus Sahib was eager to expand distribution across the district given the astronomical profit margins. "I have ample stock, Sahib, hundreds of tins," Zion replied. "However, my primary purpose in visiting your residence today is to formally ask for Gulshan Era's hand in marriage." Zion looked the two elders straight in the eye, coming directly to the point. Qudus Sahib was hardly shocked, he had already discerned the purpose of the visit. Nevertheless, where his daughter's lifelong happiness was concerned, a prudent father required full transparency. He began questioning Zion about his origins, his family standing, and his household arrangements. As Zion answered each query honestly, Qudus Sahib's brow furrowed deeper and deeper. "Everything is commendable, his posture, his wealth, his courage, but he already maintains 5 wedded wives? He wants my daughter to enter his compound as his 6th? While the Era family were not aristocratic nobility, they were a respected, prosperous merchant line in Dakshinpur. Qudus Sahib was deeply reluctant to see his refined, well-educated daughter enter a household as a secondary wife. The gossip among the merchant guilds would be far from pleasant. Yet glancing at Gulshan Era, Qudus Sahib felt a wave of internal conflict. They had presented her with dozens of wealthy, eligible suitors over the years, and she had rejected every single one without hesitation. Why was she suddenly so eager to join a compound with 5 existing wives? Was this young scholar sweeter than his own tea? After a long silence, Qudus Sahib turned to his daughter. Gulshan Era, are you truly willing to enter Master Zion's household? Gulshan Era lowered her eyes, a deep blush staining her cheeks as she offered a soft, decisive nod. I am, father. Seeing her absolute certainty, Qudus Sahib sighed, turning to his wife. Wife, what say you? Sulliya Begum looked between her daughter and Zion, a gentle, understanding smile touching her lips. Husband, since Gulshan Era has found the man who holds her heart, a gentleman who risked his life to save her honor, this is the decree of fate. Let us grant her wish. Zion offered her an appreciative glance mentally. His prospective mother-in-law was remarkably sensible. Very well, Qudus Sahib conceded, his tone tinged with helpless resignation. If your mind is set, so be it. Hearing her father's blessing, a wave of profound joy washed over Gulshan Era. Her face burned crimson, like a sunset over the river. She lowered her head, twisting her silk sash nervously between her fingers, unable to conceal her wild excitement and fluttery nerves. Qudus Sahib and Sulliya Begum exchanged a look, knowing full well that their daughter's heart had been thoroughly captured by Zion. Not even a team of 10 oxen could drag her back now. After further discussion, the two families agreed to set the wedding ceremony for 7 days' time. Qudus Sahib asked for no grand dowry demands, requesting only a stable supply of 1,000 tins of duck shit tea to solidify their commercial partnership. For Zion, this was easier than breathing. He generously doubled the amount to 2,000 tins on the spot, a simple matter of feeding a few extra jars of sheep's blood into his sanctuary. He had certainly never expected a trade shipment of tea to yield him a highborn bride. By the following morning, Assistant Magistrate Subhan Ali realized his son, Fakhrul, had been missing for a full day and night. He dispatched court constables to search every courtesan house, gambling den, and tavern in Dakshinpur city, but turned up not a single trace. He then sent runners to the residences of Fakhrul's 2 dandy companions, only to discover that they too had vanished without a trace. Their families had assumed the boys were out carousing with Fakhrul, unaware that all 3 had vanished off the face of the earth. A wave of panic rippled through the families. Assistant Magistrate Subhan Ali launched a full-scale search, mobilizing every constable and sepoy in Dakshinpur city, turning the bazaars upside down, yet finding 0 clues. Could they have dissolved into thin air like Magistrate Yaqub and Zamindar Kabir? A cold, creeping dread slithered down Subhan Ali's spine. Curse it all. He had not even officially taken seat as district magistrate, and his only son had vanished. Subhan Ali seethed with murderous fury, swearing an oath to locate the culprit and flay them alive. Once his temper cooled slightly, he began systematically piecing together the timeline of Fakhrul's last known movements. News of the disappearance of the assistant magistrate's son and his companions swept through Dakshinpur city like a wildfire, triggering another wave of public uproar. Gulshan Era heard the rumors at her estate and found the sequence of events deeply unnerving. Why had Fakhrul and his friends vanished immediately after following Zion into that pine grove? Connecting the dots, she deduced that their disappearance was directly tied to her handsome fiancé. She strictly commanded her maidservant, Perveen, never to utter a single word about the encounter at Danmandi Lake to anyone, lest it bring danger to Zion's doorstep. All she wished now was to wait quietly for the morning she would enter his compound as a bride. 7 days passed in a flash. On the appointed morning, Zion wed Gulshan Era, hosting an intimate, low-key wedding feast at his western quarter compound. There were no grandiose political displays, only Firaz's street scouts, Farhad Hossein's family, and Gulshan Era's immediate kin in attendance. Yet despite its low-key nature, the banquet was exceptionally lavish, overflowing with roasted mutton, spiced poultry, and bowls of fresh, exotic fruits duplicated from Zion's sanctuary. With the feast concluding as night fell, Zion made his way to the bridal chambers to consummate their marriage. Click! He pushed open the heavy teak door to find Gulshan Era and her maidservant, Perveen, sitting together on the edge of the silk-draped bed, whispering coyly. Spotting him, Perveen scrambled off the bed, bowing low. Welcome to the bridal chamber, master. Zion smiled, nodding warmly, but paused when he noticed the maidservant showed 0 intention of departing the room. Is the lass oblivious? Zion thought with a dry chuckle. Does she not know her master has arrived for the wedding night? Perveen, love, Zion reminded her gently, you had best run off to your own chamber to sleep. Master. I cannot leave, Perveen stammered, her cheeks burning bright crimson. I am to remain here to attend upon both you and my lady tonight. Zion raised an eyebrow, glancing over at Gulshan Era. Gulshan Era offered a shy, subtle nod, her face flushing redder than her bridal silks. Husband, let Perveen remain in the chamber. Her voice was soft and melodious, clear as a nightingale's song in the quiet room. Zion understood the traditional custom instantly. In highborn households, a personal handmaiden accompanied a bride into her husband's bedchamber to assist and share the bridal duties. Blushing to her ears, Perveen stepped timidly up to Zion, her delicate hands reaching out to untie his embroidered wedding sash. Chapter 43, The Accusation of Rebellion. The mid-morning sun hung high in the clear blue sky. Zion woke naturally to find himself alone in the wide bridal bed. As he pulled back the silk quilt to rise, two distinct crimson floral stains on the crisp white sheet caught his eye. A warm, dry smirk touched his lips, a quiet sense of satisfaction settling in his chest. After dressing and washing, Zion prepared to take his new bride, Gulshan Era, back to Megbury village. It was the agreed arrangement. After all, a new bride had to be formally introduced to her elder co-wives. In the outer courtyard of the Western Quarter compound, the young street scouts were practicing martial drills with cheerful, boisterous energy, while Farhad Hossein and his two children, Tariq and Rahana, strolled between the ranks, correcting stances and adjusting footwork. Catching sight of Zion and Gulshan Era stepping out from the inner wing, the lads halted instantly, bringing their fists together in unison. "Greetings, master." "Greetings, lady." Zion nodded in satisfaction, waving a broad hand. "I shall be away in the countryside for a few days. During my absence, you will follow the instructions of Chief Instructor Farhad and Firaz Mia." "As you command, master." The 36 scouts responded in chorus. In just a few short days, these street youths had undergone a complete transformation. The hollow weakness born of starvation was gone, replaced by firm discipline, clean cotton tunics, and unquestioning obedience. Zion was thoroughly pleased. Aside from weapon drills and compound maintenance, they enjoyed fresh mutton and white rice daily, an existence a million times superior to begging in the gutters of old Dhaka. "Carry on, lads," Zion said smoothly. "Uncle Farhad, step outside with me for a moment." Stepping out through the double gates into the quiet lane, Zion turned to Farhad Hossein. "Uncle Farhad, if anything urgent arises in the city, send a swift rider to fetch me at Megbury village." Farhad's brow creased with genuine concern. "Megbury. Master, the highways are rife with deserters and highwaymen. Should Tariq not ride with you as a personal bodyguard?" "No need," Zion replied calmly. "Keep a sharp eye on affairs here." Seeing his unflinching confidence, Farhad pressed no further, bowing respectfully. "Very well, master. Take the utmost care on the road." Zion nodded, helping Gulshan Era mount her fine mare before vaulting onto his white stallion. Watching their mounts trot down Green Alley, Farhad shook his head, muttering under his breath, "Riding through rural passes with such a fair young bride, does he truly fear no cutthroats? The young gentleman is extraordinarily bold." "Husband." Gulshan Era murmured nervously as their horses trotted side by side along the southern highway, "We did not invite your elder primary wife to our wedding feast. Do you think Lady Layla will be displeased with me?" It felt somewhat improper to marry without the senior wife's formal presence. Zion chuckled, offering an easy, reassuring smile. "Do not worry your sweet head, love. She's well accustomed to my habits by now." "I see." Hearing his relaxed tone, Gulshan Era let out a soft breath, her anxiety melting away into the warm summer breeze. An hour later, inside the Central Judicial Hall of the District Court, 3 royal inspectors dispatched from the Regional Governor's Court in Udaipur City entered the Grand Hall, guided by a senior court clerk. Spotting them, Assistant Magistrate Subhan Ali bowed low in eager deference. "I was unaware of your esteemed arrival, inspectors. Please forgive my failure to welcome you at the city gates." The lead inspector, a bearded, pompous officer named Inspector Qasim, sneered softly, declaring with condescending arrogance, "Congratulations, Magistrate Subhan Ali." "District Magistrate Subhan Ali." A surge of wild triumph exploded in Subhan Ali's chest, though he forced his face into a mask of polite composure. "Inspector Qasim, what is the meaning of your words?" "Ha! Can you not tell? Qasim scoffed. The regional governor's court has formally designated you as acting district magistrate. The official imperial decree from the capital will arrive shortly. Hearing the confirmation, Subhan Ali's restraint broke, a triumphant grin spreading across his face. Precisely as he had calculated, the seat of district magistrate was finally his. Today he bade farewell to 10 long years as the bitter second in command. My deepest gratitude for your long journey, inspectors. Subhan Ali bowed repeatedly. Inspector Qasim chuckled, a greasy, lustful glint entering his eyes as he leaned in close to Subhan Ali. Magistrate Subhan Ali, do I need to explain how regional appointments are celebrated, or do you know your duty? Hee hee. I understand perfectly, Inspector. Subhan Ali nodded eagerly. He immediately summoned a senior court sepoy to escort the 3 royal inspectors to the premier courtesan house in Dakshinpur city for a night of lavish entertainment. Moments after the inspectors departed, Daroga Yunus strode into the central hall, bowing low. Assistant Sahib, I. Subhan Ali rolled his eyes, cutting him off with supreme arrogance. Assistant Sahib? I am the district magistrate now. He had grown so thoroughly sick of being called assistant that hearing the title made him physically ill. Ah. The constable blinked in surprise, then quickly plastered a sycophantic smile across his face. Forgive me, Magistrate Sahib. Many congratulations, Excellency. Daroga Yunus, Subhan Ali said, resting his hands behind his back and adopting an air of lordly grandeur. What business do you have to report to this court? Daroga Yunus noted the sudden shift in posture. Taking the magistrate's seat truly transformed a man's pride. He cupped his hands. Magistrate Sahib, I have uncovered the trail. The squad of 20 court constables dispatched by the late Magistrate Yaqub was ordered to ride for Meghburi village. Subhan Ali raised an eyebrow, his arrogance instantly replaced by sharp interest. Speak quickly. Every detail. His excitement over his promotion was now eclipsed by rising anxiety over his missing son, Fakhrul. Daroga Yunus explained, Excellency, the affair began when a rural scholar named Zion, from Meghburi village, assaulted young Master Tanvir Kabir for harassing Gulshan Era of the House of Era. Magistrate Yaqub dispatched the squad to arrest him. Subhan Ali's brow furrowed, memories of the scholar surfacing. He cut the daroga off sharply. What is the relationship between this scholar Zion and Gulshan Era? They were wedded yesterday, Sahib. Proceed. Subhan Ali barked, spraying spittle across the daroga's face. Daroga Yunus dared not wipe his face, continuing hastily, Your Excellency knows what followed. The entire 20-man constable squad vanished without a trace along the highway, just as Magistrate Yaqub and Zamindar Kabir disappeared. Daroga Yunus swallowed hard. I dispatched trackers along the South Highway, but not a single corpse was found. Furthermore, scouts report that Meghburi village is currently undergoing massive fortification. They are constructing a thick stone and brick rampart around their entire perimeter. He leaned in closer. And that scholar Zion, who was destitute only months ago, has somehow amassed vast wealth. He constructed a massive fortified compound in Meghburi and maintains multiple wives. And right here in the western quarter, over 30 young men practice weapon drills at his townhouse daily. Where is this Zion now? Subhan Ali demanded urgently. Reporting, Sahib, scouts saw him and his new bride leave their western quarter townhouse less than an hour ago, riding south toward Meghburi village. Subhan Ali stroked his gray-flecked beard, falling into deep, calculating thought. The pattern was glaringly obvious. 20 constables vanish, followed by Magistrate Yaqub, Zamindar Kabir, his son Tanvir, and finally his own son, Fakhrul. All of them tied to this rural scholar, and all vanished into thin air. Subhan Ali's face turned grim. Did your investigation alert the scholar? Every check was conducted in absolute secrecy, Magistrate Sahib. Splendid. Subhan Ali's eyes flared with dark, ambitious triumph, his lips contorting into a cruel sneer. Assassinating crown officials, amassing private armed gangs, constructing illegal fortifications. The Kur is raising a banner of open rebellion against the emperor. Turning sharply to Daroga Yunus, Subhan Ali boomed, "Assemble every court sepoy, municipal guard, and city constable at once. We march on Megburi village to crush these rebels. At your command, Magistrate Sahib." And hear this, Subhan Ali added, a cold, vengeful light burning in his eyes. "Throw the house of Era and every member of Gulshan Era's family into the city dungeons. Once I raze Megburi village to the ground and put that scholar to the sword, I shall return to deal with them." Chapter 44, The Enemy at the Gate. Zion and Gulshan Era reined in their horses on the crest of the southern ridge overlooking Megburi village. In the distance, the rising earthen yellow rampart encircled the hamlet like a sleeping dragon, its thick rammed earth walls growing taller with every passing day. As their horses trotted down the slope, Light and Mia and the mountain archers stepped out from the pine grove beside the trail, their faces lighting up with excitement. "Young master! Young master!" Lighten called out, jogging up to hold the white stallion's reins. The archers stared in mild astonishment at the fair, highborn bride riding beside Zion. In less than a fortnight, their master had brought home yet another exceptionally fair lady. Zion looked down from his saddle. "Any unusual movement along the highway while I was away?" "Not a soul, young master," Lighten replied proudly. "We kept a double watch night and day." "Splendid," Zion nodded. As Zion prepared to move on, Lighten rubbed his neck sheepishly, offering a hopeful grin. "Young master, do you happen to have any more of those paper fire sticks?" Zion chuckled dryly. "Lads have gone and gotten themselves properly hooked." Reaching into his broad sleeve, Zion accessed his spatial sanctuary and pulled out a full, sealed carton of cigarettes, tossing it into Lighten's waiting hands. The archer's eyes glowed like they had struck gold. "Blessings upon you, young master." Passing through the rising timber gates of Megburi, the local village gossips stationed near the communal well caught sight of the new bride and immediately raised a clamor. "Scholar!" A loud-mouthed Ante cackled, wiping her hands on her apron. "I swear on my ancestors, the speed at which you take wives is faster than my old broody hen lays eggs. By the Almighty, you're a proper force of nature, you are." "He, scholar." Another Ante chimed in from her porch. "My granddaughter turns 16 next month, why not take her into your compound as well?" "My granddaughter is 15. A third called out. "Take her too." 15. Zion thought with a dry shudder. No matter how fair she might be, a modern gentleman doesn't touch a child. Gulshan Era blushed to the roots of her hair, lowering her head as she urged her mare forward, eager to reach the compound gates. Yet the closer she got to the threshold, the more her heart fluttered with nervous tension. She was about to meet her senior co-wives. Zion offered an awkward laugh, waving to the women. "Ante Jahanara, Ante Perveen, Ante Kulsum, you do love your jokes. I must get home first, we'll chat later." As soon as Zion rode past, the gossips huddled together, whispering excitedly, "Tisk, TSK. Collecting fair ladies like silver coins, isn't he?" "Aye, but entering his compound is a proper blessing in these starving times. Look at Bobby Camelli, she's grown plump and radiant as a city lady since she moved into his west wing." "Truth spoken. We ought to ask Matabar Sunahar to act as matchmaker for our girls." When Zion led Gulshan Era through the compound gates, Layla, Rabia, and the household stepped out into the central courtyard. Nusrat, who had met Gulshan Era in the city, offered a knowing, amused smile. "The man moves like lightning. Husband, who is this fair sister?" Layla asked, stepping forward with genuine curiosity in her soft eyes. "This is Gulshan Era," Zion introduced smoothly, a touch of sheepishness in his voice. "She is your new sister." Gulshan Era immediately offered a graceful, refined bow, her voice melodious and timid. "Gulshan Era offers humble greetings to all my elder sisters." Every eye in the courtyard fell upon her. Dressed in exquisite silk embroidered with subtle floral patterns, her posture delicate and shy, she carried the unmistakable grace of a highborn merchant's daughter. Layla stepped forward with a warm smile, taking Gulshan Era's slender hands into her own. "Once you cross this threshold, sister, you are family." There is no need for such stiff formality here. Feeling the genuine warmth in Layla's voice, Gulshan Era's nervous tension melted away. Husbands' senior wives are remarkably kind and well-mannered. Beneath her welcoming smile, however, Layla shot Zion a swift, meaningful glare that clearly communicated, "I haven't even settled our bedroom discussion, and you bring home another bride." Gulshan Era reached into her silk tunic, retrieving a small parcel wrapped in crimson cloth. Opening it, she presented each co-wife with an exquisitely carved silver hairpin. "Where is Bobby Kameli?" Zion asked, noticing his sister-in-law was absent from the courtyard. "Ah." Layla's brow furrowed with worry. "Bobby Kameli has been burning with a severe fever since last night. We summoned the village herbalist, but his drafts did nothing. She is bedridden and delirious. A high fever? Let me see her." Stepping into Kameli's bedchamber in the west wing, Zion pressed his palm against her forehead. It was burning hot, a dangerous high fever. Feeling the cool touch on her forehead, Bobby Kameli fluttered her eyelids open. Seeing Zion standing beside her bed, tears welled in her eyes and spilled down her pale cheeks. "Zion, is it truly you?" Kameli whimpered, her voice raspy with fever. "I thought I should die without seeing your face again. I was so terribly worried for you." Layla's brow shot up. The words sounded uncomfortably intimate. Her eyes glided sharply onto Zion. Zion felt a sudden surge of awkwardness. "Why stare at me?" "The poor woman is delirious with fever." "Hold on, Bobby," Zion said quickly. "I'll fetch proper medicine." Slipping into his private study, Zion accessed his spatial sanctuary and pulled out a fresh strip of modern ibuprofen fever reducers. Returning to Kameli's chamber, he popped a white pill from the foil tray, handing it to Layla along with a cup of warm water. "One pill now, and another in 6 hours," Zion instructed. Layla inspected the smooth white pill with deep curiosity. "Husband, can this tiny white stone truly break a burning fever?" "Aye." "Feed it to Bobby Kameli quickly." An hour later, to everyone's utter astonishment, Bobby Kameli's fever broke completely. Color returned to her cheeks, and she dressed and walked out into the central courtyard on her own feet. The wives stared in sheer disbelief. The village herbalist's drafts had failed, yet Zion's tiny white pill had cured her in less than an hour. "Bobby Kameli, should you be out of bed so soon?" Layla asked, marveling at the sudden recovery. "My head felt like lead an hour ago, Layla, but now the burning is entirely gone," Kameli replied, looking over at Zion with eyes overflowing with gratitude and a subtle, soft warmth. "I owe my life to Zion." Layla caught the look, her sharp instincts as a primary wife picking up the unspoken emotion immediately. Before anyone could speak further, frantic, heavy footsteps thundered outside the outer gates. Bang! Lighten Mia burst into the courtyard like a gale of wind, gasping for air, his face pale with panic. "Young master." Disaster at the perimeter. A massive imperial force is marching on the village, over 200 armed sepoys and city guards. "What?" The wives gasped in horror, turning their anxious eyes onto Zion. Zion stood up slowly, a cold, sharp glint flashing in his dark eyes. He had expected the court to react, but sending over 200 armed sepoys meant Subhan Ali was making a serious move. Right then, Zion thought with an icy, ruthless smile. "If they want an open battle, we'll give them one." Turning to Nusrat, Farhana, and Samira, Zion commanded sharply, "Nusrat, take the twins and Lighten's archers through the rear gates into the pine woods. Take up concealed positions along the highway behind their line." He offered a dry chuckle. "Don't worry, love, I'll leave plenty of them for your target practice." "Understood." Nusrat and the twins replied, their faces showing zero fear. Seeing Zion's unflinching composure restored their total confidence. Zion turned to Lighten Mia. "Inform Jahangir and Elder Sunahar to herd every villager inside the new rammed earth ramparts at once. Lock the inner timber gates." "Right away, young master." Moments later, Zion walked calmly toward the rising southern rampart, while Nusrat and her archers slipped out through the rear forest trail. Near the outer gate, Mitaber Sunahar came sprinting over, his hands trembling violently, his old face pale with terror. He wished neither to defy the crown nor see his capable son-in-law dragged off in chains, leaving him in total, agonizing turmoil. Zion. Son-in-law. What in the Almighty's name are we to do? Sunahar whimpered. Zion turned to the old man, his voice dropping to a low, bone-chilling register. They are declaring us rebels, Matabar Sahib. Sunahar's knees buckled, his pupils dilating in pure terror as he nearly hit the dirt. Merciful heavens. Our rebels? Son-in-law. I'm an old man, don't give me a heart attack. You've put your trousers on back to front, father-in-law. Zion smirked casually. Sunahar looked down instinctively at his waistband, so thoroughly rattled he couldn't even tell front from back. How can you joke at a time like this? An army is at our gates. What become of us? Zion clapped the old man's trembling shoulder gently. Keep the villagers inside the walls, father-in-law. Leave the army to me. Sunahar looked at him helplessly, knowing full well that surrendering to corrupt lawmen meant execution anyway. There was no turning back now. Zion mounted the wooden scaffold staircase, stepping onto the 10-foot-high rammed earth rampart just as the Imperial force crested the southern ridge. At the head of the 200-man column, acting district magistrate Subhan Ali reined in his horse, staring up at the formidable earth and lime rampart in utter shock. Thick rammed earth 10 feet high. Subhan Ali thought, his brow furrowing deeply. In a starving rural parish, where did a dirt-poor scholar find the silver to construct such fortifications? There is vast, hidden wealth here, Daroga Yunus. Subhan Ali bellowed, pointing his whip at the wall. Prepare the attack. Daroga Yunus looked up at the lone figure standing atop the rampart, hesitating. Magistrate Sahib, there is only one man standing on the wall. Could it be an ambush? Subhan Ali scoffed with supreme disdain. He cared nothing for a hamlet of dirt farmers. Beyond avenging his son Fakhrul, he was determined to seize the tens of thousands of silver takas he believed Zion had stolen from the Chowdhury treasury. They are rural rabble. Subhan Ali sneered coldly. Form up the line. Charge the gates and put every rebel to the sword. At your command. Daroga Yunus drew his steel saber with a sharp swing, pointing it squarely at the timber gatehouse. Crush the rebels. Charge. With blood-curdling war cries, 200 armed sepoys, city constables, and mercenaries surged forward down the dirt slope like a wave of red sashes. Chapter 45, The Point of No Return. Charge. The 200 sepoys and city guards surged toward the timber gatehouse in a single, roaring wave, convinced that crushing a handful of rural rabble would be a walk in the park. Zion stood atop the 10-foot rammed earth wall, his mouth curling into a cold, contemptuous sneer. With a swift flick of his wrist inside his spatial sanctuary, a single-soldier anti-structure rocket launcher materialized in his hands. Lining up the crosshairs on the center of the advancing column, he squeezed the trigger. Whoosh! The rocket tore through the air, detonating dead center among the lead charging sepoys. Boom! A blinding flash of concussive fire engulfed the front ranks. In a split second, red mist, severed limbs, and scorched earth rained over the road. Screams of unbearable agony shattered the morning air as fallen men clutched torn limbs, covered blinding wounds, or stared in horror at their own exposed entrails. Merciful heavens! What happened? Fire from the sky. It came from above. What manner of demonic weapon is that? The troops trailing behind froze in absolute terror, staring at the carnage before them, trembling too violently to take another step forward. Acting District Magistrate Subhan Ali shuddered at the horrific sight, his face draining of all color. Yet the arrow was already on the bowstring, there was no turning back now. He was the district magistrate. If a single rural hamlet repelled his army, he would become the laughingstock of the entire province, his authority utterly ruined. Besides, there was only one man standing atop that primitive earthen wall. Drawing his sword, Subhan Ali bellowed at the top of his lungs, "If this rebel is not cut down, the parish will know no peace. Crush Megburi village for the crown. Any man who takes the gates shall be rewarded with land and women." Daroga Yunus, desperate to curry favor with his new master, raised his broadsword and screamed, "Take Megburi. Charge! Charge!" Charge. They had no idea that the launcher tube atop the wall was already locked onto their position. Before their war cries could finish, another thunderous report echoed off the earthen rampart. Boom! The high-explosive warhead struck the mounted command group dead center. Subhan Ali, Daroga Yunus, and several mounted officers were blown clean off their saddles in a cloud of shrapnel and scorched mud. Horses shrieked in agony as Subhan Ali and Daroga Yunus hit the dirt, dead before they touched the ground. Panic erupted through the remaining ranks. The magistrate is dead. Daroga Yunus is killed. The surviving sepoys lost every shred of military discipline, stumbling backward in absolute terror. They were merely low-paid city guards and court sepoys earning a few copper poishes a day, who in their right mind would throw their life away for a dead official. Run for your lives! Someone screamed from the rear. Without a second's hesitation, the entire 200-man force broke, abandoning Subhan Ali's mangled corpse and fleeing wildly down the dirt highway. Inside the inner courtyard, hearing two deafening explosions followed by eerie silence, the villagers huddled together near the timber gates. Logically, an army of 200 armed soldiers should have breached the perimeter within minutes, yet apart from distant, fading shrieks, no further sounds came from outside. Jahangir turned to Matabar Sunahar, whose entire frame was shaking like a leaf. Brother-in-law, does blowing up the district magistrate count as open rebellion? They just slaughtered the crown's magistrate and his court constables. Sunahar stammered, his hands convulsing as beads of cold sweat poured down his forehead. Need you even ask, you fool? Jahangir's knees went weak, his mouth opening and closing without sound. The surrounding villagers exchanged terrified looks, their hearts sinking into their boots. Everyone knew that open rebellion against the emperor was a treasonous crime punishable by death and the total extermination of 9 generations. Every soul in Megbury, and the surrounding hamlets, was now tied to the same sinking ship. Jahangir mustered his courage, looking at Sunahar. Matabar Sahib, shouldn't we go outside and see? Regardless of the consequences, Zion was his brother-in-law, he couldn't simply cower behind the wall. Sunahar hesitated, swallowed hard, and offered a weak nod. Stepping tremulously, the two men made their way toward the outer timber gates. Zion stepped down from the rammed earth rampart, racked the bolt on his M16 assault rifle, and walked out through the village gates, pursuing the panicked, fleeing troops like a shepherd driving sheep. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. Controlled bursts of automatic fire cut through the retreating ranks, dropping fleeing sepoys every few paces. Run! The demon is behind us. The soldiers shrieked, sprinting desperately, wishing their parents had given them 4 legs instead of 2. Further down the highway, Nusrat, Farhana, Samira, Light and Mia, and Sohel lay in wait among the dense pine woods flanking the pass. Spotting the panicked mob charging down the trail, they opened fire. Bang! Bang! Nusrat squeezed the trigger of her semi-automatic pistol. Due to the dense pack of fleeing men, her first shot punched clean through a sepoy's chest, dropping him instantly. Her eyes lit up with intense thrill as she felt the power of the recoil. Beside her, Farhana and Samira emptied their magazines into the packed trail with disciplined precision. High-velocity lead tore through leather armor and wool tunics. Light and Mia and Sohel, while lacking firearms, drew their composite bows with lethal speed, dropping several fleeing guards with iron-tipped arrows. In less than 2 minutes, another 20 sepoys crumpled onto the dirt path. Horrified beyond endurance, the remaining survivors threw down their swords, dropped onto their knees in the mud, and wept hysterically for mercy. Nusrat led her group out from the treeline, securing the perimeter and surrounding the weeping captives. Moments later, Zion strolled out of the brush, snapping his fingers with a warm, approving smile. Exceptional work, team. Nusrat looked at the heavy M16 assault rifle in Zion's hands, then down at her compact pistol, her dark eyes filled with curiosity. Husband, can you teach me how to make my iron weapon grow larger like yours? Zion offered a dry, playful grin. I can't teach the weapon to grow, love, but I'll give you a hand with a larger rifle later. Nusrat's eyes brightened with anticipation. Truly, husband? Naturally, Zion nodded. Every one of you will be issued a rifle. Nusrat looked down at the 20 kneeling, weeping sepoys, her brow furrowing slightly. Husband, what shall we do with these captives? Execute them, Zion replied coolly, his voice devoid of warmth. The kneeling guards trembled violently, several wetting their trousers on the spot. Master. Spare us. Mercy. We were only obeying Magistrate Subhan Ali's orders. We didn't want to come. Mercy, Sahib. Mercy. Zion remained entirely unmoved. In a feudal conflict, he possessed zero infrastructure to guard or feed 20 prisoners of war. Leaving them alive created an immediate security risk within his perimeter. He signaled Lighten and the archers to step back, raised his rifle, and thumbed the selector switch. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A continuous volley of automatic fire swept the path. Within seconds, the weeping captives collapsed into the dirt, silence reclaiming the pine grove. The archers stood in awed silence, staring at the sheer, terrifying efficiency of modern firepower. Dozens of armed men had been eliminated in a heartbeat. Moments later, Mitabar Sunahar and Jahangir picked their way down the blood-soaked trail, stepping carefully over scattered corpses and severed limbs. The sight before them left both men completely speechless. Over 200 armed imperial guards had been utterly obliterated by a handful of people. The sheer brutality and speed of Zion's methods surpassed human imagination. Zion. Mitabar Sunahar asked, his voice trembling as he looked at his son-in-law. What do we do now? Zion looked at the old man, his dark eyes gleaming with absolute, unflinching resolve. Things have reached the point of no return, father-in-law. This corrupt, predatory world leaves us no choice. We raise the banner of rebellion. Hearing the declaration, Nusrat, Lighten Mia, and the archers showed not a trace of panic. Instead, their eyes burned with fierce excitement. Farhana and Samira stood stoic at Zion's side, their hands resting on their sidearms. Jahangir swallowed hard. He knew that refusing to rebel now meant sitting in Megbury waiting for an imperial executioner. Mitabar Sunahar stared at Zion, the sheer terror in his heart slowly giving way to grim acceptance. As the village leader and Zion's father-in-law, the crown would hang him from the nearest banyan tree regardless of whether he carried a blade or not. Their fates were irrevocably bound together. Taking a deep, steadying breath, Mitabar Sunahar asked in a grave, resonant voice, "Have you truly set your mind to it, son-in-law?" "What is our first objective?" Zion raised his eyes toward the northern horizon, a cold, confident smirk touching his lips. "We take Dakshinpur city." Chapter 46, A Taste of Peanuts. But we simply haven't the men. Elder Sunahar stared at Zion, his old face lined with deep, heavy anxiety. Zion understood his father-in-law's concern. Taking Dakshinpur city itself would not be difficult with his tactical firepower, but holding a regional capital required manpower. Even if he combined the mountain fighters from Pagla Pahar, Fairaz Mia's street scouts, and his own compound guards, he barely commanded 100 men. Mobilizing the local villagers was essential. "Let us return to the village first," Zion said smoothly. They walked back through the timber gates of Megbury, where the entire hamlet had gathered near the central square. Every face betrayed a volatile mix of panic and utter awe. After all, watching a handful of men annihilate an imperial force of over 200 sepoys was a spectacle beyond human comprehension. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, Zion mounted the scaffold stairs of the rammed earth wall. He gathered his thoughts for a short breath, then cupped his hands in a formal, respectful salute to the gathered villagers. "Uncles, brothers, fellow villagers. You all witnessed what transpired along the highway today." Zion's voice boomed across the square, carrying clear and unwavering authority. "I, Zion, did not merely strike down the corrupt darogas, I obliterated the entire force sent by the magistrate." He paused, letting his gaze sweep over the silent crowd. "These imperial officials care nothing for the lives of common folk. They allow mountain raiders, corrupt landlords, and local bullies to burn, plunder, and murder without lifting a finger, leaving countless families broken and ruined. What is worse," Zion pressed, his voice rising, "these parasites ride into our parishes to squeeze us dry, levying extortionate taxes and stripping the blood and sweat from honest working men." Zion's eyes flashed like dark embers. "Tell me, brothers, did such parasites deserve to die?" A heavy silence hung over the square for 3 long seconds. Then, a young blacksmith from the rear raised a dirt-caked fist, roaring at the top of his lungs, "They deserved death." The spark caught instantly. Dozens of voices joined in, until the square erupted into a thunderous, unified roar that shook the trees. They deserved death. Death to the parasites. Zion offered a satisfied nod, raising his hand to quiet the crowd. The roar subsided into attentive silence. The northern provinces are already engulfed in war against a corrupt court, Zion declared passionately. The time has come for brave men to draw steel. Today, I, Zion, raise the banner of rebellion against this bloodthirsty empire. A collective gasp rippled through the gathering. Raising the banner of rebellion was no small matter. It meant casting oneself into a war where defeat meant total extermination. Seeing their hesitation, Zion raised his arm high, his voice echoing across the hills like thunder. Are lords and ministers born with special blood? Are common men born to be crushed underfoot? He looked into their eyes, shouting, "Who among you is willing to raise the banner of righteousness alongside me?" Murmurs rippled through the crowd. Among 200 men, there were naturally timid souls who shrunk back, but there were far more whose blood burned with long-suppressed indignation. The reality before them was blindingly clear. The court was corrupt and predatory, while local warlords and landlords bled the people dry. Had Zion not returned to Megbury, half the village would have starved to death months ago. Instead, Zion paid them daily wages in silver, fed them fresh mutton, and built a massive rampart to protect their families. Every single soul in Megbury knew who had given them life. A broad-shouldered young man named Jalal Mia shoved his way out from the crowd, stepping to the front of the scaffold. He looked up at Zion, shouting passionately, "Master Zion, I, Jalal, will follow you into the fire. Command us." Jalal Mia had long idolized Zion. The young scholar had executed mountain raiders, humbled city bullies, planted miraculous sweet potatoes, and built a massive rampart at his own expense to feed the parish. Every single act was a blessing for the common folk. If they did not follow such a leader now, when would they ever stand tall? Count me in. And me. I'll fight. In less than a quarter of an hour, over 100 men stepped forward from the crowd. Zion selected 100 of the strongest, most capable young men to form his primary assault force, while assigning the older men to the local village defense militia under Elder Sunahar's command. To ensure his new recruits had zero worries for their families, Zion made a firm promise on the spot. Every man who marched with him would receive 50 kilograms of white rice and 5 silver takas up front for his household. Returning to his compound, Zion accessed his spatial sanctuary, pulling out 100 sacks of white rice and a chest of silver takas. Elder Sunahar and Jahangir oversaw the immediate distribution to the recruits' families. Son-in-law, Elder Sunahar asked, looking at the rising ramparts, "Shall we continue the masonry work on the wall?" "Naturally, father-in-law," Zion replied firmly. "This parish will become our primary supply base." Leaving Farhana and Samira to guard the compound and oversee the village militia, Zion gathered his 100 recruits, Nusrat, Lighten Mia, and Sohul, setting off along the southern highway toward Dakshinpur city. Along the road, the recruits scavenged the weapons of the fallen sepoys, arming themselves with iron sabers, spearheads, and leather shields. By the time the column reached the southern suburbs of Dakshinpur, every man carried steel in his grip. The crimson hues of sunset painted the sky as they approached the southern gates. Zion instructed Nusrat to hold the main body of recruits in the pine grove outside the city, while he led Lighten Mia, Sohul, and 4 mounted archers straight toward the southern gatehouse. Near the archway, 4 court sepoys were preparing to slide the heavy timber crossbars into place for the night. "Hold it there, country boy," the sepoy leader barked, stepping into the middle of the road with an arrogant grin, holding out an open palm. "Gates are closing. If you want to slip through, it'll cost you a silver taka per horse." Zion reined in his white stallion, leaning forward with a pleasant, polite smile. "Tell me, friend, do you fancy a taste of peanuts?" The sepoy leader's face contorted in sudden rage. "Insolent commoner. Are you begging for a grave?" Pfft. Zion raised his suppressed sidearm, placing a lead round squarely through the sepoy's forehead. Before the corpse could hit the cobbles, Lighten Mia and the mounted archers drew their sabers, charging forward and cutting down the remaining 3 sepoys within seconds. Seeing their officers slaughtered, the gate guards threw down their pikes and fled down the main thoroughfare in sheer panic. Rebellion. "The rebels are in the city." Lighten and Sohul chased them off, securing the southern gatehouse. Kill. Pedestrians along the main avenue scattered in wild panic, screaming as they bolted into side alleys. Nusrat immediately led the 100 armed villagers through the open gatehouse into the city. Seeing the city gate taken so effortlessly without a single casualty, the recruits' initial nervousness evaporated, replaced by soaring morale and fierce excitement. Dakshinpur city possessed virtually zero garrison forces at that moment. Subhan Ali had marched every available sepoy and constable straight into Zion's ambush at Meghburi. Zion divided his forces smoothly, assigning 20 recruits to hold each of the 4 city gates under Lighton's command, while Nusrat rode to the western quarter compound to rally Firaz Mia's 36 street scouts and Farhad Hossein. Zion himself led the remaining force of 40 men straight toward the district court building. Along the commercial avenues, shopkeepers slammed their wooden shutters, bolting their doors in terror. Whether it was a raider attack or an armed uprising, common folk knew that city fighting meant plunder and chaos. Panic gripped every neighborhood. Meanwhile, the 3 royal inspectors from Uttarpur, who had spent the entire day indulging in the city's finest courtesan houses, were strolling back toward the district court, intending to extract a hefty bribe from Subhan Ali before departing. Suddenly, turning the corner onto the court avenue, they ran headlong into 40 armed men brandishing iron sabers and spears. Merciful heavens! Rebels! Run! Inspector Qasim shrieked, his face turning pale as paper. Leaving their silk shawls behind, the 3 royal inspectors turned on their heels and sprinted frantically toward the northern gates. Reaching the north gate, they found the guards preparing to bolt the heavy doors in panic. Open up! Open the gates! Qasim screamed at the top of his lungs burning. An uprising has broken out. Open the gates at once. Fearing for their lives, the gate guards slid the heavy timber bars back, opening a narrow gap. Inspector Qasim and his 2 subordinates squeezed through the gap, fleeing into the open countryside without looking back. Just as the gap closed, Jalal Mia led 20 village recruits around the corner, sabers drawn. Hold them! Don't let those officers escape! Jalal shouted. But the royal inspectors had already vanished into the dusk outside the walls. Jalal Mia brought his team to a halt, securing the northern gatehouse. Turning to a young recruit, he said, "Guard the timber bars. I'll report to Master Zion at once." Chapter 47, Unlocking the Dungeons. Inside the district court, Zion lit a cigarette and settled into the magistrate's heavy mahogany chair. Before he could even warm his seat, Lighton Mia came running through the archway, gasping for breath. "Young master, we found a subterranean dungeon beneath the courtyard packed with dozens of captives. What shall we do with them? So many?" Zion raised an eyebrow. He picked up his assault rifle from the desk and stood up. "Lead the way." Following Lighton down a flight of damp stone steps into the dark, torchlit dungeon, Zion paused at the very first iron-barred cell. Sitting on the dirt floor with his head bowed in despair was Qudus Sahib, his new father-in-law. Looking deeper into the cell, Zion spotted the entire Ara family, men and women alike, huddled together in fear. "Break the lock, Lighton," Zion commanded smoothly. Lighton Mia stepped forward, drawing his broadsword and bringing it down with a heavy metallic clang. The rusted iron padlock shattered into pieces. Qudus Sahib snapped his head up, his dark eyes widening in absolute shock. "Zion? What in the name of the Almighty is he doing here?" He clearly wasn't a prisoner, he was holding an iron weapon and commanding the man who had just shattered the lock. Qudus Sahib scrambled out of the cell, staring at Zion with deep worry. "Son-in-law, what is happening? Have the court constables not harmed you, young master?" Before Zion could answer, a familiar, raspy voice echoed from a deeper cell down the corridor. Looking through the iron bars, Zion spotted Firaz Mia and Farhad Hossein gripping the rusted fence, staring at him in wild excitement. "Subhan Ali, you corrupt old bastard," Zion thought bitterly. "You moved fast." He signaled Lighton Mia. "Clear the locks down the entire row." Lighton nodded, marching down the corridor with his broadsword swinging. Turning back to Qudus Sahib, Zion answered his earlier question with a casual smile. "The court officials won't be giving anyone trouble anymore, father-in-law. Dead men don't make trouble for the living." Qudus Sahib froze, a violent chill running down his spine as he looked at Zion's pristine robes and the armed villagers patrolling the corridor. Zion, what on earth do you mean by that? Zion made a swift, subtle throat-slitting gesture, a dry smirk touching his lips. I wiped out Subhan Ali and his entire force along the southern highway. You. Qudus Sahib gasped, his knees turning to water as he staggered backward, nearly hitting the dirt wall. Earlier, while sitting in his cell, he had heard the faint, thunderous reports of explosions echoing from the city gates. He realized with terrifying clarity that the district court had changed hands. The young scholar had slaughtered the magistrate and seized the capital. Executing an imperial magistrate and slaughtering court sepoys was treason of the highest order. What was the difference between that and open rebellion against the crown? It's over, the House of Era is finished. Qudus Sahib cried out inwardly, if I hadn't killed them, father-in-law, none of us would be breathing right now, Zion said smoothly, clapping the old man's trembling shoulder gently. Take the family home. If the heavens fall, I shall hold them up. Qudus Sahib looked around frantically, asking, where is Gulshan Era? Sulliya Begum pushed past her husband, her face pale with motherly anxiety as she stared at Zion. Zion offered a reassuring, warm smile. She is safe at our compound in Megbury, Auntie. I shall bring her back to the city once the perimeter is secured. Very well. Qudus Sahib stammered, his mind in complete turmoil as he ushered Sulliya Begum and his family out of the dungeon. He knew Zion was right, had the scholar failed, the entire Era line would have been executed in the square. Yet the sheer scale of open rebellion filled the old merchant with paralyzing terror. Compared to treason against the crown, sitting in a court cell felt like a minor inconvenience. As the Era family hurried out, Firoz Mia, Farhad Hossain, Tariq, Rahana, and Perveen stepped out from the opened cells. Master Zion. Farhad Hossain stammered, completely bewildered. What occurred today? Shortly after you departed for the countryside, a squad of court sepoys stormed our western quarter compound and threw us all into these dungeons. Farhad had been utterly confused when arrested, and he was equally confused now upon being freed. But looking around the damp dungeon, he realized something was terribly wrong. There were no official court constables anywhere, only armed villagers and street scouts brandishing iron sabers. Zion looked Farhad Hossain dead in the eye, his voice calm and unhurried. To tell you the truth, Uncle Farhad, I have raised the banner of rebellion, our rebellion. Farhad Hossain gasped, his jaw dropping clean open. The others stood frozen, their minds going completely blank. The revelation was far too sudden, far too monumental for an ordinary citizen to process. Raising a banner against the emperor meant total war, master. Firoz Mia was the first to snap back to reality. Stepping forward, the young street scout dropped onto one knee, his dark eyes glowing with fierce, absolute devotion. Firoz follows you to the death. Command us. Good lad, Zion nodded in satisfaction. He turned to Firoz. Take coin from the treasury, buy hot flatbread and mutton from the bazaar, and distribute meals to the 20 recruits holding each of the 4 city gates. Right away, master. Firoz Mia bowed, leading the street scouts out of the cell block. Just then, Jalal Mia came sprinting down the stone steps, gasping for air as he recounted how the 3 royal inspectors from Udaipur had fled through the northern gates. Hearing the report, Zion knew that letting royal inspectors escape meant news of the uprising would reach the regional governor in Udaipur far too quickly. Suppressing the news for even a few days was critical to buy time for fortification. Turning to Lighten Mia, Zion commanded, Lighten, take 4 mounted archers and ride hard after those 3 inspectors along the northern highway. If you catch them, execute them on the spot. If they slip past you, ride straight to Pagla Pahar. Tell your brother Humayun to march his mountain fighters down to Dakshinpur city immediately. He added, have Humayun bring all weapons and provisions from the stronghold. Whatever cannot be carried, burn to the ground. Understood, young master. Lighten Mia grinned excitedly, turning on his heel and sprinting up the stairs. Hearing the name Pagla Pahar, Farhad Hossain shuddered violently. Pagla Pahar? The infamous mountain stronghold of raiders? Farhad swallowed hard, his face pale with sudden apprehension as he stared at Zion. Master Zion, are you the leader of the Pagla Pahar raiders? Rahana and her brother Tariq felt an icy chill down their spines, staring at Zion as though seeing a stranger. Zion let out a dry chuckle. Uncle Farhad, I eliminated the raiders of Pagla Pahar weeks ago. The fighters currently holding the mountain are local mountain hunters who rob corrupt landlords to feed the poor, they answered directly to me. You destroyed Pagla Pahar. Farhad Hussein's eyes widened in absolute disbelief. As a veteran street performer, Farhad knew the terrifying reputation of Pagla Pahar, a fortress of 200 cutthroats that even the district magistrate's garrison feared to approach. Before Farhad could digest the shock, Zion added casually, And I wiped out Kala Pahar's stronghold as well. Farhad Hossein nearly lost his balance. Destroying two major warlords' strongholds single-handedly meant the young scholar before him was a force beyond human comprehension. Rahana's dark eyes sparkled as she looked at Zion. If his words were true, he was not a bloodthirsty raider at all, but a legendary hero who had rid the parish of its worst tyrants. She stepped forward, her brow furrowed in curiosity. Master Zion, is everything you say truly the work of your hands? Naturally, Zion smiled. With a proper firearm in hand, a single man commands the strength of 100. Raising his M16, Zion flipped the selector switch and fired a short burst into the thick brick wall at the end of the corridor. Rat-tat-tat. Deafening reports shattered the damp silence. Brick dust, mortar, and shattered stone exploded in a cloud of debris, leaving a gaping, smoking crater in the solid wall. Farhad, Tariq, and Rahana jumped back, their eyes wide with profound shock and terror. An unassuming black rod held in a man's hands possessed the destructive power of a military catapult. Had that hail of lead struck a human torso, it would have torn the flesh to ribbons. Rahana stepped closer, staring at the smoking crater, then at the sleek dark rifle in Zion's hands, her curiosity overcoming her fear. Master Zion, what manner of weapon is this? It is called an assault rifle, love, Zion replied smoothly. A firearm. May I hold it? Zion smiled, thumbed the safety lever to lock the trigger, and passed the heavy rifle into her hands. Rahana accepted it with excitement, turning the oiled steel frame over, running her fingers along the cold barrel. Mimicking Zion's stance, she brought the stock to her shoulder and squeezed the trigger, but nothing happened. Master Zion, she asked, looking up with a confused frown, why won't it fire for me? Zion let out a subtle, playful laugh, a dry smirk touching his lips. Because the safety catch is engaged, love. If you want to fire it, I'll teach you proper handling. Rahana nodded eagerly, her expressive eyes shining with anticipation. Zion stepped behind her, wrapping his arms around her shoulders to guide her stance, adjusting her grip on the handguard, explaining the sights, and clicking the safety lever down. Align the sight, hold your breath, and squeeze, Rahana. Rahana nodded softly, squeezing the trigger. Bang! A single sharp report rang through the dungeon corridor, recoil pushing her shoulder back as a lead round punched clean into the brick wall. Rahana's delicate frame trembled slightly, a surge of adrenaline racing through her veins. Yet the exhilaration of wielding such terrifying power proved irresistible. She aimed again and squeezed the trigger 3 times in rapid succession. Bang! 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 Merciful heavens! Rahana gasped, a bright, radiant smile breaking across her face. The speed and lethal power of the weapon left her utterly captivated. Zion gently retrieved the rifle, locking the safety before turning to Farhad Hossein and his children. If your family is willing to stand with me, you are welcome in my household. If you wish to depart the city, I shall grant you silver and send you on your way without prejudice. I force no man to march into war, master. Farhad Hossein stammered, caught in deep hesitation. Rahana pulled her father aside by his tunic sleeve, her face serious. Father, the province is tearing itself apart with famine and war. Our family has wandered for years without a home or protection. Master Zion is a true leader of men, we should stand with him. Farhad stared at his daughter in surprise. He had expected her to plead for escape, yet here she was, urging him to join an armed uprising. Yet as an impoverished street performer with no land and no future, what did he truly have to lose? Before Farhad could give his answer, a deep, resonant voice called out from the dark, far cell at the end of the dungeon corridor. Master Zion. I am an iron founder and blacksmith. If you will have me, I am willing to follow you to the death. Chapter 48, Firepower Over Numbers. Zion walked deeper into the corridor toward the voice. Standing inside a dark cell was a burly, broad-shouldered man, his wrists and ankles bound in heavy iron chains, gripping the wooden bars tightly with both hands. Though his hair was matted and his face grimy, dark fury blazed in his eyes. Who are you, and why were you thrown in here? Zion asked smoothly. My name is Dilwar Hossein, master. I am a blacksmith. The burly man spat through the bars, his anger flaring bright. I was framed, master. That wretched bully Tanvir Kabir tried to force himself upon my wife. When I went to the magistrate's court to demand justice, Tanvir accused my wife of enticing him instead. Without even looking into the truth, the corrupt lawman threw me into these chains. He shook the iron bars violently. I am innocent, master. Innocent before the Almighty. Zion observed the man named Dilwar Hossein closely. His knuckles were bone white from clutching the iron bars so fiercely. His story rang true. With Zamindar Kabir's wealth and Magistrate Yaqub's backing, Tanvir Kabir had routinely committed such atrocities across the city, just as he had trapped Gulshan Era in the alleyway. Zion signaled Lighten Mia, who retrieved the ring of keys and unlocked the cell door. Blessings upon you, master. Blessings upon you. Dilwar Hossein dropped onto his knees, knocking his forehead against the stone floor, tears of relief cutting clean tracks through the dirt on his cheeks. Stand up, Zion said calmly. Tanvir Kabir has already been executed by my hand. Return to your home, see to your family, and meet me at the court tomorrow morning. Hearing that Tanvir Kabir was dead, Dilwar gasped in fierce triumph, but his excitement instantly crumbled into bitter sorrow, tears spilling down his face. Master. I have no home to return to. My wife, she. Though the blacksmith could not bring himself to speak the words, Zion understood implicitly. The poor woman had either taken her own life from shame or been murdered by the landlord's thugs. Zion reached down, hauling Dilwar up by his arm. I understand. Stand tall, brother. Standing nearby, Farhad Hossein clenched his broad fists, his dark eyes hardening as a solemn resolve took root in his heart. Dilwar's tragic tale echoed his own past, a family destroyed by a corrupt landlord, forcing him to flee his ancestral home with his son and daughter to wander the province as street performers. Farhad stepped forward, cupping his hands in a formal pledge to Zion. Master Zion, my family of 3, Farhad Hossein, Tariq, and Rahana, swear total allegiance to your cause. Wherever your blade points, we shall follow. Tariq and Rahana nodded in fierce agreement. Splendid. Zion's face turned stern as he looked at his gathered men. The Chowdhury estate, the magistrate's kin, and Subhan Ali's family have preyed upon the people of Dakshinpur like bloodthirsty parasites. Seize their estates, confiscate their ill-gotten wealth, and lock their remaining enforcers in these dungeons. Zion immediately ordered Jalal Mia, Dilwar Hossein, and Tariq to lead squads of recruits to execute the seizures. An hour later, over 20 members and enforcers of the Chowdhury, Yaqub, and Subhan Ali households were marched into the court dungeons. Squads of recruits combed through their estates, recovering immense treasures, over 10,000 silver takas in hard coin alone, alongside title deeds to 20 city mansions, commercial shops, and textile workshops. Once the recruits had eaten their fill, Zion issued formal assignments. Farhad Hossein was tasked with recruiting new fighters, Firaz Mia managed logistics and supplies, Jalal Mia and Dilwar Hossein took charge of municipal security, and Tariq oversaw city defense along the ramparts. Furthermore, Zion instituted 3 ironclad laws for all recruits: 0 looting, 0 theft, and 0 harassment of common citizens. To maintain direct oversight of court affairs, Zion, Nusrat, and Perveen moved into the private residential wing of the district court that very evening. The night passed without incident. By the following morning, timid citizens cracked open their front doors, peeking onto the avenues. Finding no roving bandits or burning buildings, merchants gradually unbolted their shop fronts, and life began returning to the bazaars. At a central square in the market quarter, Farhad Hossein and several scouts set up a wooden recruitment table beneath a banyan tree. Join the Liberation Force. Farhad bellowed to the passing crowds. 3 hot meals a day and a monthly salary of 600 copper poishes. Enlist today. Before long, a dense crowd gathered around the table, pointing and whispering among themselves. Proper mad, they are. Raising a banner with a mere handful of men? Aye. The moment the governor's imperial army marches down from Uttarpur, these rebels will be slaughtered like sheep. Enlistment? It's a death warrant, mate. Only an absolute idiot joins an army of treason. Move along, before the court sepoys mark us down as sympathizers. Within minutes, the onlookers scattered. Farhad Hossain stood with a helpless grimace. Running street performances was tough work, but recruiting soldiers for an uprising proved infinitely harder. Not a single young man stepped forward to enlist. In imperial service, a court sepoy earned barely 500 copper poishes a month. Farhad was offering 600 coppers plus 3 meals of white rice and mutton, yet the locals treated the offer like poison. How was he to report such failure to Master Zion? Farhad cleared his throat and bellowed at the top of his lungs once more, enlist in the liberation force. 3 hot meals a day and 600 copper poishes. Sign up now. A few figures shuffled up to inquire, but they were either frail elderly beggars or eccentric local vagrants. Farhad turned them away firmly. The liberation force required able-bodied, combat-ready men, not mouth-feeders to pad the head count. In stark contrast to the quiet recruitment table, the rear courtyard of the district court boomed with deafening thunder. Zion was conducting live-fire weapons training for his inner circle. Nusrat and Rahana held sleek M16 assault rifles, while Jalal Mia, Dilwar Hossain, Tariq, and Firaz Mia wielded heavy belt-fed M249 squad automatic weapons. Continuous, roaring volleys rained lead onto painted target circles along the high brick wall, shredding the masonry into a gaping honeycomb. As for where Zion pulled such terrifying military hardware from, no one asked questions. The sheer thrill of unleashing devastating firepower was intoxication enough. As dusk settled over Dakshinpur, Farhad Hossain returned to the court hall with his head hanging low. Master Zion. I have failed, Farhad murmured, his voice filled with deep anxiety. Not a single man enlisted today. He was deeply unsettled. The governor's court in Uttarpur would inevitably mobilize an army, and a full-scale imperial siege was only days away. The liberation force commanded barely 150 men, even with Zion's magical firearms. Could such a tiny force withstand thousands of imperial soldiers charging in human waves? Farhad expected a harsh scolding, but Zion merely offered an easy, unbothered smile. Think nothing of it, Uncle Farhad, Zion said casually. The first imperial wave won't prove much of a challenge. If we lack numbers right now, we simply compensate with firepower. Once we obliterate the governor's first army on the open field, local recruitment won't be a problem. Zion clapped Farhad's shoulder with a dry grin. Wouldn't you agree, Uncle? Farhad nodded slowly, realizing the wisdom in his words. The city folk viewed the liberation force as an isolated, doomed uprising. Only a decisive, crushing victory over the Crown's forces would convince them that the liberation force was here to stay. Before another word could be spoken, a village guard came sprinting into the court hall. Master. A group of riders has arrived at the north gate. Their leader claims to be Humayun of Pagla Pahar, leading over 50 mountain fighters. Brother. Nusrat gasped in excitement, her face lighting up. Husband, I'll ride out to meet him. She sprinted out of the hall before Zion could even answer. Farhad Hossain felt a wave of relief wash over him. 50 hardened mountain fighters were a significant addition. Within moments, Nusrat led Humayun and 50 broad-shouldered mountain archers into the central courtyard. Humayun was beaming with fierce joy, having never imagined his scholar brother-in-law would seize the regional capital so rapidly. Brother Zion. Humayun's booming laughter echoed across the courtyard from 20 paces away. I've missed you, mate, ha ha ha. Inspecting Humayun closely, Farhad Hossain noted that the mountain commander carried himself with a chivalrous, martial dignity rather than the coarse brutality of a raider. The 50 mountain fighters behind him were lean, sharp-eyed, and carried composite bows and heavy broadswords, seasoned marksmen to a man. Chapter 49, The Imperial Advance. Commander Humayun, you move remarkably fast. Zion greeted him with a warm smile, thoroughly pleased. He had anticipated it would take until the following evening for the mountain fighters to arrive from Pagla Pahar, yet Humayun had marched his men down the mountain in record time. This mountain contingent would undoubtedly form the veteran core of the liberation force. Unlike green urban recruits, Humayun's men possessed seasoned combat experience, mountain resilience, and proven courage under fire. Humayun burst into boisterous laughter. When Leighton brought word that my scholar brother-in-law had seized the regional capital, my blood boiled. I couldn't sit still for a second. We packed our gear and marched down the mountain at breakneck speed. It is good you are here, brother. Zion's mouth curled into a dry, knowing smirk. This time, I shall lead you all on the grandest campaign of your lives. Command us, brother Zion. Humayun declared passionately, slapping his chest. Wherever you point your blade, Humayun and the mountain lads will march. Splendid. Zion nodded. Though the seas of fire will belong entirely to our enemies, Humayun laughed heartily once more. He admired his scholar brother-in-law's absolute, unflinching confidence. For a man to remain so remarkably composed while raising a banner of rebellion with barely 200 men proved he possessed unfathomable depth. The fact that Zion had wiped out the 200 raiders of Kala Pahar stronghold single-handedly was proof enough of his extraordinary power. To Humayun, Zion was no longer merely a sister's husband, he was the primary pillar holding up their entire world. Zion valued Humayun's sharp, decisive nature. Turning around, he spotted Leighton Mia stepping forward with a crestfallen, apologetic expression. Young master. I failed in the task you gave me, Leighton stammered, lowering his head. We rode hard along the northern highway, but those 3 royal inspectors vanished into the brush. We couldn't catch them. Zion offered a dry chuckle, waving his hand reassuringly. Think nothing of it, Leighton. Once trained court officers vanish into dense timber, catching them on horseback is near impossible. You did well to ride straight to Pagla Pahar. Seeing zero blame in his master's eyes, Leighton and his archers breathed a collective sigh of relief, their spirits lifting instantly. Zion looked over the assembled men. Rest well tonight, brothers. Tomorrow, I shall begin instructing every man in the handling of our new weapons. Hearing the promise, every eyes lit up with intense excitement. When entering the city, Nusrat had shown them her compact sidearm and explained its miraculous power. The mountain fighters were burning with anticipation, eager to equip themselves with weapons that could sweep away whole armies. However, surveying the 200 men gathered in the courtyard, Zion noticed a glaring issue. The recruits wore a mismatched assortment of farm tunics, mountain furs, and captured sepoy vests. If the liberation force was to stand as a legitimate army rather than a chaotic band of raiders, uniform attire was essential to build discipline, morale, and visual authority. Zion summoned Firaz Mia, instructing him to commission 200 sets of matching dark red military tunics and trousers from the city textile workshops immediately. 3 days passed in the blink of an eye. The textile workshops worked day and night, delivering 200 dark red military tunics. Every recruit changed into the uniform, transforming the ragged force into a sleek, disciplined military unit. To complete the gear, Zion issued tactical load-bearing vests duplicated from his spatial sanctuary to every soldier, allowing them to carry extra magazines and ammunition pouches effortlessly. Over those 3 days, the entire 200-man force underwent intensive marksmanship training in the courtyards. Recruits demonstrating natural precision were issued M16 assault rifles, while those with broader shot patterns were assigned belt-fed M249 squad automatic weapons. Ammunition supply was never an issue. Zion pulled endless crates of lead rounds from his spatial sanctuary, adhering to the timeless tactical rule: precision is built on spent brass, and where precision fails, overwhelming firepower compensates. On the 3rd afternoon, continuous, deafening volleys echoed through the district court. Zion stood under the hall veranda, a cigarette dangling from his lips, calmly correcting firing stances and magazine changes. Suddenly, frantic, heavy footsteps thundered from the outer archway. Master Zion. Tariq came sprinting into the courtyard, gasping for breath. Master. Imperial scouts spotted along the northern highway. The governor's army is approaching the north gate. The deafening gunfire ceased instantly. Every soldier thumbed their safety levers, turning their heads toward Zion. Yet there was zero panic in their dark eyes, only fierce, surging excitement. Though they had trained for a mere 3 days, every man was burning to test his new weapon against an imperial army on the open field. Zion pondered for a brief second, then turned to Humayun. "Commander Humayun, take 50 mounted mountain fighters and slip out through the west gate immediately. Circle around through the pine ridges to take position behind the enemy column. Cut off their retreat." "Understood, Brother Zion." Humayun cupped his hands, a fierce grin spreading across his face. "Not a single imperial dog leaves this valley breathing." Zion nodded, then motioned for Lighten Mia and Firaz Mia to follow him into his private study. Click. Locking the teak door behind them, Zion accessed his spatial sanctuary, pulling out 2 single-soldier rocket launchers, 4 heavy crates of high-explosive rockets, and 4 crates of fragmentation hand grenades, stacking them on the mahogany desk. He opened the study door, calling the guards outside to carry the crates to the ramparts. When the recruits saw the massive metallic tubes and heavy green crates, their eyes widened in absolute awe. Though they had never seen rocket launchers before, the sheer size of the barrels told them these heavy instruments possessed terrifying, apocalyptic destructive power. Where their master pulled such endless war gear from remained a mystery they dared not question. Moments later, Zion mounted the stone steps of the North Gate rampart, looking out across the northern plain. In the distance, banners fluttered in the afternoon wind above a dense, dark column of imperial troops, at least 1,500 armed infantry and mounted sepoys marching in tight battle order. Zion stroked his chin thoughtfully. An army required a proper battle flag to command authority. Turning to Firaz Mia, he instructed Firaz, "Run to the textile shops. After today's battle, our force requires its own military banner." Firaz pondered for a brief second, asking eagerly, "Master, shall it bear the character Zion?" "Aye," Zion smiled. "The Zion war banner." "Right away, Master." Firaz bowed and sprinted down the rampart stairs. Standing along the stone battlements, the recruits clutched their rifles tightly, a quiet tension hanging over the line. For many former farmers and street youths, facing 1,500 imperial soldiers was an intimidating prospect. Yet beneath their tension, their eyes burned with wild anticipation, waiting for the imperial column to enter their killing zone. In stark contrast to the recruits' eager anticipation, terror gripped the citizens of Dakshinpur city. Word that an imperial army of 1,500 soldiers had arrived to besiege the city triggered mass chaos across every quarter. Pedestrians fled into their homes, shopkeepers bolted their doors, and the bustling avenues transformed into a desolate ghost town within minutes. Virtually every merchant and citizen assumed the tiny rebel force was a mantis trying to stop a heavy cart, utterly doomed to be crushed. The imperial army would breach the gates and put the city to the sword in less than an hour, nay, in half an hour. Inside the Era family estate, utter panic reigned. Their connection to the rebel leader was far too deep. Gulshan Era was Zion's wedded wife. If the city fell, the entire house of Era would be executed. In the main reception hall, Qudus Sahib's hands trembled violently as he lifted his porcelain teacup. The duck shit tea he usually treasured tasted like bitter ash in his mouth. Sulliya Begum stood pale as death, her chest heaving as her heart hammered wildly against her ribs. "Husband, what are we to do? If the city gates fall?" "Zion." Gulshan Era. Sulliya Begum dared not finish the sentence. Qudus Sahib knew implicitly what lay ahead. He shook his head, letting out a long, defeated sigh. Alas, of all the prosperous gentlemen in the province, why did our silly daughter have to fall for a scholar who raises banners against the emperor? Why raise a rebellion with barely 200 men? Does he not know his own limits? Alas, the house of Era is doomed. I was blind, utterly blind. Qudus Sahib slumped in his chair, his eyes hollow with despair, looking as though he had already been sentenced to the gallows. "Husband, what is the use of weeping now?" Sulliya Begum cried, shaking his arm. "We must find a way to preserve our lives." Qudus Sahib snapped out of his daze, scrambling to his feet. "Quickly! Change into coarse cotton farm clothes and pack our gold coins into travel sacks. If the city gates break, we find a gap in the chaos and flee into the countryside. Chapter 50, An Unexpected Reunion. Before long, the Imperial army arrived at the northern gates of Dakshinpur city. Banners fluttered in the wind above a dark mass of soldiers, creating an atmosphere of impending doom and imminent destruction. The sunlight glinted off their drawn swords and spearheads, sending a cold shiver through the air. In the middle of the ranks, a plump, middle-aged officer with broad ears looked up at the sparse defenders along the rampart, a disdainful smirk curling his lips. Heh! A handful of rural rabble think they can hold a regional capital against the crown? What are they thinking, eh? Have they completely lost their minds? He flicked his wrist at a stern-faced squad captain beside him. Ride up and state our terms. If they throw open the gates and surrender now, I'll spare their lives. If they resist, every single rebel and their family will be put to the sword. Understood, Excellency. The captain agreed, spurred his horse forward, and galloped straight toward the gatehouse. Reaching the edge of the ditch, he looked up to inspect the young man standing in the center of the rampart, only to freeze in his saddle. Why does that gentleman look so familiar? Could it be him? Impossible. Completely impossible. The scholar he knew was a penniless, timid bookworm. Even if you gave the lad 10,000 lives, he wouldn't possess the spine to raise a banner against the emperor. Shaking off the absurd thought, the captain raised his voice, shouting at the top of his lungs, "Listen up on the wall. Open the gates and surrender immediately, and your lives shall be spared. Resist, and your entire bloodline will be exterminated." Up on the rampart, Zion was equally stunned. The voice, the posture, the stern face, the captain was the spitting image of his wife Layla's second elder brother. Master. Lighten Mia, standing beside Zion, brought his rifle up, his finger itching on the trigger. The captain is far too arrogant. Shall I take his head? Hold your fire. Zion stopped him instantly. No one fires a single round without my explicit command. The recruits exchanged confused looks, but none dared disobey. Zion pondered for a quick second, then leaned over the battlements, shouting down, "If your commander is sincere about terms, send an officer into the gatehouse to confer." The recruits were thoroughly baffled. They had raised the banner of rebellion. What was there to confer about? Why not simply cut the imperial force down with machine guns? They had no idea what was running through Zion's mind. If that captain truly was Layla's second brother, Sohel Mia, he couldn't possibly execute his own brother-in-law. Besides, dragging out a conversation bought precious time for Humayun's mounted fighters to circle around the imperial rear. Down below, Captain Sohel Mia's brow furrowed into deep lines. That clear, unbothered voice sounded exactly like his bookish brother-in-law. Bloody hell, could it truly be him? A sudden chill ran down Sohel Mia's spine. If his own brother-in-law was leading an armed uprising against the crown, his entire family would be dragged to the gallows for treason. He had to verify the truth immediately. Keep the gates clear. Sohel Mia called out, turning his horse and galloping back toward the Imperial Command Group. Excellency. Sohel Mia cupped his hands to the plump officer. The rebels request an officer enter the gatehouse to negotiate surrender terms. I ask Excellency's permission to ride in. The plump commander raised his eyebrows in mild surprise, then burst into a booming, arrogant laugh. Ha ha ha. A bunch of terrified commoners. Now they realize what faces them, eh? Ha ha ha. Stroking his beard, he added, they wouldn't dare attempt a trick against 1,500 men. Go inside and deliver my terms, total surrender, or no quarter given. At your command, Excellency. Sohel Mia turned his horse and galloped back toward the timber gatehouse. Seeing him approach alone, Zion motioned to Nusrat, stepping down the scaffold stairs toward the gatehouse. If it was indeed Sohel Mia, he couldn't let the man ride back into the imperial line. If it wasn't, an imperial officer inside the gate was a dead man anyway. Reaching the heavy timber gates, Zion instructed the village guards, open the gates. The guards hesitated, nervous that imperial cavalry might charge through the gap. Yet discipline prevailed, and 2 guards pulled back the heavy crossbars. As the heavy oak door creaked open, the rider spurred his mount inside. The guards gripped their rifles tightly, their eyes locked on the captain, ready to riddle him with lead if he made a single hostile move. The captain glanced at the dark, unusual metallic instruments in the recruit's hands, feeling a fleeting moment of confusion. The weapons were dark, lacked sharp steel blades, and carried no spearheads. On an open battlefield, wouldn't such short rods leave a man helpless? He sneered inwardly, thinking to himself that if common farmers wanted to play at war, they ought to look in a mirror first. The heavy timber gates swung shut behind him. Zion stepped out from the shadows of the archway. In the dim light of the gatehouse, the two men locked eyes, and their expressions froze in mutual shock. Zion. Brother Sohul. Both spoke at the same time. Captain Sohul Mia's eyes nearly bulged clean out of his sockets. He had never imagined in his wildest dreams that a penniless, soft scholar from Megbury village would slaughter the district magistrate and lead an armed uprising. A flash of sharp anger erupted in Sohul Mia's eyes as he pointed a trembling finger at Zion's face. It really is you, you foolish cur. Instead of staying home and reading your scholarly texts, you're raising a rebellion? Do you have any idea what you've done? This is a crime punishable by death. Sohul Mia's lips trembled with rage. He looked as though he wanted to leap off his saddle and thrash the young man right then and there. Husband, who is this officer? Nusrat asked, stepping up with her hand resting on her sidearm, thoroughly confused by the sudden familiarity on a battlefield. Husband? Sohul Mia's eyes flared even brighter with rage. Zion. You miserable bastard. What have you done to my sister Layla? Zion offered a dry, sheepish grin, raising his hands harmlessly. Brother Sohul, don't misunderstand. Layla is in good health at home. I treat her with complete devotion, you know I'd never let her suffer. Nusrat realized instantly that the Imperial captain was Layla's elder brother, which explained why Zion had forbidden the archers from opening fire. You've taken secondary wives, haven't you? Sohul Mia demanded, his anger cooling slightly into sharp displeasure. Zion offered a subtle nod, thinking to himself that it was somewhat more than just a secondary wife. He maintained a full household of 5 now. Shifting the topic, Zion chuckled softly. Brother Sohul, I certainly didn't expect to meet you leading an Imperial vanguard. Sohul Mia's face darkened, interrupting with a sharp scoff. You're on the threshold of your own execution, and you can still laugh. Quick, ride out with me now. I'll kneel before the governor's officer and plead for your life. Zion stood speechless for a moment. To think his brother-in-law still believed in the mercy of Imperial commanders. Brother Sohul, are you truly that naive? Zion asked dryly. If I ride out there, do you honestly believe the governor will grant mercy? And what of the 200 recruits who stood with me? Do you think the crown spares rebels? Sohul Mia was no fool. He understood the reality as well as anyone. Yet he could think of no alternative. Furthermore, as the brother of a rebel's primary wife, his own neck was on the line if the crown investigated his family. His stern demeanor collapsed into deep, agonizing anxiety. He let out a long, heavy sigh, complaining bitterly, why of all things did you have to raise a rebellion? What are we to do now? Zion smiled casually, his tone entirely relaxed. Brother Sohul, I'm not boasting, but that 1,500-man force outside isn't enough to fill the gap between my teeth. Sohul Mia's temper flared right back up. He was convinced the scholar had gone completely mad from reading too many books. How could a man with 200 recruits defeat 1,500 Imperial soldiers? It was pure suicide. He pointed at Zion again, shouting, Zion, have you lost your mind? How can a handful of farmers fight an Imperial army? You're marching straight into your own grave. Chapter 51, 300 paces. Faced with Captain Sohul Mia's panicked anxiety, Zion simply smiled, turning to give Nusrat a playful wink. Show Brother Sohul what your weapon can do, love. Nusrat offered a sharp nod, stepped forward 2 paces, thumbed the safety off, raised her compact sidearm, and squeezed the trigger in rapid succession toward the brick gatehouse wall. Bang! 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 Puffs of masonry dust erupted instantly as lead rounds punched clean holes through the solid brickwork, shattering chunks of mortar. Captain Sohul Mia stared in absolute astonishment. He had never imagined the dark, compact tube he had dismissed moments ago could discharge such thunderous reports, let alone shatter thick masonry. If a bullet struck a human torso, it would punch straight through armor and bone, inflicting far more terrifying damage than a heavy war arrow. Dismounting from his stallion in a flash, Sohul Mia strode over to Zion, his eyes wide with burning curiosity. Brother-in-law. What manner of weapon is this? In all my years in the Imperial Border Guard, I have never witnessed such an instrument. If you'd seen one before, mate, Zion thought with a dry chuckle, I'd be seeing a ghost. Aloud, Zion smiled casually. It's called a firearm, Brother Sohul. It takes a man's life with absolute precision from 300 paces away. 300 paces. Sohul Mia gasped, utterly thunderstruck. A standard military bow possessed an effective lethal range of barely 100 paces. Even an elite composite longbow held by a master marksman could reach 200 paces at best. Yet this compact steel tube could strike dead at 300 paces with instantaneous speed. That meant Zion's men could obliterate an entire line of archers before the enemy could even notch their arrows or draw their bowstrings. Sohul Mia swallowed hard, asking hesitantly, Are you speaking the truth, Zion? Naturally, Zion grinned. To tell you the truth, Brother Sohul, I possess weapons vastly more powerful than this pistol. Do you honestly think I would lead 200 brave men into an uprising if we were marching to our deaths? Taking in his brother-in-law's relaxed, absolute confidence, Sohul Mia nodded blankly. It made logical sense. No sane man would raise a banner against the crown without overwhelming leverage. Sohul Mia shifted the topic, his brow furrowing. Tell me truly, Zion, why did you choose to take this path? Zion briefly outlined the predatory atrocities committed by Zamindar Kabir Chowdhury, Magistrate Yaqub, and Assistant Magistrate Subhan Ali, how they preyed on merchant daughters, gelded innocents, extortionately taxed the parish, and sent hit squads to slaughter entire households. As the tale unfolded, Sohul Mia clenched his fists so hard his knuckles turned white, his eyes burning with indignation. As a soldier, he knew the crown's provincial officials were corrupt to the core, caring nothing for the common folk. Furthermore, he realized with terrifying clarity that his family was already implicated. The provincial commander's promises of mercy upon surrender were hollow lies meant for fools. The moment a rebel laid down his arms, he and his entire bloodline were marched straight to the gallows. If death was the only guaranteed outcome under imperial rule, why not strike a blow for freedom? Sohul Mia slammed his fist against the gatepost, roaring angrily, Curse those bloodthirsty parasites. I, Sohul Mia, throw in my lot with you. Zion smiled inwardly. His brother-in-law was far from a rigid imperial loyalist. Here is the plan, Brother Sohul, Zion outlined smoothly. We stage a fake surrender. You ride back out, declare that I am bringing my core men out to lay down arms. The moment the provincial commander steps forward, I'll put a bullet through his head. In the chaos, we call upon the imperial troops to lay down their arms. Zion added softly, if they surrender without a fight, fewer men need die today. Sohul Mia looked at him nervously. Brother-in-law, are you certain your 200 men can handle 1,500 imperial troops if they charge? Zion offered an easy grin. Haha. Would I gamble my own neck on a bluff, mate? Right then. We do it your way. Sohul Mia agreed resolutely. Zion briefly briefed the recruits along the ramparts, instructing them to hold their positions until his signal. The timber gates creaked open once more. Sohul Mia mounted his stallion and galloped back toward the imperial lines. Zion then led 100 dark red-clad recruits through the gatehouse, forming a tight, disciplined firing line outside the city wall under the shadow of the gate. Zion stood at the center, flanked by Nusrat, Rahana, Lighten Mia, and Firaz Mia. Looking across the open plain at 1,500 imperial troops arrayed in battle order, the young recruits felt a surge of nervous tension. Noticing their stiff postures, Zion called out calmly, Steady, lads. No need for nerves. The moment I fire my opening shot, open fire on any soldier who draws steel. Understood, master. Keep your muzzles locked on the enemy officers. And mind you don't hit my brother-in-law Sohul. Understood. The recruits bellowed in unison. Rahana, standing beside Zion with her M16 rifle held tight, looked at him anxiously. Master Zion, What if the Imperial commander orders an immediate cavalry charge the moment we step out? It's possible, Zion replied smoothly, turning to her. We react to whatever they throw at us. So long as every man keeps a cool head and controls his trigger finger, our 100 rifles will chew them to pieces. As he spoke, his gaze drifted down to her athletic, supple figure, accentuated by her tight red tunic vest. Noticing his eyes, Rahana's cheeks flushed crimson, her breath catching as she lowered her head bashfully. Well, Zion thought with an amused, subtle smirk, the fierce martial lass turns shy when looked at. Nusrat, standing on his other side, glanced over at the advancing Imperial force and spoke with absolute confidence. Husband, backed by our 50 mountain archers on the flank, we can easily crush this force. Zion nodded. His willingness to stage a fake surrender rather than open fire with heavy explosives from the start was driven by a practical need for military manpower. To build a true liberation force, expanding his standing army was essential. Imperial border guards possessed formal martial conditioning and physical stamina vastly superior to raw civilian recruits. Fed well with mutton and rice, and trained under his command, they would form formidable units. Before long, the 1,500-man Imperial column surged forward down the dirt highway, dust clouds billowing into the sky beneath thousands of marching boots. At the center of the column, the plump provincial commander rode a magnificent warhorse, his chin held high with supreme arrogance, eyeing the 100 red-clad defenders outside the gatehouse with utter contempt. Precisely as Zion anticipated, the provincial commander ordered no immediate charge. In his eyes, 100 unarmed commoners outside the gate could be drowned in a puddle of spit. Moreover, they carried strange dark rods rather than drawn steel blades. The commander smirked, thoroughly satisfied with the apparent surrender. The Imperial vanguard halted 10 paces from Zion's red-clad line. The plump provincial commander reined in his mount, looking down at the young scholar standing flanked by 2 strikingly beautiful women as though staring at a complete fool. Yet taking in Nusrat's fierce beauty and Rahana's athletic grace, a greasy, lustful smirk crossed his face. You are the leader of these rebels? The commander sneered loudly. Zion stood casually, his hands tucked loosely into his sleeves, his right hand gripping a suppressed pistol inside his broad cuff. Hearing the question, Zion offered a pleasant, beaming smile. Mate. I am your grandfather. The Imperial ranks froze in absolute shock. The scholar's words carried zero reverence, it was an open, outrageous insult. The provincial commander's face contorted in rabid fury, his eyes bulging with red veins. Insolent cur. I shall have you flayed alive and fed to the dogs. Officers, slaughter every rebel where they stand. Pfft. Before the command could leave his throat, a quiet, suppressed crack echoed across the quiet field. A clean lead round punched clean through the center of the provincial commander's forehead. His furious roar died instantly in his throat, his eyes rolling back as his heavy body swayed in the saddle, pitching forward and crashing onto the dirt road with a loud, heavy thud. Silence fell over the 1,500 Imperial troops. They stared in paralyzed, wide-eyed horror at their fallen commander. The supreme provincial commander of Utterpur, executed in a fraction of a second. Sohulmia was briefly startled by the instantaneous execution, but his veteran instincts kicked in immediately. Drawing his steel saber with a sharp swing, he turned and sliced his blade clean across the throat of an arrogant staff officer riding beside him. Guh. You. The young officer clutched his spurting throat, blood pouring through his fingers before he tumbled dead from his saddle. Sohulmia had suffered endless harassment from the arrogant staff officer during his border service, and took this chaotic moment to settle the score permanently. Seeing their provincial commander and chief staff officer cut down within 2 seconds, the Imperial ranks collapsed into utter panic and confusion. Sohulmia raised his blood-stained saber high into the afternoon air, his voice roaring like thunder across the ranks. Lay down your weapons and your lives shall be spared. The Liberation Force offers mercy. Yet another squad captain in the front rank, seeing a golden opportunity for promotion in the sudden power vacuum, drew his blade and bellowed, Sohulmia has committed treason. Forward, brothers. Slaughter the traitors and win royal rewards. Chapter 52, Total Victory for the Liberation Force. As soon as the rebel captain issued his command, the Imperial sepoys drew their sabers, preparing to charge. Shouts filled the air. Kill them, cut down the traitors. Before they could take a single stride, the sharp, cracking report rang out once more. Pfft. The captain's head snapped back, a red hole appearing between his eyes as he tumbled backward off his mount, hitting the dirt with a heavy thud. Seeing another senior officer killed in a fraction of a second, the advancing Imperial sepoys froze mid-stride, their minds going blank. What in the name of the Almighty are we even fighting against? In that split second of paralyzed silence, Zion raised his hand and gave the order, fire. In an instant, a continuous, deafening volley erupted along the red-clad firing line. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. A chorus of agonizing shrieks shattered the afternoon air. Ag! Merciful heavens, my leg! The Imperial ranks behind them stood thoroughly stunned, unable to process the horror unfolding before their eyes. Men were dropping like harvested wheat. Whole files of soldiers collapsed onto the road in seconds, their blood soaking the dry soil. To the Imperial troops, that continuous, sharp cracking sound was not an iron weapon, it was the whisper of Azrael, cold and unavoidable. Though the Liberation Force recruits were heavily outnumbered, the engagement was entirely one-sided. The young former farmers and street scouts were trembling with adrenaline, but squeezing the trigger of an automatic rifle offered an intoxicating sense of absolute power. At 10 paces, every burst hit meat. Who could have imagined that the once dreaded Imperial Border Guard, reputed to be invincible in the southern parishes, would be slaughtered like sheep in a pen? Within 2 minutes, sheer, unadulterated panic swept through the Imperial ranks. The surviving sepoys threw down their heavy shields and turned on their heels, fleeing wildly down the dirt highway. Run! The rebels command magic. Flee for your lives. Standing beside Zion, Captain Sohul Mia gasped in absolute, horrified shock. Had the young scholar standing before him not been his own brother-in-law, Sohul Mia knew he would already be a corpse on the road. The scholar's unbothered composure on the rampart was fully justified. He commanded apocalyptic power. Sohul Mia raised his saber once more, shouting at the fleeing mob, "Lay down your weapons and your lives will be spared. Surrender and you will not be killed." Yet the fleeing sepoys were consumed by blind panic, their ears deaf to any calls for surrender as they trampled over one another to escape the killing zone. Zion took 2 steps back, reached into his spatial sanctuary, retrieved 2 fragmentation hand grenades, pulled the pins with his teeth, and lobbed them high over the fleeing crowd. The iron cylinders arced through the air, dropping squarely into the densest pack of retreating soldiers. Boom! Boom! 2 thunderous detonations blasted the dirt road open. Jagged shrapnel tore through leather armor and flesh, throwing bodies into the air and raining blood over the surrounding brush. Screams of unbearable agony echoed across the field. Arg! The Liberation Force recruits stared in stunned silence before breaking into wild, ecstatic cheers. Glory to Master Zion! Look at the blast! The explosive power of the hand grenades surpassed their assault rifles by 10 times. Sohul Mia's jaw dropped. If my brother-in-law possesses endless supplies of these explosive cylinders, he thought, shuddering, the Emperor's entire army won't survive a month. Despite the explosions, the surviving Imperial sepoys kept running, desperate to put distance between themselves and the gatehouse. Sohul Mia turned his horse to Zion, his voice laced with anxiety. Brother-in-law. The Imperial troops are panicked beyond reason, they won't stop running. What do we do now? Zion offered an easy, unbothered grin. Let them run a bit further, Brother Sohul. There is a welcome party waiting for them down the road. Hearing this, Sohul Mia felt another wave of awe wash over him. He felt intensely fortunate that his sister had married this young scholar rather than an enemy. Brother-in-law, Sohul Mia murmured, shaking his head, I truly misjudged you. I had no idea you possessed such terrifying depth, haha. This is nothing, Brother Sohul. The true storm is yet to come. Zion spoke with natural, effortless authority, confidence radiating from his dark eyes. Sohul Mia noticed that when Zion spoke, his posture carried a profound, commanding gravity, completely divorced from the timid, soft scholar he remembered from months past. Weapons aside, his pure demeanor was that of a born ruler. For a moment, Sohul Mia felt as though he were staring at a complete stranger. Unbeknownst to him, the gentle scholar of old had long been replaced by a hardened, modern operator. The fleeing Imperial sepoys sprinted north down the highway, putting half a mile between themselves and the gatehouse. Just as they began celebrating their narrow escape from the rebel demons, a line of dark red-clad figures stepped out from the pine ridge, blocking the road entirely. Curse it all! We're surrounded. They've cut off the highway. Merciful heavens, it's over for us. It's over. Should we surrender? Surrender? A veteran Imperial captain spat, shoving his way through the panicked crowd. Surrender to 100 common rural rabble? Where is your pride as soldiers of the crown? If word reaches the provincial governor that 1,500 border guards surrendered to rural farmers, we'll be the laughingstock of the empire. The captain drew his heavy broadsword, his face twisting with desperate ambition. Look at them. They have barely 50 men on that ridge. If our archers provide a heavy volley, we can charge through their line in a single wave. Once we seize those iron weapons for ourselves, we'll present them to the governor and claim total victory. Though he feared the strange cracking weapons as much as any man, ambition outweighed terror. If he captured the magical firearms, he would be promoted to regional commander on the spot. But Captain, those iron rods spit fire, can we truly break them? A terrified constable whimpered. We are the Imperial Border Guard. The captain roared. Archers, notch arrows. Form line. Dozens of archers stepped forward, drawing their composite bows. Across the ridge, the 50 mountain fighters of Pagla Pahar stood in a crisp, disciplined line, their M16 assault rifles raised. Pui, Humlian spat out a blade of grass, a ferocious grin spreading across his face. Lads, give these Imperial dogs a proper mountain welcome. Rat-tat-tat-tat-tat-tat. 50 automatic rifles erupted simultaneously. Before the Imperial archers could even draw their bowstrings to their ears, a wall of high-velocity lead swept the road. Screams tore through the air as the entire front rank collapsed in a heap of blood and shattered armor. The ambitious captain was the first to be hit. 6 lead rounds punched clean through his head and chest, dropping him stone dead before his sword hit the gravel. To the Imperial troops, that continuous, mechanical rattling was the sound of absolute slaughter. Flee! They're spouting fire, no man dared charge. The archers threw down their bows, and the entire 1,500-man column broke in total, chaotic panic, turning right back toward the city gates. Moments later, Zion and Sovolmia rode up from the south, flanked by the main body of red-clad recruits. Finding themselves trapped between 2 firing lines, the Imperial sepoys stopped dead in their tracks, staring in horror like men who had seen a phantom in broad daylight. They froze, trembling violently, their knees knocking together. Sovolmia rode his stallion to the front, raising his sword high, his voice echoing across the valley like thunder. Lay down your weapons and your lives shall be spared. Surrender or die. This time, zero hesitation remained. Clang! 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 1,500 Imperial sepoys threw their broadswords, spears, and shields onto the dirt, dropping onto their knees in unison, bowing their heads to the cobbles in complete submission. The Liberation Force recruits broke into triumphant cheers. A force of barely 200 rural recruits and mountain archers had utterly routed an Imperial army of 1,500 soldiers without suffering a single casualty. It was a miracle beyond human precedent. Zion reined in his white stallion, turning to Firaz Mia. Firaz, take 10 scouts and ride into the city bazaars. Announce to every neighborhood that the governor's army has suffered a crushing defeat, and the Liberation Force holds total victory. Right away, master. Firaz beamed, galloping off with his scouts. Zion then turned to Sovolmia, smiling warmly. Brother Sovol, from today, these 1,500 surrendered sepoys are under your direct command. Sovolmia's eyes gleamed with wild excitement. With 1,500 disciplined border guards added to Zion's magical firepower, who in the entire province could stand against them? Zion glanced over the kneeling Imperial captives, noticing many were elderly conscripts or trembling with fear. He looked at Sovolmia, his voice turning firm. Filter out the weak and the cowardly, Brother Sohol. Keep only the fit, disciplined men who are willing to swear allegiance to our cause. Understood, Brother Zion. Sohail Mia bowed sharply. Chapter 53, Qutuz Sahib's Pledge. Fayraz Mia and his street scouts fanned out across the commercial quarters, shouting the triumphant news down every avenue and alleyway. The Imperial Army has suffered a crushing defeat. Total victory for the Liberation Force. The Imperial Army has been crushed. Total victory for the Liberation Force. The news spread like wildfire through the packed bazaars and quiet residential lanes. Merchants, shopkeepers, and residents poked their heads out from behind wooden shutters, listening intently. Yet skepticism ran deep. How could an imperial army of 1,500 border guards be routed by a handful of rural rebels? Anyone who believed such wild claims was surely a fool. At that moment, Qutuz Sahib and his family were cowering in a narrow, shadowed alley near the western quarter. Clad in rough cotton farm tunics, they looked for all the world like destitute refugees preparing to flee the city. As the family huddled together in agonizing suspense, the resounding shouts echoed down the lane, Imperial Army crushed. Victory for the Liberation Force. Qutuz Sahib's brow furrowed into deep lines as he muttered under his breath, his old face a picture of absolute bewilderment. Total victory. How in the Almighty's name is that possible? In his estimation, Zion commanded barely 100 men. How could a tiny rural force withstand 1,500 seasoned Imperial border guards? Yet as the minutes stretched on, no sounds of crashing timber, clashing steel, or screams of plunder echoed from the city gates. The capital remained unnaturally quiet. Something extraordinary had occurred. He motioned to his chief manager, shopkeeper Haroon, to slip out and investigate. Shopkeeper Haroon tiptoed to the mouth of the alley, cautiously peeking around the brick corner. Aside from a young red-clad scout running down the avenue bellowing the news, the main thoroughfare was deserted. Shopkeeper Haroon rubbed his chin. Could the Liberation Force truly have prevailed? Determined to discover the truth, Haroon set off briskly toward the north gate. Halfway down the avenue, he caught sight of a striking figure riding toward him on a white warhorse. It was Zion. Haroon gasped, his heart skipping a beat. Zion sat tall in his saddle, his expression completely relaxed and unbothered, trotting casually along the cobbles as if enjoying a morning ride. Had the scholar lost, he would be fleeing for his life or swinging from a gallows. Haroon hurried forward to intercept him. Master Zion. Haroon called out. Zion reined in his mount, recognizing the senior shopkeeper despite his coarse cotton disguise. A dry, amused smirk touched Zion's lips. Was the old merchant house preparing to skulk out of the city? Shopkeeper Haroon, what is the meaning of this attire, Master Zion? Haroon panted, his eyes wide with anxiety. Is the news true? Have you truly defeated the governor's army? Zion offered a calm, effortless nod. A total victory, without a single casualty on our side. No casualties? Haroon gasped, staring as if Zion had claimed to move mountains. The answer left him completely floored. How could such a thing be possible? Zion chuckled softly. If your eyes doubt my word, Haroon, walk to the north gate and see for yourself. Haroon nodded blankly. Once Zion trotted past, the manager hurried straight to the north gate ramparts, clambering up the stone steps. What met his eyes left him utterly thunderstruck. Spread across the northern plain, a small force of dark red-clad recruits was surrounding a massive, kneeling army of Imperial border guards. Hundreds of corpses littered the dirt road, their uniforms clearly marking them as the governor's fallen vanguard. Haroon stood frozen, his mind struggling to comprehend how 100 men had subjugated 1,500 Imperial troops. He noted a striking detail. Beside their drawn sabers, the red-clad recruits carried sleek, dark metallic tubes, neither long spears nor short blades. What manner of weapon was that? Filled with wild astonishment, he turned and sprinted back to the alley to report to Qutuz Sahib. Hearing Haroon's breathless account, Salia Begum let out a long, shuddering sigh of relief, the color returning to her fair cheeks. Though the long-term future remained uncertain, their lives were safe for the moment. Qutuz Sahib's eyes bulged in pure, unadulterated shock. 100 rural recruits defeated an imperial army 15 times their number, without suffering a single casualty? Merciful heavens, how on earth is that possible? Sahib, I swore by the Almighty I saw it with my own eyes. Haroon stammered, his voice trembling with excitement. The Liberation Force holds 1,500 prisoners. Your son-in-law is no ordinary scholar, he is a force of nature. Qudus Sahib stood in stunned silence, knowing his trusted manager had no reason to fabricate such a spectacle. The lad is extraordinary. Qudus Sahib marveled mentally, a sudden realization dawning upon him. Turning to his family, he barked, quickly. Return to the estate, change out of these beggar rags, and breathe not a word of this to anyone. He recognized that fleeing into a famine-ridden province offered no real security anyway. Throwing his weight behind his formidable son-in-law was the ultimate winning card. Furthermore, Qudus Sahib cared deeply about family prestige. If Zion saw his in-laws skulking through alleys in farm rags, he would die of embarrassment. After changing into his finest merchant silks, Qudus Sahib hurried straight to the district court building. Entering the central judicial hall, he found Zion reclining casually in the magistrate's mahogany throne, a cigarette dangling from his lips, radiating an air of effortless power. Qudus Sahib understood instantly, only a man possessing supreme, unmatched power could look so entirely unbothered after overthrowing an imperial army. Zion. My dear son-in-law. Qudus Sahib hailed him warmly. Zion stood up from the throne, offering a respectful smile. Father-in-law. What brings you to the court hall today? I heard of your magnificent, historic triumph over the governor's army and came to pay my respects. Qudus Sahib declared, his face beaming with pride. He paused, making a decisive gesture. Son-in-law, the House of Era has decided to pledge 5,000 silver takas directly to the Liberation Force. Zion was mildly surprised. While 5,000 silver takas was a modest sum compared to the fortunes in his spatial sanctuary, the gesture represented total, explicit political backing from the city's premier merchant line. On behalf of the Liberation Force, father-in-law, I accept your generous pledge. Think nothing of it, my boy, a mere token of our family's devotion. Qudus Sahib bowed. Just then, Captain Sohail Mia strode through the hall archway, his armor clanking. He glanced at Qudus Sahib before turning to Zion. Brother-in-law. After filtering out the elderly, the sick, and the faint-hearted from the 1,500 captives, we have 300 prime, battle-ready border guards ready to take the oath. Splendid, Zion nodded approvingly. Integrate them into our red-clad ranks and commence rifle training immediately. Remind them that so long as they remain fiercely loyal to our banner, they shall eat fresh mutton and white rice every single day. Sohail Mia cupped his hands crisply. Understood, Brother Zion. Zion settled back into the magistrate's mahogany throne, taking a slow drag from his cigarette as he looked at Sohail Mia. Now then, Brother Sohail, tell me about the broader strategic situation in the northern provinces. Chapter 54, The Pineapple and the Pin. Sohail Mia immediately recounted everything he knew in exhaustive detail. As it turned out, the northern division of the Liberation Force was surging in strength, its ranks swelling to 200,000 fighters. They had already seized over 10 regional provinces and dozens of county seats, slaughtering tens of thousands of imperial troops along the way. The throne of the Great Sultanate was thoroughly shaken, prompting the imperial court to urgently mobilize 100,000 soldiers from every southern district to march north, aiming to join the grand imperial host and crush the northern uprising in a single stroke. Sohail Mia's border force had been among those slated to join the northern march. Yet while passing through Udaipur city, they received urgent, overriding orders from the governor to divert south toward Dakshinpur city to suppress a local rebellion. That was precisely how they had ended up outside the city gates today. Zion nodded, thoroughly pleased with the intelligence. From a strategic perspective, this meant he still possessed a window of opportunity to lie low, build his infrastructure, and consolidate his strength. While modern firearms possessed devastating power, his standing army was still far too small. Although the Liberation Force had acquitted itself remarkably well today, their underlying tactical maneuvers and military discipline were undeniably crude. Rigorous training was vital to build a rock-solid foundation. The ancient strategy, build high walls, hoard abundant grain, and delay claiming the crown, existed for good reason. Only when his foundation was unbreakable would the time come to sweep across the province. Just then, the key figures of his inner circle returned to the court hall. Zion lit a cigarette, exhaling a thin trail of blue-gray smoke, before turning to Farhad Hossein. Uncle Farhad, recruitment remains under your charge. Understood, Master. Farhad Hossein cupped his hands crisply, his face glowing with newfound confidence. If I fail to recruit a full company this time, you may punish me as you see fit. Haha. I have every faith in you, Uncle, Zion smiled. Turning his gaze onto Humayun, he continued, Brother Humayun, I have decided that all rifle-equipped units of the Liberation Force shall be placed under your direct command. From today, alongside live-fire drills, you will institute formal military conditioning and tactical maneuvers. At your command, Brother Zion. Humayun cupped his hands, fierce excitement illuminating his features. To command the riflemen, the absolute vanguard and lethal core of the Liberation Force, was a responsibility of supreme honor. Sohul Mia looked on with green envy, thinking to himself, bloody hell, why not me? I want to handle those rifles too. Yet he understood logically that the 300 surrendered border guards would not be issued modern firearms immediately. Trust had to be earned. I'll drill those 300 lads until they're seamless, Sohul resolved. Once we deliver results, brother-in-law will issue us rifles soon enough. Zion pondered a fitting title for his core rifle force, declaring after a moment, from this day forth, this unit shall be known as the Divine Marksman Corps. The Divine Marksman Corps. Humayun repeated the words aloud, then slapped his thigh in delight. A magnificent title, Brother Zion. Zion nodded, reaching beneath the mahogany desk to pull an oval iron object from his spatial sanctuary. Holding the dark, segmented cylinder up for all to see, he said, listen closely, everyone. This iron cylinder is called a pineapple, or, more formally, a fragmentation hand grenade. The officers stepped closer, leaning in to examine it. The object was remarkably compact, fitting comfortably into a man's palm. Zion added smoothly, these are the small iron cylinders that caused those thunderous blasts on the open field today. I believe every man here witnessed their power. Every eye in the room lit up like burning embers. They had marveled at the terrifying explosions outside the city gates and had burned with curiosity to inspect the source. Yet they were utterly baffled that an instrument capable of blasting cratered holes into the earth was so surprisingly small. Standing off to the side, Qudus Sahib observed their reactions with deep intrigue, realizing that this unassuming iron palm piece was the legendary explosive weapon. The knowledge settled his heart even further. A leader armed with such supernatural military secrets was virtually invincible. Sohul Mia's brow furrowed nervously. Brother-in-law, if this pineapple carries such catastrophic explosive power, isn't holding it in your hand exceedingly dangerous? Zion chuckled dryly. Fear not, Brother Sohul. So long as the safety pin remains in place, it is as inert as a cobble. Sohul Mia breathed a sigh of relief. Right then. How does one ignite the blast, brother-in-law? I shall instruct you in proper arming procedures shortly, but before we handle live ordnance, every officer must practice throwing wooden-weighted replicas first. Hearing his words, the officers grinned fiercely, their confidence surging to supreme heights. With such apocalyptic weapons at their command, any imperial army dispatched from the capital would be slaughtered before reaching the gates. Yet beneath their excitement, a quiet wonder lingered regarding the origin of Zion's endless war gear. No wagons had ever brought crates into the city, nor had any merchant supplied them. The weapons materialized out of thin air. Some officers privately speculated that their young master possessed divine favor, and that even greater miracles lay ahead. Turning to the broad-shouldered blacksmith, Zion said, Dilwar Hossein, step forward. Dilwar walked up to the mahogany desk, cupping his hands. Master. What are your commands? Zion handed the deactivated grenade to him with a smile. You are in charge of forging a batch of solid iron training replicas. Match the weight and general shape of this cylinder, no need for intricate detail. Dilwar Hossein accepted the pineapple with ginger care, examining the iron ridges closely before testing its weight in his broad palm. The small object was surprisingly dense. Noting its heft and contour, he placed it carefully back onto the desk, cupping his hands. Master, I shall fire up the court forge and produce 50 replicas by sunrise. Once Dilwar departed, Zion turned to Nusrat standing beside him. Love, take Light and Mia and a squad of archers back to Megbury village. Bring Layla, Rabia, Bobby Kameli, Gulshan Era, and father-in-law Sunahar to the city. Sohul Mia's face lit up with joy. He hadn't seen his father Matabar Sunahar or his family in weeks, and relocating them inside the fortified capital was vastly safer than remaining in a rural hamlet. Nusrat, however, felt a subtle pang of reluctance. If the entire household relocated to the court's residential wing, her private, intimate time with Zion in the city would naturally be divided. Yet she concealed her feelings perfectly, nodding sharply before departing alongside Light and Mia and Sohul. The moment Nusrat stepped out, Rahana could contain her enthusiasm no longer. She looked up at Zion with bright, expectant eyes. Master Zion, what shall my assignment be? You. Zion paused, his gaze drifting, quite unintentionally, of course, to her full, athletic bust before meeting her eyes again. You should focus on your marksmanship drills. Strive to become an elite sniper for the unit. Ah. Rahana's face fell slightly. Practicing marksmanship was fine, but compared to commanding troops or forging weapons, it felt like a passive duty. She pressed eagerly, Master Zion, every other officer commands a division or handles major affairs. Why do I have no active command? Zion chuckled, reconsidering. Fair point, love. How about you assist your father with the recruitment drive in the bazaars? Understood, Master Zion. Rahana beamed, delighted with the assignment. Yet under his warm, lingering gaze, her composure faltered, and a sudden blush flooded her cheeks. Standing beside her, Farhad Hossein's brow furrowed into deep lines. He glided a sharp, protective glance between his daughter and Zion. Hello, have these two taken a shine to each other? That evening, Zion was preparing for bed in his private residential chamber when a quiet, rhythmic knock echoed from the teak door. Who could be knocking at this hour? Zion wondered. Could it be Rahana? He dismissed the thought with a dry chuckle. A traditional maiden would hardly wander into a gentleman's bedchamber in the dead of night uninvited. Click. He unbolted the teak door to find Perveen standing on the threshold, dressed in a light silk nightdress, her head bowed shyly. Master. Perveen is here to attend upon you tonight. She murmured in a voice barely above a whisper, her cheeks burning bright crimson. Ah, come inside, love. Chapter 55, Layla's Interrogation. By the following afternoon, the sun hung high overhead. Inside the private study of the residential wing of the district court, Zion sat at the mahogany desk, a cigarette dangling from the corner of his lips. Perveen was steeping a fresh pot of duck shit tea at the side table, a sweet, radiant smile gracing her face. Master, your tea is ready. Zion nodded smoothly, picking up the porcelain cup and taking a slow sip of the fragrant amber liquid. Master, Perveen's sweet voice chimed again. Will my lady arrive back in the city today? She had served Gulshan Era since childhood, the two of them practically inseparable. Being separated for several days during the city uprising had left the handmaiden thoroughly anxious. Zion chuckled, teasing her with a dry, amused grin. Tell me, Perveen love, if you were forced to choose between your mistress and me, who would you choose? Perveen's breath caught, her cheeks flushing bright crimson like a ripe persimmon. Choosing one over the other felt entirely impossible. Master, my lady and you. I choose both, she stammered in a voice barely above a whisper. Perveen will attend upon both of you for the rest of my days. Zion smiled inwardly. The handmaiden possessed remarkable sense. Just then, swift footsteps echoed down the veranda, and Firaz Mia stepped into the study. He held a neatly folded piece of silk in both hands, standing respectfully before the desk. Master. The military war banner bearing the character Zion has been embroidered. Please inspect it. Firaz Mia unfurled the silk banner. Across a broad, rectangular field of deep crimson cloth, a massive, commanding character, Zion, was embroidered in brilliant gold thread. Zion offered a satisfied nod. Splendid work, Faraz. Have the textile shops produce 50 more for our units. Right away, master. Firaz bowed and departed. Moments after Firaz left, a chorus of light, rapid footsteps sounded along the courtyard corridor, accompanied by cheerful, melodious chatter. Zion looked up to see Nusrat leading a procession of fair ladies through the archway. At the front walked Layla, flanked by Rabia and Gulshan Era. Behind them came the twins, Farhana and Samira, with Bobby Kameli trailing close behind. Kameli wore a fine silk sari that accentuated her full, shapely figure, giving her the poise of a highborn city matriarch. Husband, we have returned, Nusrat announced with a bright smile. Zion rose from his mahogany chair, offering his co-wives a warm, pleasant smile. Welcome to the capital, ladies. Have you all been well? Seeing him standing safe and unbothered inside the grand court building, the wives felt a massive weight lift from their hearts. Nusrat had described his victory in glowing detail, but seeing him with their own eyes brought absolute reassurance. After all, raising a banner against the emperor was treason, a crime that meant losing one's head if defeated. During his absence, they had spent sleepless nights worrying for his safety. Though he had crushed the governor's army, the future remained unpredictable, keeping a lingering anxiety in their hearts. Yet their trust in Zion was absolute. He possessed an extraordinary ability to dissolve the most deadly threats before they could strike. Layla, however, was harboring a very specific, simmering irritation. Had it not been for Zion's mischievous tricks in the bedchamber, how could she have failed to conceive for so long? Now her mother nagged her every single day about producing an heir. Meanwhile, her husband simply packed his travel bags and went off to seize regional capitals. She was determined to hold him accountable today. Husband. Layla, Rabia, and Gulshan Era curtsied in unison, their movements graceful and refined as willow branches swaying in a summer breeze. Master. Farhana and Samira chimed together, their expressive eyes sparkling with excitement. Being separated from him for days had left them missing his presence dearly. Bobby Kameli bowed politely as well, a soft, radiant joy illuminating her round face. Zion looked over his assembled household, a quiet sense of satisfaction settling in his chest. A man with 5 fair, devoted wives, this feudal world certainly has its perks. And where are father-in-law and mother-in-law? Zion asked, looking at Layla. They are resting in the main reception hall, Layla replied softly. Zion instructed Perveen to guide the wives to their private residential chambers, while he personally accompanied Layla to the reception hall to greet his in-laws. Inside the hall, Matabar Sunahar and his wife, Hasina Begum, sat somewhat awkwardly on the carved mahogany chairs, with Jahangir's wife, Rahana, standing respectfully behind them. The elderly rural couple had been deeply hesitant to leave Megburi village for the city out of sheer terror. But upon learning that their second son, Sohel Mia, was also in Dakshinpur commanding troops, they had packed their travel sacks without further argument. Spotting Zion, the elderly couple immediately scrambled to their feet. Greetings, Master Zion. Rahana offered a quick, polite bow. There is no need for such formality, Sister Rahana, Zion smiled, cupping his hands in a respectful greeting to his in-laws. Son-in-law. Matabar Sunahar asked, his voice trembling with nervous tension. Nusrat told us that our Sohel is in the city with you. Has he joined your uprising as well? The old village leader knew full well what fate awaited his entire family if the rebellion failed, hanging from the nearest banyan tree alongside his son and son-in-law. Zion offered a reassuring nod. I, father-in-law. You shall see brother Sohel in a few moments. Though Sunahar lacked formal education, he possessed enough sense to know that complaining about treason now was entirely useless. What was done was done. Sohel has a fierce, stubborn temper, Sunahar murmured anxiously. Has he caused you any trouble in the city, son-in-law? Zion waved his hand with a light laugh. Haha. Brother Sohel carries the noble posture of a senior commander, father-in-law. He has been an immense asset. Sunahar nodded blankly. Ah, that is good, very good, father. Mother. An excited, booming voice echoed from the outer veranda. Moments later, Captain Sohel Mia, clad in full military armor, strode into the hall. He dropped onto both knees before his elderly parents, knocking his forehead against the floorboards. Father. Mother. Your unfilial son has returned. I stand with Brother Zion. Since matters have reached this point, son, standing tall is the only way forward, Sunahar sighed, his tone filled with grim acceptance. Hasina Begum immediately pulled her son up by his arms, tears of joy welling in her eyes as she beamed at him. Sohul. You've grown broader, handsomer. Good, good. She then turned, gesturing to Jahangir's wife. Sohul, this is your elder brother Jahangir's wedded wife, Rehana. You shall be an uncle soon, he. Sohul Mia blinked in surprise. He hadn't expected his elder brother to find such a fair wife while he was away in the border guard. He immediately cupped his hands. Greetings, Sister Rehana. Rehana waved her hand quickly. Second brother, there is no need for such stiffness. Zion looked at the gathered family, announcing smoothly, from today, you shall reside in the Chowdhury estate, or rather, the Sunahar mansion. Everyone stood stunned. The Chowdhury estate was famous across the entire district, the grandest, most luxurious mansion in Dakshinpur city, far larger than half of Meghburi village. They had never imagined in their wildest dreams that rural farmers like themselves would live in a landlord's palace. It felt precisely like a dream. Son-in-law. Sohul Mia frowned, looking at Zion. That estate is vast, our family is barely a handful of souls. Isn't assigning the entire Chowdhury palace to us a bit excessive? Zion smiled easily. Nonsense. Settle father-in-law and mother-in-law in comfortably. You've earned it. Sohul Mia nodded, thinking to himself that since they had already raised the banner of rebellion against the emperor, worrying about living in a landlord's palace was entirely pointless. The moment Sohul Mia led the elderly couple out of the hall, Layla suddenly reached out, grabbed Zion's right ear, and gave it a sharp twist, her face flushing with indignant anger. You mischievous little devil. Do you take me for a fool? Zion was caught completely off guard. His usually gentle, soft-spoken primary wife was actually twisting his ear. Ow. Layla love, what are you talking about? You still pretend. Layla's voice dropped to a fierce, embarrassed whisper as she tightened her grip. Tell me the truth. Why do you always spill your seed in my mouth instead of making me a mother? Chapter 56, An urgent dispatch from Uttarpur. Hearing Layla's blushing accusation, Zion realized with a dry smirk why his primary wife had suddenly raised such a storm. Someone had clearly given her a lesson in marital anatomy, or she had consulted one of the elder village women in Meghburi. It wasn't that Zion refused to father children, he simply wished to secure a stable, fortified domain before bringing new life into a world consumed by war. Ah, where else ought I to spill it then, love? Zion asked, brow furrowed in feigned, innocent confusion. Humph. You mischievous devil. You're still pretending. Layla's cheeks burned bright crimson, a fiery blush spreading down her neck. Nothing short of absolute desperation could have forced such embarrassing words from her lips. In my womb, of course. In your, what? Zion gasped, casting a bewildered glance down at her silk skirts. I had no idea. Huh? You truly didn't know? Layla's stance softened, her grip on his ear loosening as her face flushed even deeper. She let go of his ear, lowering her eyes shyly. Then tonight. Zion understood her implicit demand. His primary wife would not rest until she carried his child. Besides, bearing an heir would give her purpose and peace of mind amidst the chaos of war. Slipping his arm around her supple waist, Zion offered a dry, playful grin. Shall we put the matter to the test tonight then, love? Layla whispered bashfully, thoroughly convinced that she would conceive before the week was out. When the night fell quiet over the district court, Zion fulfilled his husbandly duty with thorough devotion, leaving Layla breathless and finally understanding what true marital intimacy felt like. Over the days that followed, the Liberation Force expanded its training regimen to include simulated grenade drills using Dilwar Hussein's solid iron replicas. The recruits, having witnessed the explosive power of live pineapples outside the city gates, practiced their throwing arches with fierce dedication, eager for the day they would handle live ordnance. Meanwhile, Farhad Hossein's recruitment drive yielded remarkable results. With news of the victory over the imperial vanguard spreading through the bazaars, 200 able-bodied young men stepped forward to take the oath. While 200 was a modest addition, it marked a decisive shift in public perception. The citizens of Dakshinpur city were thoroughly shaken by the liberation force's crushing victory over the governor's army. Merchants and guild masters began viewing Zion's red-clad ranks with newfound respect, yet a quiet anxiety lingered across the commercial quarters. The liberation force commanded barely 700 fighters in total. The common folk found it hard to believe that such a modest force could withstand the full, terrifying weight of the imperial throne once the capital dispatched its grand host. The true test was yet to come. 500 miles to the north, in the imperial capital of Dhaka, inside the grand imperial hall of the Sultan's palace, civil and military ministers stood arrayed in 2 long ranks beneath the gilded archways, their postures weary, their faces pale and drawn. They had been standing in the cold hall for over an hour, yet the Sultan had not made his appearance. Such delays were far from unusual. Every evening, the elderly Sultan summoned 10 or 12 young concubines to his private chambers, indulging in nights of wild debauchery that left him incapacitated by dawn. The court ministers privately gossiped that the monarch would inevitably perish amidst silk sheets and wine cups. Suddenly, crisp, measured footsteps echoed down the marble corridor. The ministers turned in expectation, but instead of the Sultan, Princess Royal Jahanara stepped into the hall, her posture erect, radiating cold, regal authority. Her oval face was composed and unreadable, her dark eyes fixed squarely on the vacant golden throne. Following 2 paces behind her was Chief Steward Eunuch Bashir, his white hair tucked neatly beneath a black silk cap, holding an unfurled golden imperial scroll in both hands. The assembled ministers exchanged guarded, suspicious glances. Some whispered that the old sultan had finally expired in his bedchambers. Others speculated that a palace coup was underway and that Princess Royal Jahanara was seizing power before the imperial nephews could react. At the head of the civil ranks, Grand Vizier Mansour Ali offered a subtle, cold sneer. "Let whichever royal puppet sit upon the throne," he thought darkly. "The administrative reins of the Sultanate remain firmly in my grip." Princess Royal Jahanara halted at the foot of the throne, turning to face the assembly with absolute authority. Chief Steward Eunuch Bashir stepped forward, unrolling the golden scroll, his raspy voice ringing through the vast hall. "Hear the imperial decree of His Sovereign Majesty." The ministers dropped onto their knees, bowing their heads to the polished marble floor. Being stricken with severe illness and bedridden, the eunuch read aloud, "Our health fails us, rendering us unable to govern state affairs. We hereby decree, Princess Royal Jahanara is appointed Empress Regent to govern the realm on our behalf and assume full authority over the imperial court. All military commands, provincial appointments, and state documents shall be decided by Her Imperial Highness." A collective gasp rippled through the kneeling ministers. Was this the prelude to Princess Royal Jahanara declaring herself empress in her own right? How could a woman assume the throne of the great sultanate? Yet amidst the ongoing civil war in the northern provinces, contesting the decree was a dangerous prospect. When the ministers rose to their feet, they found Princess Royal Jahanara already seated upon the golden throne. Before she could utter her first command, a young palace runner sprinted frantically through the hall doors, holding a sealed leather dispatch above his head. He dropped onto his knees before Chief Steward Bashir, presenting the document with trembling hands. "Chief Steward. An urgent dispatch from the governor's court in Udaipur." Bashir retrieved the dispatch, waved the runner away, and ascended the marble dais, presenting the leather folder to Empress Regent Jahanara. "Read it aloud," Jahanara commanded coldly, a dismissive smirk touching her lips. In her eyes, the trouble in the south was merely a minor riot of starving refugees that regional governor Yahya had undoubtedly put to the sword. The ministers below shared her disdain. "At your command, Your Imperial Highness," Bashir bowed. He broke the wax seal, unfurling the parchment. As his eyes scanned the text, the old eunuch froze, his face draining of all color. The message was barely 2 lines long, yet its contents were catastrophic. He hesitated, terrified to speak the words aloud before the full court. "Read it." Jahanara barked, her voice sharp as steel. Swallowing hard, Chief Steward Bashir opened his mouth, his trembling voice echoing through the silent hall. the Imperial vanguard has suffered a catastrophic defeat outside Dakshinpur city. Regional Governor Yeya has been killed in battle. The Grand Imperial Hall erupted into utter turmoil. Ministers stared at one another in wild, disbelieving horror. Had the dispatches from Udaipur not claimed the rebel leader in Dakshinpur commanded a mere 100 rural farmers? How could an imperial vanguard of 1,500 border guards be utterly destroyed by rural rabble? Empress Regent Jahanara's face turned thunderous, her chest heaving with cold, furious rage. Her very first day as regent of the realm, and she was handed a humiliation of such magnitude. She understood the strategic danger implicitly. The northern provinces were already ablaze under the Yellow Banner Rebellion, with 200,000 rebels tying down the main imperial host. If the southern uprising in Dakshinpur was not extinguished immediately, the Sultanate would be caught in a vice between two massive rebel armies. The rebellion in Dakshinpur must be crushed with absolute, merciless speed. Jahanara declared, her voice echoing through the hall like thunder. I decree that 2 regiments of the Imperial Guard shall march south immediately to raze Dakshinpur to the ground. The Minister of War stepped out from the ranks, bowing nervously. Your Imperial Highness. A minor provincial uprising does not warrant mobilizing the elite Imperial Guard. The Imperial Guard protects the capital region, they must not be moved. Empress Regent Jahanara let out a cold, mirthless laugh. Heh! Did you fools not utter those exact same words when the Yellow Banner Rebellion first broke out in the north? Look at the northern provinces now, 200,000 rebels holding 10 regional cities. If we do not put Dakshinpur to the sword today, do you wish to see a second rebel host marching on the gates of Dhaka? Chapter 57, Live Fire Exercises. The assembled ministers stood in speechless silence. Empress Regent Jahanara was indisputably correct. It was precisely the court's earlier negligence that had allowed the Yellow Banner Rebellion to grow into a 200,000-strong host in the north. If the southern uprising in Dakshinpur was not contained immediately, the Sultanate itself might crumble beneath twin rebellions. Grand Vizier Mansoor Ali, however, harbored his own dark ambitions. He stepped forward from the front rank, bowing low to the golden throne. Your Imperial Highness speaks with profound wisdom. The southern rebels are currently few in number. The crown must dispatch an army to crush them swiftly in the cradle. When those restless, unruly commoners across the provinces witness the crown's uncompromising iron hand, none shall dare raise a blade again. Most civil and military officials chimed in with consensus. Before Jahanara could respond, Mansoor Ali pressed his advantage. Your Imperial Highness, my eldest son, Zaid Mansoor, is well versed in both scholarly arts and military strategy. He has studied classical warfare since childhood and is supremely qualified to command this expedition. I believe a force of 5,000 Imperial Guard troops will suffice to flatten Dakshinpur city and put every rebel to the sword. Mansoor Ali's lips curled into a subtle, smug smile. In his eyes, this campaign was a golden opportunity for the Mansoor line to establish military prestige and seize direct operational control over the Imperial Guard. Once the Imperial Guard belonged to his house, the entire Sultanate would bend to his will. As for Dakshinpur, a handful of rural rabble would be crushed like insects. Jahanara sneered inwardly. Well versed in scholarly and military arts? If the boy is such a martial genius, why hasn't he marched north to fight the Yellow Banner Rebellion? Yet if the Mansoor family wished to stick their necks out, she was content to let them. If they crushed the rebels, the throne benefited. If they failed, she would use the defeat to strip the Grand Vizier of his power and execute his son. Jahanara offered a cool, faint smile. Grand Vizier Mansoor, since you are so eager to allow your son to serve the realm, I grant your request. However, let this be understood, if Zaid Mansoor fails to quell the rebellion in Dakshinpur, he had best deliver his own head to this hall. Her voice was calm, yet a flash of icy, lethal intent glinted in her dark eyes. Mansoor Ali guessed her thoughts, but dismissed them entirely. Defeating a few hundred rural farmers with 5,000 elite Imperial Guard troops was as simple as harvesting wheat. My son shall surely obliterate the rebels, share your Imperial Highness's burdens, and restore peace to the realm. Mansoor Ali declared proudly, bowing low. Jahanara waved her hand dismissively. Issue my decree. 5,000 Imperial Guard troops shall mobilize immediately and march on Dakshinpur city at sunrise tomorrow. The following morning, 5,000 heavily armored Imperial Guard soldiers stood arrayed in disciplined ranks upon the central drill ground outside the capital. Grand Vizier Mansoor Ali and his son Zaid Mansoor stood atop the reviewing stand, their faces beaming with arrogant pride. To their minds, military glory was being handed to them on a silver platter. Zaid Mansoor stepped to the wooden railing, drew his steel saber with a sharp swing, and raised it high. Imperial Guard, hear my command. Forward march! 5,000 soldiers moved as one, dust billowing into the sky beneath thousands of marching boots. Standing on the stand, Mansoor Ali instructed his son in a low, sinister whisper, Zaid, regardless of the methods required, you must bring these 5,000 elite troops under your absolute personal control during the march. If any officer hesitates to obey your word, execute him on the spot. Out in the field, a man's death can easily be blamed on rebel arrows. Understood, father? Zaid Mansoor nodded sharply, his eyes gleaming with dark ambition. Mounting his warhorse, he galloped to the head of the marching column. Meanwhile, outside the walls of Dakshinpur city, Zion led the Divine Marksman Corps and his key officers to an open drill field. Several sandbag bunkers had been erected along the perimeter, with a dozen wooden crates resting on the grass. The recruits stood in neat, disciplined ranks, their eyes sparkling with eager anticipation for live-fire grenade exercises. Zion retrieved an iron fragmentation grenade from a wooden crate and stepped before the ranks. He explained the internal fuse mechanism before demonstrating proper handling procedures. Grip the pineapple firmly in your right hand, palm wrapped around the handle, Zion instructed in a clear, carrying voice. Your thumb presses flat against the safety lever. Pull the ring with your left hand, and once the pin slides free, throw the cylinder within 3 seconds. The recruits listened intently, watching every movement with wide eyes, afraid to miss a single detail. Many privately assumed the process looked simple enough. Pulling a pin and throwing an iron object required no great skill. Before the ranks, Zion pulled the safety pin with a sharp clink, turned, and lobbed the grenade far across the field. Boom! A thunderous detonation shattered the morning air, throwing up a geyser of dirt and shaking the ground beneath their boots. The recruits broke into excited shouts and cheers. The small iron cylinder possessed terrifying, deafening explosive power. Seeing their eager expressions, Zion chuckled. Who among you wishes to step forward for the first live demonstration? The ranks erupted instantly into a clamor of competing voices. Master. Choose me. Brother-in-law, let me throw one. Choose me, master. Zion scanned the officers, his gaze settling on Rihanna. She was shouting the loudest, her hand raised high. Rihanna love, step up. Rihanna beamed with delight, stepping behind the main sandbag bunker. Light and Mia carefully handed her a live fragmentation grenade from the crate. Remember, Zion warned sternly, you do not pull the pin until I give the command. Understood, Master Zion. Rihanna swallowed hard, inspecting the heavy iron pineapple in her palm, a sudden flicker of nervous tension touching her soft features. Zion turned, waving his hand to the waiting recruits. Fall back. Back 20 paces. Seeing everyone retreat behind the secondary embankment, Rihanna felt a moment of confusion. Did they truly lack faith in her throw? Yet Zion did not retreat. He remained standing right beside her behind the sandbag wall, barely 2 paces away, a gesture that warmed her heart deeply. Prepare. Zion commanded. Rihanna pressed her thumb firmly against the safety lever. Arm. Her heart hammering against her ribs, Rihanna hooked her left fingers through the safety ring and pulled sharply. The iron pin slid free with a metallic click. She drew her arm back to hurl the grenade over the sandbags. Then disaster struck. Sweat licked fingers and sudden panic betrayed her. As she swung her arm forward, the heavy iron pineapple slipped from her grip, tumbling backward and landing in the dirt barely 3 feet behind them. Merciful heavens! Rihanna gasped, her eyes bulging in pure, paralyzed terror. Bloody hell! Zion swore in a flash. Without a second's hesitation, Zion lunged forward, wrapping his arms around her waist and tackling her flat onto the dirt behind the thick sandbag wall, covering her body with his own. Boom! A deafening detonation exploded on the other side of the sandbags. A cloud of dirt, smoke, and burning air roared over their heads, ringing in their ears. Safely protected beneath the sandbag wall, neither suffered a scratch. But as the dust settled, Zion felt a sudden, awkward pressure beneath his right palm. He had gripped something remarkably soft and supple. Rahana's heart was pounding wildly from the near-death escape, yet feeling his broad hand pressed firmly against her bust, a scorching blush flooded her face. She felt so utterly mortified she wished the earth would swallow her whole. Zion scrambled up immediately, pulling her to her feet. "Are you unharmed, love, Master Zion?" You. Rahana stammered, trembling between lingering terror and profound embarrassment, completely unable to utter a coherent word. Chapter 58, Dissipating Mists. Zion looked down at Rahana's flushed, mortified face, shaking his head with a dry, reassuring smile. "Think nothing of it, love. Just keep a firmer grip on the iron next time." "Understood, master." Rahana murmured, her voice barely audible as she stood beside the sandbag wall with her head bowed. She knew she had made a complete spectacle of herself, yet a strange, fluttering warmth lingered in her chest from their sudden, breathless physical contact. In our culture, she thought shyly, if a maiden is embraced so intimately by a gentleman, shouldn't he take responsibility for her? The watching recruits held their breath, realizing that while hand grenades looked simple enough, mishandling live ordnance could prove fatal. Farhad Hossein stood off to the side, feeling a volatile mixture of relief that his daughter was unharmed and intense embarrassment over the scene. A maiden embraced in public. Farhad thought, his brow furrowing as a decisive resolve settled in his mind. Perhaps, it is time to formalize her standing in his household. Zion looked over the gathered ranks, noting that their careless enthusiasm had given way to deathly serious attention. He spoke in a calm, authoritative tone, "Do not lose your nerve, lads. So long as you follow procedures, these iron pineapples will not betray you. And remember, if a live grenade drops near your boots, hit the dirt immediately behind cover, precisely as I demonstrated." He paused, scanning the ranks. "Who steps up next?" Without a second's hesitation, Humayun stepped out, declaring loudly, "I'll take the line." Lighten Mia handed him a live grenade. Humayun stepped behind the sandbag wall, took a deep, steadying breath, pulled the safety pin with a sharp clink, and hurled the iron pineapple across the field in a fluid, powerful arch. Boom! A loud explosion threw up a geyser of dirt. Humayun offered a fierce, triumphant grin, his confidence surging. The other officers cheered. Once nerves were mastered, the operation was remarkably simple. "Next!" Zion commanded. Captain Sohail Mia stepped forward. Having commanded border guards for years, his stance was rock solid and his movements precise. He pulled the pin and hurled the grenade 60 yards downfield, exploding squarely in the center of the target ring. Sohail Mia's face lit up with wild excitement. With automatic rifles and these explosive pineapples, he thought, even if the 5,000 Imperial Guard troops from Dhaka march down, we'll blast them back across the river. Given time, Master Zion will sweep the entire province. Over the next 2 hours, Zion divided the recruits into small squads, ensuring every soldier completed 3 live throws. Practice built muscle memory, ensuring zero panic on a real battlefield. By afternoon, the crates of live grenades were emptied. Seeing the recruits reluctant to leave the field, Zion returned to his private study inside the court building alongside Lighten Mia. Click! Locking the door behind him, Zion accessed his spatial sanctuary, pulling out 20 fresh wooden crates of duplicated fragmentation grenades. Once Lighten carried the crates to the court armory, Zion stepped entirely inside his spatial sanctuary, shutting his eyes to commune with the dimension. He knew the Imperial Court's next offensive would involve a far larger army, requiring vast stockpiles of high-velocity ammunition and heavy explosives. Inspecting his sanctuary, Zion noticed the pool of fresh animal blood he had poured in earlier had been completely absorbed by the ancient stone altar. The dimension required fresh blood to fuel its duplication matrix. Stepping out, he summoned Firaz Mia, ordering him to collect as much fresh animal blood from the city abattoirs as possible. Though bewildered by the unusual order, Firaz asked 0 questions, leading his street scouts across the city. Within half an hour, they delivered 12 heavy ceramic jars filled with fresh sheep, goat, and poultry blood. Zion poured the jars onto the sanctuary altar, and within minutes, duplicated dozens of crates of M16 lead rounds, belt-fed machine gun ammunition, and rocket shells. With the task complete, Zion climbed onto the roof of the stationary armored vehicle parked within the sanctuary, lit a cigarette, and took a long, relaxing drag. "Hello." Zion's brow furrowed in sudden astonishment. Looking out into the distance, he realized the thick, dense fog that usually bordered his spatial dimension had receded significantly. The ancient, mist-shrouded mountain range that had previously been obscured was now partially visible. He remembered clearly that dense gray fog had always blocked his view beyond 50 paces. What is happening here? Zion wondered, his heart hammering in his chest. Is the spatial sanctuary expanding as it absorbs blood? Will the mist eventually dissipate entirely? He scrambled onto the cab roof, looking around in wide-eyed wonder. The fog had indeed cleared back by at least 100 yards. If the mist continued to recede with every blood offering, the vast supplies hidden deeper within the dimension's locked zones would become accessible. Behind his current staging area lay military supply depots, field rations, heavy transport vehicles, and advanced tactical gear. Once those zones unlocked, he would possess endless resources to supply an entire army. Zion threw his head back, letting out a booming, triumphant laugh that echoed through the spatial chamber. He resolved on the spot to feed fresh animal blood to the sanctuary altar every single day, letting it absorb as much as it desired. After finishing his cigarette, Zion hopped into a heavy tactical SUV parked within the staging zone, turned the key, and drove through the receding mist toward the newly exposed boundary. Reaching the edge of the cleared zone, he stepped out onto the damp earth, only to pause with a puzzled gasp. Beside the newly cleared path stood a wild banana tree, bearing clusters of deep, crimson-red bananas. The fruit was not yellow or green, but a striking, blood-red hue. Zion walked up to the tree, reaching out to pluck a heavy red banana. Peeling back the dark crimson skin, he found the fruit inside was equally red, releasing an intensely sweet, aromatic banana fragrance. Why are the bananas blood-red? Zion pondered, staring at the strange fruit. Is it because the sanctuary absorbed so much animal blood? Is it safe to consume? Inspecting the fruit closely, the sweet, rich aroma proved irresistible. Deciding to take a small bite, he brought the red banana to his lips. The moment his teeth bit through the fruit, an extraordinarily soft, honey-sweet flavor exploded across his taste buds. Bloody hell! Zion gasped in genuine delight. This is the richest, most delicious fruit I've ever tasted. Yet a lingering caution remained regarding unknown spatial flora. He threw the banana peel aside and stepped out of his spatial sanctuary, returning to his private study. Sitting at his mahogany desk, Zion pondered whether the heavy tactical SUV could be driven out of the sanctuary into the real world. Before he could test the thought, a soft, rhythmic knock sounded on the teak door. "Husband." Recognizing Gulshan Era's sweet voice, Zion called out, "Come in, love." The door creaked open, and Gulshan Era stepped into the study accompanied by her maidservant, Perveen. The sweet, rich scent of slow-simmered chicken broth filled the room. "Husband," Gulshan Era smiled warmly, "I have simmered a pot of herbal chicken broth for you. Please taste it." Perveen stepped forward, placing a steaming porcelain bowl of broth onto the desk before Zion. "Master, my lady spent 2 hours preparing this broth personally for you. It is exceedingly delicious, please drink it while it is hot." Zion offered the two fair ladies a warm smile, picking up the porcelain spoon to sip the rich broth. The moment the hot soup touched his tongue, a sudden, jolting sensation, like a surge of electric current, coursed through his veins. His limbs went completely numb, followed instantly by a wave of intense, burning heat surging through his entire body. Bloody hell! Zion cried out mentally, his heart racing as he remembered the blood-red banana he had eaten moments ago. Was that red fruit poisonous? Gulshan Era noticed his sudden change in posture, her eyes widening in immediate alarm. "Husband. What is wrong? Why has your face turned bright crimson?" Perveen gasped in terror, her hands covering her mouth. Hearing her words, Zion felt his skin burning like a furnace, his pulse pounding furiously as a wild, overwhelming surge of aphrodisiac heat flared in his belly. He looked at Gulshan Era and Perveen, his voice strained and raspy. The broth isn't the problem. Note, the story continues directly as Zion navigates the unexpected, potent aphrodisiac effects of the spatial crimson fruit. Chapter 59, The Iron Horse. Zion set the porcelain bowl down onto the mahogany desk in a flash, pressing his palm against his face. His skin was burning hot, as though he were standing inches from a roaring forge fire. Bloody hell! Was that blood-red banana truly toxic? Zion's brow furrowed, a wave of dark anxiety rising in his chest. Yet strangely, aside from the intense, surging heat flushing through his blood, he felt zero physical discomfort. If it were a lethal poison, shouldn't he be foaming at the mouth, gasping for breath, or suffering violent stomach cramps? Husband, are you feeling unwell? Gulshan Era's brow creased with immediate anxiety. Turning to her handmaiden, she commanded sharply, Perveen, run and fetch the city physician at once. Perveen nodded eagerly. Right away, my lady. Hold your steps, Perveen. Zion called out instantly. Before the handmaiden could reach the archway, an extraordinary surge of vitality exploded through Zion's limbs. Every muscle in his frame felt rejuvenated, invigorated, brimming with supernatural power, as though his very marrow had been reconstituted. He clenched his fist. He felt as though a single punch could shatter a timber post. Bloody hell, did that spatial fruit act like a physical enhancer? Zion stood astounded. The crimson banana wasn't toxic at all, it was a miraculous spatial tonic. Moreover, while the burning flush in his skin gradually receded into a warm hum, an unquenchable, primal fire flared deep in his belly. Seeing the intense color fading from his face, Gulshan Era let out a soft breath of relief. She parted her lips, asking timidly, Husband, are you truly unharmed? Your husband has never been stronger, love. Zion smiled, his eyes burning with an intense, unmistakable heat as his gaze swept over Gulshan Era. I merely experienced a sudden surge of internal warmth. Gulshan Era caught the fiery intensity in his eyes, her breath catching as a deep blush flooded her face. She lowered her eyes, whispering nervously, I am glad you are well. Please, finish your chicken broth. Zion picked up the porcelain bowl and drained the broth in a single gulp, yet the raging fire in his chest only burned hotter. If he did not release the pressure soon, the dam would burst. Setting the empty bowl down, Zion looked over at Perveen. Perveen, love, run and bolt the study door. Ah. Why yes, master. Perveen blinked in surprise, wondering why her master requested the doors bolted in broad daylight. Gulshan Era, however, understood his intent in a flash. Her heart hammered wildly against her ribs, her cheeks burning like a furnace. In broad daylight, inside the court study, an hour later, Gulshan Era adjusted her silk tunic with trembling fingers and hurried out of the private study, her face flushed red. Perveen brought in a basin of warm water, her cheeks burning bright crimson as she gently wiped the perspiration from Zion's broad shoulders. Her movements were delicate and sweet, though her heart pounded like wild ocean waves. She realized with breathless astonishment that her master's physical stamina seemed to have multiplied fivefold. The two of them had barely been able to endure his overwhelming vitality. Zion leaned back against his chair, thoroughly enjoying the invigorating after-effects of the spatial fruit. A single bite of the blood-red banana had transformed his physical endurance to superhuman levels. If he consumed the entire cluster, he would be unstoppable. A dry, satisfied smile touched his lips. Once Perveen finished wiping his shoulders and helped him dress, Zion stepped out of the district court building alone, walking down a quiet, secluded alley behind the compound. He reasoned that since his spatial sanctuary was expanding and duplicating war gear seamlessly, he ought to test whether heavy mechanical transport could be pulled directly into the physical world. If he could deploy tactical vehicles, the Liberation Force could transition into a fully motorized unit, an iron torrent that would terrify Imperial commanders. Stand in the empty alley, Zion concentrated his mind, accessing the spatial boundary. Whoosh! A sleek, heavy tactical SUV materialized smoothly on the cobbled lane before him, its dark paint and reinforced steel frame gleaming under the afternoon sun. Bloody hell! It actually materialized. Zion's eyes widened in absolute delight. He understood implicitly what motorized transport meant for his campaign. Heavy trucks could haul hundreds of tons of grain and ammunition. Tactical SUVs provided rapid reconnaissance for his commanders. and armored personnel carriers would act as steel beasts on the battlefield. Yet a secondary question surfaced in his mind. Looking at the dark SUV, he muttered, "Can vehicles be duplicated infinitely like rifle ammunition?" Closing his eyes, he projected his consciousness back into the spatial sanctuary. Sure enough, in the original staging zone within the sanctuary, 14 identical tactical SUVs remained parked in neat rows, while the one he had just summoned stood outside in the alley, making 15 in total. The spatial matrix duplicated whole vehicles without consuming the original template. The cheat was utterly game-breaking. Grinning fiercely, Zion opened the driver's door, climbed inside, turned the ignition key, and engaged the transmission. Vroom! The heavy engine roared to life with a deep, mechanical hum. Zion pressed the accelerator, steering the tactical vehicle out of the alley onto the main commercial avenue. Beep! Beep! Pressing the horn, the sharp noise echoed down the street. Passers-by and market vendors jumped back in absolute terror, staring with bulging eyes. Merciful heavens! An iron monster. Look! Look at that thing! It moves like lightning without oxen or horses pulling it. By the Almighty, it runs faster than a noble's carriage. Pedestrians screamed and shouted, pointing in wild astonishment, looking for all the world like modern folk witnessing an alien craft landing in the bazaar. Within minutes, Zion drove the SUV up to the northern gatehouse. The guards along the rampart gasped, drawing their steel sabers in panic to block the road. Halt! Who goes there? Zion rolled down the glass window, poking his head out with a dry grin. The squad leader instantly froze, scratching his head in utter embarrassment before waving his arm frantically to his men. Lower your blades, you fools! It is Master Zion. Zion smiled, nodded, pressed his foot on the pedal, and accelerated through the open gatehouse into the open countryside. The gate guards stood with their jaws hanging open, staring at the retreating vehicle until it vanished over the northern ridge. Moments later, the heavy SUV pulled up near the open drill field where Humayun was conducting rifle maneuvers with the Divine Marksman Corps. Hearing the deep mechanical roar, the recruits halted their drills, turning their heads in wide-eyed wonder. What manner of beast is that? Humayun's brow furrowed as he stared intently at the approaching object. How can it run so fast across the grass without horses? Nusrat, standing nearby, smiled radiant joy. Who else but her miraculous husband could command such supernatural instruments? Brother, that is my husband's doing. Ah. I should have known. Humayun nodded blankly. Surpassing strange, an iron house that runs without steeds. Nusrat walked up with burning curiosity as the dark SUV came to a smooth halt before the ranks. Screech! The driver's door swung open, and Zion stepped out with a broad, playful grin. Taking in the thunderstruck expressions of his officers and recruits, he thoroughly enjoyed the moment. To people of this feudal era, a modern motor vehicle was indistinguishable from magic. The dark vehicle possessed sleek glass, rubber tires, side mirrors, headlights, and a front grille that resembled a steel mouth. Husband, what is this miraculous thing? Nusrat asked, stepping up to his side, her dark eyes filled with wonder. Where did it come from? It is called an iron carriage, love, Zion smiled smoothly. An iron carriage. How does it move without horses pulling the reins? Zion chuckled dryly, patting the bonnet. You shall learn soon enough, love. Prepare the men, our mobility is about to double. Chapter 60, The Iron Torrent. Within minutes, the inner circle of officers surrounded the tactical SUV. They patted the reinforced steel panels, peeked through the tinted glass, and marveled at the rubber wheels, their eyes wide with childlike wonder. The recruits of the Divine Marksman Corps looked on from the edge of the drill field, their eyes gleaming with intense excitement. Every man among them felt blessed to have sworn allegiance to Zion's banner. Under his command, not only did they eat fresh mutton and white rice daily, but they also handled miraculous firearms and explosive pineapples, and now, their master commanded iron carriages that ran without steeds. Zion looked over at his officers, offering a relaxed, easy smile. Right then, lads, back to your live-fire drills. The Imperial Court's next army will be upon us soon, and when they arrive, we shall feed them a feast of high explosives they'll never forget. Taking in the burning anticipation on every face, Zion clapped his hand onto the SUV's bonnet, adding loudly, "When time permits, I shall instruct every commander in proper handling. Those who distinguish themselves on the battlefield shall be issued their own iron carriage." A thunderous cheer erupted across the field. Glory to Master Zion! The officers looked as ecstatic as if they had been granted 5 highborn wives on the same morning. Zion opened the passenger door, gesturing to Nusrat. "Hop in, love." Nusrat stepped into the passenger seat, her eyes shining with curiosity as she touched the leather upholstery and smooth dashboard like someone handling rare silk. She leaned close to Zion, eager to see how he commanded the horseless machine. Zion turned the ignition key, engaged the transmission lever, and gripped the leather steering wheel. The engine purred to life, and the heavy vehicle surged forward onto the main highway. Nusrat leaned back into the soft leather seat, her hands clutching the door handle tightly as the trees alongside the road blurred past. A soft gasp escaped her lips. It moved thrice as fast as an imperial warhorse, offered a cushion-soft ride, and carried 0 jolting. She looked over at Zion, her dark eyes sparkling with delight. "Husband, may I ride with you every day?" Zion turned his head, offering a dry, playful grin. "So long as you enjoy it, love, I don't mind letting you ride every single day." Nusrat caught his mischievous grin instantly, realizing his playful double meaning. She shot him a swift, fond glare, her cheeks flushing warm. "Husband, I meant driving the iron carriage." Zion let out a rich laugh. "Naturally, love. This carriage belongs to you from today." Nusrat's expressive eyes lit up with radiant joy. Zion pulled the SUV onto a flat stretch of meadow, stepping out to begin instructing her in steering and throttle control. That evening, inside a quiet townhouse in the western quarter, Farhad Hossein walked down the veranda to his daughter Rahana's bedchamber, knocking gently on the teak door. Inside, Rahana had been sitting at her dressing table by candlelight, lost in deep thought. Hearing the knock, she snapped out of her reverie, stepping over to unbolt the door. Spotting her father, a flicker of surprise crossed her face. "Father? It is late, is something amiss?" Farhad's brow furrowed slightly. He stepped into the room, took a seat by the wooden table, and looked his daughter straight in the eye. "Rahana love," Farhad began directly, "Master Zion maintains multiple wives, yet he is a leader of extraordinary vision and noble character, a man destined to shape the future of this province. If your heart has taken a shine to him, I shall approach him tomorrow to formalize a marriage proposal." A scorching blush flooded Rahana's face, spreading down her neck. She lowered her head, murmuring in bashful protest, "Father, why speak of such things so suddenly?" Farhad smiled softly. As a father, her shy hesitation was answer enough. "I shall find a fitting moment tomorrow to speak with Master Zion regarding your hand." Father, Rahana whispered coyly, her face burning brighter, though a wave of wild excitement surged through her heart. A few days later, on a flat drill ground inside the city, Zion stood alongside the twin sisters, Farhana and Samara, watching Nusrat practice her driving maneuvers. Though her handling was still somewhat rough, Nusrat possessed remarkable courage, steering the heavy tactical vehicle around wooden marker posts with fierce determination. Over the past 3 days, she had practiced relentlessly, skipping her afternoon meals to master the iron carriage. Suddenly, rapid hoofbeats thundered from the southern avenue. Zion turned to see Light and Mia galloping toward them on his warhorse, his face pale with urgency. "Rein!" Lighton yanked the reins, sliding off his saddle before the mount had even halted. "Master!" Imperial scouts spotted. A massive enemy column has crested the northern ridge, less than 3 miles from the north gate. Zion's mouth curled into a cold, confident smirk. "More delivery boys for my army." He turned to Lighton smoothly. "Notify all units to take up battle stations. Tell Commander Humayun to lead 100 marksmen of the Divine Marksman Corps through the west gate to cut off their rear retreat." "At your command, Master." Lighton bowed and galloped off. Moments later, Zion mounted the north gate rampart alongside Nusrat, Farhana, and Samara. Along the stone battlements, 200 newly recruited village guards stood in position, sweat dripping down their foreheads, their hands gripping their rifles with nervous tension. Having never witnessed modern firepower on an open field, facing a massive imperial host filled them with deep anxiety. Beside them, the 300 surrendered imperial border guards observed the preparations with guarded curiosity. Zion had assigned both groups a simple task today: observe. He wanted the raw recruits and the surrendered troops to witness with their own eyes how a fraction of the liberation force could obliterate an imperial host. Before long, a dense, dark column of imperial troops emerged over the northern ridge, banners fluttering beneath the afternoon sun. The approaching force was not a hasty provincial garrison, but 5,000 elite imperial guard troops dispatched directly from the capital, 10 times the number of Zion's active riflemen. At the head of the 5,000-man column, Zaid Mansour reined in his warhorse, staring up at the ramparts with a sneer of supreme disdain. In his mind, 5,000 heavily armored imperial guard troops could crush mountains. Taking a small regional city held by rural rabble was a walk in the park. A dark-skinned guard captain rode up beside him, cupping his hands. "General Zaid, the column is arrayed. Shall we order the assault?" Zaid Mansour drew his steel saber with a sharp swing, pointing it squarely at the timber gatehouse, his voice booming across the plain. "Imperial Guard, hear my command. Put every rebel to the sword and raze Dakshinpur city to the ground. Charge, HOO. HOO. HOO." 5,000 imperial soldiers roared in unison, surging forward down the slope like an overwhelming sea of steel.